The story opens in a classroom filled with encouraging banners and slogans pushing the students to strive, asking, "Have you ever risked it all in this life?" There are only 25 days left until the college entrance exam, a once-in-a-lifetime exam. Passing it would be the peak of their lives. Suddenly, a pair of panicked eyes looked up at the words, stammering, "Have I returned to the time before the college entrance exam?" Immediately after, he shot up from his seat with a loud shout. No way the people around him were startled and turned to look. This was the Xia Nation. Ancheng First High School, Class 127. He continued to clutch his head and scream, feeling that life was so unfair. What kind of horror story is this? If I had to be reborn, at least let me be reborn after getting into college, right? Do you know how hard I had to work in my past life and now you're making me repeat it, damn it? While he was panicking, his brain began to update with data about this world. Long ago, humanity on Blue Star faced a catastrophic disaster, the invasion of secret realms. Secret realms are portals connecting to another world, filled with terrifying beasts. They often use cracks in these realms to invade the human world. Powerful beasts could even destroy entire nations, threatening all of human civilization. To fight back against the beasts, humanity developed a gene system based on the beasts. By injecting their genes into humans, they could awaken a monster template and unlock gene talents. Only such martial artists had enough power to save civilization. This also caused the status and treatment of martial artists to far surpass that of ordinary people, ushering Blue Star into an age where martial artists reign supreme. All other paths are inferior, only the way of martial arts is supreme. At this point, system-like notifications, the kind any reborn person would get, appeared. A clear introduction main character, Transmigrator Yi Huo, identity martial artist in training student, now implanting memories. After loading the data, our protagonist finally grasped the situation. He held his head and mumbled, "Yi Huo," a high school student. Hearing him muttering, the students at the desk in front of him started making sarcastic remarks. Look, the useless Yi Huo is having a nightmare again. Just like the weakest E-rank hunter in the solo-leveling Manhwa, a piece of trash like him dares to take the college entrance exam. The girl in the pink shirt sitting in front heard the commotion and turned around, flashing a disdainful look before sneering, "You should just drop out and go home, you loser. Go be a bottom-tier worker or just hide at home and wait to die." Her words started to tick him off. He sighed and thought to himself, as expected in every bullying story, there's always a lead mean girl. He didn't bother to reply and fell into thought. It seems the original owner's reputation in class wasn't very good. It all started with his parents' accident in his junior year, which made the original owner lose the will to train. His once great grades suddenly plummeted like stocks, becoming a dead weight dragging the whole class down. So that's how it was. Seeing him just spacing out, the girl in pink angrily yelled, "What are you looking at? This is a martial arts class. You want to fight?" He still didn't answer, ignoring her while complaining internally, "What the heck am I looking at? I'm just thinking. The original owner didn't study, but I'm the one suffering the consequences. This is totally the despised by everyone until my heart gives out." And I drop a dead trope. Suddenly, a balding teacher walked in and announced loudly, "Are you all ready? It's almost time for the gene modification injections, so be confident. 3 years of physical training, cultivating martial chi arts, it's all for today." Then, he adjusted his glasses, looked down at our protagonist, and continued with disappointment. As for those who don't take this seriously, our protagonist, Yi Huo, seeing the teacher look at him, smiled as if he was listening intently. But inwardly he thought, "Are you kidding me? The one who didn't study hard was the original owner, not me. So what do I have to feel guilty about?" Then he let out a sly grin and told himself, "But since I've taken over this body, I guess I have to clean up his mess." The scene shifts to the gene injection hall of Ancheng First High. In front of all the students were 4 neatly placed suitcases. Down below, the students were buzzing with discussion. "What monster template do you think I'll awaken? Maybe a 3rd-tier mountain water ape? Or even a 4th-tier sea-splitting dragon?" The person next to him laughed and replied, "I bet it's a 1st-tier stinking centaur." The teacher began to open the suitcase containing the awakening potions. Inside were rows of advanced-looking blue test tubes. The teacher started his introduction. Even though he knew the students were already familiar with this information, this is the Gene Awakening Potion. It contains the primordial genes of every recorded beast. After injection, the body will randomly absorb one type of gene to awaken. The stronger your physique, the higher the grade of the gene. You will awaken. Don't be nervous, like after the injection. Calmly accept the power. I will call out your names one by one. When your name is called, come up and get your potion. Chen Bingfei, Mao Yunu. The balding teacher's words were followed by syringes. Being plunged into bodies one after another. What followed were sounds of agonizing, ear-splitting screams. Some tried to endure it, others gasped for air, clutching their necks, and some even passed out from the pain. Seeing this, our protagonist Yi Huo felt a bit apprehensive. After they get the shot, they look so weird, and it's super painful too. Looks like this stuff doesn't come easy. Then, he decisively plunged the syringe into his own neck. Whatever, let's just risk it. After a moment, his body still had no reaction. He opened his eyes in surprise. The teacher saw him and sauntered over, saying, Yi Huo, you don't seem to have changed at all. Have you? He was also completely confused and stared blankly at the teacher, then replied, Sir, I think I got a fake potion. The girl in pink immediately took the opportunity to come over and mock him. Ha. Look, it seems Yi Huo didn't awaken anything at all. He flinched and looked over. Then, she brought her hand to his face and continued teasingly. Heh. An unawakened martial artist is like a bird without wings. Yi Huo, you're finished. Just what you wanted? Right now, you don't have to be a martial artist. Just go home and wait to die. No matter what she did, his expression was as bitter as Bam's when Rachel mocked him in the Tower of God Manhwa. He thought to himself, this girl is so damn annoying. She's the ringleader who's been bullying me. But then suddenly, Yi Huo's whole body underwent a strange change. His heart began to beat abnormally fast, and his entire body felt like it was going through a terrifying shock. He gritted his teeth in confusion. Wait a minute. This feeling. In Yi Huo's vision, a notification panel appeared. Infinite monster template acquired. Host Yi Huo. Physique composite. Martial arts 9-segment chi art. Lanchon fist. Hard chi technique. Monster template drawn. Just a moment ago he was completely fine, but suddenly his body. Yi Huo convulsed in front of the girl in pink. He braced himself with his hands and let out a pained shout. Not understanding what was happening, the girl yelled, What are you doing? If you didn't awaken, just say so. What's with the act? Meanwhile, Yi Huo was struggling to get the words out. You guys. Run. The girl in pink scoffed. What did you say, run? Why? Yi Huo was trying to control his body, but it seemed he couldn't hold on any longer. His eyes began to glow. His breath came out in uncomfortable pants, and a brilliant energy radiated from him. Light! He struggles to get the words out. We won't make it if we don't run. A second later, from Yi He's small body, a true form with the physique of a gorilla erupted, flooding the area around him with powerful energy, sending anyone nearby flying. Yi Huo didn't understand why his body was reacting so violently. He couldn't stop screaming, and the gorilla's true form also opened its mouth wide, unleashing a concussive shockwave. All the students in the room with Yi He were thrown back. Until they couldn't stand, faced with this force, everyone supported each other in a panicked buzz. That shockwave is insane. Who awakened what? This aura is unbearable. The commotion accidentally attracted the attention of the top students. A female student who had awakened a fire-type ability turned to look with a wary gaze. The top student, a male who had awakened an ice-type ability, also took notice. He jealously glanced over and muttered to himself, Is someone stronger than me? Yi He's system displayed an A-rank model, Raging Gorilla. Bloodline abilities, Primal Roar, Scorching Rock Blast, Core Absorption, Evolved Form, Flame Sovereign Gorilla. Unlocked when compatibility reaches 100%. Current compatibility 3%. He's whole body trembled violently as he tried to hold his arm steady. To stabilize his body, Yi Huo mumbled. An A-rank model, a gorilla, the infinite monster model system. Yi He stared at his palm, which was glowing brightly with spiritual energy in every cell, so abundant that it emitted light and smoke. He exclaimed in surprise, Could this be the special system given to me? The classmates who had always looked down on Yi Huo now couldn't believe their eyes seeing him at this peak. And they stammered, "Was that really that loser from before? The guy next to him?" Also gaped and added, "His aura alone sent everyone flying." The two of them looked at the girl in pink who specialized in bullying Yi Huo, now motionless on the floor with her eyes rolled back. They said, "Wang Tong Tong is even knocked out, and she awakened a Tier 2 fire gecko." A flurry of voices chattered. What kind of model did he awaken? After witnessing Yi Huo's terrifying inner power, the classmates who used to mock him now bowed down in fear, endlessly. The ever-innocent Yi Huo scratched his head in confusion. My bad. It was a bit loud. I told you guys to get back, but you didn't listen." The time for the awakening injection ended, and the school's speakers announced for all awakened students to proceed to the testing building immediately. Determine your demon beast gene and martial arts level. I repeat, all students. The scene changes to the large testing building. There were many gene-breaking devices here that could determine demon beast genes and martial arts levels. The students went inside, and the results were displayed. Li Xin Yuan from our class awakened a Tier 3 swift wind bug bloodline. Everyone chattered non-stop. So lucky. He used to be just average, now he's the top of the class. A strong bloodline is so unfair. An announcement. The next result was for another male student. After reading it, everyone started talking again. Chuzhou really is number 1 in our grade. Not only is he a 9th stage martial apprentice, but he also awakened a peak Tier 3 ice demon dragon. The valedictorian of Ancheng City will definitely be him. Just as impressive was a beautiful female student who had also awakened a rare ability. The crowd continued to buzz. Look closely. Young Miss Liu is also a 9th stage. What did she awaken? Holy crap. It's the rare Tier 4 Nether Sparrow. The Provincial Valedictorian. The Provincial Valedictorian. A Tier 4 demon beast in its true form could destroy half a city. Martial artists are like ants before them. Only a grandmaster could fight one. Yi Huo hadn't been tested yet. He stood below looking up, stroking his chin with questions. Monster models! Theirs are all divided into Tier 3, Tier 4, so why is mine A rank? Suddenly, the speaker blared. Next, Class 127, Yi Huo. He didn't expect to be called out by name. Yi Huo was mortified. Do they really have to call out my full name like that? Very quickly, with his earlier display, Yi Huo became the center of all attention and expectations. Everyone looked at him with admiration and awe, forming 2 eager lines below. With such a powerful shockwave, in the future, he'll surely become a big shot. If we get on his good side, we can definitely ride his coattails. Wow, my idol, it's Yi Huo's turn with that aura from before. His level must be high, he's the best. The more praise he received, the more pressure Yi Huo felt, as only he knew. His talent was A rank. He muttered, "This world really does worship the strong." Walking past the section of students cheering for him, Yi Huo then went straight into the testing room. He composed himself and entered without any emotion. Outside, the male students cheered non-stop, betting that Yi Huo would surely bring glory to Class 127. It's Yi Huo's turn this time. It's definitely not going to be some ordinary ability. He's so cool. What tier bloodline could it be that after awakening can release such a terrifying aura? This time, our Ancheng City has really hit the jackpot. Noticeably, from a distance, there was a figure who didn't seem very hopeful. His gaze was rather cold and unhappy seeing Yi Huo being praised. This person thought, "So his name is Yi Huo, huh? This is indeed something to look forward to." A moment later, Yi Huo's information panel immediately appeared, showing only basic information. All other data was undetermined. Everyone stared at the results, stunned, and once again, began to buzz anxiously. Yi Huo, Class 127, 3rd Stage Martial Apprentice, Demon Beast Bloodline undetermined. A 3rd Stage Martial Apprentice. My little brother in middle school could beat that. How embarrassing. We hoped for nothing. These people flipped faster than a pancake. Now they were cackling and sneering, stomping Yi Huo's reputation into the abyss. They continued to mock him. Undetermined bloodline probably means it's nothing. Yeah, what good bloodline could a 3rd Stage Martial Apprentice have? Turns out that was just a big fart. In the end, Yi Huo is still just mud that won't stick to the wall. While everyone was laughing at him, Yi Huo walked out alone with his shadow stretching behind him. He thought to himself, and sure enough, the expression on his face wasn't very bright. He mumbled, "The gorilla wasn't detected, but it did activate the infinite monster model system. Yi Huo's system panel had just shown him that the upgrade guide for the infinite monster model involved completing missions to increase fame in order to get more draws. For monster models, current draw 0. My model might be ranked differently, but only I understand this, he thought to himself. But this means... Yi Huo let out a soft, enigmatic chuckle. After that, our main character showed a strange, calculating, and wicked expression. He looked at his own hands and mumbled at the peak of his excitement. As long as I meet the conditions, I can have infinite draws for monster models. Doesn't that make me the king of monsters? The next morning at Ancheng No. 1 High School, it was a beautiful sunny day. This teacher looked very strict. He was drinking a large coffee and turned to criticize a student. What you want to request a leave of absence to go home and study on your own, and only come back for the college entrance exams. Yi Huo, on the other hand, appeared extremely enthusiastic and determined, stomping his foot and clenching his fists in front of the teacher, saying, "Sir, I really want to improve." The teacher turned back, not looking very pleased at all. He asked. Yi Huo continued, "I know I don't have much knowledge. It's impossible to keep up with everyone without special training." The teacher, looking very intimidating and extremely serious, replied, "Yi Huo, to become a warrior, the only way is to go to college. I know you've awakened your bloodline, but your foundation is too weak. There's no way you can get into college, so prepare to retake the exam next year. Don't rush it." Faced with the teacher's harsh words, Yi Huo immediately used his pleading ability, his eyes sparkling with sincerity and hope. He said, "Teacher, the more you rush, the more you improve. Maybe you don't understand. I've awakened an extremely powerful bloodline, and as long as I train hard, I'll definitely succeed. Look into my sincere eyes, I'm absolutely not lying." Yi Huo was overreacting, but seeing him beg so desperately, the teacher relented and clicked his tongue. Those eyes are indeed very sincere. So he decided not to make things difficult for him anymore. "All right, fine. Remember to come back next year to register for exam prep with me." Scene change to the Ancheng Warrior Center. Yi Huo was wandering down a wide street, lost in thought as he walked. The house his parents left behind was mortgaged for $600,000, plus over $1 million from the accident compensation. Now I have a decent amount of capital. To get stronger, I have two choices. 1. Level up as a warrior, or 2. Increase the compatibility rate of the gorilla template. Recalling the information that appeared on the system panel, he was deep in thought, oblivious to everyone around him. According to the infinite monster model system, each template initially has only a 1% compatibility rate, but the berserk gorilla had 3%. Where did the other 2% come from? There's only one. Answer: the gorilla template absorbed the medicinal power from the gene awakening potion, providing that 2% compatibility. This proves that the various gene potions in the world can enhance my template's abilities. Compared to arduously training in martial arts, paying to upgrade my compatibility rate is much more my style. With that thought, he felt like he'd found his path and quickly got excited. I have to buy some gene-enhancing potions right away. Arriving at the center, Yi Huo swiped his student card at the gate. Just as he did, Yi Huo suddenly had a strange reaction. He opened, his eyes wide and his face filled with alarm. The people in front of him, in Yi Huo's vision, were all enveloped in an aura of awakened abilities, and they were all high-level awakened individuals. Yi Huo couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Is this place filled with warriors who have awakened their bloodlines? After awakening the berserk gorilla template, I gained a special ability to sense life fields. The gorilla can emit a life field to detect the life signals of creatures around it. I can clearly feel the chi and blood boiling like a furnace in their bodies, along with the beastly roars within their bloodlines. At that moment, Yi Huo became extremely excited. A wicked grin spread across his face, his eyes glowing with power, as he muttered to himself, "Warriors, beasts, I can't suppress this thirst for battle anymore." Ha ha ha! After all, the berserk gorilla is the king of monsters in this world, an emperor that wants to conquer every living being on the planet. Then he couldn't help but shout, "It's a shame I'm still weak right now, so the gorilla emperor will have to endure its thirst for battle. Once I'm grown, I'll show this world what a true king of monsters is." While he was excitedly lost in his plans for the future, someone suddenly tapped Yi Huo on the shoulder from behind. "Hey, kiddo." This sidelong glance from Yi Huo caused the beautiful and very seductively dressed girl behind him to get the wrong idea. She took off her glasses, gave him a wink, and said flirtatiously, "You shouldn't sneak peeks at people like that, you know." Yi Huo turned around, completely surprised, realizing she had misunderstood. He stammered awkwardly, "Sorry, I didn't mean to." The girl replied casually, "It's okay, you must have just awakened a beast-type gene and can't control your power yet. What are you here at the Warrior Center for?" Yi Huo answered right away, "I'm here to buy gene potions, but this place is too big and I can't find it. Could you please show me the way?" This girl was also very enthusiastic. Buying gene potions. You already need them at this stage. Yi Huo was puzzled. Is there something I should know? In front of him, the girl with the seriously stacked figure didn't hesitate to explain. Not really. It's just that gene potions are expensive, and you build up a resistance to them easily, so their effects diminish over time. Hearing that and seeing the woman's demeanor, Yi Huo felt a little intimidated. This girl was very laid back, just like her appearance, and waved her hand as she continued. To get the maximum effect, warriors usually wait until their bloodline hits its limit before using them, Yi Huo asked blankly. "Miss, how much does one bottle of gene potion cost?" The curvaceous girl held up 4 fingers and enthusiastically answered, At your stage, you can only use a basic reinforcement potion, which costs about 400,000. Hearing that number, our main character almost had a heart attack. His mood plummeted as he muttered to himself, "So expensive, my savings aren't even enough to buy 5 bottles. Then he shyly asked, "Do you know anyone who could help me get a discount?" After thinking for a moment, this big sis leaned down slightly and handed him a card. "Huang Li, 4th rank trial aspirant." The slight movement caused her 2 assets to shake violently. She said, "All right, take my business card. You'll get a discount with a referral." What a good person, inside and out! Yi Huo happily took it right away, then excitedly left, waving goodbye. "Thanks a lot, sis." The big sis was also very willing. "See you later, kiddo." After saying goodbye to the big sis, who was kind both inside and out, Yi Huo was now extremely stressed, because he was currently burning through money at the Warrior's Emporium. Yi Huo stood hesitantly at the checkout counter. The weapon shop, 250,000, just like that. He went on a crazy spending spree. In a flash. It was already dark. Scene change back to our main character's apartment complex. Yi Huo was sitting and training diligently, his whole body seemingly being scorched by the dense spiritual power radiating from him. Even though it was very painful and uncomfortable, Yi Huo was enduring it for the sake of overwhelming power. The system announced monster model, Berserk Gorilla, compatibility rate 3% to 4%, 4% to 7%. Host, Yi Huo, composite physique 8 to 10, 10 to 15, 7th rank martial apprentice. After enduring the torment of using the potions for a while, Yi Huo's entire body felt drained of strength. He stretched out his sweaty arms and whispered, "This feeling of leveling up is awesome." But the first few bottles each increased my physique by 2 points, while the last one only increased it by 1 point. It seems the stronger I get, the harder it will be to keep strengthening myself from this foundation. Now, Yi Huo was immersed in extreme joy. He looked excitedly at his fair hands, his body filled with wonderful hope. The strengthening gets harder, but it's fine. Just a few dozen minutes was equal to 3 years of hard training. And this is just my normal physique. If I activate the Emperor bloodline, I can even compete for the top spot in this exam. If you turn on hacks and don't crush the geniuses, it's a total waste. After saying that, he roared with determination. Let's head to Secret Realm A. Secret Realm rifts are divided into S to E ranks. The higher the rank, the stronger the beasts. The beasts in an S-rank secret realm are beyond what humans can. Uncontrollable. Once it invades the real world, it will be a cataclysmic disaster. Scene change to the E-rank secret realm number 3 in Infan City. Fully geared up, Yi Huo arrived, looked around for a moment, and muttered, "There are fewer people here than I thought. Maybe because it's been explored for a long time. Since it's an old secret realm, all the treasures have been taken, leaving only weak demonic beasts for rookies to practice on." After strolling for a bit, he came across a passage counter. He spoke up. "Hello, I have a reservation for a ticket to the secret realm, number 3. The woman on duty didn't pay much attention and casually processed Yi Huo's request, signing the death waiver. "Here's your ticket." And just like that, the simple procedure was complete, and the gate to the secret realm appeared before Yi Huo's eyes. He couldn't help but feel anxious, even trembling as he stood before it. Is this the secret realm's rift? Then, He switched back to his mischievous mood. Yi Huo grinned perversely, baring his teeth, and thought to himself, "This is the beginning of the Monster King's reign. Ha ha ha." Then, without any hesitation, he took a powerful leap through with great anticipation. Here I come. As soon as he jumped into that secret realm rift, Yi Huo entered, and the multi-dimensional world instantly changed. It was like he was jumping through the ozone layer into another world. Yi Huo quickly landed safely. He braced himself with his hands in a very practiced kneeling motion. From this secret realm, you could see nearby planets. It was unlike Earth, with planets like the Kanglin planet, the Anhui planet, and the Taijin planet. As soon as he landed, he quickly adjusted his gear. He looked around and whispered, "Even though I knew about this from textbooks, it can't compare to seeing it with my own eyes. It's truly spectacular." While Yi Huo was marveling at the new planet, even seeing the universe itself. From behind him, a red rabbit peeked out. It squeaked and sniffed at him. It seemed like a cute little animal, but when it turned to face him, the rabbit's face looked like it was rabid. It had 2 fangs and scraggly whiskers, a first-tier demonic beast, the Blade Fang Rabbit. While Yi Huo wasn't paying attention, it tried to attack him from behind. This rabbit bared its 2 sharp fangs like swords and charged with great energy. But it wasn't going to be that easy. Yi Huo sensed it. He dodged to the side and easily grabbed its 2 ears, staring down the aggressive rabbit. He said, "You idiot! Did you think I couldn't sense you system display, template ability, life magnetic field?" In the shadows, Yi Huo mercilessly crushed the mutated rabbit's head. He dealt with it in a flash. A moment later, all that was left of the rabbit was a single spirit stone. Yi Huo picked it up and examined it closely. A Blade Fang Rabbit Monocore. Normal quality. Market price is about 1,000, but I just got here and already made 1,000. That's pretty efficient. A commoner toils for a whole month just to make 3,000 to 4,000. He then casually held the spirit stone up to the light. But collecting a bunch of first-tier cores is useless. It's better to hunt second-tier demonic beasts or higher. Behind him, there was another unusual movement. Instantly, a soft-bodied monster, wriggling like a worm, emerged from the ground. This hideous creature was 100 times bigger than Yi Huo. It opened its mouth wide, full of teeth. To attack him, a second-tier demonic beast, the corpse worm. The stranger the beast, the more excited Yi Huo got. He quickly drew the sword in his hand, a provocative smirk on his face, and said, "Ask and you shall receive. This is just what I wanted." In Anthan's number 3, E-rank secret realm, where Yi Huo was currently clearing it. With the appearance of the corpse worm, he dealt with it neatly with just 1 slash. The corpse worm shrieked in pain, its green blood spraying like rain. In a defensive stance, Yi Huo glanced over at it and said, "I've read the demonic beast encyclopedia before. Compared to the tough iron-like armor on its back, the corpse worm's belly is obviously an easier part to break through." Struck by a painful blow, the monster began to curl into a ball. It rolled forward at high speed like a wheel, trying to crush him. Faced with this fierce counterattack, Yi Huo calmly raised his hands and channeled his energy, muttering, "Martial arts, boom boom." Instantly, a powerful burst of energy shot from Yi Huo straight at the corpse worm. It took the hit, stretched out, and was sent flying. Ditch Hua clenched his fist to add more power. But that wasn't enough. This thing opened its huge mouth, shooting out a ton of large, constantly spinning teeth. It was as active as ever. A guillotine! If he got hit by that, Yi Huo would be sliced in 2. Even he was horrified by this level of attack. Yi Huo looked at it in bewilderment and exclaimed, "It can shoot its teeth." Facing the hideous half-star monster, Yi Huo still kept a cool head, using agile movements to dodge the sharp saw-like teeth that barely missed him. But then, tragedy struck when his expensive designer jacket suddenly got an unwanted scratch. Yi Huo flew into a rage and roared, cursing directly at the mutated monster. "You piece of crap! Do you know how much this jacket costs? Looks like this demon isn't an easy opponent." Yi Huo kept a safe distance and began to analyze, coolly assessing the situation. "Right now, if I face it head-on with this corpse worm, it's too disadvantageous. After all, without support, no matter how strong my internal martial energy is, I can't even unleash half of its power. This is all because the original owner was too lazy. Looks like I can only turn on the hacks, holding back no longer." Yi Huo decided to play his trump card. His eyes flashed, and all the energy in his body was mobilized, compressed to its limit, and then unleashed. With a heaven-shaking roar, Godzilla's blood frenzy, bloodline activated. Immediately after, his arm transformed into a perfect set of gorilla claws, enveloped in a blazing aura. Behind him, the illusion of a giant gorilla roared majestically. The next second, he moved like a flash of lightning, and the monster's green blood splattered everywhere, creating a foul-smelling rain. The monster was quickly defeated, leaving only a pathetic puddle of green blood. Yi Huo calmly turned back, muttering, "After my physique stat jumped to 21 points, dealing with the second-tier corpse worm is more than enough. To deactivate the transformation, I need to vent the thermal energy inside my body, which makes me feel like a jet engine." But the joy of victory was short-lived, as he frowned upon seeing his weapon. "My newly bought dagger has already been corroded by the corpse worm's toxins. A $250,000 piece of equipment can't even handle a second-tier demonic beast. The quality is terrible. I have to file a complaint." As soon as he finished speaking, his empty stomach began to protest violently. "This is my first time hunting demonic beasts, and it's so draining. I'm starving, and I didn't even bring any rations." As his hunger raged, a faint and alluring aroma suddenly wafted over. Without a second thought, our guy's keen nose sniffed eagerly, following the scent. The source of the fragrance turned out to be a sparkling stone. He picked it up, observed it for a moment, and muttered, "It's a monocore. The demonic corpse worm's monocore, and it smells really appetizing." With the motto "high risk, high reward," Yi Huo didn't hesitate to shove the monocore straight into his mouth and gulp it down. Whatever. It's in. Yi Huo swallowed hard. Instantly, a stream of a brilliant force exploded inside his body, and the familiar system panel appeared. Berserk Gorilla Monster Template. Compatibility increased from 7% to 7.3%. Following that, Yi Huo's entire body emitted a powerful aura, glowing so brightly it was like he swallowed a flashlight. The guy was stunned. It increased compatibility too. Joy was written all over his face as Yi. He gritted his teeth in excitement. Spending a few $100,000 on a gene potion only increased compatibility by 1%, but this... Now just turning in one green magic core increased it by 0.3%, so 3 cores would be equal to 1 gene potion. Then the white magic core from that saber-toothed rabbit must be able to increase compatibility by at least 1%, right? At this thought, Yi Huo felt the sting of the money he'd spent, and tears welled up in his eyes. Holy crap! What a total rip-off! After a moment of regret, he composed himself, pointing 2 brilliantly glowing fingers at his forehead, turning indignation into motivation. Yi Huo resolved to hunt his heart out tonight. In just a few short minutes, a fierce shockwave radiated out from Yi Huo, sweeping through the entire forest just like a radar wave. He shouted, "Activate! Life magnetic field!" By noon the next day, Yi Huo left the E-rank secret realm. His system announced Berserk Gorilla Template. 9% compatibility, overall physique 15.8. Having cleared the secret realm smoothly, he calmly walked out of the gate, thinking to himself that after his compatibility reached 9%, he could no longer increase it even by consuming white magic cores. Now, all he could do was sell them for cash. A moment later, he brought his spoils to the exchange counter in front of the secret realm's gate. In total, there were 20 white magic cores and 4 green magic cores. The woman at the counter was shocked by this amount. Seriously, he's obviously just a high school student. How could he get this many magic cores? The people in line behind him were also intimidated by Yi Huo's achievement, he casually said. According to government regulations, martial artists must hand over a portion of their harvest, receiving 1 green magic stone for every 5 white magic cores. Unsees, he thought to himself, 200,000 N in the bag. In Oncheng City B, a group of martial artists was gathering in front of a swirling blue spatial rift leading to a D-rank secret realm. Sitting in a stylish convertible, a man in blue spoke up. "Captain Lin, we should probably turn in the Blood Jade Flower bounty mission this time, right?" The man standing below, a sword strapped to his back, turned and said to his teammates, "Last time we went in, we already determined the general location of the Blood Jade Flower. But since old Chen was seriously injured by a magic beast, he can't enter the secret realm with us this time." A woman standing nearby crossed her arms and asked hesitantly, "So our team only has 5 people." Hearing this, a man with a buzz cut added, "That's right, and the rules state a party needs at least 6 members to enter a D-rank secret realm." A system panel identified the man with the sword as a second-rank martial artist, Lin He, who turned back and replied, "It's fine. I contacted a broker to recommend a new member." He then pointed to a cloaked figure approaching them. "And here comes our sloppy protagonist," everyone asked curiously. "You're the 9th rank martial artist, Det La." The guy replied cheekily while picking his nose. "That's me," he secretly thought, "since I'm still a student. I'm not qualified to enter a D-rank secret realm, so I had to find a black market dealer to forge an ID to get into. A party. Cost me a whole 100,000 now. Talk about bad luck." Seeing his expression, Lin He grew a bit concerned. "Dat La, that name is a bit much," Yi He replied helplessly. "Nothing I can do about it, just say whatever." Seeing this, Lin He decided not to press the issue. "Whatever, it's just an alias. With your skill as a 9th rank martial artist, you normally couldn't enter a D rank secret realm, but our squad is giving you a chance to observe and learn. In return, you can't drag us down," Yi Huo replied curtly. "Whatever." He then thought to himself, "A captain's duty is to explain the mission clearly beforehand. He seems pretty reliable. Way better than the clowns who only start explaining after things go south." With everything settled, Yi He and the team members got in the vehicle and entered the secret realm. "All right, let's move out. We absolutely have to find the blood jade flower this time." Soon, the team arrived on another planet, a desolate place with, not a single tree in sight. The captain announced, "According to our tracker, the blood jade flower is in the oasis ahead, guarded by a 2nd rank magic beast." Sitting in the vehicle, Yi He rested his chin on his hand and looked behind them. Last time it was a forest, this time a desert. It seems secret realms connect to more than just one world. Right after they entered, the team was chased by a pack of beasts resembling hungry wolves. A teammate in the back spotted them and urgently reported, "Captain, it's Earth demon rats. They're charging at us and staring us down." The captain commanded, "Hu Dai, deal with them." The guy named Hu Dai immediately raised his hand, sharp blades materializing like he was some kind of badass Wolverine. He replied, "Got it," with a flick of his wrist. The daggers shot backwards with terrifying force, each one infused with spiritual power. They accurately pierced straight through the rats' heads, splattering blood everywhere as the creatures shrieked in agony. The vehicle carrying Yi He's group sped on. From a high vantage point, the pursuing rats could be seen exploding upon impact with the daggers. Hu Dai sat calmly in the back and reported, "All clear." Yi He glanced back at him and thought, infusing martial energy into the throwing knives so they detonate like bombs on impact, quick and clean. That's pretty cool. After driving for a while, they saw signs of a forest in the distance. The sky on this planet revealed several other planets. A sight unlike Earth's. Confirming they had arrived, the team disembarked, each member preparing their weapons, except for Yi Huo, who just tagged along without a care in the world. Feeling a bit tired, he asked the captain, "Why aren't we driving? There's still a ways to go before we reach the oasis, right?" The captain answered while walking. "Because the magic beasts in the oasis are extremely sensitive. The sound from the vehicle's engine would attract their attention. We'll assign tasks as we go." Then he began giving orders to can each person. "Xiaoxia, you'll throw a smoke bomb to lure them out. Hu Dai, you set a trap. Old Liu, you'll pin them down with gunfire." Then, with a very serious expression, he assigned his own role. "And I will confront them directly." Wait, there's still one more person. The captain pointed at Yi He. "As for you, Det La, you just watch from the sidelines." "What a sweet deal." Yi He pouted and replied, "Okay." After all the roles were assigned, the group fired a signal flare into the sky. Boom, boom, boom! A terrifying series of explosions erupted, dispersing a potent substance into the air. It was a bomb containing high-level monster pheromones, designed to make other monsters think their territory was being invaded, thus luring them in. Immediately after, a level 2 demonic beast, an electric dragon, appeared. It powerfully swung its massive body, its mouth wide open and drooling as if it wanted to tear everything to shreds. "It's here, be careful. The demonic beast has arrived." Meanwhile, at the place where Yi Huo's group had just finished off, the mutated rats, many throwing daggers, were still stuck firmly in the ground. In the distance, a tall figure in a black cloak appeared. This person had 2 crisscrossing scars on their arm, and he picked up a knife. A figure emerged, from the dust cloud, a bald old man with glasses who looked very rugged. On top of that, the creep stuck out his long tongue and licked the knife, his eyes filled with killing intent and bloodlust. This guy burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, the monster just showed up. I thought it was a huge threat, but who knew the captain would fly up and chop its head off with a single strike from the sword on his shoulder. What incredible power! Immediately after, the demonic beast collapsed, and green blood gushed out from its severed neck, forming a large puddle. The only girl on the team, Xiaoxia, ran over and shouted, "Captain Lin, we got a quick report from the rear. It's finally over." Standing before the collapsed demonic beast, the imposing Captain Lin. He rested his sword on his shoulder and said, "Now let's go find the blood jade fruit." Just as he finished speaking, a demonic beast's clawed leg suddenly appeared behind him, lunging to attack. The captain was startled and turned around, as everyone screamed, "Lin, Captain, watch out! From another direction!" Someone leaped into the air. It was our main character, Yi Huo. He came to the captain's aid with incredible speed, appearing above the captain in an instant, leaving everyone confused about his intentions. Then, from above, Yi Huo delivered a powerful blow, channeling his spirit power straight down into the monster like a lightning rod, causing the ground to erupt in dust and smoke like a massive explosion. The captain, behind all this, was so shocked his face turned purple. He turned and said, "He's just a martial apprentice, yet he has the power to send a level 2 demonic beast flying." Xiaoxia was also surprised. That punch was so strong. And so, Yi Huo received a shower of praise and admiration from his teammates. "That Luoshan fist technique of yours is amazing. It even killed a level 2 demonic beast." Our boy acted all cool and replied, "It was nothing." The captain was very happy and extremely satisfied. "Thanks for saving me. From now on, we're officially a team." A moment later, the captain held a fruit that was the color of animal organs. He shouted happily, "Found it! It's the blood jade fruit." Baldy Xiaowu poked it with his finger, looking quite interested. "This time we even got the Earth Dragon's crystal core. That's a pretty good haul." Xiaoxia, however, was a bit curious and fascinated by its strange shape. "Is this little round red thing really that valuable?" As for our main character, he stood at a distance, thinking with a craving look, "It looks like a giant cherry tomato." Seeing his team's interest in the blood jade fruit, the captain spoke up. "Of course, this thing can increase one's compatibility with a template, although it wasn't easy this time. But I think we were able to smoothly defeat the Earth Dragon and get the fruit." While everyone was celebrating their victory, the captain let his guard down and was sneak-stabbed from behind by the traitor Hu Dei. He gloated in a loud voice. "Heh heh, it's not that simple. Captain Lin?" In pain. "Lin." He turned around, full of disappointment and shock. This scene made the remaining members both furious and horrified. "Captain Lin, what's going on?" The captain immediately turned and threw a punch at Huda. However, he quickly backed away. "Captain Lin," he asked angrily, "Huda, what are you doing?" Just then, another man appeared next to Huda. He said loudly, "What am I doing? Can't you tell obviously? I'm doing something that'll make a lot of money." It was the same guy who had followed Yi Huo's group and picked up the dagger earlier. Turns out he was in cahoots with Hu Dei, dressed ridiculously and with a massive build. The captain, Zhou, Linhe recognized him and shouted, "Huo Peng, what are you doing here?" Seeing Xiao Wu's extremely angry and bitter expression, Yi Huo turned and asked curiously, "You guys know this bald dude?" Xiao Wu clenched his fists as if he wanted to give, this guy a beatdown right then and there and answered, "Huo Peng. He specializes in robbing martial artists of their loot in secret realms. Turns out he's been targeting us from the start." Damn it, Captain Lin, he is injured, and his combat ability is weakened. He clutched his stomach while looking up to curse at Hu Dei. "The blade was poisoned. Huda, you traitor, how did you know we were here?" Even they only learned the exact location of the blood jade fruit after entering the secret realm. Observing the situation, Yi Huo finally pieced it together. He remembered that when they first entered the secret realm, Hu Dei had left a trail. Yi Huo said, "It was the throwing daggers. He threw them to leave a signal." At this point, Hu Dei had shown his true colors anyway. He held the dagger in his hand, his face terrifyingly hostile. "You're actually pretty smart, haha. Hey Della, aren't you a student? College entrance exams must be coming up, right? Instead of focusing on your studies, you want to take a trip to meet the Grim Reaper." Seats. But his act didn't scare Yi Huo one bit. He tilted his head, completely calm, and replied, "That's right, the college exams are coming up and the valedictorian spot is waiting for me." Hearing the arrogant words of, "Ow!" Yi Huo, the guy got so mad he threw the dagger straight at him. He yelled, "You arrogant punk." But he had seriously underestimated Yi Huo. He caught the dagger with just 2 fingers, his gaze incredibly firm and sharp, and replied, "The 2-faced dog barking in front of me is the real arrogant one." With that, he flexed his arm, and a layer of bright, fiery spirit power erupted from his fist. His face darkened. "It stinks. Time to take out the trash." Realizing this student wasn't easy to deal with, Huo Peng next to him gritted his teeth. "You're quite interesting. Hudi, I want his head." Veins popped on his bald head. Receiving Huo Peng's order, Hudi immediately used all of his strongest techniques, like he had 3 heads and 6 arms. He continuously shot out daggers, each one coated in a thicker layer of spirit power than before. To counter the traitor Hudi's attack, Yi Huo crouched down, and his body emitted a protective circle. All the daggers that flew at him shattered on impact. Yi Huo strained and yelled, "Ugh, After the throwing daggers were rendered useless, Yi Huo dropped the protective circle, but the traitor was nowhere to be seen. Everyone shouted a warning. "Della, watch out!" Hudi was gone. Turns out this guy was using a sneak attack. He was waiting from behind to launch a high kick, always taking people down with sneak attacks. Everyone yelled, "Della, watch out above." Immediately, he pointed 2 fingers straight at his third eye. From his 2 fingers, a stream of spirit power radiated outwards. At the same time, Yi Huo's eyes began to glow. He muttered, "Perfect timing to test this out. To test out the skill he just acquired." At that very moment, Yi Huo raised a hand, pointing it right at Hudi's chest. The force that shot out from his hand was like a bolt of lightning striking from the sky. That dude Hudi took a direct, fatal hit. This incredibly powerful move from Yi Huo completely stunned the captain. He killed Hudi in just 1 move. Is he really a high school martial arts student? He killed a master just by pointing his finger. Yi Huo blew on his fingertip as if it were a smoking gun, and Hudi immediately fell flat on his face. "Over here!" Huo Peng was totally bewildered and worried. Yet, he still pointed and shouted, "Gene Arts! Which great family are you a disciple of?" Yi Huo stood with his feet wide apart, his hands stuffed in his pockets with a super cool attitude. "A family I'm from the Godzilla clan. You gonna kneel and beg for mercy or what?" Behind him, the imposing true form of a beast materialized. Hearing these words, Huo Peng turned purple with rage and he completely lost his cool and unleashed his power. "You little brat, even with Gene Arts, you can't make up for the gap in our martial arts levels." Then he also revealed his own true form, a black bear appearing behind him, its mouth wide open and full of vicious teeth. The guy's face looked exactly like the bear's, and Huo Peng roared as he expanded his power. "Arg!" Just like that, he mutated into a gigantic form. Huo Peng targeted Yi Huo and attacked, but this high school kid still didn't show any sign of worry. As the black bear leaped high to attack, he ducked. Yi Huo used his finger-pointing trick again, this time shooting a powerful spiritual force straight up, aiming right for the giant bear's leg. With a sly grin, he said, "But you were saying..." Huo Peng screamed in pain. "Ah! My leg!" When that move failed, he immediately switched to another. Huo Peng ducked low, using his giant arms to try and grab Yi Huo, but it wasn't that easy, as he had already nimbly leaped high into the air and cleanly dodged the attack. The giant bear Huo Peng also pushed off the ground and jumped after him. Yi Huo now had to admit this guy was pretty tough. A level 2 martial artist really is something else. His atomic breath couldn't even dissolve the guy's ankle. At this moment, Yi Huo landed on the ground, just as the giant bear Huo Peng's massive hands were about to close in on him. The guy's expression was dark and utterly ferocious, wanting nothing more than to kill Yi Huo on the spot. Clap the 2 hands of the giant slammed together, unleashing a powerful force and an incredibly strong shockwave from between his palms. Turns out, he missed. Yi Huo had already teleported behind Huo Peng without him even noticing, and was already charging up his next attack. "Are you done playing around? It's my turn now." Hearing Yi Huo's voice, the guy was terrified. Now Yi Huo clenched both his fists, looking seriously ticked off and impatient. An intense energy blazed all around Yi Huo. You could tell that anyone facing him now was just waiting to die. A moment later, after fully charging his power and energy, Yi Huo unleashed a continuous barrage of punches on Huo Peng. This massive meat shield had to endure a non-stop assault of powerful blows. Finally, in a swift and decisive conclusion, Huo was so badly injured that he reverted to his original body. On his chest were the numerous imprints of the punches. Steam rose from Yi Huo's hands as they cooled. Initially, everyone in the group had thought the high school kid, Yi Huo, was just some ordinary dude and the weakest among them. But at this moment, everyone was staring with wide-eyed admiration, seeing him in a completely different light. So strong. He's crazy strong. Even now, Huo didn't know when to give up. Despite being beaten to a pulp, he still snarled. You used poison gas in your gene arts. What a cheap move. You, an evil martial artist like you, will surely be punished. I curse you. These words just made Yi Huo even more furious. His eyes snapped open, pupils glowing menacingly and clenching his fists. Yi Huo said in a deep voice, A lot of people want to curse me. Who the hell do you think you are? After the secret realm arc, the scene shifts to the Ancheng Central Stadium. The day of the college entrance selections has finally begun. The government even mobilized planes and banners for a huge welcoming ceremony. An announcement boomed over the speakers. Hello everyone, the annual advanced martial artist selection is about to begin. I'll just say one thing, may your martial journey be prosperous. The owner of the voice was a very handsome and dapper male MC. He was currently broadcasting a live stream. Behind him, a massive audience had gathered to watch. Everyone was buzzing with excitement, eagerly awaiting the start of the exams. This year's test takes the form of an arena tournament. The candidates will compete in pairs. Whichever side wins will advance to the next round. The selection will take place over 3 days. The first 2 days are the preliminary rounds. The winning candidates will move on to the third day. In the preliminaries, each contestant will compete in 3 matches. Those who make it to the finals will fight each other until the valedictorian of this year's selection is determined. After explaining the whole process, the MC was pumped up. He shouted enthusiastically, We carry the mission of humanity on our shoulders, for ourselves, and for all of humanity. So, give it everything you've got out there in the arena. I declare the Ancheng selection exam officially open. We quickly see various contestants fighting in different arenas, from arena number 1 to the appearance of female fighters in arena B. Of course, there were also some matchups that ran into trouble. Arena number 6. It seems like there's an issue at arena number 6. Has one of the contestants not shown up yet? The MC, who was live streaming, looked totally confused. He said, Let me just check on that. The 2 contestants, Wang Dongdong and Yi Huo, are both from Ancheng number 1 high school, but currently, only Wang Dongdong is in the arena. According to the rules, if one of the contestants fails to appear after the match begins, they will be considered to have forfeited. In arena number 6, only that witch Dongdong, who used to bully him, was standing there. Thinking Yi Huo was just a coward, she looked extremely smug and said, How dare he embarrass me like this at the grand tournament, making me lose face in front of everybody. I was even planning to let out my fire lizard to humiliate him a bit, but he's already forfeited. Down in the audience, many spectators were also getting pretty annoyed by the no-show contestant's attitude. They started gossiping. That guy's probably hiding at home. Too scared to show his face. Right, what a letdown. Such a coward. He won't even show up for his own match. He probably got so scared he wet his pants and couldn't. Come, haha, if you're that pathetic, why even go to school? Just drop out and become a street worker. By now, the waiting period had expired. The referee blew his whistle and announced the decision. Time's up, Ancheng number 1 high school's contestant, Yi Huo, forfeits. But at that exact moment, many people suddenly noticed something strange appearing in the sky. A bald guy looked up and wondered aloud, Hey, what's that coming this way? Nearby, an old man with a long beard and hair also added, What an intense aura! A blinding light flashed across the blue sky, followed by a thick cloud of black smoke. The people who saw it couldn't help but cry out in fear. Is that a thing or a person? Looking closely, it was none other than our boy, Hua. His way of arriving at the competition was also different from everyone else. He dove headfirst toward the arena amidst everyone's choked screams. Just how powerful do you have to be to fly through the air like that immediately, from high up in the sky? Oh, a powerful pillar of spiritual energy descended right in front of Dongdong. It was like a lightning rod struck from the heavens, and the force was so strong she had to struggle just to stay on her feet. After he landed, the smoke gradually faded. Dongdong slowly looked up at what was in front of her. What is that? She muttered. What kind of stupid trick is this? Before she could even process what was happening, a hard, blurry object rushed toward her in an instant. Turns out, it was the sole of Hua's shoe. He sent her flying with a single kick. Dongdong went tumbling backward. This one blow was revenge for all the months she had bullied this lifetime's Di Chua. Because Di Chua was late, he had to use this method. He shielded his eyes from the sun to get a good look at his opponent. He let out a sigh of relief and mumbled, "Phew, that was close. I almost had to wait until next year to compete again." As for Dong Dong, who was so smug just a moment ago, she was now coughing up blood on the arena floor, in too much pain to even move her body. The announcer's voice boomed, "Di Chua is the winner." He clicked his tongue, not even satisfied yet. "That's it, I won. It was that easy." In response to this incredibly swift victory, the audience below raised their hands high in praise for him. This Di Chua guy is so strong, taking out his opponent with a single kick, and that entrance was so cool. Could that be the legendary kick from the heavens? Just then, the system notification popped up. Host Di Chua's physique, overall 255, monster template, frenzied Godzilla, compatibility 20%. Now, our punk protagonist had an incredibly smug look on his face. He let out a sly, arrogant laugh and said, "Team leader Lin gave me a blood jade fruit to thank me. The blood jade fruit enhances physical strength, so it took a little time. I've got a real show for you guys next." A moment later, the rankings were announced. Di Chua would be fighting someone named Long Thao. Announcer Anqing No. 4 High School's Long Thao versus Anqing No. 1 High School's Di Chua. With just one kick, he made a guy several times bigger and stronger than him spit blood right on the spot. The announcer had to speak up again. Di Chua wins. Anqing No. 4's Long Thao versus Anqing No. 1's Di Chua. And again, he uses a single kick to defeat his opponent. Di Chua wins. Every time he scored, every time he won a match, the audience below would roar with excitement. Di Chua, one kick per match, so decisive. This is simply a one-kick wonder. Di Chua clenched his fist. This was all too easy for a reincarnator like him. The announcer praised him. Anqing No. 1 high school student Di Chua has won all 3 of his matches and is advancing to the next round. After finishing 3 consecutive matches, Di Chua went inside. By now, he had a lot of fans because of his high-class fighting style, so a crowd surrounded Di Chua with offers. Student Di Chua, are you interested, T? In learning a little about Shishan University? Student Di Chua, add me on Facebook. Okay. Hey, student, even though we're a private university, we offer generous grants and scholarships. Our university needs strong students just like you. Student Di Chua, do you have a dream university? Despite the countless attractive offers being thrown his way, Di Chua already had his own choice. He just glanced away coldly. Then, he turned back with a determined look and declared clearly to everyone, "My dream university, sorry, but I want to get into Huadu University." The moment he finished his declaration, the recruiters' attitudes did a complete 180. From fawning over him, they switched to scorn, coldly dropping sarcastic remarks. Acting like this just for getting to the finals? When reality slaps you in the face, you'll come begging to us. Di Chua, if you fail, remember to contact me, okay? The sudden change left Di Chua completely baffled. He blurted out in surprise, "No way! You guys really don't believe in me that much?" But you could hardly blame them, because Huadu University is the top martial arts school in the Xia Nation, one of the 5 most prestigious schools in the world, a holy land that every martial artist yearns for. Faced with their skepticism, a mysterious smile spread across our protagonist's lips, he thought to himself. In a second-tier city like Ancheng, only the top few are even qualified to enter that holy land. Well, whatever. Martial artists speak with their strength anyway. Let's see what you all have to say after I win the championship. Just as the conversation ended, 2 men in suits with serious expressions approached him. The one with hair, Uso, held out a card in front of Di Chua and said, "Student Di Chua, please cooperate with us for a moment. We need to re-verify your martial artist level." Di Chua didn't hesitate to hand his card to the bald man for inspection. The moment he took it, the guy exclaimed in shock, "Martial Apprentice Level 9 Student Di Chua, just half a month ago you were clearly still a Level 3 Martial Apprentice. It's impossible to improve so quickly in such a short time. You're implying I cheated, aren't you?" The bald guy continued. "After you left school, we discovered you frequently visited an E-rank secret realm. Why would you go to a place, so dangerous right before the competition?" Faced with this tricky question, Di Chua immediately went into full Hollywood actor mode, putting on a pained yet determined expression as he recounted, "Excuse me, sir, let me compose myself for a moment, before... My father passed away. He told me one thing to surpass humanity. One must first stop being human. That's why I fought relentlessly in the secret realm. During one of those battles, I unexpectedly broke through my genetic seal. This unbelievable story left, the two inspectors stunned pale, sweating bullets as they stammered back. What, you broke through your genetic seal? Immediately, the two hurried away, constantly muttering, "Impossible. We have to report this immediately." Watching them leave, Yi Huo grit his teeth. He had a feeling he'd accidentally become a person of major interest. Feeling down, he was scrolling through social media when he saw his newsfeed filled with short clips of families sending encouragement to their kids. "Go for it, son. Just do your best, sweetie. Old Wang, when you come back with first place, will throw a huge party." Leaning back in his chair, Yi Huo scrolled through his phone, a hint of jealousy welling up inside him as he mumbled, They're even doing live interviews with the contestants' parents, relatives, and friends." Then he gazed into the distance, a slightly sad expression on his face, and said to himself with pursed lips, "It seems like I don't have anyone cheering for me." What a poor kid. But Yi Huo, unbeknownst to him, someone was still watching from a hidden corner, silently cheering him on. "You can do it, Yi Huo, you can do it." It was the homeroom teacher who had allowed him to study from home. After a short break, Yi Huo was called out to the competition field. The announcement blared over the speakers. First round, and then number 1 high school, Yi Huo. His lonely figure stood in the middle of the arena waiting for his opponent. This time he would face a student from number 3 high school, La Huyen. The moment this person appeared, he immediately drew everyone's attention. It seemed he was also a well-known figure. The crowd began to whisper, "It's La Huyen. He's the top student at number 3 high school. La Huyen is an 8th level martial artist, no joke. He also awakened a rare 2nd level demonic beast bloodline, and both his parents are martial artists, so it looks like his opponent is out of luck this time." Faced with his opponent's arrogance and triumphant attitude, Yi Huo couldn't care less. He scratched his neck and said casually, "You make the first move." Yi Huo's blunt challenge was like a slap to La Huyen's ego, a renowned master being looked down upon. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Ha! Don't you know who I am?" Yi Huo shot back without missing a beat. "Whether I know or not doesn't change the outcome of the match," being underestimated by his opponent. La Huyen boiled with rage. He flexed, and a violent spiritual energy erupted from his body. He looked like he had completely lost it. "Ha ha! You're not wrong, but in the end, I'll be the one who wins." As soon as he finished speaking, he poured all his power into his arm, and La Huyen's fist emitted an intense glow of power. He roared and lunged forward. "I hope you're feeling lucky. At least you won't die right here." At the same time, he activated his awakened ability, transforming his arm into a demonic beast's arm covered in sharp claws. In just a few more seconds, that claw would touch Yi Huo's face, but he remained strangely calm, unusually so, without a hint of panic. Just like that, Yi Huo used his bare hand to grip La Huyen's monstrous hand tightly. Through the gaps in the claws, you could see his eyes were filled with killing intent. Yi Huo growled, "Nice aura, but you're a long way from that bald old geezer, and I'm just using my bare hands." Yi Huo caused La Huyen so much pain that his face turned pale and he broke out in a cold sweat. He stammered, "Ah, my hand." Just one grip was enough to make La Huyen drop to his knees in pain. He was completely unable to fight back. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Huo raised his hand high and unleashed a finishing blow. Gaining momentum from above, he delivered a devastating strike, like an invisible axe chopping straight down on La Huyen's back. It carried a dazzling spiritual energy. La Huyen's entire body slammed onto the arena floor, causing the ground around him to crack. The main character gave a cruel smile. He struck without any mercy and then looked at his opponent. "Aren't there any better candidates?" The announcer immediately declared, "Student from number 1 high school, Yi Huo, wins." The announcer continued to yell into the microphone, another one-hit takedown, defeating the big shot La Huyen. By this point, La Huyen had been beaten to a pulp, completely motionless. On the arena floor, his face a deathly green, his mouth full of dirt and sand. The people in the stands who had bet on La Huyen were now fuming and shouting. "La Huyen talked so tough, but now he's totally flattened." In contrast, everyone's attitude toward Yi Huo had completely changed. They were in awe, as carefree as the clouds and wind. The demeanor of a true master. A completely different league. The gap is just too wide. So handsome. I want to have his babies. It was all being broadcast live. Yi Huo pretended to clean his ear, looking super cocky. The audience started buzzing again, even though he used his hand this time. It still counts as one hit, right? So strong. Truly worthy of being called the One-Punch Man. At that moment, the crowd in the stands erupted, and became more frenzied than ever. Everyone chanted his name in unison. Yi Huo, I believe in you. Yi Huo will definitely make it to the finals. Yi Huo, as expected of the man I've set my sights on, I will definitely defeat you in the finals. And so, one after another, injured contestants were continuously carried away, because anyone who faced Yi Huo ended up either crippled, maimed, or worse, unconscious. In a corner of the arena, another student was watching intently. He quietly mumbled, "So, that's Yi Huo." This student didn't seem arrogant at all. On the contrary, he was analyzing his opponent with a certain respect. Worthy of the person I see as a rival, I will definitely defeat him in the final match. At the same time, in the monitoring room of the Huadu University Admissions Committee, Yi Huo's brilliant performance had immediately caught the attention of many important figures. A man pointed at the large screen and ordered, "I want his entire file within half an hour." His subordinates replied in unison, "Yes, sir." In another battle, the announcer's voice boomed that the Group 2 qualifiers were getting extremely intense. The top-tier promotion round is about to begin. Two figures were capturing the entire arena's attention. They were two incredibly beautiful and charming girls, causing a huge stir. Damn it, a battle between two genius beauties. I'm going to enjoy this one. The girl with long, curly hair and a very stylish short skirt was known as the Queen of Number 2 High School, Sat Thiu Lin. The graceful girl pointed at her opponent and said, "Miss Liu, I absolutely hate that robotic expression of yours." Thiu Lin's formidable opponent was also known as the Ice Cold Flower, a student from Number 1 High School named Liu Truk. In response to Sat Thiu Lin's taunt, the Ice Cold Flower Liu Truk maintained her frigid expression and didn't say a single word in reply. The crowd below was getting incredibly rowdy. "I love watching beauties fight. I'm drooling. Shut your mouths, you perverts." The match began. Tweet! The referee blew a decisive whistle. Liu Truk's silence had completely enraged Sat Thiu Lin. She didn't waste any more words and launched a powerful kick to attack first. "All right, let's see if you can keep that expression when I pin you to the ground." At that very moment, to counter, Liu Truk made her move. She raised her two hands to convert energy into a circle of spiritual power in front of her, shouting the name of the technique. Liu Clan's freezing secret art. Destructive force. This swirling layer of spiritual power immediately hit Thiu Lin's long, slender legs. Its light was brilliant and completely suppressed. The force of her kick! Sat Thiu Lin kicked high and leaped up, but Truk also countered with a hand strike. Thiu Lin continuously twisted her body in midair as they both rushed towards each other. After using her legs, Thiu Lin switched to her hands. She jumped into the air, gathering a large amount of energy into her hand before lunging straight for Truk. Her eyes blazed with killing intent. Seeing Truk constantly dodging and blocking, she got annoyed and yelled, "Get serious already!" However, Thiu Lin's attack, aimed at Truk, who was her equal in power, seemed far too simple. Just as Thiu Lin's palm struck Truk's chest, her hand was suddenly locked tight in a swirling layer of spiritual power. Thiu Lin, whoa! It seems Thiu Lin just realized she made the wrong move, and her face went pale with fear. She was horrified, thinking to herself, "Crap, I fell for the trap." Her hand was caught in the shockwave, unable to pull back, giving her opponent the perfect chance to lock her in place. This was the golden opportunity to finish the fight. Truk wasted no words, focusing all her spiritual power into her fist. Consequently, it started glowing, terrifying Thiu Lin to her core. This light clearly revealed the panic on her face. Watching the spectacular and thrilling fight between the two beautiful girls, the handsome MC excitedly yelled, "A Xuanhuang martial skill. A college entrance exam candidate has mastered a Xuanhuang martial skill. This kind of talent doesn't need to be proven through exams. She could be admitted to Huado right away, but not one to be overpowered." Thiu Lin immediately summoned her beast form. The true form of a ferocious tiger appeared behind her. It was enraged, roaring wildly to attack. Thiu Lin's entire body also transformed, gaining the sharp claws and fangs of this great cat. Her aura was terrifying. This completely surprised the MC. He said, "This girl has mastered a third-rank king-level frightening Shadow Tiger King bloodline. A king-level bloodline is already difficult to control, let alone a ferocious, frightening Shadow Tiger. This girl's future is immeasurable." At that moment, taking advantage of her upper hand, Thiu Lin continued to taunt smugly, "Show me your Nether Sparrow bloodline." However, faced with Thiu Lin's seriousness and ferocity, Than Truck simply replied nonchalantly, "This is enough." These words only made Tiolin even more furious. The girl with 2 long pigtails was not at all as gentle as she appeared. On the outside, she went completely berserk, lunging forward with her sharp claws. "This is enough. How dare you say that to me? Who do you think can possibly stand against me?" The contrast between these 2 girls was stark. One was a fire type. The other ice type. One talked a lot, the other said little. One attacked relentlessly, while the other only countered. Then they both clashed, their power like a raging storm. Tiolin threw a punch aimed at Than Truck's face, but she easily dodged the attack. Tiolin gritted her teeth in frustration, still not satisfied. Tiolin then used her hind legs to lunge and attack Than Truck's lower body. The beast's sharp claws aimed straight for the target, emitting an incredibly powerful spiritual energy. Facing Tiolin's relentless assault, Than Truck chanted an incantation, forming a hand seal in front of her chest. Her eyes blazed as she shouted, "Primordial Jade Finger." After this incantation, Than Truck simply pointed one finger at the sharp claw of Tiolin. Instantly, a glowing circle of spiritual power enveloped it, and the point of contact erupted with immense force. Watching this incredibly thrilling and suspenseful battle, the audience saw the battlefield change dramatically. Than Truck and Tiolin's clash created a storm-like vortex that swirled around them. The MC yelled into the microphone. The martial auras of Liu Than Truck and Tai Tiolin are clashing violently, and the arena is filled with a cloud of dust. In the end, who will be left standing? Many spectators in the stands couldn't take their eyes off the fight. Everyone was glued to the 2 beautiful girls battling it out. The audience was on the edge of their seats. Finally, as the cloud of dust began to settle, the first person visible was Tai Tiolin. She stood tall and proud, her 2 long pigtails fluttering in the wind, though her face looked a bit tired. The MC quickly shouted, "It's Tai Tiolin! She's still standing in the ring." But suddenly his voice dropped. "Wait a minute!" At the same time, Tiolin showed signs of distress. Her eyes rolled back into her head and her face turned pale. Tiolin collapsed to the floor like a broken doll. The one standing tall and victorious was Than Truck. The MC was also stunned by this development. Tai Tiolin has collapsed from exhaustion. While Liu Than Truck remains standing tall using only martial skills, she completely overwhelmed Tai Tiolin, a 9th Dan martial apprentice of the same level, who has also awakened a king-level bloodline. She truly lives up to the name of a once-in-a-century female genius. Than Truck wasn't talkative or arrogant, but in the end, she was the winner. She glanced around at the cheering and admiring audience. The announcer boomed, "Liu Than Truck wins." Below, on the forums, countless comments and discussions erupted. "Damn, Goddess Liu is too strong. She's my idol. I declare her the top scorer of Than City. Who disagrees?" Someone else said, "If you call her the top scorer, do you even know what her bloodline is? It's a 4th-ranked Nether Sparrow. A 4th-ranked bloodline. What kind of monster is she? Most martial artists probably couldn't even beat her." And with that, the qualifying rounds for the contestants were over. And now there were enough participants for the quarterfinal drawing ceremony. The announcer called, "Next up is Yi Huo from Than number 1 for the draw." He calmly walked up and drew a lot like everyone else. This time, Yi Huo drew a ball with the letter A. He held it up and said, "A." Just as he found out his result, another student friendly approached Yi Huo and said, "I got A too. Looks like we'll be facing off." This big, brawny male student grinned widely as he introduced himself to Yi Huo. "I'm Than Quang. From Thanfong Private Academy?" He simply replied, "Yi Huo, and Than number 1. Even though they were opponents, then Quang wasn't arrogant or dismissive. On the contrary, he was very friendly and pointed to the arena, suggesting to Yi Huo, "We're the second match. Let's watch them fight first." At that moment, the announcer called out, "Quarterfinal match 1. Locktick from Thanfong Private Academy versus Sochao from Than. Number 1, on the screen, a student appeared, brimming with fighting spirit and cloaked in spiritual power. Sword in hand, this person stood before a trembling, battered opponent. Then Quang recognized him and said, "Locktick is very strong. He's a repeater who's focusing on getting into Huado this year and has mastered his awakened bloodline. But facing that Sochao, he's still powerless." Yi Huo was surprised, Sochao looking at that somewhat familiar face. Then Quang said, "He goes to your school and you don't know him." Just then, the announcer declared, "And Than number 1 high school. Sochao wins." At this moment, the principal of Thanfong Private High School was going mad with rage. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and muttered, Damn it. We lost the very first match. It seemed the further they got, the stronger the opponents became. Yi Huo turned to ask his new acquaintance, how does Locktick compare to you? The guy didn't answer immediately, just giving a slight smile. Then he shyly scratched his head and said, compared to me, heh. I'm the president of Thanfong's 12th grade martial arts club. In terms of combat power, even if those other two teammates combined their strength, they still couldn't beat me. He then glanced at Yi Huo with some hesitation and said honestly, in this exam, I think you're my strongest opponent. I've had sharp senses since I was a kid, and I can feel that you, Yi Huo, are like a dormant volcano with a massive beast hidden inside. A massive beast? This guy was clearly no simpleton. After frankly sharing his concerns with Yi Huo, just as the match concluded, he spoke to him cheerfully. Let's go. It's our turn now. Very quickly. Both. The two were on the stage facing each other. This time, they were true rivals. The announcer's voice boomed, announcing the second match of the top 8 contestants in the promotion round. Now face to face. Then Kwang and Yi Huo locked eyes, both smiling faintly. They understood each other and each other's abilities. It seemed this match wouldn't be simple, looking more like a battle between equals. The announcer's voice echoed. Quarterfinals, match 2, then Kwang of Thanfong Private Academy versus Yi Huo of Incheng number 1. Right then, the announcement blared that the Ancheng University entrance exam quarterfinals were getting intense. It seemed this opponent was no pushover, as the two were still locked in a fierce battle against Yi Huo. The force between Thon Kwang and Yi Huo emitted an incredibly powerful energy field, making the entire stadium feel like it was about to explode. Then the MC spoke into the mic. Yi Huo and Thon Kwang, the two are evenly matched. The spectators below were all affected by this power. They had to use their hands to shield their bodies from the pressure. As Thon Kwang tried to hold back his opponent, he noticed drops of blood floating in the air and realized, blood mosquitoes, this is his bloodline ability. Then Kwang tensed up, clenching his fists. Facing Yi Huo, his face darkened with killing intent as he said, how strange! You can attack directly at the cellular level. Meanwhile, Yi Huo was also in a defensive stance, thinking about his opponent. Then Kwang is using his martial aura to create a barrier, blocking the radiation. His martial arts are truly miraculous. With that thought, he looked up at Thon Kwang with a wide grin, his eyes lighting up, unafraid to show his excitement. The guy in front of him was truly a monster, worth conquering. Immediately after, then Kwang unleashed a powerful ability, his entire body emitting a terrifying amount of energy. From his sturdy hand, then Kwang launched a powerful strike, and a massive fire serpent appeared. It opened its venomous maw, hissing out a powerful blast with high damage. Then Kwang said, then let me show you. The Thon family's traditional martial art. He shouted the name of the technique, Xing Yi Quan. 2 massive, glowing punches, as fierce as a raging bull, clenched and charged straight for Yi Huo. Faced with this powerful pressure, Yi Huo was genuinely a bit flustered. He thought, too fast. I couldn't have predicted this from the main character. In an instant, then Kwang brought that fierce fist, crashing right into Yi Huo's chest. He couldn't dodge the blow and took it head on. Yi Huo's body bent like a shrimp as the announcer yelled, so strong Yi Huo, the one-hit superhuman has been hit for the first time, now! After taking a direct punch, Yi Huo coughed up blood on the spot, his face turning pale. The announcer continued, he's coughing up blood, that just goes to show how formidable then Kwang's Xing Yi Quan is. Even after such a powerful blow, Yi Huo still refused to give up. He pushed himself up with his hands on the floor, the way his feet scraped against the ground showing the sheer force of his resistance, not stopping there. Then Kwang charged forward with the power of numerous ferocious beasts, his eyes glowing as he poured a massive amount of spiritual power into his fists. Then Kwang roared, where do you think you're going? Behind him, the image of an incredibly fierce black bear appeared. Then Kwang's already large frame was further enhanced with even more power, and after just taking one brutal punch, now, Yi Huo had to fend off the black bear beast, its spiritual power swirling out in a wide vortex. In this moment of resistance, Yi Huo gathered all his strength to hold on and buy time. He thought, then Kwang isn't just attacking physically, but is also fusing it with martial aura to deal double damage. My previous opponents were all scrubs, so I have no experience fighting a strong martial artist head-on. What's weirder is that Than Quang's ability can even bend his attacks. His attacking arm, wrapped around behind Yi Huo. Our protagonist was still baffled by this strange technique. Quick as a flash! Then Quang shifted his entire body behind Yi Huo, putting him in a chokehold, pulling him tight against his large body and speaking as if he could read Yi Huo's mind. You're half right. I didn't just inject my martial aura into your body, I also locked yours, making you unable to use any martial skills. After speaking, he landed another extremely powerful blow, a strike that sent Yi Huo flying far away. In this match, Yi Huo was getting completely thrashed by Than Quang's powerful attacks, each equivalent to a different ferocious beast. Before Yi Huo could even hit the ground and prepare, Than Quang, with extreme ferocity on the stage, immediately lunged forward. This stance manifested the power of a tiger, an incredibly fierce and aggressive tiger. It charged to attack, baring its sharp fangs. In midair, then Quang flew in to deliver another knockout blow to Yi Huo. He coughed up blood on the spot, a long trail of it flying through the air. Then Quang's punch successfully and utterly shattered the hopes of An Cheng. But even that wasn't enough. Then Quang spread his arms and charged again like a great eagle spreading its massive wings, his entire body radiating an incredibly terrifying aura. Then Quang flew forward with his mouth wide open, filled with the triumphant glee of a victor. Then Quang screamed, Yi Huo, you can't beat me! At this moment, Yi Huo immediately threw his arms up in front of his face to continue defending. He hastily shielded himself, not even having a chance to think about a counterattack. A powerful pillar of spiritual energy descended from above like a devastating massacre. As soon as it hit the stage floor, the ground exploded, sending debris flying everywhere. Then Quang might be friendly, but his power was anything but. Right now, after the dust completely settled, the large figure of Than Quang remained, standing, with his arms crossed, laughing loudly. Haha, that was awesome! At the same time, the announcer said, Then Quang's combo leaves Yi Huo unable to defend. The medical staff is preparing to enter the arena. A normal martial artist would have lost half their life to that combo. It seems the result is clear. Then Quang of Than Fong Private Academy will... But before the MC could finish his sentence, a sound came from within the cloud of dust. Just when he thought victory was within his grasp, then Quang glanced over at the slight movement, and then he reeled back in shock, exclaiming, This aura is so strong in front of Than Quang, where Yi Huo had fallen, a dark and immensely powerful energy erupted. This pressure exploded with incredible force, emitting a sinister aura. From behind the thick, dark cloud of dust, the foot of a ferocious beast appeared. It was incredibly sharp and tough. Yi Huo had to transform his class to be able to face Than Quang. His entire body was as if covered in a layer of tough gorilla-scale armor. His eyes flashed with an incredibly terrifying energy, and his whole body radiated an overwhelming pressure. After successfully transforming his body, Yi Huo, in a badass new form, looked straight at his opponent with glowing eyes and acknowledged, You are very strong, Than Quang. As your reward, you'll be the first person to see this form of mine. At the same time, the announcer's voice rang out. A high school student who can transform into a demon beast gets a special exemption from the Huadu University entrance exam. I can't believe it! Besides Liu Qingju, An Cheng had another bloodline genius. Who knew Yi Huo would be this badass? Shen Guang stood awkwardly before him, breaking out in a cold sweat and stammering, Is that a true beast form? Yi He slowly stepped forward. Shen Guang trembled in fear under the pressure. A powerful bright blue aura erupted from Yi Hei's body, his overwhelming presence spreading with every step. Shen Guang shivered. Your bloodline awakening has reached such a high level, the MC announced over the speaker. Each judge had a monitoring headset to track the contestants and other factors. One of the teachers was annoyed by the sound coming from his headset. Suddenly, his eyes flew open in shock as he stared at the system panel before him. It showed a radiation index of 999,000 on 999. The teacher said in disbelief, What's going on? The radiation is off the charts. The MC's announcement came through the speakers, concerned it would affect the match. He read loud and clear. The judges have detected an issue. After seeing Yi Hei's true beast form, they enveloped the arena with a martial aura to prevent any nuclear energy leaks. The crowd in the stands buzzed with excitement. Is this Yi Hei's bloodline awakening so cool? Does anyone know what bloodline he awakened? I go to number 1 high. I heard it's an unknown bloodline. How can something this strong be unknown? Yi He saw everyone's completely reversed, awestruck reactions. He glanced over with a super smug look and thought, looks like Blue Star doesn't have a creature like a gorilla, and right now, my opponent is totally bewildered. Shen Guang looked fearfully at the blood he'd just wiped from his nose and muttered, My nose is bleeding again. My martial aura can't block his energy.
Looks like I can't drag this fight out.
Shen Guang immediately erupted with power too, revealing his own awakened class ability. Behind him, the fierce true form of a red-nosed baboon appeared. It opened its mouth wide and roared. Shen Guang's body also bulked up in response, preparing to fight back against Yi Huo. The announcer's voice boomed, Another third stage, King Rank Bloodline. This exam is full of masters, combining the power of the baboon with the fiery punch of a python. Shen Guang pointed directly at the gorilla Yi. He was calm, not rushing to dodge, facing Shen Guang's strongest attack yet. Yi He also powered up. A massive amount of spirit energy radiated out to counter it as he yelled out his martial skill. Shen Guang continued to charge forward confidently, hoping to end the match. Before he could even build up his full force, the power from Yi He's attack overwhelmed Shen Guang. As it neared his face, its pressure blasted back, slamming right into Shen Guang's face. He charged in only to eat a gushing stream technique, stopping abruptly. Shen Guang looked at his bleeding arm, his face turning pale as he said, Ah, my arm, if I hadn't dispersed the force in time, my entire arm would have been shattered. So much for his earlier boasting, what an embarrassment! His combat power was now weakening, and he was suffering from the pain in his arm. Yi He, now with the same powerful aura Shen Guang had at the start, brazenly walked forward and said bluntly, You're very skilled, but unfortunately, that won't change the outcome. The announcer declared, In this quarterfinal match of the university entrance exam, a third stage, King Rank Bloodline has appeared, while on the other side is a Magic Beast Bloodline. So powerful it can't be identified. What a rare sight, both contestants on the stage have revealed their class abilities. Shen Guang frowned, his eyes thoughtfully analyzing his opponent. He realized that after awakening his bloodline, Yi He had become unfathomably strong, and his martial aura was no longer suppressed. Deep down, Shen Guang knew his only option was to retreat for now, but Yi Huo wasn't about to give him the chance. He lunged forward like a wild beast, his aura exploding in all directions as he tensed his sharp claws. He growled, Hey, big guy, stop daydreaming. With that, a barrage of blows rained down on Shen Guang's guardian form. The force was so terrifying it made the giant stagger and fall backward, seizing the opportunity. Shen Guang threw a bizarre, twisting punch, his spirit energy flaring intensely. Using the flexibility of the move, he clamped down on Yi Hei's muscular gorilla arm like a vice. It was a surprise lock. Then, with a clever move using the momentum, Shen Guang used his opponent's own arm as a pivot to swing behind him. He was preparing for a powerful finishing blow, saying confidently, As expected, I can't take you head on, but my goal was to get behind you. In that instant, he took a wide leap, and just a second later, a giant foot like a small mountain came crashing down on Yi Hei's head with terrifying force. However, Yi He only flinched for a moment and looked up, his eyes showing no trace of fear. Immediately, Shen Guang brought down a heaven-sent stomp from above, as if trying to crush his opponent into dust. The massive silhouette of that foot landed, causing the entire arena to shake and suffer heavy damage. After executing the move, Shen Guang landed majestically, his aura still blazing, but then his eyes widened in utter disbelief amidst the cloud of dust. Yi He was still standing tall, completely unscathed. His eyes glowed brightly as he crossed his arms in front of his chest with a dignified air. Then, he simply pulled his foot, which had been sunk deep into the shattered arena floor. Out! Yi He lowered his voice slightly, but every word carried a deadly threat. Now, it's my turn. Right after, Yi He raised his left hand, concentrating all his power to gather a massive ball of energy. His hand glowed intensely, draining the surrounding energy field into it like a hurricane. Just as he was about to lunge forward and strike, his opponent suddenly dropped to his knees and bowed his head in surrender. Seeing this, Yi He was completely stunned. Immediately, without any hesitation, Shen Guang started kowtowing repeatedly. Before Yi He, not daring to look up, he said, Big bro Yi He, I surrender boss. I'm ready for whatever. At that moment, Yi He's mind was just filled with giant question marks. feeling incredibly frustrated. He felt like he was going to lose it. He opened his mouth and roared. Do you have any idea how annoying that sneak attack was? And now I don't even get to fight back. This is pissing me off. But he didn't attack. Since his opponent had surrendered so sincerely, he had to let it go. Lowering his hand, the spirit energy dissipated as he mumbled, "Ugh, whatever." Then, he opened his mouth and exhaled a stream of residual nuclear energy, muttering, "Compressing that energy is so uncomfortable." A moment later, Yi returned to his normal state. He clutched his head and told himself, "According to the rules, when one side surrenders, the other can't attack anymore." The announcer's voice rang out. "The match is over. Yi from Ancheng's #1 high school is the winner." The stands erupted in a frenzy of cheers. Everyone was pumping their fists in the air, shouting, "Big Bro Yi is so cool! Big Bro Yi is a beast! Big Bro Yi is the champ!" On the forums, the online community didn't stay quiet either, releasing a flood of memes mocking Shen Guang. Shen Guang before the match, "Y'all, I will win." Shen Guang couldn't even make Lord Yi Huo use his full power after the match. I'm truly sorry. And after that, badass clips of Yi Huo flooded YouTube, so everyone was singing his praises, and even a fan club was established. Yi Huo has 4 QQ group chats, and the first 3 are already full. Compilation clips of Brother Yi's fights. Remember to follow me. This year's exam champion is definitely our brother Yi Lu. Qingju from Chuzhou is no match for him in the leadership area of Qingfeng Private Academy. The principal was fuming. He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and said, "Luo Si already lost. I bet everything on you. Shen Guan, how could you lose like that?" After a dejected Shen Guan returned, "This teacher took all his anger out on him. You dared to surrender. Do you know how much money we invested in you, you ungrateful piece of trash? Don't even think about going to college until you pay it all back." Shen Guan didn't answer. He just gently placed his muscular arm on the old teacher's shoulder. The old teacher stammered, "You, what are you trying to do?" The towering Shen Guan looked down at the teacher and replied, "I couldn't take that punch. I surrendered so I wouldn't damage my foundation. If I didn't surrender, you could have gone up and taken that punch for me. As for the school's kindness, I will repay it slowly in the future. But remember this, you can't threaten a martial artist who is stronger than you." These words from Shen Guan scared the teacher half to death. He pressed his lips together and trembled, stammering, Fine, you have a point." Back at the competition, the announcer declared that after a series of intense matches, the 4 strongest candidates had been decided. Ancheng #1 high school became the big winner, taking 3 of the top 4 spots in the leadership area of Chuzhou #1 high school. The principal was smugly fanning himself. It seems old Lu has been at the school long enough. It's time for a promotion. At home, Yi Huo's homeroom teacher was as happy as if he'd won the lottery. "Yi Huo is amazing." The announcer's voice rang out again, starting the draw for the semifinals. Yi Huo went to draw, looking bored. "It's A again." At that moment, another contestant responded, "I'm also A." Before Yi Huo stood the Ice Queen, Liu Qingju, appearing before him looking absolutely radiant. A moment later, the announcer declared, the first semifinal match is an internal battle for Ancheng #1 high school Yi Huo versus Liu Qingju on the forums. Many online viewers were buzzing with comments. "Holy crap, I've been waiting for this match forever. The most epic battle in the history of the Ancheng college entrance exams. Go, Goddess Liu. The most anticipated match since the start of the exams. Brother Yi will definitely win." To the person above, "I think Goddess Liu has the upper hand. She's already mastered Tu Zhuanhuang martial techniques. That alone puts her above Shaolin Tai, who has a 3rd stage king-level bloodline. Her 4th stage Nether Sparrow bloodline hasn't even been revealed yet. Shen Guan also has a 3rd stage king-level bloodline, and Yi Huo was already forced to awaken his... Although Yi Huo's bloodline seems very high level, probably also 4th stage, it can't compare to Goddess Liu, who is also 4th stage and has profound martial arts mastery." Agreed, that makes sense. The mere announcement of the semi-final match had the crowd roaring. The atmosphere was explosive. The referee stood between them as Liu Qingju and Yi Huo took their places on the stage. The referee shouted loudly, "Liu Qingju from Ancheng #1 high school, Yi Huo from Ancheng #1 high school." The referee dropped into a low stance, thrust his arm out decisively, and yelled, "Let the match begin." The moment he finished speaking, Yi Huo's entire body erupted. With a ferocious power, a powerful aura radiated all around him, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. Qingju had to shield her eyes, squinting to see him. A dark silhouette appeared before her, surrounded by a swirling vortex of energy that raged around him. Two glowing flames even appeared on his head. Yi Huo was going all out from the very start, making Liu Qingzhu seem momentarily overwhelmed. She was startled and a bit intimidated by this power, and the light from Yi Huo shone on Liu Qingzhu's beautiful face. She stared intently at him, thinking to herself, Yi Huo, I hope you're strong enough. After Yi Huo's show of force on the stage, the announcer's voice boomed. Yi Huo versus Liu Qingzhu. The semi-final match is heating up. As soon as the match began, Yi Huo released a massive amount of steam that enveloped the entire arena. This opening flex from Yi Huo made everyone in the audience scream in shock. What is going on? I can't see anything at all. The male MC was also fired up and ecstatic. He slammed his hands on the desk and yelled into the mic. Liu Qingzhu, the genius prodigy of the Liu family, how will she handle this year's dark horse? Yi Huo, let's find out. Is this another bloodline awakening from Yi Huo? Let's get a closer look back in the incredibly tense arena. Yi Huo looked up at the vague yet perfectly curvy silhouette of his opponent emerging from the dust cloud. He thought, Liu Qingzhu is superior in martial techniques. With those incredible skills, it'll be hard to land a hit no matter how much power I use. Even though he possessed his own brand of overwhelming power, Yi Huo didn't underestimate his opponent in the slightest. He pursed his lips, analyzing her in his mind. This opponent isn't just a martial arts genius, she also has an extremely high combat IQ. The longer this drags on, the worse it'll be for me. I have to go all out from the very beginning, swoosh. With that thought, he sprang into action, leaping into the air and gathering a massive amount of energy in his palm and launching a direct attack. A huge grin spread across his face, and the light from the attack revealed our boy's wicked smile. But Liu Qingzhu was no pushover. She immediately used her ability, raising her hands to block. Her hands twisted together to form a solid defensive barrier. Qingzhu's eyes narrowed as she thought, a frontal assault, I'll just defend and then counterattack. Suddenly, Yi Huo didn't follow through with the punch. He moved with incredible speed, creating multiple afterimages of himself, and then attacked Qingzhu with his gorilla tail. Yi Huo leaned in and whipped a strike toward the beautiful Liu Qingzhu's waist. The powerful lash moved like a crashing wave. Qingzhu cursed under her breath in frustration. So tricky. He dared to fake me out. She quickly retreated, spinning to dodge the attack, inwardly fuming at that rotten guy. He feinted with his fist, but attacked with his steel tail. That Yi Huo is a damn shameless bastard. Then, without a shred of modesty, he used his gorilla power, opening his huge maw and roaring out streams of toxic nuclear energy, concentrating a powerful aura in his hands. Yi Huo leaped high into the air. He clenched his fist and curled his body like a mantis shrimp, preparing to dive and attack the beautiful long-legged Liu Qingzhu. The fight was being live-streamed on the forums, with tons of people watching and commenting, "Oh, the poor goddess, all's fair in love and war. All's fair in war." Oh no, that move threw the goddess off her rhythm. Yi Huo's pressure is too intense. Liu Qingzhu has no room to escape, and right now, the young Qingzhu is struggling to resist Yi Huo's overwhelming assault. Both of them. You could say they were almost evenly matched. He threw a powerful punch past her face, but Qingzhu managed to lean back and dodge it. The forum below commented that Yi He's weapon key pushed Liu Qingzhu back. Maybe she could escape this time. But just then, Yi He aimed right for the girl's stomach. He slammed a punch into her, forcing her to curl up and take the blow. The force erupted in a brilliant flash, giving a hint of how ferociously powerful Yi He's attacks were. He then crouched down, brought his hands forward, and generated an explosive energy shockwave, which sent Liu Qingzhu flying. Even though his opponent was a woman, Yi Huo was going all out. Someone on the forum commented, "There's no escaping those weapon key-infused claws." He followed up with a barrage of attacks aimed right at her. Now, Yi He raised his tough gorilla claws high. His eyes glinted dangerously as he taunted his opponent. "It's not going to be that easy." He clenched his fist with a triumphant smirk. Yi He then spun around again, unleashing a mighty blow, sending a vortex of energy hurtling toward Qingzhu. She had to constantly backpedal to dodge the damage. From the very beginning, Qingzhu was forced to endure Yi He's relentless attacks. She was starting to panic a little. Her eyes widened in terror, claws infused with weapon ki. She had barely finished the thought when Yi He launched another attack at her. Qingzhu had to push off and jump, narrowly dodging the full force of the blow. Without letting Qingju rest, Yi Huo unleashed another explosive blow, erupting with intense energy. It looked like he was gearing up for an even more powerful attack. Qingju stood firm on one leg, carefully watching her opponent's every move. Yet, the moment she glanced up, Yi Huo appeared right in front of her with a demonic laugh. His face dark, his clenched fists glowed with two orbs of energy. He said, "Don't run, classmate Lu." After saying that, Yi He turned into a soulless monster, relentlessly pummeling Qingju's upper body. His hands slammed into her again and again, and all that could be seen was a blur of motion, of intense light. Qingju hadn't had a single chance to counterattack. She was trying to defend and wait for an opening, stealing glances at Yi He's murderous aura. She thought in terror, doesn't he get tired from this relentless assault? What monstrous stamina. She thought, I've mastered 2 Zhuan Huang level martial arts. One is the Liu clan's secret technique, the defensive ephemeral flower shadow transformation. And the other is the offensive primordial jade finger, the Liu clan's ephemeral flower shadow. Zhuan Huang martial art, the primordial jade finger. If I can just unleash one of them, I can break free from being suppressed. Unfortunately, Yi He isn't giving me an opening. I can't hold on much longer. I'm going to be knocked out of the ring. Right now. Qingju was still, using all her strength to resist Yi Hei's terrifying assault. Qingju gritted her teeth, thinking, I have no other choice. Suddenly, a feather appeared on Yi Hei's fist, and it even had an aura of strange purple demonic energy. He tried to tighten his fist, trying not to be affected. This totally threw Yi Hei off his game. He stared at it, a little concerned, not quite understanding what was going on. Seizing the opportunity, Qingju used the energy from her eyes. Looking forward, one of her eyes had transformed into the dark eye of a wild beast. Still resisting, Qingju thought with determination. I have to use my last resort. Then came the appearance of feathers. 1, then 2. These weren't ordinary feathers. They carried a spiritual power that he could sense was dangerous to touch. All of a sudden, Qingju's dark silhouette appeared before him. She had completely transformed into a beast-like form, with 2 massive wings on her back that carried her high into the air like a giant bird. He looked up, completely caught off guard. Qingju's hidden beast-type profession was revealed. The Netherworld Sparrow bloodline spreading her left wing and her right. Qingju was absolutely divine in her Netherworld Sparrow form, her whole body radiating energy. It came with a perfect figure and legs for days. Even like this, she was stunningly beautiful. The announcer's voice boomed. First time Bloodlines awakening. Lu Qingju has revealed her Netherworld Sparrow bloodline. Turns out she was just holding back this whole time. And now, it's finally her time to shine. Qingju lifted her head and glared down at Yi He. She raised a hand brimming with power and whispered with a deadly serious expression, Yi He, be careful. In this state, I can't control my own strength. Faced with her intimidating aura, Yi He was completely unfazed. In fact, he was even more excited to be fighting a powered-up opponent. He smirked at her and shot back. Oh, that's good to hear, because I've only been using 50% of my power until now, before Yi He could even finish. Qingju used her power, her Netherworld Sparrow ability to envelop his body and weaken him. Caught off guard by the attack, Yi He froze for a second. Qingju appeared behind him, raising her hand to gather an enormous amount of energy, preparing for a decisive all-or-nothing strike. However, Yi He had already predicted this move. Instead of dodging, he suddenly spun around, clenching his own fist and pouring power into a counterattack. The look on his face was terrifying, his mouth agape. You've never seen a guy be so shameless when fighting a pretty girl. The 2 opponents faced off directly in the arena. 2 fighters, 2 powers. They rushed at each other as if their lives depended on it. The force erupting from their clash was absolutely immense. It shook the entire arena, with both fighters determined to win. The aftershock from the clash of their immense powers even affected the audience below. They screamed in a panic. That's terrifying. The shockwave is so intense, I can't even open my eyes. Ah! Boom! A massive explosion echoed everywhere. After the dust started to settle, all you could see was Qingju covering her face with both hands, not daring to look forward. She waited until the danger had passed before daring to look up. Her eyes flew wide open, as if she had just witnessed something horrible. Yi Huo, standing before her, had also changed his form. He was now pitch black. His body structure had changed. His arms and legs had become beast-like, and the energy of the thunderclap gorilla nucleus exploded from him, radiating everywhere. His skin had been replaced by the iron-hard hide of a gorilla. He fixed his glowing eyes. Right on Qingju, a bright light of energy glowing in his mouth. The fight was getting incredibly intense and exciting. From where our MC Yi Huo stood, he unleashed a powerful surge of energy like a bolt of lightning. The announcer exclaimed, "The semifinals have reached their climax with this dramatic showdown." This made his beautiful opponent recoil in fear. "This energy wave is too dangerous." The announcer continued, "What is this? It looks like the true demonic beast form of..." Dichhua is gathering energy. Dichhua transforms into a new form. And even more surprisingly, hard gorilla-like scales grow on his back. It emits nuclear energy, and the arena floor shatters under his feet. The MC focuses on the feature on Dichhua's back. The large, flat scales carry a powerful electrofire energy. The protruding spine on his back is absorbing a huge stream of energy and gradually channeling it to his mouth. Dichhua turns into a gorilla, his mouth looking like it's been torn wide open, unleashing a massive amount of energy from within. There are no longer any signs of a human on Dichhua. He hunches over, using his ability by releasing a pillar of power from his mouth. It spirals and shoots straight towards Thantruk. Blinding shockwaves radiate from around him. The massive energy pillar heads straight for Thantruk. Facing this, her entire body feels locked in place because of its powerful speed and impact. Her large wings are paralyzed, and it's too late to run, so Thantruk uses her own wings to shield herself. She curls up, just hoping the attack will pass. Inside her feathered cocoon, Thantruk is extremely worried, and it shows clearly in her spirit-filled eyes. The momentum of the power column Dichhua fired continues to advance. It's enormous and utterly terrifying as it attacks the small girl. Thantruk, the moment it makes contact with the beauty's wings, the point of impact explodes, sending streams of radiation flying everywhere. Thantruk is using her bloodline awakening, the feather shadow counter. A lot of Thantruk's feathers fall off. Watching the fight closely, the announcer's voice rings out. "This is bad. Dichhua's breath attack is being refracted by Lu Thantruk's feathers." Dichhua didn't hold back, but Thantruk is no pushover either. Many people below turned purple with fear as the impact even reached the audience. On the stands in front of them, numerous spots of light suddenly appeared. Like lamps, they have a honeycomb shape and structure, glowing a brilliant yellow. These shields effectively resist the energy field emitted by Dichhua. His power clashes with the barriers, causing loud explosions. The shields are present in many places, ensuring the safety of everyone watching the match. The person who created these shields is Hoang Khan, the mayor of An City. This man is elegantly and handsomely dressed, using his internal energy to maintain safety for the match. He raises his eyes to the fight and says, "Just watch. The strongest champion in An City's history will be born today." Up above, the crowd is endlessly excited, with so many people cheering and applauding like a wave. The handsome, gelled hair MC shouts into the microphone, "Thank goodness, the audience is protected thanks to Mayor Hoang." Back in the arena, many drops of red liquid spatter onto the floor. This fluid is coming from Thantruk, who took the full force of Dichhua's power. The girl looks completely battered. Her wings are torn to shreds, and she's worried her outfit will fall apart completely. Thantruk is utterly exhausted, coughing up blood. She looks at him and struggles to say each word. "With just one blow, he broke my netherworld sparrow defense. Ah, can I even beat him?" A whisper echoes from the past. Since childhood, Liu Thantruk has had to carry the burden of many past generations on her shoulders. Liu Thantruk, you are the hope for the Liu family's revival. You are not allowed to lose. The ancestors of the Liu family are watching you for generations. Don't let us down. She always had to try to appear strong, but inside, Thantruk is just a weak little girl. In her heart, she always remembers her mother's words. "Thantruk, I poured my heart and soul into training you, so that one day you could revive our clan. You are not allowed to be willful." Thantruk was never allowed to make her own decisions. She was always weak. "Mom," those words still ring in her ears. "You must not only win this match, you must always win from now on." Thantruk struggles to whisper, "But Mom, I can't breathe anymore." With a helpless gaze, she looks up at her opponent in front of her and whispers, "I'm so tired." Dichhua stands powerfully and imposingly before her, his eyes and aura screaming of a victor. Thantruk tells herself, "Dichhua is really strong." Then she looks back at her own battered body, and Thantruk's spirit begins to waver. Facing an opponent like this, losing is normal, right? She decides to fight to the end, dragging her wounded body and mustering her strength to just get the fight with Yi Huo over with. As Than Truck rushes forward, she thinks, I'm intentionally leaving an opening. Surely Yi Huo will notice just finish me, because if I lose this match, I can't go back and face my family. Than Truck wants to die right here. She flies in and lands a light palm strike on Yi Huo's chest to give him an easy opportunity to end her miserable life. But Yi Huo doesn't act. Than Truck is completely surprised. She looks up at him and asks, Why didn't you dodge? Yi Huo looks down at her with a solemn expression, asking emotionlessly, Classmate Than Truck, why has your fighting spirit vanished? Seen through by Yi Huo, Than Truck is startled, her eyes widening as she looks at him. Yi Huo's gaze is intense and extremely angry, his face darkening. Do you even see me as a real opponent? Instantly, his entire body erupts with a brilliant gorilla power, channeling it into his fist. He opens his mouth and clearly enunciates every word. I don't want to win this championship in such a cowardly way. Facing him, even her beautiful face freezes. Deep within her eyes are many worries and fear of what's happening before her, without any mercy. Yi Huo is like a beast. He lunges forward and swings a powerful fist at Than Truck's face, completely helpless. She takes her two hands to cover her face, hitting Than Truck to snap her out of it. He turns back and growls, Snap out of it! And then unleashes a continuous flurry of punches on the Ice Queen. Smack! Are you gonna get serious, Smack? Are you gonna get serious? Smack Than Truck falls, taking punch after punch until she can't bear it anymore and yells, You jerk! No one has ever dared to hit me like this in my entire life! Than Truck covers her head, taking the hits while trying to shout, I was already trying to let you win. So why do you keep coming after me? Her endurance pushed past its limit. Than Truck seems to unleash her hidden power. A massive and incredibly dangerous energy field erupts all around her. Than Truck exclaims, Don't hit a girl in the face, you bastard! Only then does Yi Huo finally stop. His pupils light up and he looks at her with a smirk, saying, That's right, if you don't want to get hit in the face, then get serious. It seems Yi Huo has successfully helped his opponent break through to the highest level of her class. Her current form is even more radiant and powerful than before. Her wings have also recovered, and they're even larger now, radiating a high damage aura all around. A new interface. The true beast form. At full power, she gives a stunningly beautiful glance and says, Yi Huo, just as you wished, I will use my strongest form to defeat you. Currently, Than Truck has transformed into her peak form, her widespread wings radiating an intimidating light. Powerful! He looked up, totally in awe of her badassery. A smirk spread across Yi Huo's face, his eyes widening with excitement at seeing her like this. So she's finally revealing her true demonic beast form. Huh, now this is what I call fun. Yi Huo quickly activated his gorilla form. He tensed every muscle and cell in his body, which transformed into a layer of tough scales, and his whole body blazed with intense blue flames. Yi Huo grinned with satisfaction, knowing he was about to have one hell of a fight. Opening his gorilla mouth wide, Yi Huo began to gather energy and roared excitedly. Well then, I can't go easy on you. To him, Than Truck was like a prime cut of meat, and he was ready to savor the fight. He quickly leaped forward, the force from his feet like an explosion. Noticing Yi Huo's attack, Than Truck turned to look with a dangerous glint in her eyes, already thinking of a counterattack. She wasn't about to just sit there and die. Instantly, a vortex of terrifying energy formed around Than Truck. It quickly sucked in power, extending out like a brilliant, glowing tornado, just as Yi Huo flew in with all his might. The tornado enveloped him like a funnel. Gorilla Yi Huo charged forward with terrifying power amidst a swirl of energy and thick dust, but his eyes were still locked onto Than Truck's long legs, at her cute, puckered little mouth. She took a deep breath, then opened her mouth wide to unleash a powerful energy field. A shockwave erupted from it. Than Truck fought with her whole body puffed up. Than Truck released her internal energy, her strongest power. It clashed with the gorilla's nuclear energy that was rocketing straight at her from Yi Huo. The two forces collided, making the entire area tremble. When the sonic wave from Than Truck's mouth swept over, Yi Huo reacted with lightning speed. He threw his two hands up to block his face. Peering intensely from behind his sturdy arms, he growled in response. You think you're the only one who knows how to scream? Instantly, Yi Huo gathered energy into the large scales along his spine. Sparks of nuclear energy glowed, looking like they were about to overflow from being overcharged. Than Truck facing this move for the second time, raised her hands to her forehead to prepare a counter and said, "That old trick again. I won't back down this time." Then she chanted aloud, abandoning all defense to unleash the ultimate technique of the Liu clan. An insane amount of power erupted from Than Truck's temples, shining so brightly that her beautiful face was obscured, leaving only her perfect body floating in midair. With energy surging, Than Truck's spirit had changed, and she screamed with determination. "I'll face you head on." Just as Than Truck prepared to receive the attack, the pillar of nuclear energy from the gorilla's mouth shot straight towards her, Yi Huo straining his body to make the beam longer. At the same time, Than Truck bounced her massive assets and arched her back, forming a sphere of energy in her hand. She focused all her power and yelled, "Power of the bloodline." The glowing sphere in her hand instantly transformed into multiple arrows. They grew larger as they shot towards the target in front of her. The two powers were about to clash again. But hey guys, did you notice something? Yi Huo's cylindrical energy beam looked a little sus, while Than Truck's attack looked like a hand reaching out to grab it. The battle was getting intense, and down in the stands, everyone was on the edge of their seats. Amidst the deafening warning sirens from the loudspeakers, the two world-shaking powers collided. Yi Huo's atomic breath, a destructive ball of energy, met Liu Than Truck's nether bloodthorns, which carried a deathly aura head-on, creating a supersized shockwave that tore space itself apart. The stands erupted in panic, people clenching their fists and jumping to their feet as someone screamed in terror. "This is bad. A collision of this magnitude isn't something two disciples can control." Realizing the imminent danger, the mayor of Than couldn't just sit back. To protect the audience from the terrifying aftershock, Huang Kun immediately used his ability, concentrating power into two fingertips. He muttered, "Gen technique." Instantly, three massive barrier walls rose from the ground, standing firmly in front of the stands. However, the power from the two contestants' energy explosion was too immense. Its aftershock even caused the ground beneath the walls to crack open. When that raging torrent of energy made contact with the defensive line, the thick, sturdy wall shattered into pieces in the blink of an eye. After the aftershock passed, everyone in the stands was completely horrified. The shock was just too terrifying. Was that wall really created by the mayor? They looked at the shield that had just been destroyed, now just scattered debris, which was enough to imagine how terrifying the attack had been. The mayor tried to stop the two of them. If he hadn't stepped in, we probably all would have been caught in the blast. Huang Kun looked at the wall he created, so easily shattered, and thought grimly to himself. The 3 layers of the divine earth vein wall were put up too hastily. They weren't as solid as usual. In the end, it let Yi Huo's and Liu Than Truck's attacks clash head-on. Who would have thought this year's tournament would have 2 contestants so far beyond expectations back in the arena? Blood was pouring from Than Truck's slender, delicate hand like water. Panting heavily, she had returned to her normal human form. One of her hands was severely bruised and purple, looking completely mangled. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, the girl was huddled over her battered body. Than Truck struggled to breathe out the words, "Huh! The power of my true demonic beast form is all used up." Lifting her face with an unyielding look in her eyes, even though the situation was hopeless, she still whispered, "I can't give up. I can still fight." Yi Huo stomped his foot on the ground and instantly appeared in front of her. He had also returned to his normal state, but there wasn't a single scratch on him. In complete contrast, Than Truck's clothes were tattered and her right arm was practically useless. After resigning herself to fighting with all she had left, Than Truck looked at Yi Huo. Confused, she thought. My attack clearly hit him. How is he completely unharmed? On his side, he gently looked down at the battered Than Truck and said in a low voice, "If you don't get rid of that radiation on you soon, you'll be crippled for life." His words proved that Yi Huo had attacked but still left her a way out. Than Truck bit her lip, her body trembling. Then she looked up, her eyes wide as tears welled up. The poor girl retorted, "I didn't want to fight." To this extent, why did you keep forcing me? In response, he slowly and gently crouched down. He looked the girl's face over, from top to bottom, observing her without saying a word. A moment later, Yi Huo was strangely kind. He had lost his usual trollish demeanor, but spoke to her with extreme seriousness. "Do you really not want to fight, or are you just stubbornly refusing to admit your own desire to win while you were fighting for your life? I could feel your thirst for victory." Called out on the spot! Than Truck stared at him in a daze, unable to say anything more as her small mouth just trembled. Ah, Than Truck thought to herself, he's right. I really wanted to beat him just now. so I dropped my defense and went all out. But what am I doing? I clearly hate fighting and wanted to lose quickly. Yet, in that moment of battle, I truly felt it, the thrill of fighting for myself and not for anyone else, while her inner self was in a fierce struggle. Right at that moment, Yi Huo's warm hand gently rested on her shoulder. Thane Truk blushed and looked up, suddenly having strange thoughts about the guy who had just beaten her black and blue. So this is what a gentleman is like. He beats you to a pulp, and now he has the responsibility to patch you up good as new. Yi Huo channeled energy into her arm, speaking as he worked. In battle, you carry too many distracting thoughts. Thane Truk was dumbfounded. Once he was done, the girl's arm was back to normal. He turned his back and said coldly, "That is the reason for your failure." Thane Truk looked at her arm in astonishment. Were the wound and the radiation from his hand completely gone? To Thane Truk, Yi Huo wasn't arrogant, like the others. He still acknowledged her strength, even adding, "But you are still the strongest opponent I've ever faced." Yi Huo turned his head back, looked down, and gave a slight smile, continuing, "Next time, if there's a chance, I'd really like to have a completely pure battle with you." Oh, Liu Thane Truk, this was enough to make a maiden's heart flutter. Her face turned red as a tomato, her sparkling eyes looking at him with obvious adoration. Yi Huo, huh? And now, Yi Huo stood in the middle of the arena. He had won a round, in a way that earned everyone's complete admiration. The announcer's voice boomed, "As the dust settles, it's Yi Huo. Yi Huo is still standing on the stage." He raised his arm straight into the air, flashing that familiar, sly, victorious smile, becoming the focal point of the entire stadium. And the announcer declared the end of the first semifinal match. Yi Huo, from Thane No. 1 High School, is the winner. The screen then showed the image of Yi Huo's next opponent. The announcer stated that after Yi Huo defeated Liu Thane Truk, So Chow also, unsurprisingly, secured his victory. So Chow, the high school division finals, the biggest climax of the Onthen entrance exams, the battle for the championship title is about to begin. The dark horse from Onthen No. 1 High, Yi Huo, versus also from Onthen No. 1 High, So Chow. At its peak, the number of live viewers began to skyrocket, increasing by 69,421,156 people, increasing by 1,047,486 people, increasing by 525,486 people, and increasing by 6,258 people. The total live viewership reached 496,588,741. The Onthan entrance exam now begins. So Chow lowered his stance, holding his energy-brimming sword with one hand forward and one back, his sharp gaze fixed on Yi Huo. "Let's have a good fight." In response to this cool opening, Yi Huo flashed a long, dangerous grin, already gathering his energy and glaring at his opponent with excitement. "Bring it on!" So Chow was the first to strike. He began to swing his sword and execute his techniques to gather energy. Then, he leaped up to attack. So Chow swung his arm high, his strike unleashing immense power. 7-star stride. In response to this move, Yi Huo just stood there. He crossed his arms, his expression blank, letting all the power from So Chow's attack crash into him. He tensed both arms, then channeled energy inward. Yi Huo opened his mouth and yelled, "Atomic!" Following that, a surge of energy erupted like a blazing fire, and he shouted, "Fire cannon fist!" bending over with both hands, slamming down hard on the ground. At the point of impact, Yi Huo's atomic energy completely shattered. So Chow's 7-star stride, a powerful shockwave blasted out, overwhelming everything. Yi Huo's combat power was just too immense. So Chow, on his side, couldn't even stand steady. He used his hand to shield his eyes so he could see clearly. Holding his glowing blade, he muttered, "Too lazy to even find my clones, you just used a simple, brutal method to blow them all away." As this was no ordinary opponent, So Chow was extremely tense and was analyzing his opponent with clarity. My defenses can't possibly clash head-on with Yi Huo. Or rather, is there anyone in our generation who can go one-on-one with him? He's a total monster. Immediately after, focusing his combat spirit, he raised his hand and then his demeanor changed. His eyes changed color. "If I can't fight you up close, then I'll just have to fight you from a distance." So Chow shouted, "Bloodline awakening." It was only the beginning of the match, and So Chow had already awakened his bloodline. His true form was a divine dragon. It was enormous and had an incredibly ferocious appearance. So Chow's entire body also changed, his hands and head transforming. Immediately after, he gathered energy in his hand. So Chow demonstrated the power of himself. swinging his arm and shouting, "Frost Demon Dragon, Bloodline Power, Ice Pulse." The livestream viewers who witnessed this exploded with comments, "Whoa, so Chao actually created a mountain of ice. This kind of frost is truly that of a reborn demon dragon, so Chao is so handsome." In an instant, the arena had become a gigantic mountain of ice, with the faint silhouette of So Chao hovering in front of Yi Huo. People commented even more enthusiastically on the forums, cheering him on, "Defeat Yi Huo, the great demon king, go for it, Ice Bro." The announcer's voice rang out. "So Chao's frost power is so strong it has turned the entire arena into a mountain of ice. Yi Huo has been sealed inside the ice mountain." The situation was that the entire ice mountain So Chao created had completely engulfed his opponent Yi Huo, and the whole stadium seemed to shake. Now, So Chao felt that his body wasn't doing too well. He squinted, only daring to think to himself, suddenly unleashing such a powerful frost. Power has taken a pretty heavy toll on my body. The situation was getting intense when the announcer's voice boomed again. "Everyone look, the ice mountain is starting to melt." In front of So Chao, the mountain of ice he had created was being melted away by Yi Huo, revealing his silhouette with a massive amount of energy gathering at his mouth. And right after that, a terrifying blast of nuclear energy shot out in a huge pillar, successfully destroying the entire ice mountain, completely caught off guard by Yi Huo's counterattack. So Chao couldn't help but feel a chill. His eyes widened in disbelief as he screamed internally, "How is that possible? It was destroyed that easily." Immediately after, the terrifying energy beam rushed back towards So Chao, and he quickly swung his arm to create another ice mountain to defend himself. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted, and everything was obscured by energy and dust. After things gradually settled, a gorilla's foot slammed onto the floor, and Yi Huo said, "Your frost demon dragon power has no effect on me." He had also transformed into his awakened state, but Yi Huo was completely unharmed by his previous attack. Standing imposingly before So Chao, he said, "Looks like I'm your perfect counter," understanding that Yi Huo's power was not to be underestimated. So Chao let out a long sigh, falling silent for a moment. "The gap in our power is just too vast." Then, regaining his resolve to fight, he gave Yi Huo a defiant look and said, "Yi Huo, take this. This is my final move, my ultimate technique. My ultimate martial arts technique. I was originally saving it for Liu Qingzhu." At this moment, Chuzhou was determined to defeat him and win no matter what. He raised his hands high, channeling all his power into the greatsword, successfully executing his technique, the sword intent of carnage. Chuzhou tensed his body and roared like a madman, unleashing a ferocious catalytic force. Down in the stands, Huang Qing, observing the match, had to acknowledge Chuzhou's strength. "That's sword intent. He's just a kid and already possesses such power." Back to the stage. On the stage, after Chuzhou had fully charged his greatsword with energy, he leaped high into the air and brought it crashing down on Yi Huo. Boom, a massive sound erupted, shaking the entire arena. A moment later, several drops of a red liquid dripped onto the arena floor. Yi Huo raised his calloused hand to his face, blood dripping from it. He said, "If you had a better sword, you might have stood a chance." It's unclear what Yi Huo did, but Chuzhou's face had turned deathly pale. He couldn't believe he was this pathetic, his mouth hanging open. Aha! But down on the ground, his greatsword had been shattered into pieces. Chuzhou was horrified, thinking, My sword is broken." He then switched to a defiant attitude, glaring at Yi Huo with disgust. "How much of a chance there's that smug smirk again?" While the other guy was falling into an abyss of despair, our boy here was just playfully chuckling, saying, "The chance is probably just a smidge better than some scrap heap rookies." Just hearing that, Chuzhou knew his place. He raised his hand high. "I surrender!" And just like that, the fight ended rather quietly. The announcement boomed over the speakers. "Anchang entrance exam? The winner is Yi Huo." The victor stood there, scratching his head in embarrassment. Behind him, the arena floor was a mess of dust and heavy damage. By now, everyone watching the live stream was exploding. "Whoa, I totally knew it. I picked the right guy. Yi is freaking awesome. Chuzhou is strong, but he's nothing in front of Yi Huo." Images of Yi Huo's victory went viral on social media. Everyone jumped online to praise the mighty young bull. 68,743 likes. "Yi Huo, this dark horse really galloped all the way to the finish line. Imperial Capital University totally scored big with this year's exam. Yi is the man." Not only that, but Yi Huo's picture was also plastered on every billboard across the city. The forums were going crazy. "Heard he was dead last year, and this year he beat the top student to become the champion. So smooth. Congratulations, Yi Huo." The standard set by champion Yi Huo in this year's exam was far beyond that of previous years. This was a champion who could crush the entire competition to seize victory. Yi Huo naturally became the strongest champion in history at that time, with no one even coming close to surpassing him. Returning to the arena, the crowd was roaring continuously. They couldn't hold back their emotions, especially the students from Ancheng. Whoa, Yi Huo! Yi Huo! Yi Huo! At that very moment, the MC and Huang Qing stepped onto the stage. The MC pointed at Yi Huo and proudly yelled, "And now?" Oh, to all you lovely people watching the live stream of the 24th Ancheng exam, after 3 bloody days of competition, our Ancheng exam has finally crowned its martial arts champion. That person is none other than Ancheng #1 High's Yi Huo. Meanwhile, our main character just smiled awkwardly, scratching his head and whispering, "Mission accomplished." Immediately after, the handsome MC shoved a microphone in Yi Huo's face and asked, "Student Yi Huo, we hear your abilities are the result of late-stage cumulative growth. Now that you've achieved the champion's throne, is there anything you'd like to share?" He flinched, a little nervous, and thought to himself, "Wow, this guy is so classy. He can even make my bullcrap sound so sophisticated." Regaining his composure, our boy smiled and spoke. First, I have to thank my teacher. When I was at my lowest, he never gave up on me and always encouraged me, which helped me find my fighting spirit again." In another scene, his homeroom teacher was hugging the TV, with tears and snot running down his face as he cried out, "Oh, my boy, I truly don't deserve such praise, Yi Huo. I was a bad teacher. I failed to notice your potential. I am so sorry." The nervous Yi Huo continued, "Also, I'd like to..." Before he could finish, he saw the principal in the teachers section frantically waving at him. Yi Huo was shocked and thought, "The principal, the man over there was making a hand sign for a 2 and a 0. The principal thought to himself, not daring to say it aloud. 2 million Yi Huo, just give Ancheng #1 High a little shout out and I'll give you a $2 million scholarship." Seeing the amount of money the principal was signaling, dollar signs literally appeared in Yi Huo's eyes, and he quickly spoke into the mic. Oh, and I also want to thank my beloved school and my dear principal. Without your brilliant leadership, where would any of us be today?" Then he punched the air, his enthusiasm through the roof. "And finally, I want to thank myself. Without my own hard work and intelligence, I, Yi Huo, would never have achieved the glory of today." At that exact moment, a system notification popped up. "Congratulations, host, for achieving the champion title. Reward 1 random ability draw." The moment he saw it, his eyes flew wide open, his pupils glowing as he inwardly exclaimed with excitement, "A title! For being the champion, turns out there's an achievement system, huh?" In the stadium hallway, after winning the championship, Yi Huo was running for his life. Behind him, a swarm of reporters chased him like bees to honey. "He's out, Yi Huo!" Do you feel the pressure of being the top scorer, Yi Huo? How did you improve so much in just 6 months, Yi Huo? Are you planning on going to Huadu University? Meanwhile, he was just trying to run faster to escape them. "Stop chasing me. I really have to pee." But even though he looked like he was about to piss his pants, one reporter wouldn't give up. He caught up to Yi Huo, shoved a mic in his face, and asked, "Yi Huo, who's prettier, Lu Qingju or Kai Shaoling, or maybe you prefer Yi Shenguan or Chu Zhou?" But our boy Yi Huo kept his mouth sealed, not uttering a single word. His face darkened severely, and then he bolted, muttering, "I don't have time to waste on this pack of reporters." The reporters swarmed in but couldn't keep up, regretfully shouting after him, "Yi Huo, wait, Yi Huo, one last question." The scene shifts to the basketball arena. After running his pants off to escape the reporters, Yi Huo had run all the way here. He clenched his fists with a look of pure delight, saying to himself, "Aha! I finally shook them off. So templates aren't a one-time thing. I can get more from system rewards." As he was basking in his own happiness, a dark figure suddenly appeared nearby. This shadow spoke up. "Yi Huo, congratulations on becoming the top scorer." Yi Huo spun around in alarm. He thought to himself, "Is this another reporter?" But the person who appeared in front of Yi Huo were not who he thought they were. This man even politely took off his hat, holding a mysterious briefcase and flashing a friendly smile first. "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not a reporter. I'm from Hua City." Then he looked Yi Huo straight in the eye with a serious expression and said, "Now let's talk about your gene lock." Faced with this man, Our boy Yi Huo was a bit puzzled and confused. He didn't answer right away, wondering in his head, a gene lock. He then became cautious. I haven't unlocked any gene lock. My abilities all come from monster templates. He knows my abilities. Who is he? He was extremely curious about this mysterious man. Faced with the silence of Yi Huo, the man remained very calm. He slowly put his hat back on and continued. The term gene lock. You heard it from your father, didn't you? Yi Huo immediately replied, yes. He thought to himself that according to the original owner's memories, that was correct. The man then took a folder from his black briefcase and said, Yi Huo, aren't you curious how a normal taxi driver like your father would know a term completely unrelated to his profession? Hearing this, he glanced to the side, starting to question his whole existence. Could there be a hidden master? The man took the sealed document and held it out to Yi Huo. Because of your special case, Hua City can declassify a document. He quickly took the document and began reading eagerly before even fully opening it. It was about Prometheus, a research institute that was once the leader in genetics on Blue Star but was hunted and sanctioned by various countries after an incident. Many core personnel had to change their identities and hide among civilians. The gene lock technology was a key project for Prometheus. Reading this, Yi Huo finally understood why these people were looking for him. He gave a trollish smirk and thought, so you guys think my dad is a high-level researcher from Prometheus and I'm their secret project? Huh. Seeing that Yi Huo was still silent, the man from Hua City approached and added to reassure him, don't worry, the country won't give you a hard time. I'm just here to help you understand the situation. Since you're involved. At this, Yi Huo shot back immediately. Bro, I'm even calmer than you are. Believe it or not. The man then blurted out more about Yi Huo's current situation. Furthermore, you're a person of national interest and we will protect you. Hearing this, our boy's eyes lit up, thinking that sounded pretty good. The man from Hua City wasn't even finished, but Yi Huo was already getting super cocky. What a hassle! The more famous you get, the more trouble you attract. Ha ha ha. This society is so pragmatic. He just laughed out loud right there in the gym. Looking at the man from Hua City, he said softly, well then, if you'll excuse me. Then, Yi Huo clasped his hands together in a respectful bow towards the man from Hua City, but hidden behind them was his ambitious expression, hungry for more power. He's finally gone. I really hit the jackpot with this exam. Not only did I get into Hua City, but I also got a 2 million scholarship and 800,000 in prize money, but most importantly, I get to draw a new template. Just thinking about it made him tingle with excitement. Yi Huo pointed his finger to summon the system, unable to wait a second longer. Right after, a spinning circle of energy appeared, swirling in front of Yi Huo. It looked just like a portal to a secret realm. He stood there gazing up, his eyes glued to it. He seemed hypnotized by the light, unconsciously letting out a whoa! Then the system displayed a panel. Inside was the circle of swirling energy emitting a mystical light. At that moment, the whole room seemed to explode, and floating before a tiny Yi Huo was a colossal titan, with a bizarre appearance like the face of a human skeleton, emitting thick layers of smoke. The system displayed Colossal Titan template, mouth level, ability to titanize up to 60 meters, high steam heat, evolved form, progenitor titanization, compatibility 1%. Yi Huo bit his lip as he looked at the thing before him and said, the Colossal Titan. Then, as if he remembered something, his eyes shot wide open. If I combine this with the Berserker Emperor Gorilla template, the abilities of different models can stack. If the Colossal Titan model is combined with the Berserker Demon King Gorilla model, I wonder what would happen. To illustrate, a giant titan that was a combination of a gorilla appeared before Yi Huo. It was huge and powerful, complete with a long tail. That form made him realize he could become the true king of monsters. The scene then shifts to another location, where a large man sits in a dark room talking on the phone. The voice on the other end said, Brother Huolong, do you mean you won't be taking on any more missions? The man replied calmly. Correct. Cancel my entire schedule. The person on the other end responded respectfully. Yes, I understand. On the desk was an indent from a powerful impact. This man then pressed his massive index finger down hard. His rugged face was filled with rage, his brows furrowed in a foul mood, as if he was trying to suppress it. Someone who looked like they were in outer space made a call to report. I'm sorry. We couldn't find your younger brother's body in the secret realm, but we found traces of radiation where his last signal disappeared. And the person in the secret realm was reporting directly to this man. While he was watching Yi Huo's match, the man fell silent and muttered, "Little bro, I told you not to mess with gangs. Why didn't you listen? Mom told me to look after you." The TV screen announced the competition results. Anchang City Finals. Yi Huo wins. The man showed obvious interest in the Yi Huo on screen. He moved closer and held the TV as if he wanted to pat his head. Yi Huo is truly a rare genius from Anchang City. Hua City will definitely fight over him. But what a pity. They won't live to see him enroll. Back at Yi Huo's place, a package arrived for him. Yi Huo seemed to be practicing martial arts. He hurried out to get it. Who sends a package right when I'm about to enter a secret realm to test my new template? He pulled out the letter, addressed to Yi Huo. According to Hua City's Central Science Investigation, a new secret realm rift, predicted to be C rank, will open at 3 o'clock this afternoon in Feng Hong Village, on the outskirts of Anmi. I'm planning to explore it. You wanna come along? Signed, Chu Chao. After reading the letter, Yi Huo cringed so hard his mouth twisted as he complained. Are you serious? Who sends handwritten letters these days? Is he a transmigrator too? The scene shifts to Hongshu Mountain in Anchang City, a place with its own unique beauty and majesty. Tons of people had already gathered here, and by tons I mean a ridiculous amount. Everyone was getting mentally prepared to fight with everything they had. When Yi Huo arrived, he turned pale at the sheer scale of it. It's so crowded, there are at least 1,000 people here. A new secret realm really is a huge draw. The moment he showed up, Chu Chao spotted him and walked over. Yi Huo replied politely, "Oh, Chu Chao, it's you." Chu Chao smiled brightly upon seeing Yi Huo. "You've gotten stronger, haven't you?" Our boy Ditch Hua forced a friendly smile, feeling a bit busted, and thought to himself, I can't believe this kid is so sharp. I used my scholarship money to buy a few gene potions, raising my compatibility rate to 35%. The low-grade model has its advantages. It's fast acting. Then Ditch Hua tried to make small talk, asking, "Which university are you aiming for?" So Chao, without even looking at him, replied bluntly, "Hoado University." Hearing this, Ditch Hua said, "So, we'll be classmates then?" Ditch Hua was sharp enough to notice that something was off with So Chao's mood. At that very moment, a rift appeared in the sky. It opened up a new spatial gate. Everyone paid close attention, looking up at it and excitedly yelled, "The secret realm is opening!" Right from that tear in space, monsters started crawling out. They were mutated into heads with tons of sharp teeth, wriggling as they tried to push their way through. And, now appearing before everyone, the monster's body was revealed to be a 3-headed vulture. It spread its wings and flew out to attack the crowd. A warrior below eagerly pointed up, rallying the others to take the monster down. The secret realm is open. Let's go, everyone, take out that demonic beast and enter the realm. At the same time, numerous warriors charged forward, each one channeling their energy and unleashing their attacks on the monster all at once. They swarmed it like an army, and the vulture was like a juicy piñata getting torn to shreds. Its 3 heads squawked at each other in terror.
Squawk! Oh crap, this is insane! Why are there so many warriors? Squawk, squawk! We gotta bail, squawk, boohoo! We can't get back! We're stuck!
In an instant, the bird was beaten to a pulp. With only a few feathers left, the poor thing just kept squawking. Who squawk, squawk? It's true what they say. The early bird gets absolutely wrecked. And just like that, the warm-up monster was easily eliminated. Inside the Hongthu Mountain secret realm was a strange, wild forest where even the trees looked different. The people from outside quickly poured in, and Ditch Hua was one of them. He walked with a calm and unhurried demeanor. As he was walking, a strong scent suddenly wafted past his nose. Ditch Hua muttered, "The smell of blood is so thick." And then he realized it was a beast tide. These monsters were already here waiting for us. All warriors, by national law, must prioritize killing demonic beasts and fighting against the beast tide. Accordingly, many mutated monsters with skull-like faces but fleshy bodies, surrounded by a powerful demonic aura, lunged at the warriors. The people who had just entered also charged forward enthusiastically. And they were all ready for battle, powering up their energy and yelling for a bloodbath. It was a pretty simple operation against 7 monsters. As soon as the fight started, one warrior managed to slice the head clean off a huge monster, and they also expertly teamed up to take down even larger monsters. So Chao was one of them. He fought fiercely with his sword, his sharp eyes glaring from behind the cold blade as he declared, "Bloodline power, atomic blast." He then unleashed a powerful sword strike aimed directly at two charging monsters. The attack created sharp shards of ice that impaled the creatures' bodies. Suddenly, a monster lunged to ambush So Chow from behind. Its mouth, full of razor-sharp teeth, was ready to snap him up. Just in the nick of time, a shout echoed. Atomic blast punch. Instantly, a blinding beam of light pierced through the monster, turning it into a bloody pulp, exploding in midair. Guts splattered everywhere, forcing So Chow to quickly shield his face. The owner of that punch was none other than Yi Huo. He had just saved So Chow's life from the jaws of death, and he even had a reminder for him. "You gotta watch your six." So Chow turned around with a grateful expression. "Thanks a lot." By now, the battle was over. The monsters had been completely wiped out, leaving only bones and splatters of red gore on the ground. Yi Huo calmly said to So Chow, "The demonic beasts in this secret realm are all talk." So Chow glanced over Yi Huo's shoulder, and the sight behind him sent a chill down his spine. He thought in shock. Yi Huo destroyed that many demonic beasts, and came out without a single scratch. The absolute mess of a battlefield behind him horrified. So Chow, it looked like the beasts he killed had their flesh and blood completely disintegrated, leaving only faint stains behind. He uses radiation, beams over a wide area, which is impossible to block. What's worse, it's completely silent. It's even more terrifying that it directly attacks a creature's cells. Wherever Yi Huo walked, the nuclear energy radiating from him turned every living creature to dust. He was basically a walking Grim Reaper, sowing absolute destruction. Everyone around was stunned by Yi Huo's power. They started whispering, "Holy cow, how did they finish so quickly? Maybe they have a high-level warrior helping them out." No way! The valedictorian from our Onthan University is in that group. The university valedictorian. You say, aren't those guys usually all hype? He's just a junior warrior, but his beast-slaying ability is on another level. Wait, did you even watch the live stream of the entrance exam this year? Yeah, why would I? What's so great about watching a bunch of students brawl? You moron. 10 of you put together couldn't even touch those kids. And just like that, Yi Huo successfully became the center of attention, which also made him the perfect bait. Soon after, many warriors gathered in front of him and started shouting, luring the demonic beast straight toward the valedictorian. A moment later, triumphant cheers rang out from up ahead. A message was relayed. The Beast Tide leader has been defeated. We won. The Beast Tide is starting to retreat. After the battle ended, a sweat-soaked So Chow let out a sigh of relief. At least, we survived the first wave of the Beast Tide. We started with over 1,000 warriors, and now there are only about 800 left, not to mention the injured. Just as he said that, Yi Huo struggled over, hauling huge bags of monster cores toward him. He whined tiredly. "Whew. So Chow, tell me, how am I supposed to collect all this stuff?" So Chow was floored by Yi Huo's greed and asked, "Why did you grab so many demon cores?" Then, being a good guy, he offered a ring. "Here's my spatial ring. You can put your stuff in here for now." Yi Huo beamed, his plan working perfectly. A spatial ring. These things are worth a fortune. It seems my friend So Chow is a genuine tycoon. Just then, someone announced, "Boss, Vo Sam, they've arrived." Both So Chow and Yi Huo turned to look toward the voice. The men quickly started telling the newcomer about Yi Huo. "We're lucky he went to kill the leader-class monsters. Otherwise, we would have been wiped out by the Beast Tide." Many people looked up at this newcomer with admiration and awe. He was much larger than an average person, and on his body, he had a heavily tattooed guy walked up and spoke first. "Hey, I'm Vo Sam, the top-ranked student from Onthan University's entrance exam. I'm the captain of Onthan's Silver Wolf team." He immediately walked over to Yi Huo and extended his hand. "I just heard from my team members about your heroic performance. I was wondering if you'd be interested in joining our martial arts squad." Yi Huo looked up, a bit bewildered. Everyone witnessed the direct invitation from such a highly regarded figure and got super excited and happy for Yi Huo. "If you join, it won't affect your university studies at all. In fact, you'll even receive various special privileges." Vo Sam continued, ready to accept you as an S-rank member of the team. The big boss Vo Sam was personally inviting Yi Huo to join the martial squad. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Without the backing of a martial squad, it's hard for a lone martial artist to maintain the expensive career of a martial artist, especially in the Xia Kingdom. The Silver Wolf team was considered a major powerhouse. Furthermore, an S-rank position was something even a student from Hoado University wouldn't be qualified for. At that moment, a girl riding a black tiger arrived. The girl was dressed seductively, but she radiated a powerful aura that could intimidate anyone. She called out, "Navo Sam, seriously, how are you so fast? You ran all the way here just to poach him first, huh?" Then she turned, looked Dich Hoa straight in the eye, and seriously made her pitch. "Student Dich Hoa, join our Thandat Marshal Squad. Even though the Thandat Squad is a bit smaller than the Silver Wolf Squad, I can guarantee that once you join, you'll get 15% of our squad's monthly cultivation resources." This sent the crowd of onlookers into an even bigger frenzy. She continued to speak loudly to build credibility. "Ha ha! It's all within my calculations. It seems getting the top score on the entrance exam wasn't that simple." Despite the passionate invitations from these powerful squad members, Dich Hoa intentionally ignored them. He picked his ear and looked away. "Sorry, but I have no plans to join a martial squad at the moment." He then shook Vo Sam's hand, and Vo Sam, being very polite and respectful, said, "No worries, Dich Hoa. This was mainly an opportunity to make friends. If you ever have any requests, feel free to contact our Silver Wolf Squad." The girl from earlier also chimed in. "Same goes for our Thandat Squad. We're always ready to lend a hand." The Minister of Foreign Affairs Dich Hoa replied frankly that even though he wasn't joining, making more friends was cool. But then Vo Sam wondered, "Hey, didn't you just use that hand to pick your ear?" Master Troll Dich Hoa just said, "Don't mind the details." Just then, So Chow came over to Dich Hoa and said they'd pushed back the beast tide, and now they could go explore on their own. This is a massive forest. First, let's climb to the treetops to get a good look around, then we can figure out a plan. He simply replied with a short, "Okay." The moment he spoke, they both launched themselves into the air, so Chow was stunned by Dich Hua's speed as he struggled to keep up. So fast. A moment later, they both landed on the tops of some red-leaf trees. So Chow's eyes widened as he looked forward, completely terrified. What in the world is that? In the distance, through the massive treetops, they could see monstrous shapes dozens of times larger than the trees themselves. They were slowly making their way toward the two of them through the fog. The tiny valedictorian and salutatorian of Inthan spoke from their corner. "They're absolutely colossal, probably over 1,000 meters tall. It's hard to even imagine." In contrast to So Chow's concern, Dich Hua looked like a delighted lunatic. The more difficult the challenge, the more he loved it. He grinned from ear to ear and said, "It's not that hard to imagine. We're young. In a few years. It's not like we can't conquer Mystic Realm beasts like this. We might even be able to find out the truth behind the Mystic Realm." Seeing Dich Hua's expression, So Chow had to admit that was Dich Hua for you. When he faced powerful things he didn't understand, he felt a sense of fear. But Dich Hua was confident he could defeat them. He compared himself to Dich Hua, only daring to think to himself, "It seems I'm not just behind Dich Hua on the path of martial arts, but even in terms of willpower. Dich Hua is the true martial artist." Meanwhile, our boy hand grenade Dich Hua was practically vibrating with the urge to wreck the things in front of him. "Your monster cores will be all mine, sooner or later." Then, he quickly switched back to a serious demeanor. Dich Hua used sound waves from his temples to scan the area. He was completely surprised. "Weird. My life force field can detect the distribution of life in this mystic realm. But to the southeast there's a lake, and it's like a complete vacuum over there. It's all white. Where there's smoke, there's fire. And the bigger the waves, the bigger the fish." At that moment, he stepped forward and pointed, his expression no longer that of the normal Dich Hua, but of a battle-hungry warrior, issuing a command to So Chow. "So Chow, look to the southeast. There's a lake over there. Let's go check it out." Instead of immediately attacking the monsters, the scene quieted down. Dich Hua and So Chow walked through the forest, and as soon as he saw the person ahead, he lit up and called out, "Sister Vu Lei, do you guys remember her? This is the girl who helped Dich Hua buy that gunk medicine in the beginning." The moment she saw him, she greeted him warmly. "Well, if it isn't our #1 scholar, Dich Hua, I didn't realize you were this strong." Vu Lei's teammate beside her chimed in friendly. "Whoa, Vu Lei! You know the top scholar of Onthan?" Another girl below looked up. "Yeah, hurry up and introduce us a little while ago. Dich Hua looked so awesome taking down that horde of crazy beasts." Dich Hua quickly walked over to Vu Lei's team and asked, "Sister Vu Lei, how long have you all been here?" Vu Lei enthusiastically came closer to Dich Hua and said, "We just arrived. 2 of our teammates who are good swimmers went down into the lake to scout things out." Just then, near the lake, A man's head broke the surface of the water. He was panting heavily, his hands clutching the grass on the bank. The man exclaimed with glee. We're rich, Vule asked him. Be clear, what do you mean, rich? This young man was also one of Vule's teammates. He cheerfully announced, there are ruins at the bottom of the lake. We've hit the big time. Hearing this, Vule was absolutely ecstatic. For real, that's amazing, we're rich. And just like that, she completely forgot about her platonic little bro Ditch Hua. Curious. Ditch Hua nudged So Chow and asked, what are ruins? Why are they so hyped? So Chow, who had some knowledge, replied, in mystic realms there are ancient structures, probably the remnants of a prior civilization. It's said that modern martial arts and genetic technology all originated from there. Suddenly, Vule's teammate's eyes shot open as he warily looked around and asked, is someone else here? He thought there were others with bad intentions. Was hostile to our group, so he was about to draw his sword and attack them both. Who are you two? How dare you eavesdrop on our conversation? Before his teammate could act, Vule grabbed his arm to stop him. Wait, Vu Duong, Ditch Hua and So Chow are the champion and runner-up of the Onthan City tournament. Their strength is far beyond that of ordinary martial artists. So let them join us. At this, Ditch Hua put on a cool and dangerous act. He slung his arm over So Chow's shoulder and said, that's right, chill out. We can help you explore the ruins. Vu Duong was quick to ask about the money first. So how do we split the loot? Ditch Hua waved his hand dismissively. We're outsiders. We'll only take what we earn. With that, Vu Duong had to swallow his anger and turn back. Fine, you can join us for now. But don't try any funny business. In his heart, he was reassuring himself. The future number 1 and number 2 will become major figures. I shouldn't make enemies with them. A moment later, the whole team dived into the river, with Vu Duong leading the way since he knew where it was. It then led to a dark cave, and following the waterway, the group walked up into the cavern. Vu Duong said, the ruins are through this cave. As they went up, Vu Duong looked around, puzzled, wondering. Weird, where's Lai? Why wasn't he supposed to be guarding this place? The bald guy in Vule's team guessed. Maybe he found some treasure and went on ahead. Lai Vi had been tasked with guarding the cave earlier. But Vu Duong couldn't see him now, so he tried to make contact. Hello, Lai Vi, can you hear me? Hello, everyone tried to stay quiet to listen for any sign. At that moment, looking towards the cave entrance, Vule asked nervously, do you guys see any traces of demonic beasts in the cave? Vu Duong then replied, not at all. I set out demonic beast traps but didn't catch a single one. Just then, the girl on Vule's team suddenly became terrified and guessed, this is too dangerous. Levi is missing. Should we keep going? Faced with his female teammate's hesitation, Vu Duong was extremely excited and determined to find it, to explore. With riches right in front of you, if you don't dare to take it, you'll be a bottom-tier martial artist for life. If you're scared of dying, then scram. If you want to get rich, stay. At these words, his 3 teammates remained silent. They were both tempted and afraid. Then Vu Duong just said it himself. If no one's backing out, let's go. And so, Vule's group continued deeper into the cave, followed by Ditch Hua and So Chow. After walking for a while, Vu Duong shone his flashlight on the ground, discovering human footprints here. Ditch Hua saw it too. He narrowed his eyes in annoyance and began to have many suspicions and theories. They exchanged a look. Ditch Hua wanted to tell So Chow, something's not right. From So Chow's eyes, he also determined that the timeline didn't add up, Vule said. We've only been here 15 minutes and he's already found such a complex path. Only you two are clear-headed enough as outsiders to analyze this. Standing behind Vu Duong, it's like he has a map. So Chow's eyes tightened, looking at Vu Duong with annoyance. Certain that this was clearly a trap, but just a few seconds later, a creepy smile spread across Ditch Hua's face as he muttered, I have a trump card. A little later, Vu Duong led his team, along with Ditch Hua and So Chow, to a place with a lot of moss above them, hanging down in tendrils. Everyone noticed the mossy vines above. They were tightly bound with numerous human bones. Vu Duong then said, the demon cores are depleted. No wonder we haven't seen any demonic beasts. Right behind him, Vule glanced to the side and asked quietly, Vu Duong, where are the ruins? Before he could answer, the other girl in the team gasped, pointing a finger, speechless. That is... The girl had seen the intact corpse of their teammate, tightly gripped by the mossy vines. His body was shriveled and drained of all life force. Both girls in the team screamed in fear. Lai Vi is dead. The color drained from Wu Lei's face. She never expected something like this to happen to her team, her eyes wide and glued to the corpse. At this very moment, Wu Duong was only focused on the ruins. He crouched down, clutching his head and screaming, "Where are the ruins? Why can't I see the ruins?" But then, writhing tumors suddenly bulged from Wu Duong's head. His whole body trembled as if he were having a seizure. His face turned purple, and he said, "How did Lai Vi die? The vines. The vines, I think I'm infected too." Before he could finish his sentence, Wu Duong's head exploded, and numerous seaweed-like tentacles sprouted from his neck. Reaching upwards, Wu Lei quickly shouted for everyone to run. The remaining team members still couldn't believe it. A blinding flash of atomic energy suddenly erupted from Wu Duong. It shot straight through the head with its sprouting tentacles. Wu Duong was completely overwhelmed. Before he could turn into a monster, Dich Hua had already made his move to stop it. With his mouth still smoking, Dich Hua said, "I didn't expect a demonic beast to be this smart." It captured 2 martial artists and parasitically controlled one to use as a lure, leading us right into its lair. Right above him, the demonic beast's true form was revealed after its plan was exposed, its long tentacles reaching out towards Dich Hua. At the exit, a pile of rocks suddenly collapsed, blocking the way. Everyone panicked. The demonic beast has blocked our escape. It's not planning on letting us run. So Chao recognized this thing. He looked at it seriously and shouted to everyone, "This is a ghost demon vine, a second-tier king-level demonic beast." Wu Lei was terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat in her panic. She stammered, unable to form words. "King level second tier A. King level can't be judged by normal tiers. It's not an opponent for us first-tier martial artists." With Dich Hua's arrogant personality, whether it was second tier or first tier, it was all the same to him. His energy flared as he said, "I don't care what tier it is. Watch me crush it." Boom. A loud explosion occurred at the entrance, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. From it emerged a tall, muscular man. It was the man who had been observing Dich Hua earlier, and he appeared right as he was confronting the second-tier king beast. As soon as he appeared, the man strode forward with a blazing aura and said, "Dich Hua, I've come to take your life." Everyone was shocked by this man's appearance and cried out, "Wolf Smoke Blood Ki!" An 8th Dan martial artist, the older brother of the guy Dich Hua had defeated before, walked towards him. Dich Hua turned around in surprise and asked with an utterly unfazed attitude, "Is there someone else after me?" This big shot then explained from start to finish how he had been tailing Dich Hua. "I heard that in the Hongthu Sun's secret realm, someone used radioactive energy to fight off a beast tide. I knew right away it was you. I just had to follow the trail of radiation to find you, to avoid being detected. I held my breath and followed you all the way to the cave. I can't believe you still spotted me, using rocks to block my path. I even stopped my heart and breathing to fake my death, and you still noticed. You truly are the one who pushed my brother Hoak to a dead end." Seeing this man had put so much effort into finding him, it was a shame he had no idea who this guy was, so he turned and asked, "And who might you be, barging in all of a sudden?" he said with a puzzled look. "Do I know you, old man? You went through all that trouble to hunt down Yi Huo for revenge, and now you're acting like this." The guy flew into a rage and lunged forward to attack, yelling, "Stop playing dumb and die," as he gathered a powerful energy in his fist. He was about to bring his fist down on Yi Huo's head, but his attack plan was cut short. Just as he lunged, he was blocked by the monster's tentacles, leaving him frustrated and helpless as he jumped to conclusions and screamed, "This is the demonic vine's lair. You dared to lure me into its nest and use this beast against me." Filled with resentment, he then roared and blamed Yi Huo, seemingly having lost all reason. "You bastard, was this also part of your plan?" Yi Huo hadn't even attacked him. Yet the guy was already struggling with the monster, getting relentlessly tormented and beaten. The demonic vine was draining his martial energy and secreting a neurotoxin. "At this rate, I'm gonna be done for. You dared to trick me." Standing off to the side, he didn't know what to say. He figured he'd just let the guy take care of the monster for him. "Man, this dude has a wild imagination for someone I just met." The monster's vines kept wrapping around the guy, pissing him off. He unleashed a burst of energy to get rid of the annoyances around him. "This is so irritating. My target is Yi Huo, not these vines." Because the man was using such immense combat power, the cave began to shake violently and looked like it might collapse. Wooly stepped forward with a panicked and worried look, shouting, "This is bad! The cave is going to collapse from their fighting!" From behind the lovely Wooly, Yi Huo's voice suddenly yelled, "Everyone, get back!" The girl turned around in surprise. To see Yi He activating his gorilla form once more, he tilted his mouth upward and began gathering nuclear energy. A glowing sphere was fully charged. Yi He then crouched and forcefully blasted the energy beam straight up. He pushed with all his might, and a dense beam of energy shot out. It successfully shattered a huge chunk of the cave ceiling, sending rocks flying as water flooded in. He had successfully created an escape route for the entire team. Yi Huo pointed to the opening and urgently told Wu Li and the others to go first. Just then, the troublemaker finally finished dealing with the monster. When he heard Yi He's team trying to escape, he immediately powered up a blazing punch and lunged at Yi He, yelling, "You're not getting away!" Using his skill, Humble Will, Common Soul, Chuzhou swung his sword, creating a trail of ice right behind Yi He that successfully blocked the man's punch. Chuzhou raised his sword, wisps of frosty mist still swirling around it. He stared righteously at the man and declared, "As long as I'm here, you won't lay a finger on Yi He." Even though Chuzhou meant to protect him, his sword attack was nothing to this big oaf. The man cackled contemptuously. "Ha ha ha! You little punk! I'm an 8th Dan martial artist, what's a little ice going to do to me?" At that moment, Yi He also charged in, eager to finish off this troublesome geezer. As he flew right up to him, he said, "Hey, you nosy old fart, where are you looking?" With his nuclear energy bombardment fist, Yi He's powerful punch shot right at the man's face. The man looked up, just as the punch was about to hit, giving him no time to react. He was completely flattened by Yi He's attack. His whole body sank into the ground, and a blinding light filled the cave. Not wanting Chuzhou to get hurt for his sake, Yi He turned to him and told him, "You go first. That guy is too strong, you can't handle him." Then, he turned to face the strange man and said with dead seriousness, "I'll take care of him." After taking that hit from Yi He, the man was dazed and staggering. Everyone followed Yi He's directions and swam back to shore. Wu Li's group made it out safely. The demonic vine had gone completely berserk, churning up the entire lake bed. A moment later, when Chuzhou reached the shore, Wu Li asked worriedly, "Where's Yi He?" He didn't answer, just sadly looked back towards the underwater cave, implying he was still there. Back in the cave, Yi He's shockwaves were going wild, releasing an incredibly powerful nuclear energy. In wave after wave, he was powering up to activate a new form. Only after seeing everyone leave did Yi He dare to use the newly updated Titan form from his system. The moment he activated it, he used a giant Titan hand to crush the stranger. The man was knocked unconscious before he even knew what hit him. Yi He released his grip, and the man dropped like a swatted fly. A moment later, the big guy's body floated to the surface, bruised all over and severely injured. Everyone on the surface was rocked by his shockwaves. Chuzhou thought he saw a giant silhouette. He widened his eyes, trying to get a better look, but in a flash, Yi He's Titan form disappeared, leaving only a large frame shrouded in thick mist as thunderclaps echoed non-stop. The group on the shore still had no idea what just happened. A moment later, Yi He returned to normal and swam to the bank. He pushed himself up onto the grass with his bare body. The moment Chuzhou saw him, he ran over and yelled, "Yi He! Yi He!" Not daring to get out of the water, said, "Chuzhou, let me borrow some clothes." A little later, he was dressed and sat down to be interrogated by the group. Chuzhou, immediately started questioning him. What was that explosion just now? Exhausted, Yi He sat down and replied, "It was that mysterious martial artist. He used a plasma bomb to self-destruct along with the demonic vine." Chuzhou was stunned. A plasma bomb? Isn't that a banned military-grade item? How did he even get one? And that explosion seemed way more powerful than a plasma bomb. But Chuzhou was suspicious and didn't buy it. He added hesitantly, "I think I saw a giant figure in the smoke. Afraid of being exposed, Yi He went pale and started sweating as he frantically denied it. "No way, you were just seeing things." Yi He's expression darkened as he thought to himself, "That was close. It would be a huge problem if they found out about my monster template ability. I used a bit too much force and pulverized that martial artist to ashes, so there was no loot. But at least I got the demonic vine's core. Now that this is all over, it's time for everyone to go home." And so, he parted ways with Wu Li's team. She waved to him and said, "Yi He, we're heading out now. We're sorry you came all this way for nothing and that you had to save us too. We'll compensate you when we get out of this secret realm." Yi He politely waved back and replied warmly, "Don't mention it. Wu Li, just consider it me repaying you for helping me last time. If you pay me, then I'll just be in your debt again. Now, only Yi Huo and Chuzhou remained. The two shot each other a wicked grin and whispered in unison, "Now it's time for some real monster hunting." 3 days later, at the entrance to the Red Tree Mountain secret realm, Yi Huo and Chuzhou finally finished clearing it. They both jumped outside, landing softly on the ground, but as soon as they turned around, they froze and looked up in shock. Oh no. What the heck? The desolate mountain from 3 days ago has now become a small town, with a large airplane even flying over their heads. Both of them were stunned. It only took a few days to build a small town, and they even have transport planes. The construction capability of Xia country is truly terrifying. Running straight to the exchange counter, Di Hua slammed his bag of spirit stones onto the table. The female employee had to remind him, "Sir, please be gentle. If the items are damaged, it won't be good for you either." Di Hua awkwardly scratched his head. "Sorry, but I'm carrying too much stuff. If I don't take it out quickly, how can we finish inspecting it before noon?" The woman behind the counter wasn't too bothered and replied enthusiastically, "Please rest assured, we are professionals." Di Hua breathed a sigh of relief. He started to take items out of the spatial ring on his hand, casually saying 2 words. "All right then." And so, many huge sacks of spirit stones, just like the first one, were taken out. He counted 2, 3, 4. As Di Hua took out the last bag, he let out a sigh. The final bag. But just look around him. The bags of spirit stones were piled so high that the exchange employee's face turned pale. It looked like she wasn't going home tonight. The girl was still astonished. One sack after another. "Are you a porter here or something?" She was even afraid Di Hua would pull out more from somewhere else. The employee, trembling, asked, "Sir, have you taken everything out?" Then, Di Hua looked straight at the girl and gave an incredibly dangerous smile. That sharp gaze seemed to pressure her to work faster. "That's all. But you ladies need to hurry up. We still have a lot of spiritual herbs." At the trading hall, which was open for business, there was a lively buzz of voices inside. A group of people were gathered around a table, marveling at the spiritual herbs Di Hua had brought back. "Oh my god! This is a 7-star leaf, at least 300 years old. This kind of spiritual herb is extremely hard to find. Even professional herb gatherers would have trouble spotting it. What kind of luck does this kid have?" He even found a 6 harmonies flower. This is the main ingredient for refining a Qi Si pill. This batch of spiritual herbs alone, even if the quality is poor, must be worth 30 million. The rarer ones are even more expensive. This martial artist is so lucky. He became a tycoon overnight. Old Shu, are you senile? Finding this many spiritual herbs isn't just about luck. A person like him is definitely not someone you should offend. From a corner, Di Hua observed their reactions and thought, "These white and blue cores are useless to me now. It's best to exchange them all for cash." He put on a dark, dangerous expression and muttered with a smirk, "The 5 blue cores from the 3rd-tier demonic beast during the beast tide and the golden-veined 2nd-tier king species ghost vine core are the most valuable items." A moment later, a bank notification beeped. His bank card was credited with 21,570,000 yuan. Di Hua casually stuck both hands in his pockets, walked out of the trading hall, and started planning his next move. "The cores are sold. Now I just need to find a buyer for the spiritual herbs and I'm set." Suddenly, a ride appeared. An expensive, luxurious Rolls-Royce parked right in front of him, making Di Hua look around, wondering whose car it was. From inside the car, an elderly man with a generous demeanor stepped out, smiling as he spoke. "Hello, Di Hua. I am Li Yudian, the owner of Ping He Pharmacy. I heard you have many spiritual herbs from Red Tree Mountain. I'll buy them for 1% above the market price." Di Hua just glanced at him, the corner of his mouth curling up with an indifferent expression towards this transaction. He thought to himself, "My personal information isn't secure at all, and those old guys at the appraisal center have leaked my info again." But he wasn't bothered. He needed to sell anyway. And since a buyer came right to him, it was just too convenient. So he just nodded his head, agreeing to sell. After buying the herbs, the man immediately turned his car around and left, not forgetting to tell Di Hua, "Next time you have spiritual herbs, remember to find me, Di Hua." He looked at the phone in his hand. It beeped with a notification bank card credited with 7,501,064 yuan. Looking at the amount just added to his account, he muttered reflectively, All this money isn't even as good as a 10% increase in strength. Personal martial power is the only truth. The gene tonics and the white or blue cores on the market are no longer effective for me. He then sighed wearily and began to complain. My template is even pickier than its master. I can't even afford high-end things like the blood jade fruit or advanced gene tonics. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed in his mind. Ditch Hua looked up with interest. There's this way. He recalled what had happened. During the exam, I completely crushed Liu Qingzhu thanks to the power of the raging Emperor Gorilla template. But in terms of martial techniques, I'm far behind those martial arts specialists. So, what I need to do now is find some extremely powerful martial techniques. Right after, he dashed off at full speed like a wild horse, not forgetting to shout, "Old Dung, I'm here to ask for a big favor." Cut to Inthan High School. In the principal's office, a cup of hot tea has just been poured. Ditch Hua went straight to the principal's tea table. And the principal, treating him like a fragile treasure, personally massaged Ditch Hua's shoulders and said, "Ditch Hua, I didn't expect you to still remember your old school." Ditch Hua happily turned and gave a modest smile. "Principal, don't be so formal." The principal kept massaging the shoulders of the school's pride and joy, praising him endlessly. "That's right. You're the top scorer. As a role model for all of Inthan." While this champion was here with a hidden agenda, Ditch Hua pulled out a large bottle of ginseng wine. He presented it to the principal and said softly, "Sir, this little bottle of medicinal wine from Pinghe Pharmacy isn't a bribe. It's just a small token of my sincere respect for an elder." As soon as he saw the fragrant wine, the principal's eyes lit up like car headlights. "That look on your face says you've been craving this badly. Ditch Hua is truly a good student. He knows how to respect his teachers." After gifting the principal the bottle of wine, it was time for Ditch Hua to state what he wanted. "Principal, I want to learn some powerful martial techniques. Do you have any connections?" the principal said. "Since you haven't started university yet, you can only get help from the martial clans." His eyes, however, were still glued to the bottle of wine. "You've already been accepted into Huadu University, so why not wait until you start school? What's the rush?" That was the standard line, and his eyes glistened with emotion. Ditch Hua put on a passionate and enthusiastic act. "Principal, I just want to improve faster." The principal could only nod. He probably figured he was cornered. "All right, fine. I'll make an introduction for you. Education has to be flexible. After all." Ditch Hua even leaned in and whispered into the principal's ear. "You've said it perfectly, Principal. A flexible person like you is a blessing to the education sector." The man grinned from ear to ear with delight. Truly a man who knows how to read the room. "You flatter me. You flatter me." The next day, Ditch Hua was undressing for a shower in his room, water glistening on his muscular body. He was on the phone. "Ditch Hua, it's done. You can go right away." It was the principal calling. Ditch Hua immediately replied, "Thank you, sir. Which martial clan is it?" Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise and he exclaimed, The Liu family of Inthan agreed to teach me their secret techniques." Cut to the outside. In Inthan City, a man is riding a motorcycle at an insane speed with a blonde girl on the back. They were both dressed fashionably and looked super cool. The girl in the back, her hair flying in the wind like a ponytail, said to the guy in front with a hint of fear, "Big bro, you're driving too fast. It's so scary." The gelled hair dude turned around and acted even more dramatic. "Hey!" Just as they were enjoying their lovey-dovey moment, Ditch Hua's voice suddenly caught up to them with a warning. "Hey buddy, if you're gonna go fast, you should focus. Reckless driving will make your family shed tears." The young couple turned around, startled. The guy in front was pissed that his moment was ruined. He was mad as hell. He opened his big mouth and started cussing up a storm. "Are you crazy? You scared the crap out of me. You dare to race me with that piece of junk bicycle." As soon as he finished speaking, he gripped the throttle and revved it hard. After that, the two of them ignored the warning from Ditch Hua and sped off down the main road, leaving behind some insults. "Does this thing even deserve to ride alongside me?" The girl in the back was going wild, screaming, "Big bro, you're so cool, so handsome." Ditch Hua looked at them with contempt. "Now I'm getting annoyed." Ditch Hua glared after them. "You dare use that tone with your big bro here, right behind them?" A massive burst of energy suddenly erupted. The trashy couple in front jumped in fear, their hearts practically leaping out of their chests, ready to pop out. Who says a normal bicycle can't keep up with a motorcycle? Our boy Ditch Hua here uses nuclear energy to pedal, easily zooming past those two. He even dropped a line. Get lost, you flies! The guy left behind could only watch with wide eyes, trembling all over. Just like that, Ditch Hua rode his bicycle, shooting off like a rocket. A long trail of dust flew up behind him, and within a few seconds, he was out of sight. The couple was so scared they broke out in a cold sweat, like they'd just taken a shower. The two of them had no idea they had just encountered the strongest martial artist in City. His voice trembled in fear. Are bicycles that fast now? Staring wide-eyed at the disappearing figure. The girl in the back also stammered in terror. That was as fast as an airplane. Of course! 5 minutes later, he arrived. Ditch Hua stopped his bicycle and looked up. He stood alone in front of a large gate and marveled. A martial arts clan indeed! He was standing before the gate of a huge mansion, a testament to their immense wealth and influence. Using his ability to scan the energy here, Ditch Hua mumbled. Even the force field has several terrifying auras. Just then, someone came out to open the gate for Ditch Hua. It was Liu Tan Truck, who stood there waving at him with a friendly expression, but she seemed shy and didn't dare to smile. You're here, Ditch Hua. Seeing this, Ditch Hua chuckled and teased her. Are you not happy to see me? Tan Truck shyly and hastily denied it. Her cheeks suddenly turned red. No, that's not it. This guy Ditch Hua pressed on with his attack. So you are very happy to see me, right? Tan Truck didn't answer, looking down as she prepared to lead the way. My mother told me to come get you. Let's go see her now. And so, Ditch Hua followed Tan Truck to meet the person he needed to see. As they stepped inside, the main hall doors opened, and just the doors alone revealed an insane level of wealth. Tan Truck looked up and called out, Mother, Ditch Hua is here! From the top of a grand staircase, a woman in high heels slowly descended. The woman had wavy, platinum blonde hair, full lips, and a captivating beauty. She spoke in a welcoming tone. You're here, Ditch Hua. This woman, with her mature and wealthy beauty, was Tan Lam, the head of the Liu family. As soon as she saw her daughter had brought Ditch Hua, Tan Lam smiled warmly and walked down closer to them. All attention was drawn to her exquisite beauty. The moment Ditch Hua saw Liu Tan Truck's mother, his face turned red like a boiling kettle. His whole body felt hot as he let out a steamy breath from his two nostrils. He was already holding back a lot. A thirsty thought unconsciously popped into his head. Your Excellency Prime Minister, I have seen the light. Recalling the time after the exam at the Liu family estate ended, Liu Tan Truck returned home after her defeat and faced her mother, who had high expectations for her. The two were silent for a long time, not a word exchanged between them. Tan Truck, with a sad look in her eyes, spoke first to her mother. Mother, Her face looked like she was about to cry. However, contrary to Tan Truck's fears, her mother gently waved her hand as if it was nothing and said, Tan Truck, there's no need to worry. Liu Tan Truck's mother spoke frankly about her feelings. I watched the live duel between you and that child named Ditch Hua. You performed very well. Ditch Hua's ability would make him a dark horse even in the Huadu exam. You don't need to blame yourself. She didn't expect her mother to acknowledge her and not put pressure on her. Tan Truck was speechless. She stood there, trembling in front of her mother, as if blaming herself for being too weak. At that moment, the mother stood up straight and spoke seriously to Tan Truck about her future plans for the Liu family. Your younger brother has limited abilities. He is fundamentally unable to take over the Liu family. In your generation of the Liu family, only you can bear this great responsibility. Then she approached Liu Tan Truck and gently caressed the beautiful face she had given birth to, speaking softly to her. But you are a girl. And moreover, you were born like this. She then revealed the harsh reality of the Liu family. Currently, your father passed away early, and now our Liu family doesn't have a single grandmaster to back us up. The family's power is declining to the point where we have to stay in this small city. If a great clan Bounty demands a marriage alliance with you, we basically have no right to refuse. This would mean the Liu family would be swallowed up by others, and our century-old legacy would be handed over to someone else. That's why I want you two to be together. What do you think? Hearing this, Liu Truk was genuinely surprised. She hadn't considered this, and her cheeks flushed as her heart pounded. Then, Liu Truk's mother seriously continued to explain her perspective on her daughter's rival. Dich Hua. Dich Hua is not bad at all. His talent is exceptional, his family background is simple, and his future is limitless. From what I've observed, he is not a malicious person. You don't have to answer right away. Just try living with him first and see how it goes. Returning to the present, Dich Hua was now at Liu Truk's house, meeting her beautiful, queen-like mother. As soon as she saw him, she approached with a warm smile. Welcome to the Liu family, Dich Hua. Dich Hua shyly bowed his head respectfully. Ahem, ahem. Hello, Auntie, I brought a small gift. Wow, this guy was thoughtful enough to bring a gift to Liu Truk's house. What is he planning without beating around the bush? Liu Truk's mother got straight to the point. I heard from the principal of Yizhong High. Oh. Say that you want to learn some advanced martial arts, is that right? Dich Hua was unusually well behaved. Yes, ma'am. She then told her daughter. Have Truk take him. This also took Dich Hua completely by surprise, and he secretly glanced up, thinking to himself, why did she agree so quickly? Then, Liu Truk's mother acted completely natural, approaching Dich Hua and intentionally creating a private moment for the two of them. Then Truk will take you to the Liu family's martial arts pavilion. Inside, there are forbidden martial arts techniques, so you will only have one day to study in there. Her gaze then became stern and completely serious as she looked at him and said, deep within the martial arts pavilion, there are 3 sets of Xuanhuang martial skills. Whether you can learn them or, otherwise, we'll have to see what you're capable of. Having received permission from the Liu family's matriarch, Yi Huo respectfully and sincerely thanked her. He clasped his hands and bowed his head to Liu Qingju's mother. Yes. Then Yi Huo thanks the Liu family. She glanced over at Yi Huo, her expression mysterious as she thought to herself. He thanks the Liu family and not Qinlan herself. It seems he's made a promise to the Liu family. Very good. Yi Huo, in the future, the Liu family will let you fulfill that promise. Then she smiled, looking very satisfied with the Yi Huo before her. A very smart kid. The more I look at him, the more I like him. Meanwhile, Yi Huo had just blurted it out and couldn't understand what this woman's deal was with him. Why did he get the feeling she was looking at him funny? Qingju noticed her mother's attitude and was a bit curious herself, but didn't dare to speak. A moment later, she led Yi Huo to the martial arts pavilion, the path leading to a dark tunnel. Qingju slowly walked ahead to lead the way, while Yi Huo trotted along behind her small, fair figure. Suddenly, he stopped and curiously asked Qingju, Classmate Qingju, why do I get the feeling you're always avoiding my gaze? This question hit a nerve. Qingju was so startled she didn't even dare to turn around. I'm not... But that troll Yi Huo suddenly jumped right next to Liu Qingju, smirking as he said, Oh, really? Being this close to Yi Huo made her face turn, beet red, too embarrassed to speak, and she then deliberately tried to create some distance from him. Qingju yelped in surprise. What the heck are you doing getting so close? Yi Huo just stumbled around, laughing his head off. A moment later, Qingju led Yi Huo to a large secret door, a thick stone gate that they both had to look up at. Now Qingju turned to Yi Huo and said, This is a stone gate made of force-dissolving stone, a special type of stone mined from a secret realm which can dissolve the attack of a Xuan martial master without breaking. Yi Huo happened to want to test it out. Can I try punching it yet? Qingju remained confident. Go ahead and punch it. Her expression darkened as she wondered to herself, This guy's ideas are so weird. Shouldn't he be praising how amazing this stone is? Just getting Qingju's approval was enough for Yi Huo to start gathering atomic energy into the palm of his hand. It emitted that familiar blue light, and he clenched his fist, putting immense force into it, having already witnessed the terrifying power of Yi Huo's attacks in the arena. The moment Liu Qingju saw him assume that stance, her eyes went wide with fear. It was that blue light from his fist technique again. The scary memories were flooding back. Qingju turned away and squeezed her eyes shut, not daring to look. Now that the energy was fully gathered, Yi Huo threw a powerful punch straight at the sturdy gate in front of him. The energy from his punch radiated out with extreme force, shaking the entire tunnel. It seemed like it would be an earth-shattering blow, one that would bring the whole tunnel down. But unexpectedly, as soon as it touched the door, the energy suddenly vanished. The air became surprisingly quiet and awkward, taking the opportunity to laugh in Yi Huo's face. Liu Qingju covered her mouth and giggled, while Yi Huo still couldn't figure it out. No reaction. That's weird. The moment he touched the stone wall, it was like punching the ocean, or falling into a swamp. More than 90% of the force was absorbed. Behind him, Qingju was laughing her head off. Let's go! I'll take you inside to pick a martial art, she thought to herself. Hehehe. So there are times when you lose too, Yi Huo. And so, the door was opened by the family head herself. The two entered a large secret chamber that contained a vast collection of martial arts documents and materials. Qingju began to introduce them. The martial arts here include movement techniques, defense, body tempering, swordsmanship, and so on and so forth. Then she spoke to him softly. Which one do you want to learn? You can just use this personal card to unlock the permissions, Yi Huo asked immediately. Where are the Xuanhuang martial arts? She led him to a place with a modern card scanner and said, in the deepest part of the small stone chamber, you also have to scan your card to enter. Then she continued seriously, trying to make Yi Huo understand. But you can't possibly comprehend a Xuanhuang martial art in one day. At most, you'll only scratch the surface. I don't think it was necessarily a good thing for my mother to grant you access to the Xuanhuang martial arts. I can help you pick a few scrolls that are close to the Xuanhuang level and suitable for your skills. Here we go again. That guy Yi Huo playfully jumped close to Qingju and teased her some more. Are you worried about me? She blushed in annoyance and thought, I don't want to talk to this guy anymore. She pointed, trying to restrain herself, but Yi Huo continued, Ahem, you don't need to worry about me. I know my own limits. If I'm going to learn something, of course I'll learn the strongest. If a Xuanhuang martial art is right in front of me and I don't even have the guts to learn it, I might as well just go home. Then he asked curiously, Is this door made of black force-dissolving stone? Qingju slowly entered the password and replied, Of course, the secret chamber for Xuanhuang martial arts has to be kept strictly confidential, right? This quality of black force-dissolving stone is extremely rare. And so, an important gate opened, allowing Yi Huo to freely enter. The shadows of the two of them stretched long on the tiled floor. Qingju continued to remind him, My great-grandfather's generation started collecting the stone used to build these black force-dissolving stone walls. Inside here, there are many high-level safes. The outside is plated with gold and heavily reinforced, very sturdy. On each safe is a line of text. Fleshly body imprisoning demon. To explain this, Qingju took the initiative to speak first. Learning a Xuanhuang martial art isn't about reading, but about sensing the intent the creator left within the art. If you can't sense it, or if the martial artist's attributes conflict with its meaning, then you can't practice the Xuanhuang martial art. In short, a Xuanhuang martial art is alive. It's not the martial artist who chooses the art, but the art that chooses the martial artist. Hearing this, Yi Huo became even more thrilled. He opened his wide mouth and laughed boisterously. Perfect. Fleshly body imprisoning demon. I am the chosen one for this martial art. And so, a fleshly body imprisoning demon safe was opened. Yi Huo's shadow looking even more terrifying than the demon itself inside. He stood with his legs apart and hands in his pockets, his two eyes glowing in anticipation. But suddenly that triumphant expression was gone, replaced by a face full of worry as he trembled. The Xuanhuang martial art isn't a book but a statue. Appearing majestically before him was the statue of a mutated demonic monster. It sat on a pile of corpses, its feet trampling the heads of those it had once slain. The moment he saw it, Yi Huo totally freaked out. He was completely stunned and had not anticipated this at all. As soon as the safe door opened, Yi Huo's consciousness was pulled into an illusion. He was bewildered when he saw behind his back a statue in the shape of the Bodhisattva Guanyin, but with the face of a demon and a missing arm. Then Yi Huo turned his head to look back, staring at the statue with a wary expression. Is this the sensing the martial intent they were talking about? Could it be... I've entered the world of martial spirit. The Xuanhuang martial art isn't a book but a sculpture. Hearing him say that, Than Truck began to explain. Not only can it be a sculpture, but it can also be a painting or a tool. Anything at all. Can become a vessel for the martial path. That is the miracle of a grandmaster. Hearing this, Yi Huang was startled out of the illusion and looked over. Only then did she look at him and seriously clarify that only a grandmaster can condense their martial path and attach it to an item to pass on to their descendants as an inheritance. With that said, Than Truck turned away coldly. leaving behind one last sentence. Now it's all up to you. Yi Huo awkwardly looked back and asked, Up to me, big sis. You haven't even told me how I'm supposed to learn this. However, Thantruk just turned back with a mysterious look and replied, Perceive the spirit. If you are fated to, you will naturally feel it. These words made Yi Huo even more confused. He was completely clueless. Then he switched to exhausted mode. After 1 minute and 30 seconds, Yi Huo collapsed onto the ground, saying casually, It's all about fate, right? Then I'll just take a nap and see what happens. In the surveillance room, Thantruk was also at a loss for words at Yi Huo's attitude. She was so pissed she couldn't stand it. Yi Huo, you're really the only one who would do that. At this moment, Yi Huo still had many tangled thoughts in his head as he assessed himself. So this martial spirit world is like a mental world. Right now, I don't have a single bit of martial energy. I can't even use my nuclear fission-like attacks. It's like I'm back to the weak state of a normal person. Just then, the system appeared, detecting the host's consciousness is in a special space. To prevent the host from going insane, the system will reinforce the host's spirit. After reading that, he got a little excited, but luckily, he still had the system. Suddenly, right where the statue's broken arm was, the figure of a man identical to the statue appeared, standing right there and laughing boisterously. Ha ha, my martial arts can only be inherited by a true man. Otherwise, I'd rather let it be buried underground. Yi Huo turned around in complete surprise. He sat majestically up high, then smirked with glowing red eyes, his voice booming down like a challenge. Kid, prove to me that you're a real man. Yi Huo was flabbergasted. He was utterly shocked, with his mouth hanging wide open. This person was identical to the sculpture. Then, a huge bolt of lightning flashed between them. This person continued with a long speech. When thunder and rain meet, the 100 demons will walk the night. At that time, you must stand in for me and guard this ruin. Do not let the wrathful Bodhisattva statue be defiled by evil spirits. If you succeed, I will pass on the skills to guard this place to you. If you fail, haha, you'll have your spirit gnawed on by the 100 demons until you go insane, and you'll never walk the martial path again. If you're a weakling, then hurry up and run away. A drop of water dripped from the ceiling, landing right on Yi Huo's nose. He looked up and chuckled to himself. Is it raining? Next, inside the secret chamber, many water droplets began to fall at once. Only then did he realize, looks like the trial has begun. The sound of the rain inside grew clearer and louder. Yi Huo firmly gripped the sword in his hand. He tightened his grip on it and channeled energy into it. Right in front of him were numerous mysterious black shadows. They had brightly glowing eyes, swarming out towards Yi Huo. But he stood tall, facing them without a shred of fear. Yi Huo's face was cold as he stared at the things before him. He was trying to control his emotions. That slimy black shadow now started to charge and attack Yi Huo. In his hand was a glowing sword. Yi Huo held it out in a defensive stance, ready for a confrontation. With one smooth slash, Yi Huo cut through a charging black shadow, slicing it in two. He acted decisively and powerfully, then followed up with another slash to the side. The glowing slash carried immense power. Yi Huo struck with absolutely no emotion. It was still raining, and Yi Huo was in complete control of the battle. He stood firm, legs spread wide, still looking up with his signature smile, and acknowledged, as expected, the trial wouldn't make a martial artist fight 100 demons barehanded. There had to be a hidden tool. The demonic energy was still immense, barely dented by Yi Huo's 2 sword strikes. It then continued to split into many large arms and lunged to attack him. Yi Huo flew up in response, surrounded by a storm of wind, rain, and sky-splitting lightning. Yi Huo was like a dancer, the main character performing a sword dance in the spotlight, splitting everything in his path. He used it with great skill and enjoyment, which seemed to heighten his excitement. The man sitting on the roof looked down at Yi Huo and smirked in judgment. The 100 demons in this martial domain trial feed on the aura of this old man, and yet a mere little martial apprentice dares to venture out from the protection of this dump. He's truly seeking death. It seems this time's trial candidate is another piece of trash. The new generation of martial artists truly can't compare to the last. Meanwhile, he continued to fight relentlessly with the sword in his hand. The demons within the black slime swarmed Yi Huo, and the more powerfully he swung his sword, the more they attacked. The man said, "Usually, I'm the one who has to personally go and collect their corpses." A demon took advantage of Yi Huo's unguarded back, opening its large mouth and lunging with both hands to attack him. but you can't mess with the valedictorian of Anthan. Yi Huo gracefully dodged to the side, causing the shadow demon to miss him completely. Failing its objective, it became visibly furious and resentful. Just a moment ago he was judging Yi Huo as weak, but now his eyes widened in complete surprise. Ah, the 100 demons. Can't even get near him. And Yi Huo seemed to have noticed something about his own body. Drenched in the rain, he raised his hand and mumbled. It seems that in the spiritual world, the system automatically protects me, making me immune to attacks. Well, isn't that just perfect? Yi Huo burst out laughing. This is no different from a tiger growing wings. He then opened his mouth wide, smugly declaring, "Doesn't this make me an invincible golden god, hoo-ha-ha?" In the old man's view, he saw Yi Huo absolutely wrecking the horde of demons, becoming more and more frenzied. His craziness was just like his personality. It seems this man had been too hasty in judging Yi Huo. He tilted his head to one side and frowned, full of questions about him. Tisk tisk. This kid is somehow unaffected by the demonic presence. How did he do that? Hearing and understanding what the old man was thinking while watching him. Yi Huo smirked, looked up, and cheekily said, "Nothing much, just diligence, hard work and training, the demons, in their shadowy forms," sensed that he was not an easy opponent and immediately began to retreat cautiously. This made the man, who was the true form of the statue, had to speak up and acknowledge him, saying, "Well, what an impressive display of arduous training. If you can subdue the 100 demons, I will not break my promise and shall pass my legacy on to you. However, we'll have to see if you have what it takes." Yi Huo stood in the rain, perhaps having passed one of the trials, and looked ahead. The statue had shattered, revealing a well with fragments of the Buddha statue scattered around it. Inside the well, there was a lot of strange, glowing energy. Yi Huo stepped up to the well, looked inside, and muttered, "It's the voice of the man from the statue. This well contains the essence of evil energy that I have condensed throughout my life. The inner demon physique technique is also in this well, if you can refine it." Before the voice could even finish, Yi Huo had already leaped straight into the well. With his personality, he didn't have a single shred of fear or hesitation. The voice praised him endlessly, its expression not knowing how to react to this situation. Good. Good. It's the first time I've ever seen a junior with such character. I remember back in my golden days, I was also a heroic figure who entered an S-rank secret realm. I rose because of the inner demon physique, and I also died because of the inner demon physique. As I grew old, my chi and blood began to weaken. The evil spirits suppressed within my body started to rebel against me, causing me to lose my way and even kill those around me, to avoid making the same mistake again. I had no choice but to end it myself. Before I died, I mixed my lifetime of vengeful spirits, resentful energy, and martial intent into the statue. Although 100 years have passed, and the evil energy in this space of martial intent has dissipated a lot, it is still not something an ordinary martial artist can withstand. If you can subdue this evil spirit, you will surely surpass your old self on the path of the inner demon physique. In the monitoring room, Then Truck and her mother were also present. They were watching Yi Huo's every single move. Suddenly, there was a strange change. Then Truck looked up, startled, and she panicked, seeming very worried about him. On the screen was an image of Yi Huo lying on the ground, his entire body enveloped in a layer of aura. Yi Huo was convulsing. Then Truck was bewildered. "Mom, what's happening?" The mother and daughter, Liu Trug, stood frozen, staring at Yi Huo on the large monitor. Seeing Yi Huo's current state, Then Truck was extremely worried. She stared at the screen without blinking for a second, feeling anxious for him. Just a moment ago while sleeping, Yi Huo was clearly smiling smugly, as if he were having a pleasant dream. But now he was convulsing. In contrast to her daughter, Liu Trug's mother appeared unusually calm. She leisurely took a drag from her cigarette and began to explain. "This third Zhuanhuang martial art technique was something your grandfather chanced upon late in his life. He tried to cultivate it, but unexpectedly, with his grandmaster level cultivation, he was repelled by the martial essence within the statue and even suffered internal injuries. Since then, no one in the Liu family has been able to master this martial art." It seemed this was the first time Liu Truck had heard this secret, and she couldn't hide the surprise on her face. Her mother's eyes suddenly turned sharp. She emphasized each word. "For a power to be extraordinary, the method to obtain it is certainly not something an ordinary person can endure." Hearing this, The young girl's beautiful eyes suddenly changed. They widened, shining with an unusual seriousness. To wear the crown, one must first bear its weight. Yi Huo has chosen to accept the power of this martial art, so he must... Meanwhile, at the center of all the attention, inside the secret chamber, Yi Huo had just woken up from a good nap. The young man stretched his arms with a great, satisfying yawn, looking completely refreshed. This whole scene was witnessed by Liu Than-truk and her mother. Seeing his adorable antics, she couldn't help but chuckle and turn to her mother. "Mom, I don't think Yi Huo's training is as epic as you made it out to be." Seeing Yi Huo's clueless look, her mother was left completely speechless. Inside the secret chamber, Yi Huo stood up and respectfully bowed again to the statue that had just passed on its technique. An invisible aura radiated from the statue, filling the space. The young man bowed, his voice low. "Thank you, senior, for passing on your technique." The true form hidden behind the statue looked at him with a satisfied gaze, thinking, "Kid, you are the most talented genius I have ever seen. Perhaps you will find the truth of the secret realm, something we predecessors could not accomplish. This task is now yours." But behind that respectful facade, Yi Huo flashed a mischievous grin. He thought to himself, "You've got the wrong guy. Senior, I was just hacking." Finishing his thought, he warmed up his limbs and a powerful aura erupted all over his body. Yi Huo could clearly feel the change. Flesh and blood of a prisoner, body like an asura. Although my status window hasn't increased at all, with this Zhuanhuang martial art, my combat power has doubled from before. Just then, the door to the secret chamber burst open and Than-truk and her mother rushed in. The mother was holding up her dress with both hands, her usual elegant demeanor gone, replaced only by urgency. "Yi Huo, you mastered it." Than-truk also ran in, panting behind her. As soon as he saw the two beauties, Yi Huo flashed a smug grin so wide it twisted his mouth and replied cockily, "That's right, I mastered it." Liu Than-truk's mother was panting heavily from running so fast, and her bountiful chest was shaking violently. She asked him in amazement while catching her breath, "How is that possible even with Than-truk's talent? To even grasp the basics of a Zhuanhuang martial art, she had to stay in the space of martial essence without sleep for a whole week." "Yi Huo, how long did it take you? Was it even an hour? You learned it just by taking a nap." Than-truk stood beside them, her eyes filled with a mix of contemplation and admiration as she looked at the carefree Yi Huo, thinking to herself, "Everyone calls me a genius. But the real genius is right here." Hearing the barrage of questions, Yi Huo put on a cocky act, tilting his head and smirking. "It seems you don't believe me. All right, let me give you a demonstration." With that, Yi Huo flexed to show off his power, and an incredible aura suddenly exploded, enveloping his entire body and radiating an unbelievably powerful energy. This is the killing intent I comprehended from the world of martial essence. If I had to explain it, it's like an enchantment in a game. I can imbue it into my martial arts, making them more destructive. Saying that, he threw a demonstration punch. Yi Huo clenched his fist, and a brilliant glow erupted, surging with power. Indeed, its force had increased immensely. Than-truk was as if mesmerized. Her eyes widened, unconsciously drawn to that stream of power, and she exclaimed in her heart, "It feels so strong. I think I can even faintly hear the screams of demons." This must be the killing intent Yi Huo was talking about. This scene made Liu Than-truk's mother instantly captivated. She gazed at him adoringly and said in a sweet voice, "Yi Huo, you're really..." She pressed her hands to her fair cheeks, looking just like a teenager swooning over her crush because of Yi Huo's power. Seeing his future mother-in-law's attitude, Yi Huo was ecstatic on the inside but kept a straight face, thinking, "Madam, your daughter is right here. Can you show a little restraint? I don't want to be called a kept man." Just then, a curious Than-truk approached and asked, "Yi Huo, you've already mastered one Zhuanhuang martial technique, so do you want to try learning the other two? You still have 1 day left to learn." Seeing her daughter acting as if she were hypnotized, Liu Than-truk's mother, could only facepalm and sigh. "My dear daughter, are you naive or just plain silly? One moment she says she doesn't want to be with Yi Huo, and the next she's handing him the entire family fortune. Even if she's investing in Yi Huo and preparing to accept him as a golden son-in-law. She can't just offer up the entire Liu family fortune like that." But in response to her offer, Yi Huo flatly refused. "No need, Than-truk. One Zhuanhuang martial technique is already more than enough for me to digest for a long time. I won't learn any more." Then he turned to Liu Than-truk's mother. Auntie, I'm a bit tired, and I also have some personal matters to handle. Hearing this, she stroked her chin, nodded in agreement, and then ordered her daughter, All right then, truck, you take Yi Huo home. I heard from the butler that you came here on a public bike. Do you know how to pick a car from the garage and take it? It'll be more convenient. As soon as he heard this, Yi Huo remembered encountering two young punks while riding the bike over a car. Speaking of which, on my way here, I saw someone's motorcycle that looked super cool, both stylish and beautiful. He immediately turned and asked with a delighted expression, Auntie, do you have any motorcycles here? Then Truck's mother enthusiastically replied, Of course. Yi Huo, you like motorcycles? That's just like my reckless son. Alright, I'll give you the best one he has in his collection. At the same time, on the Liu family grounds, a young master was strolling leisurely, who was none other than the precious son Liu Truck's mother had just mentioned. He walked along, muttering to himself, I heard from Butler Hong that my mom just picked out a son-in-law. I want to see what kind of guy he is. My sister is the genius beauty of Incity, a once-in-a-century talent. Not just anyone is worthy of her. It's a small world, as the guy Yi Huo had just messed with on the road was none other than Liu Truck's younger brother. He was still fuming about what happened earlier. That punk on the public bike from before was so annoying. He scared my new girlfriend away. I better not see him again. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Yi Huo zipped past on a slick motorcycle, leaving the young man half confused and half suspicious, his heart skipping a beat, his face twisted as he watched. Yi Huo's retreating back and stammered, Wasn't that the guy on the public bike just now, and is he riding my motorcycle? Night had fallen. Back at Yi Huo's apartment, the expensive new motorcycle was parked neatly outside. On the table, he prepared a special appetizer for himself. A demon core sat in a bowl, with a side of wasabi dipping sauce as if he were about to eat sushi. Last time I swallowed a demon core raw, the taste was awful. Then he eagerly picked up his chopsticks, sticking his tongue out, with a gleeful grin as he picked up a piece. This time, let's add a little soul seasoning to enhance the flavor. Yi Huo picked up the demon core, dipped it in the sauce, and popped it into his mouth. The whole process looked just like eating sushi. First, I'll eat this blue one. As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar system panel appeared. Host Yi Huo, Comprehensive Physique 23.8, Berserker Gorilla Model Compatibility 21%, Super Titanization Model Compatibility 85%, Available Points 0. His body now felt like it was overflowing with energy. Yi Huo looked up and thought, My stats have increased, and I can add more points. Last time in the Hongshu Mountain Secret Realm, I used the Super Titanization model, and my height was about 50 meters. Although that's already gigantic compared to ordinary demon beasts, it's still too small compared to the mysterious mountain-sized creature in the Hongshu Mountain Secret Realm. He swiped his finger across the system panel, frowning and muttering, I need to get bigger. He allocated all his points to the Titan model, and on top of that, he took out a Tier 2 Demonic Vine Golden Demon Core. Instantly, his whole body reacted, and a powerful aura erupted from him. Yi Huo seemed to lose control, surrendering to the power overflowing from his body. The system immediately announced. Berserker Gorilla Model has absorbed a special gene sequence from a plant-based creature, triggering a special mutation. Does the host wish to prevent the model's mutation, yes or no? Reading this, Yi Huo's eyes suddenly flew wide open. He was completely shocked. A mutation! Right now, on his bare body, and his muscles were much more muscular and developed than before. Yi Huo looked down and considered. A mutation means the model will transform into a different attribute. If it turns into something beneficial, that's great. But if it's a detrimental attribute, it's no different from devolving. After thinking for a moment, Yi Huo frowned, muttered, and decided to go all in. He yelled, Whatever. Screw it. Let's gamble. Let's turn this bike into a motorbike. A sudden notification from the system rang out. Congratulations, host unlocked S-Class variant model. Instantly, the image of a massive, spiky gorilla appeared before Yi Huo's eyes in a blinding flash of light. He stared up in a daze, his eyes wide and jaw dropped, completely losing his cool. The system continued to display a notification. When the Berserker Gorilla model reaches 100%, there is a 2% chance to class change into the Stellar Emperor Gorilla. Stellar Emperor Gorilla? Just the name alone sounded powerful. At this, Yi Huo grinned with delight, clenching his fist and whispering, "But the current model needs to reach 100%. Looks like I need to level up quickly." Suddenly, a loud explosion from outside startled Yi Huo, who was in the middle of planning his next move to get stronger. He cautiously turned to look outside, then glared in the direction of the explosion and said in a low voice, "What's going on? A terrorist attack? Outside on the street, a fleet of..." Tactical police and a convoy of police cars appeared, everyone rushing about seriously on their mission, causing a commotion on the deserted street late at night. "Block all exits in the area, don't let them escape. Search every corner, leave no stone unturned." Inside the apartment, the commotion outside caught his attention, and at the same time, there was a sudden knock on his front door. He turned cautiously, wondering who would be looking for him at this hour. Yi Huo looked towards the door, puzzled. The original owner of this body was a loner. He probably doesn't have any friends who'd visit at this hour. I didn't order any takeout either. So who could be at the door at this time? The sound was at the front door, but suddenly, the figure of a woman in a sleek nano suit that hugged her perfectly curvaceous figure appeared at the window right behind Yi Huo. Her movements were as fluid as a combat cyborg. Yi Huo turned, glared, and asked, "Do you know who I am, young miss?" The woman outside the window replied in a cold tone, "Ah, it seems this little brother isn't just some common mortal." She continued, speaking to us in a teasing tone, "I was just gonna hide this thing on you and conveniently tweak your memories a bit. But since you found out, I guess I'll have to let your little buddy taste some pain. Remember not to run away now." Yi Huang listened. He heard these words without flinching and gave her a contemptuous glance. Then he turned around and said to himself, "Whatever. I still have a decent amount of savings. I can just buy another house." The woman behind him who heard this was a bit confused. "What are you talking about?" Then, he suddenly spun around, channeling the spirit of Bruce Lee, pointing with that legendary flare as he snapped, "You hear me? Your number is up!" The scene cuts to the streets outside. Below the apartment, a man was single-handedly facing off against an entire police squad. An officer from the squad rushed forward, and the two immediately clashed, showcasing their impressive power. This strange man was alone against the entire small squad, but he showed no fear. An officer suddenly shouted, having spotted a weakness. "He has an opening." Another officer immediately gave the command, "Get him now." The man began to back away. He looked quite exhausted, a smirk on his face as blood dripped down, one eye injured, but he still answered defiantly, seemingly coordinating with someone else. "Miao Yimei, you have to get the golden gene and escape at all costs." "Is Jia Sambasats. Chu Yi, will stay here to draw their fire for you." He continued to power up his body, unleashing a brilliant energy, and roared in the middle of the street. "Ha ha, if you have the guts, then come at me. Trading my one life for a few of yours is well worth it." Then, he shouted out the name of a forbidden art, Blood Burn. At that exact moment, from Yi Huang's apartment where the girl was perched, a brilliant gorilla energy beam shot straight out. He had only been gloating for a few seconds, when Chu Yi was startled by a powerful beam of energy that shot straight down at him, scared out of his wits. Chu Yi dodged to the side, stammering in fear. "There's another enemy!" It shattered the surrounding ground and rocks. As soon as the cloud of dust and smoke cleared, the woman from before was there, her entire body bruised and scratched. She pushed herself up from the ground, trying to stand. Chu Yi recoiled and shouted in shock, "Hey, demon sister, where is your ivory white battle armor? Why do you look like a roasted chicken? I'm putting my life on the line so you can retreat, and you crawl back looking like a lump of charcoal." As soon as he said that, Miao Yimei's eyes widened, a look of worry flashing within them. The girl whispered information into the mic on her headset to Chu Yi. "Chu Yi, I've hidden the thing. Let's retreat first." Immediately after this, an explosion erupted right behind them, making them both jump and try to take cover. If you look at a manhole cover nearby, it showed a slight movement. It seems the two of them went down it to escape. The scene shifts to a desolate, abandoned apartment complex without a soul in sight. Miao Yimei and Chu Yi had just arrived, panting heavily. At this moment, Yimei began to speak more comfortably. "We finally managed to shake off those cops." Chu Yi, on the other hand, looked up in dumbfounded admiration at the two speakers heavily protected by her battle armor and said, "Truly worthy of being a nanosuit to recover so quickly from that blast." Unexpectedly, Yi Huang had found his way to this place, his familiar footsteps drawing near, along with a dangerous tone. "Hey there, beautiful. You still haven't explained to me why you just barged into my house like that." Yi Huang appeared like a dangerous phantom who had tracked and hunted them down, his eyes locked on them with his trademark smile. He continued, "You two must have realized one very serious problem. You originally intended to pick some random lucky neighbor, but who knew you'd end up picking yours truly?" This demeanor, combined with the darkness, made his words hit even harder. "As a reward for invading my home, I will gladly play with you." Realizing Yi Huang had no good intentions, Chu Yi hastily opened his mouth, glared straight at him, and shrieked, "How did you find us?" Yi Huang just slowly stretched his smile from ear to ear. He could feel the nuclear radiation on Miao Yimei's body, so it was very simple to find them. He didn't answer Chu Yi, but simply said in a low voice, "If you are going to make a move, then stop talking." Then he ferociously gathered a new power into his right arm and decisively charged forward to attack Chu Yi. Yi Huang struck a truly vicious blow and declared loudly, "I'll use you to test the power of my demon-subduing physique." Chu Yi, terrified by this pressure, retreated. He also prepared himself completely to counter, lacing his hands together in front of him to block, while fearfully thinking to himself, "No, no! He is really showing no mercy." Yi Huang immediately gifted him with an earth-shattering blow right to Chu Yi. It was so powerful that even with his hands up to block, the punch pierced through him like a fierce dragon, consuming him whole. The entire area trembled violently and suffered terribly, but Seller, with just a single punch, for a test. Chu Yi was completely unable to resist. He was in so much pain that his mouth opened unconsciously, and he coughed up a large amount of red blood. At this point, Yi Huang still wasn't finished. On his remaining left hand, he clenched it and gathered another source of energy into it. With a completely blank expression, he prepared to deliver another blow to Chu Yi. Boom! Chu Yi could have logged out from the previous hit, but now Yi Huang gifted him another one. This blow directly slammed that fragile body into the adjacent wall. It emitted a powerful energy field, leaving his body in tatters, while Yi Huang remained bent over, his fists still clenched. Seeing this, Miao Yimei was stunned as she witnessed her teammate on the verge of logging out. Her armor was fully restored, but she had lost all her confidence. She looked up with a dazed and terrified expression and stammered, "Oh my god, this skill is horrifying. Hey, who is the master that taught you?" Chu Yi was now completely immobile. He sat motionlessly with his legs sprawled out, his head slumped nearby. Yi Huang glanced over and stood proudly before the girl. He gave a friendly wave and replied with a happy grin, "Haha, yours truly is the successor of Gorilla." Upon hearing this, Yimei froze for a few seconds. She found it completely strange but didn't dare to say it out loud, only thinking to herself, "Gorilla, I have never heard of that. But to think that in a small city like An City, there are hidden dragons and tigers." Suddenly, Chu Yi's determined voice shouted, "Kid, don't you get cocky too soon?" This made Yi Huang turn his head in surprise, and what followed was a loud roar. From a massive monster, it turns out Chu Yi was like many other fighters. He was not someone who could be easily defeated. In an instant, he powered up to awaken his professional class power. He was a transforming rhinoceros. Enormous! Behind him was the true form of a completely berserk rhinoceros monster. This guy, furious and enraged from being beaten to a pulp, roared, "Arr, a 6th-rank martial artist isn't someone a scrub like you can easily bully." In response, Chu Yi had no choice but to play his strongest card. He slammed his massive rhino foot onto the ground, making it tremble, and then began stomping thunderously towards Yi Huo to attack. His entire body underwent a full mutation. Numerous rhino horns sprouted all over from his head down to his back, his body radiating with energy as he furiously charged. But Yi Huo just stood there, waiting without reacting. Seeing this guy reveal his strongest form, Yi Huo actually felt more excited and satisfied. He stretched his mouth into an eager grin and cracked his knuckles with a loud pop. "Ha ha ha, now this is more like it," he said, his eyes flashing as he looked up at his opponent. From behind Yi Huo, Miao Yimei also lunged forward to attack him. She had quickly shifted her body so he wouldn't easily spot her. As she launched her sneak attack, she sneered inwardly, "Hey kid, you didn't expect my nano armor could turn invisible, did you? The real assassin here is me." But Yi Huo, remaining silent, actually knew everything. He didn't show any worry or fear. Instead, Yi Huo just casually tilted his head and held out one hand. Yi Huo fired a beam of nuclear energy, casually saying, "Get out of the way." Just one shot like that was enough to instantly burn and damage her outer nano armor. With that, Yi Mei was sent flying, her slender body slamming straight into the wall right behind her. The impact was so powerful that debris flew everywhere, and she was nowhere to be seen. It was truly a horrifying display of power. Now Yi Mei was seriously injured, and seeing this unfold before his eyes, Chu Yi couldn't help but get pissed. "Meow Yi Mei, you useless trash. You failed at a simple sneak attack. Looks like I still have to do it myself. With that said, He clenched his fist and charged at Yi Huo. The massive face of this rhino monster snarled with frustration and pure rage, gathering all its energy, determined to finish Yi Huo no matter what. However, our main character isn't someone who's easily defeated. He just nonchalantly raised an eyebrow and gave a challenging smirk. "Bring it on!" Yi Huo then also threw a punch to counter Chu Yi's powerful attack. Both of them clashed powerfully, their auras emitting a suffocating pressure. Yi Huo was also surprised by this guy's strength. At first, he thought he'd be easy to deal with, but upon feeling the enemy's defense, he was taken aback and exclaimed, his defense increased this much. Seeing the change in Yi Huo's expression, this guy got even more excited. He bared his teeth in a gleeful grin and growled, "Little devil, my iron rhino demon true form. Can't even be pierced by a tank shell. What makes you think you can break my armor?" At that moment, the sharp tip of Chu Yi's largest rhino horn shot towards Yi Huo's face. He tried to resist and leaned back to dodge the damage from it. As soon as he finished speaking, an explosion rang out. Chu Yi, seizing the opportunity, rushed forward, attacking Yi Huo fiercely, unleashing a barrage of punches straight at him while roaring, "Go to hell!" at the abandoned building where Chu Yi and Yi Mei were. A corner of the building was already heavily damaged. After launching a continuous assault on Yi Huo, everything seemed to quiet down. Chu Yi stopped his attack and stood there, speaking into the cloud of dust where Yi Huo was. "Little devil, no matter how aggressive you are, in front of my iron rhino demon beast, you're nothing but trash." Waiting to see Yi Huo's weakened state, Chu Yi looked around in confusion. "You, where are you?" He widened one of his eyes to search for Yi Huo more carefully. He was still completely baffled, not understanding what had happened. His punches were clearly very powerful just a moment ago, but then, suddenly appearing right before Chu Yi, was the towering figure of a giant titan. Its whole body was like a mountain, covered in a layer of heavy, sturdy armor. Yi Huo pushed himself up from his knees and stood, an action that alone made the whole place tremble. Chu Yi cried out in fear. "What the hell is this?" He couldn't believe it. His mouth hung open unconsciously, unable to close. How could this be possible? Chu Yi, full of questions, yelled, "Is this a monster? Beast? Where did it come from? Could it be that kid transformed?" Suddenly, the giant hand of Titan Yi Huo opened wide and shot forward to grab Chu Yi at an incredible speed. That damn roaring sound grew louder and louder. Chu Yi stared blankly as he looked up. Bam! Yi Huo's massive, Buddha-like hand slammed down on the ground. The moment it made contact, it created a powerful aftershock with energy radiating all around. Even so, that guy Chu Yi was agile enough to leap high into the air, dodging it. He quickly jumped in another direction and avoided the slam. However, Yi Huo also redirected his hand, slamming down at Chu Yi a second time. His body, seemed a bit panicked as his legs trembled. Another slam shook the entire area. All that could be seen was a powerful light flashing upon impact with the ground and Yi Huo's rugged arm crashing down. At this point, his other hand gathered glowing nuclear energy, raising it high to build momentum before swinging down. Yi Huo's massive head, hidden in the pitch-black shadows, was terrifying. He was now returning the favor for what Chu Yi did to him earlier. He locked onto Chu's position and unleashed a continuous barrage of punches. Like, just imagine how terrifying it is for that colossal body to be punching non-stop without missing a beat. Moment later, Yi Huo's system panel appeared. Subject Yi Huo. State Supergiants. Transformation. Composite Physique 23.8. Increased to 294. His face loomed into view, a distorted fusion of many monsters, with only his two eyes shining brightly with powerful and terrifying nuclear energy. Over in a corner, Yi Mei's nano-armor body had finally finished repairing itself. She struggled to her feet, clutching her body after taking that one hit from Yi Huo. She had just witnessed Yi Huo transform into a massive titan. That was a body that no one would dare to mess with. Only now did she realize she had picked a fight with the wrong person. In her extreme anxiety, she unconsciously mumbled, "Ah! I was so stupid! Why did I provoke this monster?" Then she quickly... Jidin regained her composure and started calculating an escape plan for both of them. Looking around to assess the situation, Yimei said to herself, "If this keeps up, Chu Yi will be beaten to death. We can't escape. The only way is..." Desperately found a safe and suitable place to ambush Di Chua. Ngemai quickly flew to the roof of a building and pulled out a glowing wire, aiming from the rooftop to plot his downfall. Immediately after, without hesitation, from the top of the tall building, Ngemai swooped down like a bird, but her body was only protected by a nano layer as she flew as fast as a rocket, holding the strange wire in her mouth while concentrating her aim directly at Di Chua. At that moment, the wire grew longer and longer. When Di Chua transformed into his giant body, his movements were very slow, so compared to his smaller body, she easily wrapped the wire tightly around the Titan's neck. After flying around him for many circles, and successfully wrapping the Titan's neck, she screamed. This is a molecular thread extracted from a nano battle suit, strong enough to cut high-grade alloy. Even if you became a giant through gene technology, your human weaknesses remain unchanged. And yet, that tiny wire cleanly and gently sliced off Di Chua's entire head. Just like that, Di Chua's head fell from high above, leaving behind the massive body. At the same time, Ngemai landed on the ground with skill and style, right in front of the Titan with an ice-cold expression. And then, the massive head of the Titan Di Chua fell right in front of Ngemai. She turned to look and forcefully pulled her molecular whip back. The Titan's outer body withered and was no longer as energetic as before. Thinking it was all over, Ngemai let out a long sigh and wondered to herself, "Did I succeed?" It felt as if she had just lifted a 1,000-pound burden, just as she thought she was about to go home. Unexpectedly, the mouth of the Titan's head opened wide, and inside was a familiar stream of nuclear energy. This time, it was as big as the giant mouth itself, glowing brilliantly and aimed straight at Ngemai's curvy body. This development startled her, causing her to jump back. The sky suddenly darkened, and Ngemai was so terrified that cold sweat poured down like she was taking a shower. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Her lips moved without forming words. Monster. From a distance, a beam of nuclear energy shot out from Di Chua's mouth, destroying a building and then rushing straight towards her. The girl's fate seemed to be sealed. The last thing that remained in her mind was just an endless, dazzling blue light. After the terrifying explosion, all that was left was a thick, dark night of black smoke and dust. Nothing could be seen except for the faint crackling of electric sparks. From inside the giant Titan's mouth, Di Chua slowly walked out. After making sure he had eliminated both nuisances, he returned to his human form, his body still emitting faint wisps of smoke, a testament to the horrific battle that had just taken place. He coldly approached the mangled body of Chungia, which looked like a rag, but unexpectedly, he wasn't dead yet. He could even let out a few coughs. Cough, cough. Di Chua put his hands on his hips and looked down at him for a long time, his eyes devoid of any pity, and he lowered his voice coldly. Now it's your turn. Hearing that voice, Chungia, though clinging to his last breath, still tried to lift his bright red blood-soaked head. You monster. Even on the verge of death, he still tried to say a few last words, fresh blood streaming down his head like tomato juice. Yet in his eyes, Di Chua at this moment was like the embodiment of ultimate horror. In the darkness, only his terrifyingly glowing eyes could be seen. A killer must be prepared to be killed. It's only fair. Chungia knew he had no way out. He hung his head in front of Di Chua, awaiting the final judgment. At that exact moment, from a distance, the red and blue lights of police cars flashed continuously, tearing through the night with blaring sirens, seemingly accepting his fate. Chungia squeezed his eyes shut. Ha! If I have to die, I'm taking you down with me. Dieu Ngemai, the chick you just killed, hid something called the golden gene in your room. It's yours now. After saying that, he suddenly snapped his eyes open, his face becoming twisted and perverse, like a true demon. His mouth let out one last triumphant roar. You'll have to face an endless pursuit, so run, ha-ha, I'll be waiting for you in hell. This provocation made Di Chua even more annoyed, to have the guts to talk tough in this state. Without a word, he stomped his foot and crushed his head. Run, Mayat, you talkative monkey. Chungia couldn't say another word. his whole body splattering with red blood before he collapsed to the ground. Yi Huo also seemed to realize the police had sniffed him out. He glanced into the distance and smirked, muttering, "The police are here. I have to dispose of the bodies quickly." In the middle of the deserted building, a giant, unusual hole appeared. It goes without saying who the creator was. Yi Huo felt a bit annoyed and sighed. "I went a little overboard this time." The scene changes to Yi Huo's apartment. As soon as he entered the room, he sat right down on his soft bed and immediately pulled out his phone to text and ask about the situation. "Aunt Tan, how is the police investigation going?" The person on the phone quickly replied, "It's all good, but Yi Huo, things have been unstable lately. You should just lay low until the school at Hoado starts." Yi Huo urgently replied, "Don't worry, Auntie. You know I'm a good kid." His aunt unconsciously believed him. Good. It seems like one bit of trouble has been taken care of." Yi Huo stood up, sighed in relief, and tossed his phone onto the bed. "Good thing I had Aunt Tan help out beforehand. Otherwise, if the cops traced my signature nuclear blast, I'd be totally screwed." Indeed, while Dyungemai had hidden the gene tube in Yi Huo's room, he held it in his hand with a strange expression. "So this is the golden gene those two were talking about." Looking closely, there was a special logo on the tube depicting a large, winged animal. He muttered, "From the Hoado People's Prometheus files. I recognize this symbol from the Thunder Rock Biotech Corporation." Thinking about the two from before, Yi Huo realized why they hid this thing in his room. It turned out those two stole this thing and were being chased while on the run. Recalling Chunia's wicked expression, Yi Huo quickly calculated. His words meant he wanted to frame me. Right after that, he looked at the hole in the wall created by his nuclear energy. Yi Huo felt uneasy, especially with this special item in his hand. After thinking for a moment, he considered, "I should probably move. I'll stay at a hotel for tonight." The scene shifts to a B-rank secret realm, the Swan Lake core area. This place is a beautiful oasis with a curved coastline, rolling mountains and clouds, and majestic natural trees. On the mainland, many martial artists are killing monsters. A woman stood on the corpse of a monster that had just been taken down and asked, "How's the harvest over there?" The man next to her was trying to dig into the monster's guts to retrieve a spirit stone. In the corner, the man below replied, "It's all right, made a decent profit." Suddenly, a strange noise appeared, causing the scantily clad woman to turn around in alarm. "This is bad. Captain, look quick. Look!" The man holding the spirit stone was also completely stunned. Before them, a giant demonic beast suddenly appeared from above, and the sky turned the color of blood. Amidst the pitch-black clouds, a colossal creature advanced toward them. The entire oasis became unusually gloomy, causing these people to fall silent and stare ahead. Looking closer, countless demonic beasts were swarming in unison. They were mutated combinations of many ferocious animals, with their eyes, noses, and mouths all indistinct. And they looked utterly hideous, racing toward the group of people. Not only that, but from underground, the sky, and the ground itself, countless deformed monsters emerged, as numerous as an apocalyptic disaster. However, leading the pack of beasts was a reptilian creature. It was gigantic with the jaw full of sharp teeth. Moreover, it had many glowing eyes on its head. In the distance, a large throne could be seen on its back, with a small figure sitting majestically upon it. The sky turned blood red, and dark clouds gathered. Lightning filled the sky, weaving a web that swirled into a vortex. On closer inspection, it was a creature that looked like an ape. It sat on the throne like a king of monsters, its body as massive as a titan's. This large throne was piled high with human skulls, presumably trophies from warriors who had fallen. This monster was a Tier 5 beast called the Blood-Eyed Black Ape. Upon seeing the tumultuous army of monsters charging, the warriors here frantically fled for their lives. The bald man in front ran while looking back and shouting, "Hurry up! Call the army immediately! An overlord-level demonic beast is leading a massive beast tide this way, and city can't handle this. We need the Juvo sect." And Grandmaster-level warriors to help. The captain on this side was pale with fear. He unconsciously dropped the spirit stone he had just found and screamed, "Damn it! High-level demonic beasts rarely leave their territories to invade low-level areas. Why? Is this happening?" The gorilla sat on its throne, looking very bored. It leaned on its arm, not even bothering to look down. Suddenly, its attitude changed. Its eyes shot wide open, and its pupils contracted, and glowed with a terrifying light. At that moment, the monster that this large gorilla was riding opened its mouth, which was hundreds of feet wide and bristling with sharp teeth. From its long, lolling tongue, an incredibly powerful shockwave erupted, shaking the entire large oasis. Following that, from the sky, many sharp shards of rock broken from the mountains rained down, attacking the fleeing warriors. They were running for their dear lives. A man witnessing this scene hurriedly ran while using his walkie-talkie to report to headquarters. Alert! An overlord of demonic beasts has appeared in the Swan Lake secret realm. The beast tide is spreading widely. Just as he finished his report, the man wearing a large shield on his back seemed to realize his life was about to end. His eyes widened in terror, and his mouth opened to scream for help, but before he could finish his sentence, a huge boulder from above crushed him into a pile of mush, leaving only an arm and the walkie-talkie behind. The contact on the other end of the radio sent a signal. Received report of an overlord invasion. Is anyone still there? Please respond, please respond. Hello, hello. As if in answer to the distant contact's question, the massive ape began to stand up straight. It crossed its arms and stood with its legs apart, exuding an air of royalty. This beast began to display its power through its domineering presence and imposing appearance, possessing the strongest power in this place. Then, its expression became clear. It grinned from ear to ear. Its two red, bulging eyes gleamed with delight as it shouted a command to the soldiers at its feet. Full speed ahead! Hunt down the group of warriors until not a single one is left! The demonic beast swarmed toward the gate of the secret realm. What's more, they were racing to get outside and reach in city. The demons and monsters poured out in numbers like the Mongol horde. Providing cover for this horde of monsters was the Ape King's giant mount. The Ape King itself stood atop it, waving its hand to command them all. Outside in city at this time, many people suddenly noticed the sky turning dark, and everyone looked up worriedly. Immediately, there was an announcement from headquarters to the citizens. A large-scale beast tide from the B-rank Swan Lake secret realm is about to hit. Hearing this information, everyone became even more panicked. Everyone was mentally preparing for the coming apocalypse. The announcement speakers continued to blare throughout the city. It is estimated that the defense line will be breached in 20 minutes, and they will enter in city. All military forces have been deployed to the front lines to fight the beast tide. In just a short time, the military forces were very quickly assembled. A large number of special forces were summoned and marched on the roads, ready to fight against the beast invasion. And now, the announcements continued. I am a Grand Martial Artist of Incity, calling on all warriors within the city for reinforcements. All warriors assemble immediately. The scene shifts to the Incity station, where the voices of many people are shouting, and guards are reminding everyone to maintain order and not to push and shove. Inside, the train entrance was packed with people trying to line up to escape from Incity. A man struggled to hold a baby up high just so the boy could breathe. This only made the place noisier and more suffocating. The guards continued to announce important information to everyone. The beast tide is coming. Currently only children and students have priority to board the train. The children are our future. If Incity falls, we must get these young saplings out. The scene shifts to the mayor's office, where a woman and a man were still there, focused on their work. The man, leaning over the desk looking helpless, asked, I asked you to seek help from other cities. So which cities are willing to send troops to? Us. The woman looked up at the other person and replied, Mr. Mayor, this time it's not just Incity being attacked by the beast tide. Many places across the country have also issued beast tide invasion warnings. They can't even take care of themselves right now. Then, the woman held a file in her hand and continued speaking to the mayor. The cities that haven't been attacked by the beast tide have also announced they will build defensive structures to prevent a beast tide disaster, which could happen at any moment. Hearing this, the mayor's face clearly showed his helplessness. He looked at his secretary and asked again, What about Hua City? We've already requested their aid, right? We just need one warrior at the Grandmaster level or above to help. That would be enough! At this point, the mayor's mood became complicated, and he slumped into his chair in despair, his expression slowly becoming emotionless as he said, But Kwansan City, Hua City's neighbor, has an S-rank secret realm that just appeared. All the warriors of the Empire must go to Kwansan to contain its spread. There's no more time to waste. The battle to protect Incity has officially begun. First, we can only rely on ourselves now. The scene shifts to the Chu residence, where our protagonist, Yi Huo, is in the courtyard, intensely sparring with Chu Zhou. The two seem completely oblivious to the events unfolding in An City. Right now, Yi Huo is gleefully absorbed in launching attacks at Chuzhou, both of them lost in their training. You can tell from the look on our boy Yi He's face that he's having a blast. Even though it's just a sparring session, Yi He's power is so overwhelming that Chuzhou can barely defend himself. He staggers back, struggling to stay on his feet. Chuzhou looks up at Yi He in front of him. Yi Huo gives a slight nod. Then a wide grin spreads across his face as he looks at Chuzhou and says seriously, "Not bad. Being able to withstand one of my punches means you've got some real skill." Truly, a single punch from Yi He was terrifying for Chuzhou. Wiping away his sweat, he asks, "Xuanhuang martial arts, when did you learn that?" Yi Huo just stretches and lets out a big yawn as he answers, "Just started. Training for about a month, so it's barely passable. But on the other hand, we've only been apart for a month. How'd you get so much weaker?" Hearing this, Chuzhou lets out a wry, sheepish laugh and replies, "It's not that I've gotten weaker. It's that you've gotten freakishly strong." Suddenly, chilling sounds echo from the distance, startling both of them into looking up. The faces of the two young men instantly become alert. Knowing for sure that something bad is happening, Chuzhou mutters in a daze, "And City, did something happen? That's the alarm for a beast-tide invasion." Just then, a notification blares from Chuzhou's phone, and he holds it out for them both to hear. All reserve martial arts students from universities in An City are prioritized for evacuation. Please proceed immediately to An City Airport and board flights B512 and B753, or go to the high-speed rail station and board train A23 for an emergency retreat. After listening, Chuzhou says grimly, "It's a secret order to retreat." Yi He then glances at him and asks, "You're not actually thinking of running away, are you?" Chuzhou's face clearly shows his displeasure and a hint of regret as he shoots back a sarcastic remark at Yi He. "You want to stay humph with your personality. I'd have thought you'd be the first to get the hell out of here." But our boy Yi he just turns around with his signature, most arrogant smirk in N City. The more this dude hears about monsters, the more thrilled he gets. He just cracks his knuckles with a loud pop and replies to Chuzhou, "Cut the useless chatter. How did I never realize you nag as much as an old woman? I've already decided not to leave, so there's only one thing to do, fight." Behind him, Chuzhou also starts steeling himself to fight alongside Yi He with grim determination. The scene cuts to the sprawling Liu family mansion. Inside the magnificent house, Liu Qingzhu rushes to her mother and insists, "Mother, I want to help resist the beast tide." In stark contrast to her daughter's passion, her mother is unusually calm and completely unmoved, asking, "And what do you think your chances are of making it back alive? There are an estimated 30,000 martial artists in the city, and even if you include the retired, elderly, and weak ones, plus the student volunteers willing to help fight, the total number is still less than 50,000 people. Such a small force against a massive beast tide is like a tiny boat facing a tsunami. One clash is all it would take for them to be swallowed by the endless sea of beasts." Qingju's mother also seems to know about the giant ape in the secret realm that is preparing to attack An City, and she warns her daughter about it. Furthermore, there's a hegemon-level demon beast. That is absolutely not something the current An City can face. That kind of demonic creature, even a grandmaster could only barely defend against it. Qingju, your life isn't just your own. It belongs to our entire family. Hearing this, Liu Qingju falls completely silent. She doesn't know what more to say and just tries to bear it, even though she's deeply troubled inside. Then, Liu Qingzhu turns to leave, not wanting to argue with her mother anymore. Her face and demeanor still radiate a fierce will to fight. She says, "If a martial artist family can't even stand against demon beasts, then it has no reason to exist." Liu Qingzhu's mother just sits there, remaining silent and not saying another word to her daughter. It's clear that Qingzhu is in a very unstable mood. She storms out, slamming the door behind her to show her anger, for her mother to see. After her daughter leaves, Liu Qingzhu's mother takes out a cigarette and lights it. She calls out casually, "Yi Hong, we're leaving An City." Right behind Liu Qingzhu's mother, an older woman appears, who is the family's housekeeper. Upon hearing the order, she nods and asks politely, "What about the young man named Yi He?" At the mention of Yi He, Liu Qingzhu's mother, Qin Lan, looks up with a complicated expression. She's still thinking about him, and then she instructs the housekeeper, "In that case, send him a message. Let's see what he chooses." The scene cuts to the Swan Lake secret realm. Many martial artists have gathered here, ready to battle the monsters. After all, Everyone is fearless and prepared to stay behind to fight and protect their home. Each person has their own unique style, and all of them look proud and ready for a fight. Someone asks old Chen, "You're 60 years old. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and take your granddaughter to safety." The old man retorts, "You damn rascal. If old Zheng the cripple can make it, why can't I with my perfectly good arms and legs down below?" An old man on crutches looks forward and chuckles. Ha ha ha. To think that after 30 years, we're standing on the same front line against the beast tide again. Old Chen watches on, his spirit as hard as steel, and replies, "Yup, 30 years. You lost that leg in that battle, too. Hey, old Zhang, after we repel the beast..." "Tide, are you still planning to move to Jindu to live with your son?" Old Chen shot back snappily. "A country bumpkin like you in a fancy city like that, aren't you afraid people will laugh at you?" Old Zhang says, "Forget it, I'm not going. I'll stay in city and play chess with a sore loser like you. I was born in this city, and I'll die and be buried here." After saying this, these old-timers and the martial artists behind them all leap into the air to battle the monsters. Before them is a massive horde of beasts under the Sayadase, command of the Ape King and its mount, who are protecting it. At the entrance to the Swan Lake Secret Realm, numerous tanks and soldiers are gathered, ready to fire upon any monster that dares to emerge from the gate. The authorities issue an order. "We are in city's last line of defense. Hold your ground. Do not let a single demon beast enter the city." All the soldiers roar in unison. "Yes, sir." The mayor of Incity walks to the front, standing tall and proud, as he gazes at the Secret Realm's gate and announces loudly, 60% of Incity's military, along with high-level martial masters, have entered the Secret Realm as the vanguard team. Their only mission is to scout for information on the Beast Tide, test the abilities of the Hegemon-level Demon Beast Lord, and then to survive. Survive to bring back news. Just as he finished his sentence, the mayor saw something in front of him that made him jump. Before him, a martial artist emerged, covered in blood, their entire body battered and bruised. He looked up with pleading eyes and called out, just as the medics rushed over before they could even provide first aid. The martial artist's battered body collapsed to the ground. He seemed beyond saving. The mayor ran over anxiously. He told the medic next to him, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and save him." But the weak body still managed to speak. "Mr. Mayor." Then with his last bit of strength, he shakily held up a USB drive. He struggled to add, "This contains all the spoils of the Vanguard team, Mr. Mayor." As soon as the mayor heard this, he quickly asked, "Where are the others?" His face filled with worry and confusion. The martial artist looked up and said one word that stunned the mayor. "Dead. All of them." That short sentence sent his heart plunging into an abyss. The mayor trembled. The surviving martial artist, with his last breath, looked at the mayor as tears streamed down like rain. "The beast tide crushed everything. We couldn't even bring back the bodies." In his eyes, he saw the giant ape king. The martial artist still couldn't escape the terror when mentioning it. "Beware of the blood-eyed black ape. It tricked us. Otherwise, at least a few thousand people could have survived." Just then, as they looked up, the secret realm gate loomed before them, and a large insect cocoon-shaped rock flew out from within. It shot out at a terrifying speed right in front of the mayor. That rock was like a bullet, a giant one. It flew out and pierced straight through a nearby building. Multiple layers of solid concrete were shattered with ease, and everyone shouted, "Danger!" Then these rock fragments broke into many pieces and fell onto the pre-laid minefield, on the ground, as if it was all calculated beforehand. The mayor looked up and realized the monster's intention. Could their target be the defensive mines under the building? Right after the mayor had this thought, many mines were destroyed. The monsters hadn't even emerged yet, but the bombs were already exploding in a chain reaction. Everything was engulfed in a storm of fire and explosions, and the mayor angrily shouted, "Their purpose is to detonate the landmines and destroy the fortress we're building." Immediately after the order was given, the armored tanks fired their cannons with a thunderous roar, a long line of tanks relentlessly unleashing large shells. The mayor continued to command, "Damn it, it's an attack from the Secret Realm Tank Battalion. Fire into the Secret Realm's fissure. Don't hesitate." The entire tank battalion was directly confronting the murderous aura from the monsters at the Secret Realm's gate. The mayor stood there bravely and proudly observing the battle. After watching for a while, the mayor finally began to realize the demonic beast's intentions from within. It's not that the demonic beasts are coming out. They're using ranged attacks to wear down our forces. How can demonic beasts know how to use military tactics like humans? He maintained a cold and hateful expression towards the monsters, looking ahead and cursing under his breath with annoyance and frustration. Damn you, you filthy beasts! Now, at the secret realm's gate, it continuously spewed out sharp rocks that rained down. The mayor immediately detected their second wave of attack and alerted everyone. The second wave of attack is here. The number of stone spikes has increased dramatically. As these large rocks flew out, many tanks and soldiers were hit, causing serious damage. The humans hadn't even had a chance to attack yet and were already being overrun by the initial invasion of the monsters. Very quickly, the area turned into a chaotic battlefield. Behind a soldier, he was trying to aim his small gun at a monster. Suddenly, a dark figure with a strange shape appeared behind him. Now, turning to get a clear look, it was officially the demonic beast that had hatched from those giant rocks. A demonic beast with wings and a mutated body slowly crawled towards the soldier. He held his gun tightly, trembling in fear. Watch out for an enemy ambush. He had just managed to say that when the demonic beast flew over and chomped off the soldier's head, death came so suddenly, the demonic beast started its meal with a tasty treat. After eating a head, this one led the demonic beasts behind it to charge forward, simultaneously attacking the other humans. Many soldiers tried to fire their guns into the beast's large mouth, but it was only enough to tickle them. More and more winged, multi-eyed demonic beasts emerged from those stone cocoons. Over here, the mayor raised his hand high and shouted orders. The stone spikes are being used as launch pods for the demonic beasts. They're flying straight from the secret realm's fissure to our rear to cause destruction. Stop those stone spikes. Don't let them land. From inside the secret realm, a massive mount was crawling towards the gate, and more demonic beasts followed it out. The Ape King stood on the head of the giant mount, unusually calm. Now, its very smug face put on a gentle expression as it looked forward. Flashing a detestable, triumphant smile, it said, "That's enough. The humans are exhausted. Soldiers, level this land for me." The Ape King had given the order, so countless demonic beasts charged out all at once. They only followed their king's command, single-mindedly. Charging madly out of the gate, the entire scene became chaotic and trembled violently. They all ran out of the large secret realm gate at once, and the armored tanks immediately opened fire on the demonic beasts in the lead. But the ape-like demonic beast leading the charge was unscathed, while the number behind it was countless. How could humans possibly resist such a massive number of monsters? All the cannon shells fired at them were like mosquito bites. Very quickly, the tanks were smashed and blown to bits by the leading ape. At this moment, on the roof of a building, Yi Huo's feet were planted. He chose the highest vantage point, watching Ancheng City about to fall into ruin, just like Sung Jin Woo in Solo Leveling, and muttered, "I wonder what will become of Ancheng City after today." Then, Yi Huo looked down at Ancheng City and sadly murmured to himself, "Even though I've only transmigrated here for a few months, I've grown a bit attached to this city. I can't let these filthy beasts destroy my good life. So I must take action!" At this moment, Yi Huo had transformed into his new form with his Gozola battle armor on the outside. He leaped down from that tall building like a gust of wind, his tail swaying gracefully back and forth in the air. Yi Huo once again flashed his signature badass smile, and the scene changes to another location. Here, a few martial artists were actively eliminating the smaller demonic beasts. Over here. A man turned to watch his teammate kick a demonic beast away and spoke up, praising him. "Brother La, you're awesome! You've already killed 5 demonic beasts!" He enthusiastically used his power while laughing loudly and replying, "It's nothing special." Nearby, Kai Shaoling didn't run away and chose to stay. She had just decapitated a strange beast, and she stood right on its corpse as she turned to mock Luo Xuan, showing off after killing a few low-level demonic beasts. "Luo Xuan, is that all you've got? Your title as the #1 of Ancheng's 3rd middle school is seriously overrated." But, hearing Kai Shaoling's words, Luo Xuan turned over, annoyed. "Kai Shaoling, you?" Just then, footsteps approached. This person seemed to have just finished fighting a group of monsters. It was Chu Zhou. As soon as they saw him holding the spirit stone, the group asked in awe, "So Chao, that green magic core, did you kill a 3rd-tier magic beast all by yourself?" So Chao just walked over and casually answered a few questions. "Didn't expect to see you guys here. Why didn't you choose to evacuate?" Not waiting for the group in front to answer, he looked up with a calm expression, ready to fight, and continued. "Our forefathers were all warriors, fighting here right now. How can we as the younger generation just run away on our own, right? Just as So Chao finished speaking, Le Huyen, right in front of him, suddenly went pale, dripping with sweat as he pointed forward and screamed, "Watch out!" Only now did he notice. Turning to look behind him, a whole massive tank had been sent flying towards So Chao by a monster. Just a few more inches and So Chao would have been crushed by the thrown tank. By this point, the magic beasts had completely emerged from their stone cocoons and swarmed outside Ant City. Back to So Chao's group. The martial apprentice with La Huyen saw the tank and immediately tucked tail and ran, while La Huyen continued to yell, "What the hell? Who threw a tank?" So Chao didn't even bother to look back. He just drew his sword. As the large tank got close, So Chao made a smooth slash, instantly slicing the tank in two just as it flew in to attack him. So Chao's skill level had now improved immensely. From a distance, you could see the massive tank was dozens of times So Chao's size, yet he only needed one sweet slice to handle the mess. Only two broken pieces were left, crashing to the ground with a clang, sending stone dust flying everywhere. Beside him, Tai Tiolin, who had witnessed the whole scene, went pale and stammered to La Huyen. "It looks like that's the first-level overlord that escaped from the secret realm. How did it break through to the rear of the battle lines?" Right after dealing with the tank, a giant white-furred ape loomed up right behind them. It lunged forward and opened its mouth, letting out a deafening roar. Amidst the panic, So Chao was the one who kept the coolest head. He wasn't scared at all as he spoke loudly to reassure everyone. "Calm down. It's not an overlord. Its size and pressure are completely different." As he finished speaking, the white ape's massive hand threw a punch at all three of them at once. The three looked up at its freaking huge fist. It was truly massive and incredibly fast. Faced with this danger, even So Chao looked troubled. He was startled and gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it! Right then, a familiar energy beam tore through space, shooting straight towards the big ape's furry body. It was a familiar light. Ditch Hua must be here. That energy beam flew straight through the middle of the monster's head. It took a world of hurt right in the mouth and reeled back, slamming onto the ground. Its massive body falling made the ground itself shake. Right now, the white ape hadn't even recovered when its huge hand reached up to attack, aiming straight for the thing that had just shot it. But Ditch Hua, his imposing figure, was already standing on top of its head. One of his hands gathered a large amount of energy, easily blocking the giant sharp claw, lunging to attack him. Ditch Hua flashed a cruel smile. He glared down at it and said with glee, "Time for some oral hygiene." Hearing his bold words, the monster's eyes widened. It had no idea what Ditch Hua meant and just kept roaring continuously. One hand grabbed one of the big ape's sharp fangs, and Ditch Hua tightened his grip, using it as an anchor. He faced the ape's huge, stinking mouth without a hint of fear. Ditch Hua even brazenly used his hands and feet to pry its mouth wide open. He looked inside and said, "So filthy. Just how many people have you eaten?" Only Ditch Hua could have this kind of terrorist-like demeanor. With that, from Ditch Hua's wide, smiling mouth, he began to gather a new source of nuclear energy. It flashed as bright as a newly risen star. Ditch Hua's silhouette flickered dangerously. He madly released the energy, while saying, "I've got to give you a thorough bath." Then, he used his 2 feet to hold the ape's massive jaws open. Ditch Hua leaned down and blasted that intense energy from his mouth, forcing it down into the ape's guts. Immense power combined with his cruel and terrifying fighting style. "Over here." So Chao and the 2 other students watched Ditch Hua, completely stunned. The friend on the side said, "Let's take advantage of the beast's infighting and retreat quickly." It seemed he didn't recognize that it was Ditch Hua, but So Chao immediately said, "Don't panic, that's Ditch Hua." La Huyen couldn't believe his eyes and stammered, Ditch Hua, that beast gargling over there is Ditch Hua." By this time, in front of So Chao, the white ape was no more. Only its white furry hide remained. Ditch Hua was even standing right on its pile of charred flesh, amidst the smoke and smell of burnt meat. So Chao spoke up. "That's right. With him here, perhaps an city will survive this catastrophe." At the same time, our badass Ditch Hua turned around and flashed a bizarre smile. He was nodding in glee. "So Chao, I'm leaving this place to you guys. I'm going to support another area, getting to use my power this much. Maybe..." Ditch Hua is getting really excited. Finishing his words, Ditch Hua used his nuclear energy to launch his body high into the air. He now used it with great skill and power. At this moment, he was no different from a monster. flying up into the sky. Yi Huo stood high above, looking down at the chaotic scene of An City. There were explosions everywhere, the screams of people and monsters. The entire sky over An City was dark, even though it was currently daytime. He closed his eyes and focused completely. From Yi Huo's eyes, a magnetic field emanated to search for powerful beasts. He thought, "Where is the highest concentration of beasts found at Mai?" The scene shifts to another part of An City. Over here, from within the cocoons, a mammoth-like magic beast emerged. It had many giant, sharp tusks jutting out. It was massive and powerful, charging step by step to attack the people below. The soldiers below continuously fired bullets at its large, one-eyed body, but it was almost completely useless. Over here, after emptying their clips into this terrifying monster, it showed no signs of being harmed. A disheartened soldier decisively threw down the gun in his hands. He shouted an order to change weapons. "Guns are useless against this thing. Fix bayonets." At once, the other soldiers followed their captain's command and drew the swords they were equipped with. Even though they stood little chance against a monster that could wipe them out in seconds, they still resiliently turned back to fight. This mammoth beast grew more and more frenzied. It charged forward, stomping relentlessly, its large tusks whipping through the air to attack the people. The soldiers charged forward in unison to face the elephant head-on. A moment later, many bodies were impaled on the large spikes of the mammoth's long tusks. This monster beast effortlessly wiped out dozens of soldiers, causing a devastating loss. For An Cheng, it proudly raised its two tusks, now covered in human corpses. Then, it stomped its giant foot down hard on the ground. A pool of red blood spread out beneath it, likely from the many soldiers crushed underneath. Seeing this horrifying scene, the remaining soldiers called out to each other. "Captain, we have to retreat. We can't hold this place. We're just regular soldiers. We can't fight these monster beasts." However, the captain at the front was still struggling to hold his sword steady against a smaller monster beast, but he turned back and continued to rally the others. "Hold on." Then, with a single swing of his sword, he sliced the head of the small monster he was fighting in two. This captain had some power, all right, but against the mammoth monster beast, he was nothing more than a toenail. But even knowing he could die, he didn't choose to run. Instead, facing his fear and summoning his courage, "We are soldiers. Even if we die, we have to hold on until the warriors arrive with reinforcements." Just as he finished speaking, dark, demonic shadows appeared all around. A powerful killing intent could be clearly felt from these auras. Two soldiers also sensed them and looked around, saying to each other, "What the heck is this? These things be? Could it be that the warriors are here?" Looking back at the mammoth's massive body, they saw it was completely entangled by the demonic shadows. It was as if flexible ropes had wrapped around the giant elephant's entire body. At the same time, the corpses of the soldiers impaled on it were released. They all fell to the ground at once, after only the mammoth's bare head was left exposed. A Godzilla-like beam of light blasted through the elephant's brain. It opened its huge eyes in agony, not understanding where the attack came from. That terrifying energy pierced through its brain, causing a rain of dark red blood to spray out instantly. The elephant's entire colossal body collapsed to the ground. Its fall created a powerful tremor. To kill such a huge monster beast in one hit was truly terrifying. Over here, the smaller monster beasts were horrified to see their leader, the mammoth, lying on the ground. Every single one of them let out ear-piercing shrieks, their faces showing terror at the opponent before them. Yi Huo charged freely into the horde of beasts. He roared, "Nuclear war body, activate!" He was going wild, with the energy radiating from his body, with his mutated arm full of sharp claws. Yi Huo rushed forward with a thrilled smile. He was like a walking time bomb about to detonate, his whole body emitting an unimaginable pressure. And just like that, a terrifying explosion erupted in this place. The small fry monster beasts were completely blown away and severely injured. He created a blast no different from a nuclear bomb. The scene changes to another front, where An Cheng City was now a place of nothing but bombs and smoke. Over here, there were also many monster beasts, but they were all running away from the warriors, their hurried footsteps shaking the very ground. A young man on this side saw their actions and was completely confused. The monster beasts are retreating. It doesn't feel like they're trying to move to another location. Nearby, a girl on the phone with an urgent report from elsewhere immediately informed her captain, "An Cheng's champion, Yi Huo, has joined the battle." Monster beasts from all over seemed to be converging on the champion, and he turned around in complete surprise. Understanding the situation, This person looked into the distance at the fleeing monsters and said with unease, "No, this is bad. We can't let Yi Huo be killed by the beast horde like Martial Master Liu was. We have to go help him. He's still just a kid. He's the hope of Anqing." With that, he and the girl behind him immediately rushed towards Yi Huo's location. He had an extremely worried expression and a heroic fighting spirit, shouting orders as he ran. "Let's go snipe the monster beasts. Protect the champion." The scene cuts back to where Yi Huo was fighting. A large, white-furred ape had a hole blown through one side of its head by a blast of nuclear energy. It roared in agony, enduring the sky-piercing pain. Yi Huo was fighting the biggest beast here, surrounded by the shattered corpses of smaller monster beasts. Their body parts were even corroded and rotting, scattered all over the ground. Right at that moment, in the very center, Yi Huo unleashed a spinning vortex of nuclear energy around him, causing all the charging monster beasts to drop dead. However, the monster beasts weren't scared off by this at all. They all swarmed here, determined to eliminate Yi Huo as if they were programmed. At this time, many warriors also arrived to take out the smaller monsters. They had come to back up Yi Huo. Every little bit helped. Captain Xiang Hu yelled, "Be careful, a high-level overlord is targeting Yi Huo, protect Yi Huo." Now, all of Anqing was filled with the sounds of explosions and gunfire. Anqing today was like hell on earth. Everywhere were the sounds of fighting and the roars of warriors. They had complete faith in Yi Huo. "Damn it, you want to kill our Anqing's champion? You'll have to get through my dead body first. Kill, we have a savior now." "Humanity will prevail. All you filthy animals can go to hell. Hang in there, our champion is on his way. Don't let the champion arrive to see our base destroyed, wipe out these monster beasts, leave none alive. Are you old geezers really worse than a high school student? Don't let the kids laugh in our faces." The scene shifts to the base near the secret realm gate, where there's a monster beast that looks like a rhinoceros, but also has many bovine features. It's on a rampage and charging forward to attack. With the speed of a truck, right then, this massive mad bull slammed hard into the defensive wall. Looking at this huge wall, you could tell it was created by the mayor of Anqing to defend and protect the fortress, along with the warriors and citizens. The mayor had created the largest city wall ever. He was hovering above it, trying to stabilize his power and hold on until the very end. High above, Anqing's mayor Huang Qing focused all his energy. He knew what he had to do and said, "The divine earth wall can only hold back a portion of the monster beasts. To completely resolve this beast tide, I must eliminate the overlord." At that moment, below the great city wall, there was a monster beast with an agile body. Despite the wall being so smooth, it was able to leap up in a zigzag pattern, launching itself high enough to attack the mayor. The giant furry beast shot up and opened its mouth wide, baring its fangs and claws, ready to take a huge bite out of the mayor who was trying to hold the line. Despite the ferocity of the monster's attack, the mayor didn't seem to notice in the slightest. He simply brought his hands together. A stream of light emerged from the mayor's mouth, spreading to his hand, a glowing source of energy. Just as the beast reached out to attack the mayor, he gave a light push with his hand and blew the head clean off this insolent monster. Just then, he noticed a terrifying surge of power nearby. The mayor glanced over warily. Appearing right next to him was a creature far beyond what he could easily handle. This massive monster was a mount. The mount of the Monkey King! It stuck out its razor-sharp tongue and brought it menacingly close to Mayor Huang Kun's tiny body. He was now like a grain of sand before its colossal jaws. The mayor looked up at the monster's enormous and bizarre form. He felt a terror that went beyond mere fear. The mayor soberly faced this beast, recognizing its level in a low voice, the shocking deep mountain beast, a 4th-tier king-level lord. Knowing this monster well, the mayor's eyes radiated extreme defense and caution. He muttered to himself, "The mount of the blood-eyed black ape. The overlord's mount has entered the fray." That black ape couldn't sit still any longer. Composing himself, the mayor slowly landed on the rampart he had created. His posture suggested he had a plan, right where he stood. The mayor gathered his strength and unleashed a skill with a powerful push of his hand. Rock Tsunami! A powerful wave erupted from the center of his palm. Instantly, large sections of the ground shattered into pieces and moved like undulating waves. There were even high-rise buildings on these chunks of land. All of this was to block this creature from fully emerging from the secret realm portal. Everything unfolded before the mount's eyes. It nodded its snout, observing the chaotic scene around it. Suddenly, its gaze narrowed. The many eyes on its rugged body showed annoyance and began to glow, as it understood that the opponent before it was also an Earth type, just like itself. Under the will of the shocking deep mountain beast, the center of the rock tsunami began to continuously contract and converge, forming a giant sphere of rock. This rock sphere absorbed the surrounding collapsing rock mountains, causing the quality and volume of the rock tsunami to steadily decrease. But what the giant shocking deep mountain beast didn't see was the mayor's figure, hidden in the debris, silently approaching, right in front of it. He said, "What do you think I was using an Earth-type attack like you for?" The shocking deep mountain beast had just realized the threat and wanted to form rock armor for defense. But it was too late. It was to get close to you. Huang Kun used the martial skill Profound Earth Mountain Piercing Force. The mayor threw a punch, and a magnificent spiraling energy blast erupted, powerfully piercing the mineral eyelid of the giant deep mountain crocodile, which was several times harder than diamond, and blew up its eyeball. The furious roar of the giant crocodile echoed throughout In City. Its eye had been pierced by the mayor's incredibly powerful technique. It roared in agony, its whole body trembling violently, and opened its massive mouth to let out an intimidating bellow to suppress its opponent. The destructive force of this sound was more terrifying than that of 100 martial artists combined. The glass on all the buildings shattered into countless fragments. The destructive power was truly terrifying, and that was just from its roar. At the same time, horrific explosions erupted all over N City, shaking the very ground. Everything plunged into utter chaos. The earth responded to the fury of the shocking deep mountain beast, and within a radius of hundreds of meters, sharp rock spikes shot up from the ground, instantly forming a giant forest of sharp stones. Right now, Mayor Huang Kun stood before this terrifying mount, looking at it, and thought to himself, "It's a good thing I got intel on the shocking deep mountain beast beforehand and evacuated the martial artists in time. Otherwise, I can't imagine how many casualties there would have been." With that thought, the mayor of N City went full throttle, unleashing a powerful aura as he charged forward to attack. If your whole body had entered N City, I might have been a bit more cautious. But since you've only stuck your head out, you're just a lamb waiting for the slaughter. The mayor's body transformed, sprouting numerous arms all around him, each one performing gestures to channel power. His entire body was enveloped in a powerful burning energy. Then, from Mayor Huang Kun's small body, he unleashed that electrical energy onto the giant crocodile. Though he was small, the area of effect damage was immense. Powerful lightning bolts enveloped the crocodile's long snout, and it could only endure the agony. The crocodile's many eyes widened as it tried to brace itself against the attack. Once again, it was the mayor of N City. He braced himself to block the damage from the sharp spikes the beast retaliated with. Finally, the beast's long, massive head had almost completely emerged from the massive secret realm portal. Its snout was now covered in countless giant sharp spikes. At this point, it looked just like a colossal and extremely ferocious sea urchin. At this very moment, facing a monster that was not easy to fight, the mayor of N City looked ahead with a hint of dread. As expected of an Earth-type king, it can grow rock spikes directly on its body. Sneaking up right behind the mayor was the haunting face of the Monkey King. It was trying to suppress its aura, hiding behind a rock spike and peering out to watch Huang Kun, while the mayor, extremely vigilant, scanned his surroundings, but then he started to feel something unclean right behind him, sensing an energy that was not easy to oppose. Huang Kun turned around, his face pale with extreme anxiety, and thought to himself, an ambush. The thought had barely crossed his mind when the huge, hairy hand of the Monkey King snatched Huang Kun's head. Even a seasoned martial artist like him couldn't dodge this monkey's attack. Finally revealing itself, the Monkey King flexed its power, immensely satisfied to be outside in N City. To it, Huang Kun was just a fly. It spoke contemptuously. "Little human, what are you doing to my mount?" Struggling in the Monkey King's grip, Huang Kun's eyes managed to see its appearance. Its true form, inside. Huang Kun was in a state of panic. It's the blood-eyed black ape. It was hiding in the rock spike. Its fierce and dangerous eyes glared at Huang Kun, and then it roared with a scornful tone. "Now, we'll crush your head to show you just how insignificant you humans are before me." With that, the Monkey King leaped high into the air, its hand still gripping the mayor, and slammed him violently into the ground. The moment the mayor's body hit the ground, it created a powerful impact. A huge cloud of dust flew up. Could Huang Kun's small body possibly withstand that? After taking a devastating blow from the Monkey King, things gradually began to settle down. The nearby buildings and earth formed sharp spikes of terrain. The Monkey King stood before him, its hands still steaming from the recent blast. It opened its massive mouth and roared in Huang Kan's face, although he had dodged the explosion in a flash. But he thought, I've confirmed this city has no stronger warriors left, so I can slaughter them as I please. He took a giant punch from the monkey, but thanks to the rock shield the mayor had quickly activated for protection, he was unharmed. But Huang Kan's right arm was crippled. Trying to fly with his exhausted body, Huang Kan eyed the Monkey King warily. He glanced at that beastly face, his eyes showing clear hatred and dissatisfaction. Huang Kan immediately raised his hand, and sharp crystals emerged from his body. They gathered and flew along with the energy he summoned. Everything seemed to move, and the next thing you know, Huang Kan had summoned great swords made of stone. They became a massive dragon, and it was opening its huge, roaring mouth, preparing to lunge at the Monkey King. However, faced with such a dangerously overwhelming power, it just flashed a toothy grin, showing both its gums in complete contempt. Human resistance is futile, you're just prolonging your death. Because in its mind right now, it only looked down on weak humans, who all deserve to be crushed by disgusting monsters like them. It spoke arrogantly. This battlefield has no natural predators for me. Now it's just a game to make humanity despair in terror. I'm looking forward to seeing this so-called strongest one's face contort in horror. Ha ha. The dragon's massive mouth flew forward to snap at the Monkey King. The power was terrifying. You could feel the immense pressure just by being near it, but the Monkey King didn't even bother to dodge. It arrogantly took the bite head on, its face looking up without a single expression. It was showing off its audacity and defiance. But there wasn't a single scratch on its furry, muscular body. After letting Mayor Huang Kan land his blow, the Monkey King now calmly acted like a true tyrant. The king even commented, "The speed is decent, but the power is far too weak." Huang Kan, after unleashing his powerful ability and seeing it wasn't enough to faze the Monkey King, began to trigger an underground wave of rock, and with it, the ground. And the city flipped upside down, everything shaking before the Monkey King's eyes. But this still wasn't enough for it. The Monkey King tensed up, squeezed its eyes shut, and yelled, "Good power, but way too slow." Indeed. You couldn't mess with this terrifying Monkey King. It moved with divine speed, leaping over the tsunami-like rock waves, easily dodging the mayor's fierce assault. Simply put, everything he had poured his efforts into. Couldn't even touch the Monkey King's toenail. In a flash, the Monkey King had launched its massive, foul body right in front of Huang Kan. It opened its drooling mouth and bellowed, "Kneel, Aishu." Don't like inferior creatures looking me straight in the eye. But facing it, Huang Kan showed not a hint of fear. He glared back with annoyance. Huang Kan's eyes widened, as if he noticed a strange movement from his opponent. Just as he figured out what the Monkey King would do next, it had already thrown a punch at Huang Kan's body. A single blow sent him flying straight to the ground, so powerful that you could see Huang Kan's trajectory as a strong streak of light, crashing down, looking just like a massive explosion. The Monkey King's huge. Red eyes looked down to see if Huang Kan was still standing. Huang Kan had been slammed hard into the ground, standing in the middle of a large crater. The earth beneath his feet and beyond cracked wide open, but Huang Kan was still able to slowly get back up. He looked up, glaring at the Monkey King, his expression still full of annoyance and hatred for it. This attitude from Huang Kan only made the Monkey King more irritated and furious. It let out a roar from its disgustingly slimy mouth and asked, "Why aren't you afraid?" Huang Kan didn't waste words. He slammed his hand on the ground, then channeled a powerful surging wave of energy. From below, he emitted a colossal pressure, which began to spread over a wide area. "Forbidden blood sacrifice art, earth vein seal." Then Huang Kan retorted, "Demonic beast, you think you're so clever, but you miscalculated. In the end, you're just an arrogant animal." The power was amplified from his own heavily injured hand, which he struggled to raise to push his power to its absolute limit. Glistening golden chains flew out and bound the Monkey King's entire body. It was wrapped tightly in midair, completely controlled by the energy of Huang Kan. The Monkey King finally realized what was happening. While it was still struggling against the vortex of Huang Kan's spiritual power, it tried to reach its hand out of the powerful aura, which only tightened its grip on that massive body even more. This beast yelled, "Did you deliberately lead me into your formation, growing stronger and stronger?" The Monkey King's entire body was as if submerged in a giant storm, all that fierce energy swirling into a massive vortex. It was constantly tossed about. In the chaotic formation, the Monkey King was the focal point for the grinding vortex. It screamed in pain, completely immobilized, unable to budge from this god-forsaken formation. The Monkey King was startled. when it looked up and saw Huang Kan right in front of its eyes. It was furious and thought Huang Kan was playing dirty, revealing its blood-red eyes and letting out a shrill laugh, still arrogant. Is this your trump card planning to seal me underground? How naive, you tiny human! Then the monkey opened its mouth wide again, completely confident and belittling the power of the detestable human. This thing got even more excited, despite its body being restrained by him. You can't trap me forever. The moment this sand loosens even a little, I'll tear everyone here to shreds. In response to the beast's glee, Huang Kan gave a slight, contemptuous smile and replied, this isn't a trump card, it's an anthem. After that, Huang Kan opened one side of his shirt. He revealed a chest full of rock-hard abs. But what was even more eye-catching was a large wound on his right chest, now a scar bigger than his own hand. Suddenly after that, Huang Kan shouted, "The anthem of humanity! The anthem of courage!" Huang Kan bent over and stabbed his own hand into his body, right where his warm heart was. What was Huang Kan doing? Red blood spurted from his chest. But Huang Kan tried to suppress any sign of pain. The Monkey King, seeing his bizarre action, began to tremble and asked, What are you trying to do, harming your own body?" Huang Kan was in so much pain he coughed up a mouthful of blood, but he still endured it in front of the monkey. He answered it. From the very beginning of the war, I buried in city's only nuclear bomb under Swan Lake. The detonator is linked to my heart. The moment my heart stops beating, the bomb will explode. This is insane. Hearing this, the monkey couldn't hold back any longer. It lost its composure and started thrashing wildly. Son of a you trying to scare me? Who bets their own life like that? You think I'm afraid? Mayor Huang Kun was truly a man who lived for On Then. He was in excruciating pain now, his strength failing. With his last breaths, he said, I never intended to return alive from the very beginning, because I am the mayor of On Then, and my name is Huang Kun. In the final moments of his life, Huang Kun nostalgically recalled the scene of him becoming mayor. That was the proudest moment of his life. The sound of countless cheers and encouragement back then from the citizens was what brought him the greatest satisfaction and happiness. My name is Huang Kan, and I dedicate my all to On Then, to its people, without regretting even my life back in the present. Huang Kan had seemingly let go of all his lingering attachments. His only attachment now was to destroy this Monkey King to protect On Then. He closed his eyes and wondered, have I done it? After he spoke, the explosion began to erupt. A faint light flickered from the bottom of the crater. It powerfully struck the Monkey King, which meant Huang Kan was also about to be erased. His heart had already stopped beating. He let go, ready to take his enemy down with him. This was the only thing he could do to protect On Then. A massive explosion erupted right where the Monkey King and Mayor Huang Kan were fighting. It glowed so brightly it affected the entire vast safe zone. The air was filled with fiery embers from the bomb. The nuclear bomb created a truly massive shockwave. It bloomed like a giant mushroom cloud, flames spreading everywhere and engulfing everything. The entire battlefield seemed to be incinerated, shrouded in smoke and dust, leaving nothing behind. After Mayor Huang Kun made his sacrifice, a soldier stood there. In that tragic moment, he pulled out his phone and reread the evacuation order the mayor had sent out to everyone. Urgent! Message! All soldiers and warriors are to evacuate the Swan Lake entrance area immediately. A nuclear bomb is about to detonate. I repeat, evacuate immediately. After reading it, he looked toward the epicenter, a place of thick smoke and dust. As hot tears streamed down his face, everyone knew of this noble sacrifice. The soldiers stood at attention in unison, facing the nuclear blast before them, choking back tears for the heroic death of Mayor Huang Kan. Meanwhile, So Chao's group, along with Tai Tiolin, La Huyan, and the other warriors, all stood solemnly for a moment of silence as the bomb detonated. The giant mushroom cloud rose like a tragic monument. The warriors who had received the news and evacuated in time all stood solemnly, paying their respects. It was a grave funeral. After the terrifying detonation of the mayor's nuclear bomb, all that was left was a massive crater. Inside, red sparks still flickered, like hell itself, and the surroundings were completely obliterated. In the middle of that desolate crater, the Monkey King was now nothing but a bare skeleton. The immense fire had consumed everything, even charring its bones jet black. Suddenly, a glowing, thorny orb of fire appeared nearby. It pulsed continuously, radiating a bizarre, life-giving energy as it slowly drifted toward the monkey's body. The closer the orb got, the stronger the energy it released became, and it shot directly into the monster's charred skeleton. A powerful current of energy poured in continuously. The orb was like a mobile spark of life. But who would have thought things wouldn't end so simply? The monkeys withered. Skeletal arm began to regenerate. Muscle fibers grew like threads, wrapping around the bone. Its entire body was practically being resurrected. Layers of red flesh slowly intertwined, covering the skeletal arm. On the monkey's face, blood vessels and layers of flesh also began to regrow. A moment later, the Monkey King's eye was restored. It snapped open, seemingly revived. Thanks to the legacy energy from the orb, once everything settled. The orb returned to the monkey's chest, bringing it back to life. But this new body was just a temporary shell of flesh, still in the process of regeneration. The Monkey King scrambled to its feet, still having that smug, screeching voice. Can't believe I almost got done in by that pathetic human. Then it roared with seething hatred. I'll tear everyone in this city to pieces. I'll use the most brutal methods to torture every last one of you, the Monkey King was now completely hairless, with only a layer of smooth skin. It looked like a grotesque and disgusting monster. The giant monkey hunched over, clutched its stomach, and turned to leave, dragging its wrecked body back toward its home planet, muttering nonstop. Gotta get back to the Sin domain first. Once I recover my strength, I'll come back and level this place. But just then, a voice suddenly yelled out nearby. Where do you think you're going? The Monkey King whipped around, completely shocked. It had planned to sneak away, but someone had spotted it. When its gaze landed on the person, its jaw dropped. It was Yi Huo. He was in his Godzilla form, waiting for the Monkey King to regenerate just so he could finish it off for good. The Monkey King's eyes widened in panic as it realized, I remember this human. He's one of the biggest obstacles of this beast tide. A terrifying human prodigy. Yi Huo stood right in front of the creature that had brought ruin to all of Enthan. Anger was clear on his face, but he contained it. His pupils glowed as he glared at it and said, I finally found you. Too bad I was a step too late. Without wasting another word, Yi Huo clenched his fist, which glowed with nuclear energy, and lunged at the monkey with unstoppable speed. Seizing the chance while it was still regenerating, he unleashed his ultimate move, the Super Atomic Burst Fist, right into its detestable face. Under the force of the terrifyingly powerful blow, you could see all the power Yi Huo had condensed to pay back the source of Enthan's tragedy. The punch unleashed a powerful shockwave. Yi Huo intended to finish it with this one blow, but something unexpected happened that even startled Yi Huo. After taking a full punch, the Monkey King was completely unscathed. It even had the strength to retort. You genius! Fool, instead of hiding in the rear during a key battle, you thought you were smart enough to show up in front of me? When did its two massive hands get so close to Yi Huo, the monkey revealed a greedy expression as it lunged. This is the perfect chance to crush you. But something like this wasn't enough to scare Yi Huo. In fact, he casually drew two lines under his eyes with his fingers, using the blood to activate a new form, all while taunting the Monkey King. If you run, my giant mini nuke might not have hit its mark, so now you can have another one. Realizing Yehi's intention, the Monkey King was overwhelmed and visibly terrified. What it saw was truly horrifying, and it cursed. What the hell is this? Is this even a human? In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a supergiant, with spiky, chiseled muscles wrapping around his colossal body. Yehi's gigantic form was a mutated titan that loomed out from behind the smoke and dust, accompanied by powerful tremors that affected the entire area. Immediately after, he didn't hesitate to activate the nuke he mentioned earlier. A brightly glowing nuclear sphere appeared on the Titan's chest. It was continuously pushing massive energy throughout its enormous body. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded as a massive blast erupted from where Yehi was standing. This event shook the city for a second time. The resulting shockwave was violent and powerful, followed by clouds of dust that spread and seeped throughout the entire city. Over here, the martial artists could also feel the immense destructive power even from a distance. Everyone looked in surprise toward the direction of the explosion, utterly bewildered and buzzing with questions. They still thought the mayor was responsible for this. Look, why did another bomb go off? What's happening? Could it be Mayor Huangqing's backup plan as expected of Mayor Huangqing? After taking another blast from Yehi, the Monkey King's body was a complete wreck. It couldn't even stand. now looking like a piece of charred firewood amidst the desolate smoke and dust. The Monkey King's eyes were once again filled with fear. The Monkey King. What it saw this time was even more terrifying than before. Its toothy mouth hung open as it could only stammer a few words. Mon. Monster. Before the Monkey King was Yehi's massive body, which had completed its transformation. Sharp teeth and a tough layer of god. Now the monkey was nothing more than an ant, like a pebble at Yehi's feet, plunged into despair. The Monkey King roared in absolute agony. Why are you more like a demonic beast than I am? Even an overlord-level demonic beast doesn't have an aura like yours. It seemed unable to accept this reality, but Yehi just glanced down with utter contempt, replying calmly and simply, I'm not like a bald monkey like you. Right after these words, Yehi's massive foot lifted again, aiming for the Monkey King. It flinched upon seeing the huge thing rushing toward it, its body trembling uncontrollably. Smash that massive thing crushed the monkey, causing a powerful distortion in the surrounding space as dust billowed everywhere. Taking the full force of the stomp, the Monkey King was sent flying, tumbling like a ball. Yehi taunted after it. Don't run, little monkey. Meanwhile, a surging source of energy was already gathering in his palm, preparing for another punch. Black Abyss Fist. And yet, the monkey still dared to turn around and face Yehi. With its now limp body, it clenched a fist to throw a counterpunch, roaring with its mouth wide open. Damn it, don't you underestimate a hegemon. Immediately, the two fists slammed into each other, releasing an incredibly powerful burst of energy. The point of impact glowed, radiating a terrifying force. It seems that if it weren't for Huang Qing's earlier bomb weakening the Monkey King, he wouldn't have been able to take it down so easily. After holding on for just a moment, Yehi's punch sent it crashing to the ground, creating another crater. Looking at Yehi's arm, it was now covered in blood and also heavily damaged. He relaxed his body and said to himself, it's still a hegemon-level demonic beast after all, even severely injured. Its attacks are still very powerful. But right now, compared to me, it's just a monkey. And yet, in just a moment, Yehi's injured arm had regenerated back to normal. He clenched his fist and flexed it, saying, in my giant Godzilla form, my combined physical stats have surpassed the 30-point mark, yet I still couldn't completely overwhelm you in terms of strength. You even managed to injure my arm, but that's still not enough. The monkey, now beaten to a pulp by Yehi, lay on the ground. It still showed signs of life. Lifting its head to say, the wound I inflicted, yay, it healed that fast. Then, an expression of utter dread appeared on its face. No way, I can't beat this prodigy. The Monkey King seemed to go insane, screaming repeatedly as it turned tail and fled for its life, revealing itself to be a pathetic, defeated coward. Can't win. Can't win. Can't win. It ran a considerable distance. It had intended to destroy all of End City, but now it was trying to escape with its life unacceptable. Behind it, the monkey was hastily running back to its mystic realm. Yehi, whose body stood towering behind it, had already gathered a stream of nuclear energy in his mouth, inside the Godzilla-like giant's body. Yet he felt a disgusted contempt for this filthy creature. An animal like you isn't worthy of Mayor Huang Qing's life. With that, Yehi unleashed the nuclear energy from his massive mouth, aiming straight at the fleeing Monkey King's tiny body. The energy from his mouth erupted with nuclear devastation, enveloping everything, determined to leave this filth no room to escape. The monkey's body was now being torn apart in the light of the released nuclear energy, completely shredded and broken into pieces. In its final moments, it shrieked in madness and despair, "You detestable human prodigy!" After blasting the Monkey King with a powerful attack, it seemed like it would be disintegrated in an instant. Yehi's large, dark silhouette stood silently. He looked around and said, "That monkey burrowed underground to play dead." Yehi raised a hand to his forehead, using his shockwave ability to scan for the damn monkey's location. He said, "But playing dead also means it's scared, afraid of being found. It's in an unprecedented state of injury. This is the best chance to kill it. It seems a hegemon-level demonic beast can conceal its aura, making it undetectable." At this moment, he looked up, his gaze heavy as he stared into the distance. Yi, he thought to himself. If I had found it sooner, Mayor Huang Qing wouldn't have had to die. He stomped his Godzilla foot hard on the ground, instantly creating numerous seals in a honeycomb-like pattern. Annoyed, he shouted a warning loud enough for the Monkey King to hear. But now you're severely injured. Even your stealth ability is affected. I can catch even the faintest life signal. Knowing it couldn't win, the monkey burrowed into the ground, leaving a trail like a fish diving into water. Yeah, he quickly detected this ripple-like disturbance nearby. Found you, you damn monkey! He immediately opened his mouth wide and unleashed a powerful nuclear breath. It erupted in a fierce, brilliant flash. This time, he was determined to kill the monkey for good. Alright, following the wake it left just beneath the ground, the monkey was blasted out by Yehi's nuclear beam, revealing its cowardly body as it tried to escape. Now the Monkey King was as shriveled as a dried-up skeleton after Yehi dragged it back out from the ground. The monkey opened its bony maw wide, roaring in frustration. Damn it, I was so close! I could feel the entrance to the Sin Domain right there! If it weren't for that damn human mayor tricking me! But just as it got a few words out, he wasn't about to let it do as it pleased. He slammed his fist into this insolent monkey's body. One look at that giant fist was enough to scare the soul out of it. Just imagine a powerful blow from the mighty body of Godzilla against the Monkey King in its weakened state. It flew off like a rocket, crashing into the ground and kicking up a thick cloud of smoke from within Godzilla's mouth. Yeah, he paused, and revealed the face of the Titan. After giving the Monkey King a few more beatings, he spoke to its face. This is the price you pay for humiliating Mayor Huang. I'll make you wish you were dead. And yet, after all that, it still wasn't dead. The Monkey King was now nothing but a bare frame, like a bundle of twigs. It was holding a demon core, the one thing sustaining its tenacious monkey life. The creature looked up and said in a weak voice, "Don't push it, you lowly insects!" Then, it raised the demon core high. The core glowed brightly in the monkey's bony hand, but it poured all its hope into it and screamed, "I'll use the last of this demon core's energy to drag you to hell." The power from the demon core was indeed immense. The arm, which was just scraps of meat on the bone, now became full-fleshed and grew thick fur. It seemed to have recovered, but only that one arm. In the darkness, its two eyes glowed brightly. Mustering all its strength for one more round with Yehi, the monkey leaped high and swung the mighty fist of its newly restored arm, aiming for Yehi's colossal body. It roared, "Die!" Yi Huo wasn't about to be outdone. He used his own massive, towering hand to counter the Monkey King's punch. He clenched his giant fist and rushed forward to meet the attack. The Monkey King threw its entire body into a counterattack against Yehi. The two fists collided, releasing a powerful, an incredibly immense wave of energy that shook the entire area. To think this Monkey King possessed such overwhelming power, and yet, that massive arm of Yehi's was shattered to pieces. The shockwave rebounded through his body, pulverizing his joints and bones, while the skin and flesh on the outside were completely eroded away. He was now in agony, trying to stay on his feet. On the ground, one of Yehi's arms was completely destroyed by the Monkey King. A horrifyingly large spray of red blood shot into the air. From a distance, the Monkey King's body could be seen falling after exhausting all its strength. Now, after using up all the demon core's power, it was just a dried skeleton in freefall, looking incredibly pathetic, its mouth whimpering in pain. Even Yehi, inside the Godzilla, was injured. Yi Huo coughed up blood. Seeing the monkey's stubborn state, he chuckled and said, "Ha ha! After that kamikaze attack, you're at a dead end now." With that, he opened his massive maw, and the light from his nuclear energy bathed the entire area in blue. Right in the center, the Monkey King's falling body could be seen. He was about to give it one last gift to send this Monkey King to meet its maker for a little visit. Oh no, to play forever. Suddenly, a strange singing voice echoed from somewhere. La la la, ah! The melody caused a sharp pain in Yehi's head. He couldn't bear it and clutched his head. Still reeling from coughing up blood and now shaken by this deafening noise, he screamed as he realized, "My head hurts so much, my thoughts are in chaos. Is this a mental attack?" He turned his head, a clear look of suspicion on his face. Another powerful expert has shown up. As soon as he looked down at his feet, there were tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of human hands crowded together beneath the ground. The sight was truly grotesque. They were constantly wriggling and emitting an ear-splitting noise. Nearby, the body of the Monkey King was caught by these hands, which joined together and began carrying it toward the gate of the secret realm. Seeing it about to escape the battle, he stared at the monkey's limp corpse and roared, "Don't even think about running." But when he looked again, countless of these white hands had also appeared on his own joints. They swarmed madly, restraining Yehi. He couldn't move to attack. Yehi was completely stunned. by what he saw growing from the joints of his colossal super titan. Why, looking closely at his knuckles, he tried to suppress the pain and said, "These hands are locking my joints. My body can't move. But this isn't enough to stop our boy Yehi in the dark, not with his overwhelming Godzilla energy." Yehi lowered his head and flashed his signature smirk. "Humph, don't think you can imprison me with this." Immediately, all over Yehi's body, a blue flame erupted. It spread wide and was incredibly powerful, the temperature of the flames rising fiercely. The flimsy hands crowding out of his joints were incinerated. Now they couldn't do anything more, forced to accept their fate as delicious roasted chicken feet. In the raging fire, those hands were quickly burned to a crisp en masse. That ear-splitting noise from before could no longer be heard. Everything was submerged in a sea of fire. Yet he roared excitedly, "Feel the heat of 1,000 degrees!" By now, the insolent Monkey King had been carried by the hands almost to the gate of the secret realm. It painfully propped itself up to look back, feeling a bit of relief, managing to say, "Yeah, almost at the entrance." It had just started to hope it was going home. But when the Monkey King raised its ugly face, it was startled with terror by what it saw. It was Yehi's colossal titan form, now engulfed in a sea of flames. He had set himself on fire and was using that very power to charge at the monkey, determined to cut off its escape route. The smell of scorched flesh from those hands was everywhere, just when it thought it had a way back to recover. The monkey saw Yehi charging madly and lost all composure. It shrieked in fear and ordered the hands, "Hurry up! That giant is chasing us! He's on fire all over! Run faster!" But suddenly, the hands stopped. They froze in place. As if welcoming another powerful force, along with it came the sound of laughter and the sound of... It sang in a bizarre and savage way. La la la, ha, ho ho! A woman's face appeared, her eyes covered by two hands like a mask. Her mouth was a grotesque mess of tiny, wriggling hands. This mouth just kept loudly singing some terrible noise. Yi Huo, from within the massive flames, stared at it, having no idea where it came from. He was completely bewildered and full of questions, wondering to himself, what the hell is that thing? Could it be another demonic beast, the creepy hands? Gathered together once again, this time forming countless writhing tongues. It was enormous and expanding, generating a powerful sonic energy capable of shattering a human's mind. Yi Huo said, "Such terrifying power. Is it an overlord too? If its true form were to appear, I'd probably be on my knees in the first second. Since that bizarre face showed up, it hasn't been as violent as the Ape King, and things have stabilized a bit. The hands that formed the face of a woman, even sporting long black hair like some wandering spirit." The two hands covering her eyes suddenly parted, revealing glowing eyes with fiery pupils, along with a horrifically mutated face. She opened her mouth wide, revealing a brilliant spirit orb brimming with dazzling energy inside. It then unleashed a piercing scream and a shockwave that blasted towards Yi Huo's head. Felt like it was splitting open, and he struggled to keep himself under control. "Arg, I definitely blocked the hearing of my supergiant form. So how is that monstrous scream still getting into my brain, inside the massive Godzilla-like frame?" He tried to roar. He was in sheer agony, completely drained by the bizarre, deafening noise. His body ached with fatigue, and his eyes had a crazed look. Yi Huo endured the wretched pain, his voice dropping to a restrained growl. "You killed so many people, and you think you can just waltz out of In City?" Yi Huo was going berserk. He tensed up and let out a furious roar, more desperate than he'd ever been. "Don't even think about it. This is my entire nuclear energy." Yi Huo resolved to pour all of his powerful nuclear energy into the body, pressing down hard with both hands. The entire massive Titan skeleton was filled to the brim with nuclear power. It seethed in every nook and cranny, erupting with plumes of electric smoke. Arcs of electricity shot outward. After pumping the Super Titan full of nuclear energy, Yi Huo planned his exit. He moved as quickly as he could. Everything was set and calculated perfectly. Yi Huo excitedly flashed his signature smug, troll-like grin, giving it a little love tap with his middle finger. "Here's a specialty from my hometown, a nuclear bomb. Hope you enjoy it, you scumbag." The giant Titan's body was now glowing, radiating with nuclear energy and on the verge of exploding. It was a terrifying sight, and it was rocketing towards the secret realm's gate. It was aimed right at the hideous face of the woman who was helping the Ape King. She just opened her mouth to receive the mobile nuke, completely unable to move or dodge. The light of the nuclear flash ignited, followed by another horrific explosion. After the mayor's nuclear bomb, now came Diephua's, and it detonated in an instant. And City sprouted another giant mushroom cloud. The martial artists fighting far away saw this earth-shattering scene. Everyone assumed Mayor Huang Kun had planted the bomb beforehand and began to chatter. Hey, look! The Secret Realm's rift just exploded. This is bad. The demonic beasts are suddenly in disarray. Does this mean Mayor Huang Kun succeeded? Focus. Everyone. We can't let Mayor Huang Kun's sacrifice be for nothing. Aran City has been saved. Perhaps because the massive bomb had finally destroyed the blood-eyed black ape's body, the tide of demonic beasts pouring into An City began to recede. It seemed the invasion from the other world had ceased. The martial artists of An City started to round up and eliminate the beasts hiding within the city. This cleanup operation lasted for a full day and night, until no more beasts could be found, and the exhausted martial artists finally stopped. The battle for An City was finally won. However, the city paid a steep price, with nearly 80% of its martial artists and soldiers lost. The site of the nuclear explosion at Swan Lake left behind a deep valley created by the shockwaves of the two powerful bombs. After ejecting from the body and letting it detonate, Diephuo had completely run out of energy and was lying unconscious on the ground. A little while later, his eyes slowly fluttered open. Everything was gone, and in this place, only he alone remained. Diephuo slowly sat up, wondering, how long was I asleep? Although I used up all my body's nuclear energy to detonate the fake supergiant, this place is already saturated with fresh radiation and atomic fission energy. It's basically like my battery died and I'm recharging on site. He lifted his head, having just recently recovered. Diephuo stared into the distance after finally clearing this tough battle and said, this fight was way too difficult. Mayor Huang Kun used himself as bait to lure the blood-eyed black ape to the detonation point, which seriously wounded it. That's the only reason I could use the terrain of the nuclear blast zone to keep self-destructing, finally managing to finish it off just before that woman's head could rescue the black ape. Even though my infinite monster model is super strong, it's still not enough to take on an overlord-class demonic beast. I only won this time thanks to perfect timing, the right location, and a whole lot of luck. Just give me enough time, and sooner or later I'll stand at the peak of power in the Jia nation. But this secret realm uprising means I'm out of time to get stronger. I have no idea when I'll unlock the next model, and even then, there's no guarantee it'll be any good. Fusing the Star Feather Demon Emperor model is the fastest way for me to become a top-tier expert, so I have to speed up collecting plant attribute demon cores that match the model. There's also the Xuanhuang martial arts, since the infinite monster model lets me cheat in the martial soul space. The supernatural system of martial artists is something I have to master too. Even though the growth curve for Xuanhuang martial arts is a bit slower than my model's abilities, its potential is massive. This is a high martial world's cultivation system. After all, maybe I was transmigrated here for my own special mission. 1 month after the An City disaster, to commemorate Huang Kun's sacrifice, the people erected a bronze statue of him in the city square. Diephuo was also there, chilling on a Wai park bench. He was watching the latest news report on the situation in An City, which detailed the damages from the beast tide. This time, a total of 18 cities across the Xia nation had been attacked by beast tides, with 12 cities falling completely. Among them, an S-rank secret realm appeared in Guanshan City, enveloping the entire city in an impenetrable gray mist. The National Martial Artist Organization, Great Xia's Dragon's Breath, dispatched 30 Xuanwu martial artists and 5 grandmasters, led by Great Grandmaster Dokan Min, to investigate. This beast tide invasion was unusual, as even an S-rank secret realm had appeared. The Xia nation's strongest expert, the nation-suppressing martial artist Fao Hong Xin, grew impatient waiting on the outskirts of the secret realm and decided to enter Guanshan himself. Finally, after 8 hours, a heavily injured Fu Hongsheng led 2 surviving grandmasters out. From then on, Liquan Mountain City of the Xia Kingdom became the 11th global forbidden zone, with 1.8 million people confirmed dead. At this point, he couldn't help but feel sorrowful. He seemed to sense the planet's dire situation and said, even a nation-guarding level martial artist has humanity's survival really become this desperate? No, I can't wait any longer. The scene shifts to a spacious villa of the Liu family, where He's whiny voice could already be heard over the phone. Auntie Qin, I want to ask you for a favor. Qin Lan was comfortably lounging on a red sofa, her body was relaxed, looking quite tired, and just like that, she casually asked He, do you want to learn the Liu family's 2 remaining Xuanhuang martial arts techniques? Hearing this, he he thought in Auntie Chin's eyes. Is that really my image? Then he laughed it off and said, no, that's not it. It's something else. I want to ask you to help me acquire some high-quality plant attribute magic cores, preferably blue or even Lord-level purple ones. Qinlan nodded lightly and replied, Plant attribute demonic beasts are already rare, and Lord-level magic cores are even more precious. You're quite greedy. What can you offer in return for so much? Without much thought, he played his trump card and made a firm promise. Every year when Huadu University starts, there's a secret realm exam for freshmen. I can team up with Liu Qingzhu and help her win first place. But Qinlan knew better. She replied seriously to Ye He, You're really underestimating the geniuses from other provinces. Let me be blunt. Qingzhu's strength would only be considered upper middle tier in previous years, not top tier. Even though you always overwhelm Qingzhu in your matches, you're still a bit lacking compared to the absolute top tier monsters. Instant. Now he was completely confident, boldly stating to Qinlan, But Auntie Qin, you can only place your hopes for the Liu family's revival on me, right? I can even write an IOU if I don't win first place. In the future, I will come to the Liu family and work like a dog for you, serving you until you're old. Ye He's firm commitment seemed to have moved his aunt. Qinlan perked up, the earlier fatigue vanishing, replaced by a teasing smile. Ha 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 ha. Work like a dog, huh? Perhaps Ye He's promise had given her strength. Qinlan stood up straight, her entire demeanor changing, and finally nodded in agreement. All right, I'll help you one more time for now. The moment he stepped into the inpatient ward of the Ancheng Central Hospital, Yi He and his warhorse immediately became the center of all attention. His appearance was like that of a superstar, causing a crowd, especially the pretty girls, to gather excitedly, cheering and asking for autographs. Oh, look, it's truly worthy of being the martial arts champion. We're all covered in injuries, but he's perfectly fine. I heard he killed a ton of demonic beasts during the secret realm invasion. I'm your fan? Ye He. Can I get your number, Ye He? Can you give me an autograph? Faced with this fanaticism, he just politely refused. No, thank you. However, inside he was ecstatic, thinking he never expected to be this famous, enough to brag for the rest of his life. In room number 6, at beds 11 and 12, Yi. He arrived with a fruit basket to visit his two friends, Chu Zhou and Luo Xuan. The moment he saw his best friend's condition, he couldn't help but roar with laughter, almost dislocating his jaw. He pointed all around when he saw Chu Zhou completely wrapped in bandages, looking just like a mummy. Hehehe. Isn't this Ancheng's #1 handsome guy? Chu Zhou never thought I'd see you like this. Ha ha ha. Seeing that gloating face of Chu Zhou was boiling with rage but was helpless to do anything. He decided to change the subject. I know you came to visit, but what's with all that stuff in your hands? Hearing this, he hit him with another savage line that made his friend even madder. My fans gave them to me on the way here. In the next bed, Luo Xuan waved a friendly greeting as soon as he saw Ye He. Oh, Ye He! He seemed very amicable. Ye He genuinely couldn't remember who this person was. He looked around and then asked, And you are? Luo Xuan immediately pointed to his own face and introduced himself. I'm Luo Xuan, your first opponent in the qualifiers. Only then did He's eyes widen, as if he had remembered something. And he was also surprised when he realized Luo Xuan had sacrificed a leg in the battle. Luo Xuan looked at Ye He gently, then glanced down at his missing leg and spoke. Forgot about me. Don't look at me like that. My leg hasn't healed yet. Don't act like I'm crippled or something. I can get limb reattachment surgery or else get a new generation Thunderbird combat prosthetic. Ye He looked at Luo Xuan quietly, a complex emotion welling up inside him. He thought to himself, to sacrifice a leg to protect Ancheng. This guy is truly admirable. Suddenly, the phone in Ye He's pocket started ringing non-stop. He pulled it out to silence it, muttering, There have been so many scam calls lately, it's so annoying. After saying that, he put it back in his pocket. But it immediately started ringing loudly again. Yeah, he exclaimed in frustration. Again. This time, he reluctantly answered the call. Unexpectedly, the person on the other end was the principal. Yeah, why did you block an important figure from Huadu? Unblock them immediately. Yes, sir. Old Deng. Principal. Right after that, the important person the principal mentioned was able to contact Ye He. Hello, Ye He. I am Wang Tao, head of the admissions office at Huadu University. Classes at Huadu will start 1 month early, and a private transport will pick you up in 3 days. Do you have any other requests? At the same time, Chuzhou also received the exact same admission notice. The guy struggled to answer his phone because his whole body was wrapped in bandages. "Hello, Chuzhou. This is Liu, a teacher from the Huadu admissions office." Over in his corner, yeah, he gave a curt reply. "I'll follow the organization's arrangements." On his bed, Chuzhou also agreed decisively. "Understood. I'll be on time, thank you. Teacher Liu." Lao Zhuan witnessed this scene and thought nervously to himself, "Everyone in this three-person room except me is a top expert. Maybe I should be under the bed instead of on it." After finishing the call, his face showed a clear sense of urgency. He muttered, "There's something I need to do before school starts." A few days later, at the Swan Lake ruins, a place that once suffered a horrific explosion, hundreds of tons of nuclear dust were blasted into the atmosphere, creating a toxic cloud that blocked out the sun, causing the sky here to be plunged into an eternal haze, turning day into night. At this moment, thick clouds had blotted out the last remaining glimmer of light. He soon arrived at the location. He immediately transformed into his Gazola state and sat in meditation to absorb the massive source of nuclear energy into his body. Surging waves of energy were drawn in by He, converging into a gigantic cloud of mist that quickly enveloped his body as the energy accumulated. Reaching a climax, He's eyes snapped open, his pupils flashing with a strange light. At the same time, a system panel appeared before him. Infinite Monster Template. Host He. Composite Physique 27.4. Template. Berserker Gazola Compatibility 38.9%. Pseudo Supergiant Compatibility 90%. After finishing his cultivation, Yi Huo stood up imposingly and thought to himself, "After the battle with the blood-eyed black ape, my template compatibility increased by 1.5%, an impressive number. Combined with the excess fission energy, this place has become my cultivation sanctuary. 3 days of training increased my compatibility by another 6%. What a massive leap forward." With that thought, Yi stomped his foot on the ground. But unfortunately, "I have to go now." He moved faster than the speed of light, rocketing from the ground into the sky, leaving only a streak of light behind. The scene shifts to the Anchang station, where an announcement blares. The G666 train from Anchang to Huadu West will depart in 5 minutes. Chuzhou had been waiting for Yi Huo since the afternoon, his luggage already packed. Sensing a familiar aura approaching, Chuzhou turned his head and thought, "He's here." It was a dazzling speck of light in the sky. Yi Huo did a loop before landing right next to Chuzhou. This grand entrance caused a commotion and startled everyone around. Landing safely, Yi Huo looked over at Chuzhou and said, "Glad I made it in time." The moment he arrived, the people there recognized him and started shouting, "Is that Yi Huo? Damn, that pressure just now almost made me pass out. I thought a high-level demonic beast had appeared. What a terrifying aura. Not even high-level martial artists have this kind of presence. Truly the pride of Anchang." As soon as he saw Yi Huo, Chuzhou noticed the change, nodding. "You've gotten stronger again." Meanwhile, Yi Huo looked back wistfully at the place where he first transmigrated. "Anchang, I'm about to leave this place. This was my first stop since I transmigrated, and it's where my journey began. Goodbye, Anchang." And so, the train started to roll, chugging slowly towards the station. One might ask, with this speed, why didn't Yi Huo just use his powers to travel faster? Filled with excitement and anticipation, Yi Huo said, "Let's go to Huadu." The bullet train quickly departed, carrying 2 new Huadu freshmen to their school. As soon as he got on the train, Yi Huo couldn't sit still. He kept standing on the seat, looking around at everyone. Chuzhou, with his eyes half closed, reminded him, "Hey, Yi Huo, can't you behave for a second?" Yi Huo curiously turned and asked, "Is everyone on this train a top scorer?" Chuzhou explained further, "Not only that, the train is built with state-of-the-art materials and technology, capable of withstanding attacks of thousands of tons. Even so, at least 5 Xuanwu martial artists are assigned as escorts, and there's even a grandmaster expert on board, because these passengers are the elite geniuses of the entire Xia kingdom." Yi Huo sniffed the air slightly, sensing several powerful auras, and silently assessed them. "There are indeed a few masters here, but no more than 5 people could withstand 3 of my moves." Suddenly, as the train was running smoothly, the speakers blared an emergency signal. Red alert, the Huadu train is under attack by an unidentified enemy." The announcement grew more frantic. Level 1 warning, the Huadu train is being attacked by an enemy of unknown identity. The professors and instructors are investigating the situation. All remaining students are ordered to evacuate the train cars immediately. Do not engage the enemy under any circumstances. Hearing this, the students started murmuring, and the whole car erupted into chaos. Is this a joke? Who would dare to attack Huadu? Or is this a proficiency test for us freshmen? Not likely. The Jia kingdom is at its weakest right now. The nation guarding martial artist is injured and in seclusion. And one of the 8 great national guardian grandmasters, Du Jingming, is missing. Many grandmasters and Xuanwu martial artists have fallen during the beast tides in Guanshan City and other cities. It's only natural that the forces once suppressed by the Xia kingdom are now looking for payback. Hearing this, someone asked, so should we evacuate the car in their seats? Chuzhou and Yi He remained calm, paying no mind to the surrounding chaos. Chuzhou turned to ask, what do you think? Yi Huo, who had just managed to doze off for a bit, leaned back to rest, saying, what a pain. I'm so tired from training these past few days, I was just about to take a nap to recover. Then he stomped his foot, stood up, and a look of interest spread across his face. My hands are itching for a fight right now, and the more they forbid something, the more I want to do it. Clenching his fist, he said, let's go see what's going on. The train continued to move towards Huadu. As they stepped through a door between 2 cars, Chuzhou and Yi He saw a fellow student covered in blood. Yi He quickly asked, classmate, wake up. What's happening up ahead? The student looked up at Yi He in a panic and said urgently, the enemy has taken over the first 3 cars. They have a special kind of domain that can pull people into a separate space, so the shockwaves from the fight don't affect the outside. Inside, there's a terrifying enemy hunting everyone down. Almost all the escorting Xuanwu martial artist instructors have been killed. They combined their strength to get me out of that domain and told me to warn everyone to run. This isn't a drill. Some other students are still trapped in the train cars. Another group of people walked up and stood near Yi He. After a moment, they recognized this student as the freshman Zhu Jingxuan. Right behind Yi He and Chuzhou, these guys started making a fuss. Where's the proof? If you say it's dangerous up ahead, you have to show some proof, right? A tall freshman with a shaggy lion's mane-like hairstyle asked suspiciously, where's the token the teacher gave you or the other injured people? Why did only you escape? I have a close friend in the front car, and his strength is enough to compete for the top freshman spot. This lion-headed young man's name was Yan Zhengxiang, also a freshman. He then growled loudly, I don't believe you could escape when he couldn't. The 2 guys with this shaggy-haired dude also chimed in. That makes sense. Lionhead is right. Then Yan Zhengxiang crossed his arms, an annoyed look on his face. Get out of the way. I'm going through. With that, he just walked through the door the student had just warned about. Yi He and Chuzhou were more than happy to let them pass. The freshman frantically called after them, wait, I'm telling the truth. It's extremely dangerous up ahead. Why won't you guys listen to me? Don't go get yourselves killed for nothing. But despite his words, they didn't listen. Zhu Jinshuan noticed Yi He standing right beside him and asked, you're Yi He, right? Yi He was currently using his energy field to secretly scan the area. He was checking if this guy's story was accurate. He thought, my life force field is sensing something unusual from this classmate. So Yi He asked back, I am. How do you know? Zhu Jingchuan carefully mentioned Liu Qingju. There's a girl named Liu. Qingju showed me your picture. She told me I absolutely had to warn you not to go to the front cars. The moment Yi He heard the name Liu Qingju, he was startled and immediately asked back. She told you that Zhu Jingchuan was about to, carefully explained. That's right. She was seriously injured by a blade while protecting me. Then, filled with resentment and with tears in his eyes, he continued. I can't stop those guys from seeking death, but I absolutely have to fulfill her dying wish and keep you alive. Yi Huo was so pissed he punched Zhou Jinshuan, denting his head, and cursed him out. Damn it, she's not even dead yet and you're talking about dying wishes. Su Zhou leaned in close to Yi He and calmly asked, are you still planning to go? Yi He answered firmly. He looked straight ahead. Of course, I already promised her parents. But just as Yi He was about to step through the door, Zhou Jinshuan spread his arms to block him at all costs. No way! I absolutely will not let you pass. Yi Huo was so annoyed, he blurted out, how did a damn little punk like this even get into Huado Academy? Who are you trying to block? Stopping Yi He and Suzhou is a huge mistake. The 2 of them simply unleashed a bit of their power for Zhou Jinshuan to witness, Yi He said quietly. Suzhou, The person behind him immediately understood and drew his sword. A terrifyingly bright stream of icy sparks appeared. Suzhou stepped back and thrusted his sword toward Zhou Jinxuan, but this guy was also no pushover, waving his hand to block it. "I'm trying to save you guys. How can you be so unreasonable?" He attacked as he spoke. How could such an elegant student know these two losers, seeing this guy was being a busybody? He didn't waste words or use any big moves. He simply got close and drove a punch of nuclear energy into his stomach, then said in a low voice, "Too noisy." Zhou Jinchuan clutched his stomach, trembling. The force was terrifying on a completely different level of existence. Yi Huo then surprisingly advised him, "Sorry, take this blood chi pill, we're in a hurry." With that, the two of them sped off toward the front train car. Yi Huo called out, "Suzhou, let's go!" Suzhou followed, and they both rushed forward. Zhou Jinxuan could only shout helplessly, "Don't go! It's dangerous!" They finally reached train car number 3. Both Suzhou and Yi Huo stopped, because in front of them was the gate to a secret realm. Yi Huo quickly realized, this must be the entrance to an independent space. He grabbed a huge suitcase, lifted it up to throw it inside, and said, "Let's test it a little." Yi Huo decisively threw the suitcase into car number 3. After observing for a moment, he seemed to be in thought. There was no reaction, not even a sound. Even my life field can't sense any energy inside. A lot of new students just passed through here. They must have all gone in. Without any further hesitation, he jumped in, right away. Suzhou also followed Yi Huo, saying, "This is interesting. Let's charge right in." As soon as he was inside, Yi Huo glanced around with a look of disgust. The scenery here was completely different from what he imagined a train car would be. It was a vast, universe-like space. In that vast space, there was a loosely formed path leading to a light in the distance. Yi Huo realized, "I'm so dizzy, who the hell is pulling this prank?" He looked around but couldn't see Suzhou anywhere. Yi Huo found it strange. "That's weird. We clearly came in together, but Suzhou has vanished. But whatever. Since I'm already in, I might as well go all out." Very quickly, he was drawn to the light in the distance. "There's a light up ahead. I'll head there first." The more he ran toward that strange light, Yi Huo approached a ruined city that looked like the aftermath of a massive battle. The buildings were piled on top of each other, and Yi Huo was bewildered. What the hell is this place? He reached out his hand to feel, my life field isn't responding. Is it being blocked by this place? With that, he used his nuclear energy, launching himself high into the air like a rocket, thinking to himself as he flew, "The old ways are always the best." Very quickly, Yi Huo flew up to the rooftop of a nearby building, planning to set off a little something. He gathered a brilliant sphere of nuclear energy in his palm. Yi Huo furiously roared, "Stop with the spooky act!" He thrust his hand upward, and the sphere became increasingly fierce and intense. It was like a nuclear bomb launching right from Dichua's arm, billowing with smoke and fire. He screamed, "Explode to smithereens for me!" Right where Dichua was standing, the self-made nuclear bomb detonated in midair, forming a massive, billowing cloud above the building, then gradually spreading out, the sound shaking the entire area. At this moment, the other martial artists who had entered before Yi Huo quickly noticed the shocking explosion, and every single one of them was stunned and shocked by this overwhelming power. An explosion this big? What kind of stunt is this now? Oh my god, what master is making such a flashy entrance? They could only hide behind nearby buildings. Elsewhere, Suzhou was also nearby. Yi Huo's location. Hearing the powerful tremor, he knew who had caused it, so he grabbed his sword and rushed forward at an incredible speed. In a corner near a building, the figure of a woman could be seen, barely breathing, leaning against a wall. She looked to be in bad shape and unable to move. It turned out to be Liu Qingju, who was now severely injured. Noticing the explosion, she realized it was Yi Huo and no one else. Liu Qingju weakly managed to whisper, "Yi Huo, I told them not to let him come. Here!" Right where Yi Huo was, after launching a little teaser into this secret realm, he looked down from above and detected the filthy sounds of beasts nearby. He said, "Looks like I've attracted not only allies, but also a bunch of enemies, too." Right behind Yi Huo, a dark shadow appeared out of nowhere. Its body moved like a human's, but its head had large, strangely twitching ears. Yi Huo knew someone was about to attack him from behind, so his expression remained as cheeky as ever. Looking closely at this guy's appearance, he was wearing a pig head, as if this organization didn't want anyone to know their identity. This guy was also holding a long cleaver, Who knows how many lives had been taken by that horrifyingly rusty blade? His bloodshot eyes stared at Yi Huo, full of killing intent. Our boy Yi Huo turned around, immediately gathering nuclear energy in his palm, then leaped up and swung a blow intended to send that pighead flying. Yi Huo's eyes flashed with anger as he cursed straight to his face. Wearing a pighead, you already look like a total loser. Damn it, with all this hocus pocus, let me rip that mask of yours to shreds. And yet, this pig-headed dude still didn't know the meaning of fear, even though in front of him was the martial genius of Ancheng City. He quickly raised his cleaver into a defensive stance, one hand gripping a blackened, rusty chain and pulling it back. Just then, Yi Huo threw a straight punch at the pigman's head. Unexpectedly, this guy was also very agile. He thrust the large cleaver forward, stabbing straight through Yi Huo. The powerful force from Yi Huo's punch made his head see nothing but nuclear light. Thanks to the powerful nuclear impact, the pig head had become a delicious roasted pig head, billowing with smoke right in front of Yi Huo. And yet, this guy's face still looked at him arrogantly, as if to provoke him. At this point, Yi Huo also felt that something was off. He widened his eyes, revealing an opening in his expression. He thought, "You took my nuclear fist head on and you're fine. Not bad at all." The pig-headed guy's hand gripped the large knife tighter and pushed it deeper to inflict more damage on Yi Huo, even twisting it maliciously to worsen the wound. But suddenly, the pig-headed guy flinched as he looked ahead. His own face was now charred black, with smoke smelling like grilled pork wafting from it. It turned out he was shocked that Yi Huo was completely fine after being stabbed straight through. Standing before this wannabe monster, he spoke grandly with a very smug expression. "Surprised my recovery is this fast, huh? Pinning you down with my muscles is a piece of cake." Yi Huo's mouth stretched into a wide smirk, looking clearly provocative as he continued. "Your strength is nothing special, but that weapon is something else. It seems to pierce any defense. So what the hell are you?" He remained perfectly calm, using both hands to pry open the top and bottom parts of the large pig mask. The guy was now helpless against Yi Huo, forced to endure having his mouth pried open. Yi Huo said, "Let me take a closer look now. Eat this." The moment he spoke, Yi Huo's mouth underwent a powerful transformation, becoming a giant, Godzilla-like maw filled with sharp teeth. He blasted a long stream of nuclear energy from his throat straight into the throat of the guy before him. The nuclear beam shot straight down his esophagus into his stomach, incinerating everything. That was the end for some punk who didn't know his place and dared to mess with Yi Huo. By now, the ambusher's entire head was a rotten, burnt mess. He collapsed to the ground before Yi Huo could even get a clear look at his face. Yi Huo held the pig mask in his hand, looking it over, and said, "Mom, I'm a man of my word. When I say I'll rip something, I rip it." The wannabe monster in front of him collapsed, his body almost completely incinerated. Now, getting a good look at the pig mask, Yi Huo was startled because he discovered something. There's something inside this mask. Pulling it out of the charred, black-toothed mouth, Yi Huo found a blue necklace. The pendant had a strange character engraved on it. He realized, it's a pendant. So this really is a Huado test. Killing a mob dropped a common item. I was about to pick up that cleaver for fun. But just as Yi Huo glanced at it, the weapon vanished on its own. He gave a quick look and clicked his tongue. The masked man's weapon was reinforced by a master's martial energy, making it abnormally sharp. Once that energy dissipates, it reverts to a mundane item. But Yi Huo was still puzzled by this blue necklace, its effect. What does this pendant do? Do I have to hunt down more of these masked guys and snatch their pendants while he was still focused on his new loot? An arrow came flying toward his back in another sneak attack. It was moving at an incredible speed. Yi Huo was still muttering to himself, seemingly unaware. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. It wasn't that he was oblivious. Yi Huo just couldn't be bothered with some small fry attack from behind. All he had to do was channel the demonic energy in his body to block whatever was trying to harm him. The god himself turned around, his glowing eyes fixed on the arrow, a look intense enough to make the Bugetta audience tremble. Looking further into the distance, he spotted the person who had shot at him from behind. He said, "Is it time for the next round already?" The guy behind him looked like a chicken man, wielding 2 crossbows. He thought he had a guaranteed hit, but never expected his target to snap the arrow in 2. The guy threw a fit, jumping up and down in frustration, amused. Yi Huo turned around with his signature smirk, looking right at the next troublemaker. "I hate sneak attackers the most. Looks like I finally get a good warm-up. Just as he was about to charge forward and give this guy a smack, another arrow shot up from the ground right under him. Even he was startled by its speed. Since it burst up from the ground so unexpectedly, and he was already lunging forward, he had no way to deal with it in time. Seizing the opportunity, the chicken man fired a rapid volley of arrows at Yi Huo. He even jumped for joy as he shot. The guy went wild, making bizarre, animalistic sounds. The volley of arrows pierced straight into Yi Huo's body, while from below, another enemy's arm held a spear firmly in place, pinning him. Because of this, he couldn't possibly dodge the arrows. From the chicken guy, they impaled him from back to front, all over his body. But could he possibly survive this? However, our boy Yi Huo is no pushover. This level of pain was nothing to him. Yi Huo had been through near-death experiences before. He looked up at the guy in front of him, let out a creepy chuckle, and said, "Trying to kill me with just this, how naive?" Instantly, Yi Huo's entire body powered up. He summoned the Titan power from within his bloodline, manifesting a massive skeleton. A torrent of nuclear energy, like a raging fire, erupted around the skeleton, enveloping it completely, but it incinerated all the spears that had pierced his body. Such a powerful ability. Couldn't possibly be harmed by a few measly toothpicks, right? The ambusher looked up at Yi Huo, frozen like a statue upon seeing his opponent had become a colossal titan. He moved in for an attack, punching the chicken man before him. A mighty blow was unleashed, shaking the entire vast secret realm. It sent the guy flying, smashing him through a massive building. All that could be seen was a cloud of dust like a giant mountain, and above it was Yi Huo's brilliant thunderous fist. This attack completely demolished a large building, and in the distance, many martial artists took notice of the battle. They only dared to watch from afar and whisper among themselves. "What's happening over there? An entire building just collapsed!" After taking down the chicken man, Yi Huo held the massive spear the hidden attacker had just used to ambush him. He slowly approached the culprit, his voice chillingly low. "I need to see what kind of person almost skewered me to death." But as soon as he got there, Yi Huo saw that this guy wasn't normal either. He was wearing a rabbit mask and crouched in a ready stance in front of him, not uttering a single word. Yi Huo guessed, "A rabbit mask, so it really is the 12 zodiacs." At that moment, the strange rabbit's hind legs swelled up like overinflated balloons with crackling energy sparking around them. The guy dug his feet into the ground for a launch, then shot forward with a whoosh. With terrifying force, he attacked Yi Huo with his massive spear, his eyes glowing a menacing red, focused solely on his target. Immediately, Yi Huo tried to give this rabbit head a swift kick, but unexpectedly, this guy was surprisingly agile and nimble. Yi Huo's kick missed. Instead, this damn rabbit leaped to the side, aiming the sharp point of its spear right at his head. Only then did Yi Huo finally realize he couldn't underestimate this opponent anymore. He looked up, stunned, and muttered to himself, "Damn, it knows martial arts." Right then, that sharp arrow was closing in on Yi Huo's face, and he desperately leaned back to dodge as much as he could. In this incredibly tense moment, Yi Huo was bracing himself, gathering his energy while glaring straight at the strange rabbit in front of him. Yi Huo shouted, and an ice wall was instantly summoned before him, forming a large, sturdy shield, delaying the rabbit's thrust. And yet, that incredibly thick wall still cracked and shattered. Yi Huo stared directly at the horrifying thing leaping at him. The air seemed to stand still as a biting cold spread all around, radiating an icy power. The person wearing the rabbit mask was surrounded by a large, spiky ice wall. He looked around with extreme caution, not knowing who was responsible. At that very moment, right above the rabbit-masked guy's head, Chuzhou lunged forward with a sword radiating energy in his hand, saying, "That was close. Yi Huo, leave this rabbit to me." The rabbit guy looked up, startled by his speed, as a sword strike came down, unleashing a terrifyingly explosive icy power. But unexpectedly, the rabbit guy was quick on its feet and leaped high into the air to dodge. Its eyes glowed an angry red, as if it was about to finish off its prey when some dude jumped in to ruin the fun, and it was absolutely fuming. Right after that, a battle unfolded between Chuzhou and this rabbit-headed guy. He continuously thrust his spear at Chuzhou, while Chuzhou constantly swung his sword to parry the blows. Finally, after a few dozen exchanges, the large spear it held was frozen solid by Chuzhou. Unable to deal any more damage, the rabbit tried to break free but couldn't. At the same time, seeing his opponent was in a tight spot, Chuzhou gave him no chance to recover, coldly declaring, "It's over." A terrifying surge of power from his other hand compressed into a massive palm strike, its force sending the rabbit guy flying like a dry leaf. Before he could even regain his senses, he felt a scorching heat on his back. It turned out Chu Zhou had gifted him a palm strike, sending him straight into Yi Huo's deadly embrace. The moment his body collided with Yi Huo's titan shell, a sense of despair welled up inside the guy. He suddenly realized he had fallen into a deadly trap, the kind that makes you think you're totally screwed. As soon as he turned his head, what greeted him was the destructive light of a nuclear core exploding right before his eyes. Faced with a source of energy he knew he couldn't possibly withstand, his body trembled, and he was at a loss for what to do. In this life-or-death moment, it was Yi Huo's steel fist. In his supergiant form, he grabbed the masked figure and squeezed his hand shut. Streams of energy seeped through his fingers like small bolts of lightning. "Yi Huo," said in an excited voice, "finally caught you, you adorable little rabbit." Seen from above, a colossal pillar of nuclear energy shot up from the ground straight into the blue sky. It illuminated the entire ruined area, shaking the very space itself, as if Yi Huo was turning on the lights for this dark place. The scene shifts to a few minutes earlier, in a nearby high-rise building, where two freshmen were gossiping on an upper floor. Why is it so quiet over there? The guy making all that noise must be dead, right? For sure, those masked guys were surrounded by dozens of people and were completely unharmed. Their weapons pierced through any defense. They're completely out of our league. In another corner, an orange-haired female student with a smoking hot body but a rather arrogant personality. When she sensed Yi Huo setting off that nuclear bomb earlier, she immediately had a bad impression and started judging him. Some guy who just showed up is already setting off fireworks. How arrogant. He's probably just a student from the provinces who got into Huado. A total country bumpkin. Then she mentioned the lion-head guy that Yi Huo had met before. To be honest, the top students from the major cities are worlds apart from those provincial kids. I heard that Yan Zhengxiang from Magic City, Wuyangzi, and Lan Yuxi from Shendo, and Xin Chen from Glazed Island have already started hunting masks. I don't know how they're doing it. The person next to her could only listen, then asked curiously, "Are they that strong?" Then the title of top freshman must belong to one of them. But she shook her head. No, the top freshmen in previous years were all from Huado. Compared to the monsters from Huado, students from other regions can't even compare. The training resources they've had since childhood are on a different level. Before the girl could have finished her sentence, Yi Huo treated the whole area to another explosion. The blinding nuclear light immediately caught the attention of the two gossips, who looked up without blinking. Both of them trembled in fear. Their jaws dropped, as if sharing the same terrified thought. And then they whispered to each other. What was that light and that terrifying power just now? An electromagnetic gun? Don't be ridiculous. There are no electromagnetic guns here. This earth-shattering explosion, of course, didn't escape the notice of the Lionhead guy's group. He glanced towards Yi Huo's pillar of nuclear energy while his hands were still busy slaughtering the masked figures on his side. Revealing a not-so-happy expression about this, he turned to the young man beside him and said in an arrogant tone, "So, what do you think?" The pink-haired guy named Z glanced over and began to analyze. This attack style doesn't seem like the masked ones. It's most likely the work of some freshman. This person was also a freshman, his full name being Ouyang-ze. The Lionhead guy's massive sword pierced through the chest of a man wearing a horse head, causing him to die a gruesome death under the blade. The horse head's wide-open mouth looked incredibly disgusting. Hearing this, the Lionhead guy became curious and asked, "A freshman, besides the folks from Huado, who else could possess such terrifying power? We have to go check it out anyway. We've already collected 4 pendants, the rat, dog, monkey, and horse." As he spoke, he dangled 4 necklaces in his hand and added, "Lan Yuxi in Shendo has at least the goat pendant." Ouyang-ze nodded lightly and said, "Xin Chen on Glazed Island has at least the snake pendant, and a freshman named Liu Qingzhu took down the ox head person and got the ox pendant. If the masks are really arranged according to the 12 zodiac animals, then only the pig, rabbit, rooster, tiger, and dragon remain. 5 pendants." As he said this, his eyes filled with desire and determination as he muttered, "What about the dragon?" Ouyang-ze's expression showed clear caution. "You know about that monster. Touch it and you're dead for sure. It's a boss you can only run from." To Ouyang-ze's credit, he paced back and forth near the Lionhead guy and continued to ramble. The remaining pendants, that freshman who emitted the green light must have a few. Xin Chen and Lan Yuxi will definitely be drawn here too. Zhengxiang, this game has entered the final round. His face now showed a cunning and more dangerous look than ever. This dark attitude was finalized after some reasoning. To win, you can only snatch it from others. The scene cuts back to Yi Huo and Chu Zhou. At this moment, Yi Huo was holding up a necklace. Suzhou saw this for the first time. He got closer and asked, "What's this?" Yi Huo then explained, "Before you arrived, I took down a guy in a pig mask and got another pig-shaped pendant." Then Yi Huo confidently guessed that this was a setup. "If I'm not mistaken, this trial requires us to collect all the pendants from the animal heads." Hearing this, Suzhou glanced down and cautiously asked, "Do we have to actively hunt for the masks?" Yi Huo recalled the figure of that chicken-like guy who was jumping around and added, "That's right. A guy was sniping at me from the rooftop earlier, but probably another mask. He escaped during the chaos." The two of them were chattering away, completely unaware that someone was spying on them. Yi Huo scanned the battlefield and spoke. "But his arrow hit me. I can use it to track him." Suzhou got more excited and shouted, "Let's go!" These two dudes walked for a long time through the secret realm, and the further they went, the more dilapidated and ruined it became. Yi Huo, with his sharp eyes, looked at the ground and quickly spotted strange marks. He immediately deduced, "There are signs of a fight here. Someone was here before us." Reaching down to touch a gash on the ground, Suzhou felt the burn mark was still warm, meaning the enemy couldn't be far. Suzhou's expression grew more cautious. He was startled, thinking, "They're right around here." Acting quickly and decisively, he immediately drew his ice-cold sword. Suzhou unleashed a sweet sword strike, sending a wave of cold air toward the direction where he sensed an unclean presence. A wall of ice he created shot out from his sword. The enemy was quickly struck by this ice wall, revealing a slick-looking female freshman who was also the real deal. After being hit by Suzhou's sword technique, her disappointment was obvious. She clutched her slowly regenerating arm in pain, her voice trembling as she said, "Damn, my optical camouflage was actually discovered." Suzhou's ice blast charged powerfully toward this invisible female student. His icy spikes were sharp and taller than a person. Suzhou's shadow moved menacingly as he said in a low voice, "Lying in wait with evil intentions?" Suddenly, a man who was also invisible appeared. He shouted, "Get out of the way." It turns out this invisible girl was a freshman named Lan Yusi. As soon as she saw the other person appear, she turned in surprise as large flames erupted from this new character's body. He tightened his voice, "Yama's battle form forging art." As soon as he finished the incantation, his entire hand expanded, emitting a massive fiery shockwave that immediately suppressed the ice wall created by Suzhou. The flames spread wider and wider, and he became more and more delighted. This young man appeared after a greeting. That was quite fiery. After using his move, his body cooled down and steamed. He took a cigarette from a pack, looked up, and said, "You got spotted, Lan Yusi. Your optical camouflage sucks." This guy was also a freshman, named Jin Chen. Lan Yusi next to him got angry. "Get lost, mind your own business." Seeing the two newcomers, Yi Huo approached them and said, "You two were ambushing us." Lan Yusi quickly feigned innocence. "It's a misunderstanding, buddy. We just took down a guy in a chicken mask. We were just hiding to lure out other masks." As for Shin Chun, he said nothing, just focusing on his cigarette, lighting it up and taking a long drag first. Yi Huo noticed this, and he gave Shin Chun a dirty look because of his unfriendly attitude. He asked again, "Oh, really? Then what does this mean?" Suddenly, in midair, Yi Huo grabbed a girl by the neck. The surprising thing was that this person looked exactly like Lan Yusi. She was controlled by Lam Vutu put on an annoyed and pouty face. She glanced forward and said, "So the clone was exposed. These two guys have some skills." Next to her, Trantan exhaled a puff of smoke and chuckled. "Ha ha ha, I wasn't expecting you to succeed in the assassination anyway." Saying this, he immediately threw his cigarette on the ground and said, "That would have been way too boring." After these words, Trantan suddenly puffed up his cheeks until they were as round and tight as a balloon. He took a huge breath, filling his mouth with air, stretching the skin on his face to its absolute limit as it twitched and swelled. Trantan pressed his hands firmly against his cheeks and blew a thick, pitch-black cloud of smoke from his small mouth. The more he blew, the wider and more voluminous it became. The cloud of smoke rapidly spread toward Dichhua and Sochao. Our two heroes were standing their ground but quickly leaped back to avoid making contact with it. At that moment, Lam Vutu, who was nearby, held a large fan. She curtsied and giggled behind her hand as a fierce energy radiated from her, and then she said smugly, "Let me handle this. Don't even think about running, you hear?" Lam Vutu flew up, spreading her arms and legs out wide, waving her fan non-stop. She yelled, "Rise, wind!" A continuous stream of power shot out immediately after. Her hair whipped around wildly in the gale like a lunatic's. This action also fanned the toxic smoke cloud, straight toward So Chao and Di Hua. Our two heroes couldn't dodge in time, and in a flash, their figures were swallowed by the thick black smoke. All that was visible were two helpless black dots standing there. Tranton continued by gathering a large mass of fire in his palm. He infused it with powerful fire energy. It glowed brightly, just like an orb of fire. He looked incredibly smug, as his power was at its absolute peak. "We're not done yet. Let me add a little fire." From within the smoke, Trantan pushed a massive wave of flames, weaving it into the powerful energy of the dense cloud, aiming to crush So Chao and Di Hua completely. Smoke and fire intertwined into a blinding mess, and from off-panel, you could feel the intense heat. After unleashing this finishing move, that punk Trantan thought he had won. The energy in his palm died down as he broke into a smug grin. "So what if you're strong? You still can't fight us." Haha. That chick Lam Vutu beside him fluttered her fan non-stop. She had a super snooty look on her face, giggling like she'd just eaten a tasty dessert. But their celebration was cut short when Di Chua's voice rang out. "What the hell are you laughing at?" A blurry shape appeared before them, sharpening into the form of Di Chua's hand, which was glowing with nuclear energy. He clapped his hands together forcefully, and the energy erupted, leaking out between his fingers. It glowed like a giant light bulb. Right after that, growing even more intense. A single clap from Di Hua unleashed a powerful shockwave of energy. It immediately blew away all the smoke and dust that Trantan had created, forming a protective barrier for Di Hua and So Chao. Suju was completely unharmed. The arrogant punk Trantan couldn't believe his eyes when he saw this. His jaw dropped wide open as he roared. "You dispelled my fire cloud with just a simple clap. Just how terrifying is your power?" But he hadn't even finished his sentence when Yi Huo's hand was already closing in on his face at whirlwind speed. By the time the guy realized it, his eyes were wide with terror. Yi Huo simply added one phrase: "Lamson fist." Without another word, Yi Huo leaped up and socked the disrespectful guy in front of him. He'd been annoyed for a while now and didn't want to waste words on these small fries. Yi Huo spun around in a flash, so fast that Trantan was no longer visible, replaced by splatters of blood flying along with a glowing fist. In the distance, Trantan could be seen sent flying tens of meters by Yi Huo. He tumbled through the air, like a ragdoll being tossed aside. That's what you get for being so arrogant. Now you face the bitter end. Seeing Yi Huo take out her teammate, Lam Vutu finally knew what fear felt like, not daring to even twitch as she glanced back at his terrifying silhouette, thinking to herself, "Right now, we don't have a technique to break through to the martial artist realm. We're stuck at the martial apprentice level. Our bodies are sealed by a membrane, and even though Huada freshmen have a higher limit, we still can't break through. But this guy's physique is completely beyond a freshman's level. Crap. I was so focused on the fist fighter that I forgot about the ice user." Just as this thought crossed her mind, she looked down and saw Suzhou's solid layer of ice creeping up beneath her feet. She couldn't move an inch, her mind in turmoil. Even Trantan and I together couldn't beat him. He's a true monster. At this moment, with her feet trapped and escape impossible, Yi Huo was slowly approaching, ready to deal with her. She was like a chicken on the chopping block. Yi Huo walked closer with a terrifying aura of demonic power, making the air around them dark and suffocating. Realizing she couldn't possibly win, she swung her fan hard and calculated her next move. "There's no way I can win if this continues." Instantly, Lam Vutu's fan attack worked, shattering the ice that held her feet. Lam Vutu quickly jumped up to escape the trap. After breaking free, her mind was filled with a single thought. "Gotta run! I can't let them catch me!" She quickly lunged forward, trying to conceal herself and turn invisible in midair. But before she could do anything, Yi Huo's hand grabbed her by the leg. Lam Vutu furiously looked down, and upon realizing it, she yelled out a curse. "You bastard!" Fear was now clearly visible on her pretty face, but Yi Huo wasn't one to go easy on a lady. He grabbed her leg and slammed her straight into the ground. Her whole body crashed into the earth, creating a large crater, and the force of the impact was horrific. Yi Huo said, "Go on and take a rest down there." Zhuan Huang martial skill. He channeled energy into his fist, then raised it to deliver a fatal blow to this clueless girl. Yi Huo's eyes didn't waver in the slightest. Just then, multiple clones of her began to scatter everywhere to distract Yi Huo, and just as quickly, she managed to pull her leg free from Yi Huo's grasp. Her clones followed a stream of spiritual energy and flew off in every direction. Yi Huo calmly watched. He simply got more excited seeing his opponent show a little more strength. Yi Huo grinned from ear to ear and shouted heartily, "Ha ha, trying to run!" From behind him, Yi Huo unleashed a powerful stream of demonic energy. Instantly, a horde of 100 demons materialized behind him. The dark, sinister energy was terrifying. He now looked like a fierce demon no one would dare to cross. The demonic power emanating from Yi Huo. They flew and tightly grabbed every single one of Lam Vutu's clones. Even if she had 10 legs, she couldn't escape from Yi Huo. Lam Vutu, who was laughing so smugly just moments ago, was now bound by Yi Huo's power, crying her eyes out, like a little puppy. Every single one of her clones was surrounded and eliminated by these dark, sinister forces. Lam Vutu's real body was heavily suppressed. She was in a complete panic, screaming continuously. "Ah, my body can't move. Ah, what the heck are these things? I can't fight them." Meanwhile, Yi Huo flashed his trademark grin. He opened his mouth and roared towards the girl running in the distance. "Ha ha ha! There's no escape, just accept your fate already." His eyes shone with excitement. Another mouse was about to be served. All of a sudden, he heard Lam Vutu's terrified pleas. I surrender, I'll give you all the pendants." Yi Huo dangled the 2 necklaces in his hand, tilting his head to look at them for a long moment. Pure satisfaction written all over his face. Yi Huo turned to Lam Vutu and said, "Over so soon, now hurry up and spill everything you know." Lam Vutu put on an obedient facade, kneeling neatly near Yi Huo. She said, "To win this trial, you need to collect all 12 pendants. And we're now in the final stage. If you don't go and rob others, they'll come to rob you. Ouyangze and Yan Zhengsheng from the evil capital are the most outstanding freshmen. They've probably already stolen quite a few pendants." At this, Lam Vutu revealed a cunning look on her face. She smiled a sly grin that stretched to her ears, then pointed as if to politely suggest something to him. "How about it? Want me to lead you to them?" She was secretly scheming in her heart. "Since I can't win anyway, I might as well muddy the waters and let the tiger devour the wolf. You all can just slaughter each other." Yi Huo saw right through her wicked intentions. He stated darkly, "You don't need to concern yourself with that. But..." That sudden laugh sent shivers down Lam Vutu's spine. She froze like a stone statue, not daring to make a move. He opened his mouth and said, "That fan of yours is pretty nice." Lam Vutu was taken aback. Huh. The scene shifts to another location in the secret realm. Ouyangze and Yan Zhengsheng were rushing ahead frantically. Time was running out, so they were desperately trying to find the others who had pendants, Ouyangze guessed. Trantan and Lam Vutu have probably found them by now. Huh? Yan Zhengsheng replied while still rushing forward. "It doesn't matter who wins. We'll just snatch the pendants from them. All they can do is hold our things for us temporarily." Just as he was feeling confident about robbing someone else, Yan Zhengsheng was startled by something in front of him. "Zet, look at that body!" Now both of them slowly moved closer. The corpse was split in two in a dark pool of blood. Yan Zhengsheng and Ouyangze slowly dragged themselves closer to get a better look at the victim's face. Both of them were completely stunned by the sight. At this moment, looking clearly at the face of the man, lying lifelessly in the middle of the road, Yan Zhengsheng exclaimed, his voice filled with unconcealable fear. It was Trantan, and he had died with his eyes still open. Rewind to a few minutes ago. After Trantan was sent flying by Yi Huo, he landed in another location, and Trantan got up and wandered down the deserted road. He was exhausted and muttered to himself, "That guy is a real monster. Lam Vutu is probably down for the count by now. I think he marked me, so he'll definitely come looking. I need to team up with those two from the wicked capital." Duong Trak. While walking alone on the street, Trantan suddenly sensed a strange noise around him. He quickly turned around and put on a fierce act, shouting, "Who's there?" When he turned to get a better look, he saw a long-haired figure holding a sword in the dark. The figure walked step by step, clanking closer to the weakened Trantan. This person, with their aggressive and murderous aura, looked terrifying. In that moment, Trantan was sweating buckets, knowing something bad was about to happen to him. Trantan then got a clear look at the figure before him. Its eyes had two pupils each, and they were staring straight at him, as if he were prey about to be eliminated. Seeing the thing in front of him, Trantan trembled like a drenched mouse. At this point, Trantan could no longer maintain his composure. His voice trembled with fear as he stammered, It's a dragon. High above. A streetlight that had been broken for ages suddenly showed a strange change. Sparks flew out with a crackling sound. And then, as if someone had powered it up, the streetlight lit up and worked perfectly fine in the dark night. Thanks to this streetlight, Trantan's shadow was clearly cast on the road, just as he took a full slash from the dragon-headed figure in front of him. Drops of red syrup rained down, and Trantan's scream was horrifying. The terrible thing that attacked Trantan was the man in the dragon helmet. He struck without any mercy, completely eliminating Trantan as if he were just a mosquito. This guy was holding 2 necklaces in his hand, and he just walked past Trantan's life as he writhed with his body split in 2. Back in the present, Lam Chi Hung was crouching before Trantan's body. He examined it for a moment and couldn't help but wonder, why did Trantan die here? This cut is so clean. Ao Duong Trak, on the other hand, only needed a glance to guess who did it. He said it was a fatal blow from Thin Long, showing complete dominance. To be able to do something like this, it could only be the dragon mask from the 12 zodiacs? Lam Chi Hung, still puzzled, asked, But isn't the dragon mask only supposed to be active in the underground parking garage? Ao Duong Trak calmly recounted, Back then, I led over 20 pursuers to the underground parking garage to find someone. In the end, after encountering that dragon, only the 2 of us made it out alive. Looking at his classmate's bloody mangled hand, now in 2 pieces on the pavement, DM Chin Hung couldn't help but be horrified. I can't believe he actually killed someone. Isn't this supposed to be a trial that warm blood can't be fake? Can it? Ao Duong Trak's face turned pale, and he started trembling like a leaf, managing to let out a single gulp. DM Chin Hung was starting to get a little scared by this scene. He stood up straight, looked at Ao Duong Trak, and asked in confusion, What do we do now? The pendant on Trantan's body was also taken. Ao Duong Trak sadly lowered his head and nodded, not even looking at DM Chin Hung's face. He then explained clearly, Thin Long has left the parking garage, probably because we met some condition. For example, all the other masks have been destroyed. He's the final boss, and now he can move freely, just like how the other Zodiac masks hunted the freshmen. Thin Long will now proactively hunt down those who hold the pendants. At that moment, a powerful energy burst from Ao Duong Trak's entire body, emanating from his determined gaze. Ao Duong Trak had made up his mind now. He said they couldn't fight Thin Long head-on. They had to quickly snatch the pendants from others and not let them fall into his hands. With that said, Ao Duong Trak unleashed his power. He took a running leap and powerfully spread his large wings in midair. On Ao Duong Trak's back, there was a pair of long, glowing wings that moved smoothly. Ao Duong Trak activated his own class and shouted, Bloodline Awakening Golden Winged Rock. Now, Ao Duong Trak was brimming with energy. He flapped his wings to fly, then leaned down and called out to DM Chin Hung. What we need to do now is to proactively send out a signal, attract the other pendant holders here, and settle it in a life-or-death battle. At that moment, Ao Duong Trak spread his wings wide and flew high, emitting a powerful spreading wave of energy from a certain altitude. Ao Duong Trak's intention was to find the other martial artists and cunningly seize their pendants to become the victor, elsewhere in the Dead City. Lu Then Truk was barely hanging on. She leaned against a wall and sadly mumbled to herself, I can't believe taking the train to Hoadai University would get me dragged into this bizarre dead city. So many freshmen have been killed by the person in the dragon mask. Lu Then Truk sadly looked down at herself, knowing she could only sit here alone. Me and another survivor met a teacher. He said he could get one person out, but I couldn't leave during such a dangerous time. While bored in this difficult secret realm, the only thing Liu Then Truk could do to pass the time was look at pictures of herself and Dich Hua on her phone. She kept muttering, I have to warn Dich Hua, that idiot better not get dragged into this. Then Truk wearily rested her head on her hand, now worrying about Dich Hua. I wonder if the person who got out has met Dich Hua yet. Too bad I don't have the strength to find him now. With his unruly power, as long as he doesn't face the dragon mask, he should be fine. Just then, as if sensing a strange noise, Lu Then Truk looked up and behind her cautiously, a sudden sense of unease washing over her. Then Truk's eyes shot open as she stared into the distance. She thought in alarm, have I been discovered? At this point, Lu Then Truk worried for herself and thought, in my current state, I can't run. The opponent has already locked onto my aura, they're definitely coming to steal the pendant. Even though I don't value it much, I have a feeling Dich Hua will need it. I can't fight them head on right now. I can only lure them there. It turned out to be Ao Duong Trak. He had used his class ability to quickly sweep through many other weaker martial artists. He was using his large wings to fly high at a location far from Lu Ten Truck, and he spoke down in an excited tone. It's Lu Ten Truck. During the university entrance exams, I heard someone from the declining Lu family awaken the Netherworld Sparrow bloodline. Ao Duong Truck then focused more intently. He noticed the girl also had one of these necklaces and realized, since we both have a divine bird bloodline, I specifically looked up information about her. She has the pearl pendant in her possession. What a pleasant surprise. From his high vantage point above the city buildings, using his heavenly vision, Ao Duong Truck could see Lu Ten Truc's movements. She's moving towards a certain place. Is she trying to lure me to Thin Long's parking garage? Ha ha. She's so adorably naive. Thin Long has already left. There's nothing in that parking garage now. Ao Duong Truck flew higher with his large wings. Then he dove down, gathering his strength and pushing forward. Powerful energy into it! Ao Duong Truck confidently shouted, Diem Jin Hung, wait for me here. I'm going to catch her. Right at the building where Lu Ten Truck used to live, that punk Ao Duong Truck unleashed an explosive attack from the top floor all the way down to the lowest one. He didn't spare a single floor, applying immense pressure to annihilate Lu Ten Truck at all costs. After destroying the building, Ao Duong Truck flew closer on his two large wings, which were glowing brilliantly and radiating intense energy. Now, Ao Duong Truck had transformed into his awakened form, flapping his wings powerfully as he shouted, Lu Ten Truck, you can't escape! He was smugly searching for Lu Ten Truck to hunt her down, but little did he know, that punk Ao Duong Truck was about to crap his pants when he heard strange sounds echoing in his ears. His eyes widened in fear as he thought to himself, what is that sound? The moment he turned around, he saw a black figure in the dark and crimson night. The creature's head was bizarre and had many tentacles. Ao Duong Truck immediately realized what kind of terrifying killing intent was approaching him. Oh my god, is that the dragon god? How is that possible? Shouldn't he be out hunting the person who stole the pendant? Why is he here? This guy started to lose his cool because he knew for sure that encountering this dude meant he was toast. His body couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably. He muttered to himself, if the dragon's target is the people holding the pendants, he continued to reason, I have 4 pendants on me, so he'll probably prioritize the place with the most pendants. What an arrogant fool. He just walked right into his own grave. The aura had already enveloped him, and only then did Ao Duong Truck realize with horror why. In the eyes of the dragon-headed man, his 2 pupils suddenly flashed with a demonic light, as if all the pressure in this space was converging on Ao Duong Truck, squeezing the life out of him. His escape route was sealed, and Ao Duong Truck was now facing the man known as the strongest of the 12 zodiacs. His face contorted as he tried to find a way out, but his mind was strangely blank. The dragon-headed man had moved closer, and dark shadows swarmed in from all directions, surrounding him, leaving only a faint glimmer of light that allowed him to see his enemy's terrifying appearance more clearly. Ao Duong Truck froze on the spot, faced with overwhelming power and immense psychological pressure. He hadn't even had a chance to put up any resistance against the dragon-headed man, while his opponent remained bizarrely calm. After taking just one initial blow, Ao Duong Truck was utterly terrified of the man in the dragon helmet. He stammered in a daze. Is this a domain I can't believe the dragon god can use a skill like this? On his end, he ceased all movement, standing still and staring at the man before him. Then his expression changed drastically. His teeth clenched as he struggled to whisper. Just by looking into the user's eyes, you get pulled into this special domain, and the only way out is to defeat the user. I can't believe I've been cornered like this. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure of the dragon-headed man shot forward like a flash of lightning. He was 100 steps away just a moment ago, but now he had accelerated instantly. The jet-black dragon head with its glowing red eyes soared through the air like a waking nightmare. Ao Duong Truck was horrified. He's here! He didn't dare to fight back directly, immediately folding his wings in to shield his head defensively. The dragon head zipped around Ao Duong Truck, relentlessly slashing at his body. Now, all he could do was bow his head and pray. At that moment, the dragon-headed man became even more furious. He opened his giant mouth and let out a terrifying roar, holding a brilliantly glowing sword in his hand, and just like that, he pounced on Ao Duong Truck. The dragon-headed man's eyes were wide with killing intent, looking just like a demon incarnate, a truly terrifying sight. Meanwhile, in another corner of the battlefield, Ao Duong Truck's accomplice, Diem Chin Hung, was also in trouble. He was being attacked by someone and had to brace himself defensively, looking extremely battered. That someone was none other than our boy Yi Huo. He had just thrown a light punch, and his palm was still smoking. Ditch Hua shot an annoyed look at Diem Chin Hung and shook his head in exasperation. Son of a buck! Did you just use the server-wide voice chat to provoke me right behind Ditch Hua? So Chow held his still smoking sword. He nodded a few times and then turned to say, Ditch Hua, leave this guy to me. I want to test my own strength a little. Hearing this, Ditch Hua turned around, unable to hide his surprise, but Diem Chin Hung wasn't about to go down easy. He activated his class's power, grabbed his huge sword, and leaped high into the air with his mouth wide open. Behind him, the phantom of a large, roaring tiger appeared. All his power was focused on So Chow and Ditch Hua. He yelled, You think you've caught me? You're way too cocky. This little scrub is nothing. So Chow calmly raised his smoking sword in front of him, his bright eyes glaring at the man as he softly uttered 2 words, Ice Veins. Instantly, a freezing sword key attack shot straight towards Diem Chin Hung, but unexpectedly. Diem Chin Hung's slash shattered the layer of ice that So Chow had just unleashed. This guy actually had some skills. He had put all his strength into that attack. After Diem Chin Hung saw that he had easily dealt with So Chow's attack, he burst out laughing. He flashed his pearly whites and looked gleefully at So Chow, saying, Where do you think you're going? Diem Chin Hung became even more aggressive, charging like a mad bull. He swung his sword, clashing it hard against So Chow's smaller blade. So Chow retreated, using his ice sword to block, his movements incredibly light and decisive. So Chow turned, and was suddenly startled by what he saw. In front of him, Diem Chin Hung launched another powerful strike with his giant blade. So Chow quickly used both hands to block the slash aimed at his back. The friction between the 2 weapons sent bright sparks flying, so Chow had to grit his teeth and hold on. By now, Diem Chin Hung was really pissed off. He shouted the name of his skill, Soul-Wounding Sword Intent. Seeing his opponent's technique, So Chow had to show some respect, his lips twisting as he said, Man and sword! As one, huh? You want to mess with So Chow? Well, So Chow will mess right back. At that moment, So Chow also awakened his own class, unleashing the form of a giant, frosty ice dragon. It roared, and from its mouth, streams of freezing cold air blasted out. The dragon opened its mouth wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth, its body covered in sharp scales, emitting a terrifyingly cold aura. Now, Diem Chin Hung's fighting spirit burned even brighter. The tiger phantom behind him let out a terrifying roar upon seeing the ice dragon reveal itself. The tiger's eyes lit up, staring intently at its opponent as Diem Chin Hung brought his massive blade down hard on So Chow. A dragon and a tiger clashed each other. Su Zhou was an ice dragon, while Yan Zhengxiang was a fierce tiger. Neither side was willing to back down, clashing in a fierce confrontation. Su Zhou continuously launched ice spikes straight at the great tiger, while Yan Zhengxiang used his blade to slash violently at the ice dragon's body. The pressure they emitted was incredibly terrifying, to the point that even from outside the screen, you could feel the stinging pain in every muscle fiber. While those two were fighting, Yi He just sat and watched. He found a random rock on the roadside and sat down, propping his chin on his hand. He looked like he was about to doze off. The two of them just kept clashing and bashing right next to his ear. Yi He couldn't be bothered to intervene. He was even planning to take a nap. While fighting, Yan Zhengxiang suddenly detected a signal from his comrade. The aura of Is he calling for help abruptly while engaged with Su Zhou? Yan Zhengxiang leaped back to dodge. In that instant, his defense was gone. Zhengxiang could no longer focus like he did at the beginning. Meanwhile, Su Zhou just kept attacking with full force and charging forward. Yan Zhengxiang turned around in frustration, his eyes burning with annoyance as he shouted, If I didn't have urgent business this time, I would have at least shattered 8 of your bones. But once you're in Yi He's hands, getting out isn't so easy. Yi He had intervened. He gathered his strength, stomped hard, and amassed a huge wave of energy, launching himself straight at Yan Zhengxiang. His eyes flashed with irritation as he said, You think you can just leave after talking big? Who said you could leave? That guy, Yan! Zhengxiang turned around, stunned by this terrifying pressure. What is this? With a clenched fist, Yi He's punch aimed straight for Yan Zhengxiang. The man quickly used his large blade to block it. The powerful punch created a blinding explosion, sending dust and smoke flying everywhere. Even though he used his sword to block, Yi He's blow was so strong it sent Yan Zhengxiang flying dozens of feet. He was like a rag doll, bouncing up and tumbling down, spinning helplessly in mid-air. After the force dissipated, Zhengxiang crashed to the ground. He coughed up a mouthful of dark blood. Exhausted, the guy struggled to get up and exclaimed, What was that? Did I just get sent flying by a demonic beast or something? On this side, Yi He smirked. I was the one who sent you flying. Your shouting was just too ear-piercing. I only hit you a little hard. Yan Zhengxiang struggled to ask. Did you sneak attack me, Yi He, with his usual cocky smile? Replied. I wouldn't call this a sneak attack. It's clearly because your brain is too slow to react to my punch. This drove Yan Zhengxiang insane, and he roared with his big mouth, one side of his lips still dripping blood as he arrogantly screamed his head off. I'm going to take your life! Yet, 3 minutes later, that arrogant mouth of his was now shut, with blood streaming from his nose and mouth. The guy Yan Zheng couldn't move anymore. Yi Huo offered what he called words of comfort. Don't feel too bad about yourself. Being able to last 3 minutes against me is already pretty good. That Chen Xin guy got sent flying with just one punch from me. Yi Huo picked up the giant blade, gave it a little shake, and looked it over. Your weapon is pretty heavy. I'd like to use it for a bit. You don't mind, do you? Yan Zhengxiang was now trembling on the ground right at Yi Hei's feet. Didn't want to agree, but didn't dare to say no. Yi He then channeled his Godzilla energy into the massive blade. He then said, but it still needs to be strengthened a bit more. Instantly, Yan Zhengxiang's enormous blade was modded by Yi Huo with a Godzilla style. Multiple layers of Godzilla scales grew all over the blade. It was enhanced to be stronger and cooler. Yi He looked at the weapon he had just created, extremely pleased. He broke into a delighted, satisfied smile. Just then, Suzhou held up a pendant and walked over to Yi He. Yi He, I couldn't find the pendant in his spatial storage, but I found this. Hearing that, Yi He leaned over to look. In Suzhou's hand was a pendant different from the others. Suzhou said, this pendant keeps flashing. It seems to be emitting some kind of signal. The scene shifts to the Divine Dragon's domain, where Ouyang was getting his butt kicked. You could see a pile of rubble. The scenery here was desolate and deserted. The dragon-headed guy's domain enveloped the enemy to prevent others from discovering them. Ouyang had lost one arm, and his other was severed and dangling loosely. His 2 wings were gone, with only a few feathers fluttering in the wind. Ouyang stood on his 2 feet, covered in blood. Ouyang was in a pitifully dying state, with streaks of bright red blood running down his head. He gasped out a few words. I never thought it would come to this. Looking at the dragon-headed monster in front of him, it floated with a weapon in hand, still stained with Ouyang blood. It cast a terrifying gaze straight at Ouyang, his voice trembling. I even used the chi-locking nail I brought back from the secret ruin. If it had just hit his heart, it could have sealed his martial skills and energy. Indeed, on the dragon-headed man's chest, there was a nail firmly embedded. Ouyang lamented. What a pity. I sacrificed an arm, but still couldn't drive the nail into the divine dragon's heart. I was off by 3 finger widths. Now I have no strength left to resist. Ouyang bowed his head in defeat. The dragon's large head opened wide, moving closer to devour him. Ouyang was saddened. He had lost the only chance to defeat this divine dragon monster. Right after finishing off Ouyang, the dragon-headed man's domain vanished, and he left to find a new target. Ouyang-Z's entire body was pressed flat against a wall. A sword was pinned through his chest. He died with his eyes wide open, his mouth agape in agony, blood flowing like a river. It seems Ouyang won't be able to go back to see Big Sis Hong. After all, elsewhere. The slender footsteps of Liu Qingzhu could be heard. She was desperately running up a flight of stairs, constantly urging herself on. Come on! Come on! Almost to the rooftop! After escaping from Ouyang, Liu Qingzhu tried to run up the stairs to the highest floor. She ran while panting heavily, terrified of the dragon. The divine dragon is terrifyingly strong. Shanio is no match for it at all. Liu Qingzhu's face was pale. She was scared, and thought with certainty. Ouyang won't last long. The dragon's next target is definitely me and no one else. If I want to survive, the only way is for Yi He to come and get me out of here. With that thought, Liu Qingzhu looked up as she ran, starting to observe her surroundings. This is the tallest building. Yi Hei's flare gave me an idea. I'll launch a flare for him too. Qingzhu gathered energy outside her body. She opened her small, beautiful mouth wide and shouted, Bloodline awakening, Nether Sparrow. Instantly, with Liu Qingzhu at the center, she spread her avian wings wide, and with it, she unleashed a powerful, rippling shockwave that spread out in all directions. Qingzhu hoped the alarm would reach Yi Huo's ears so he could find her. Her body was already exhausted. But Liu Qingzhu pushed herself to use her power to send a signal, and now she was so drained, she just collapsed onto the floor. Qingzhu tried to push herself up, whispering, Oof, that hurts. I hope Yi Huo got it. But suddenly, terrifying sounds surrounded Liu Qingju. The sound of footsteps very close, getting louder and louder. It was as if someone was about to approach her. Her eyes shot open, sensing something unclean drawing near. She tried to push herself off the floor and struggled to her feet. Liu Qingju muttered to herself, "This sound could not be. No way." Then, Qingju tried to crawl out to see what was coming. From the high floor, Liu Qingju peeked over the edge and saw the dragon head guy walking step by step up the vertical wall. He was totally defying the laws of, physics, holding a sword with a fiery aura as he approached the poor girl. Liu Qingju's face completely changed color, her forehead turned pale, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. She gasped in despair, "How did he find me so fast? This is bad. I have to send a signal now. Tell Yi Huo to stay away." It's that murderous look again. This dragon head guy's eyes were wide open and glowing. He was pinpointing his next prey at the very top of the building. That dragon head dude continued to use his old trick, creating a domain that enveloped Liu Qingju so no one could get in. This guy just casually strolled into the domain he created without any resistance or anything stopping him, facing this ferocious monster. Liu Qingju tried to back away helplessly. The dragon-headed guy's eyes flashed, and he seemed to look up, revealing a delighted grin upon seeing such fresh, fair-skinned prey. He raised his sword high and swung it hard, preparing to send her packing. In Liu Qingju's vision, she saw the glowing sword of the dragon-headed guy. It grew larger as it came crashing down in front of her. Terrified, tears streamed down her face, her mouth, muttering in despair, "Damn it, I'm not gonna make it!" Suddenly, a crack appeared in the middle of that space. Growing stronger and stronger, it was Yi Huo. He was here. Yi Huo kicked open the domain created by the dragon-headed guy. He held the great sword he borrowed from Yan Zhengxiang in both hands, and just like that, landed a solid kick right in the dragon-head's face. The guy looked up, clearly surprised. Yi Huo shouted, "I promised your parents I'd protect you, and my word is gold. I don't. Go back on it." In her most desperate moment, Liu Qingju saw Yi Huo and burst into tears, her face flushing bright red. Liu Qingju had found a new glimmer of hope. Her jaw dropped and she called out in astonishment, "Yi Huo!" The dragon-headed guy now noticed Yi Huo. He glared and growled in annoyance before moving to the side. His expression towards Yi Huo was completely different. He seemed much more cautious. Yi Huo just charged in ready to go all out. He leaped in aggressively and opened his big mouth to curse him out first. "And what about you, you dog-faced dragon-head? What the hell are you?" And with no hesitation, Yi Huo immediately gifted a Godzilla-infused sword strike to the dragon-headed guy. The ridiculously overwhelming power came crashing down on this dude, and yet, he just blocked Yi Huo's slash with his own flimsy-looking sword, without a hint of fear. Yi Huo's sword slash split the entire building where the three of them were. Standing, Yi Huo's powerful strike shattered everything from the domain down to the first floor. He quickly turned to Liu Qingju. "Qingju, Chuzhou and my new bro are in the east alley. You go there first." Liu Qing. Zhu obediently nodded, but she was still very worried and hesitant. "What about you?" Yi Huo stood amidst his powerful black Godzilla smoke, turning to reassure her. "I'm going to test my skills against this dragon face." With that said, Yi Huo used his ability to dash away at high speed, leaping from the top floor straight down to where he had just struck the dragon-headed guy. Dust and smoke filled the air, completely obscuring his figure. The entire tall building where Liu Qingju stood, it was cut in two, with smoke billowing from the middle. I mean, if the dragon-head guy could withstand that attack, he's definitely no pushover. Yi Huo was now on the ground, resting his large sword on the ground as he looked around. Again, it was that strange sound of footsteps. The dragon-head guy was still here, walking while dragging his glowing sword. Yi Huo planted his sword firmly beside him and stretched his arms and legs to warm up. Yi Huo grinned with delight, looking towards the dragon, and said, "This domain again. As soon as I got Qingju's distress signal, I knew something was up with this freaky place. Are you telling me you only dare to fight inside a domain?" Then, Yi Huo happened to see the nail stuck in his chest. It was only partially embedded, yet the guy couldn't seem to remove it. He thought, that nail. Then Yi Huo started to piece together what he had heard. Could it be the plan to deal with the divine dragon that Yan Zhengxiang mentioned after taking Yi Huo's hit? The dragon head's outer clothes were gone, revealing a muscular upper body with twitching muscles. The dragon head guy lunged towards Yi Huo, radiating an aura of darkness, and a suffocating pressure. This guy seemed to have gone berserk, charging straight at him. The stronger the opponent, the more excited Yi Huo got. He reached back and powerfully drew his greatsword. Yi Huo glared at the guy in front of him as a Godzilla-like spark flashed in his eyes. He said, "So fast." Yi Huo's greatsword was already lifted off the ground, surrounded by the dark, overflowing domain of the dragon-headed guy. He then unleashed a powerful sword strike at his opponent. Yi Huo also wielded his massive sword to fight back against the dragon-headed guy. Their energies clashed violently, and this guy wasn't backing down, pressing down even harder to overwhelm Yi Huo. Looking at the dragon head now was a terrifying sight for all the students in the secret realm. Yi Huo shouted, "What's your power level? Who's judging? I'm so looking forward to this." A nearby building shook violently as if it was enduring an incredible amount of power. Instantly, the Sukana building was split into 3 pieces in midair, with 2 streaks of blue and pink light flashing up and down. It all happened in the blink of an eye. As physics would have it, the building fell into a pile of rubble. Following that, the 2 streaks of light from Yi Huo and the dragon-headed guy fluttered above. They both shot towards each other, while a pile of ruins lay beneath them. Right where they were, the fight was still raging fiercely. However many moves Yi Huo threw out, the dragon-headed guy matched them all. They both traded blows with neither giving an inch, their auras radiating powerfully, and the terrifying sounds of their clashing blades could be heard clearly nearby. At this moment, the dragon-headed guy went ballistic. He opens his mouth wide and sticks out his long tongue, looking like he's reached the peak of madness. This guy goes all out and charges recklessly. The dragon-headed guy's sword, glowing with concentrated energy, swings at Yi Huo. He quickly uses his greatsword to block it. Seriously, this guy's power is no joke. Yi Huo grits his teeth and strains, trying to hold back this incredible force, but unexpectedly, the dragon-headed guy strikes with such immense power. He slams his sword right down on Yi Huo, sending him crashing into the ground below. Down below. It looks like a terrifying explosion just went off. All you can see is a blinding flash of light in the center and dust and debris flying everywhere. From within that cloud of smoke and dust, streams of Yi Huo's green nuclear energy start seeping out. It weaves its way from the inside and spills outward. The dragon-headed guy sees the energy erupting from below and is instantly shocked. He widens his eyes in utter astonishment as he senses the approaching danger. To kick off his grand entrance, Godzilla Yi Huo opens his mouth wide and unleashes a beam of nuclear energy, blasting the dragon-headed guy through several nearby buildings. The buildings are instantly obliterated, as if Yi Huo just casually crushed a rock. After things settle down, the dust cloud slowly dissipates. Walking through the thick smoke is the figure of Yi Huo, now transformed into his Godzilla form. He strolls forward casually, wiping his mouth after firing the nuclear beam, and says, "Impressive. I've finally met a worthy opponent in this world." Yi Huo glares at his opponent, feeling both happy and excited to have found a formidable foe, thinking to himself, "So you won't be defeated that easily, right?" Amidst the rubble of the building Yi Huo just destroyed, crushing the dragon-headed guy from the massive pile of bricks and stone. The dragon-headed guy's arm struggles to get a firm grip on a piece of a broken wall. Despite being crushed like that, his life isn't in danger at all, and he stands up defiantly amidst the ruins. Furthermore, this event only makes his aura even stronger. He seems to have gone berserk and wants to kill Yi Huo on the spot. His 4 pupils glare at Yi Huo, filled with bloodlust and ferocity. In complete contrast to his opponent's serious and resentful demeanor, our boy Yi Huo cracks a provocative smile. He says, "That's more like it. Invincible divine dragon boss. What's the fun if you go down that easily?" As soon as he finishes speaking, the enraged dragon-headed guy launches himself forward and continues his assault on Yi Huo. And in an instant, all you can see is the dangerous flash of his energy-filled eyes. He charges madly with his sword in hand, and part of his dragon helmet has been destroyed, revealing a human face underneath. At this moment, Yi Huo stares wide-eyed to get a better look, completely surprised and seemingly unable to process it. He's only taken a few breaths, but that dragon-headed guy's speed is insane. He zips forward with his sword so fast you can see a streak of light curving towards Yi Huo. He is quickly pushed back a long way. Still using his greatsword to block the barrage of slashes, Yi Huo is still struggling to hold back this guy who's as strong as an ox. He grits his teeth, assesses the situation, and thinks. So fast after the mask broke, not only his speed but also his power increased. Right now, Yi Huo can only see how terrifying the dragon-headed guy's eyes are. They are wide open right in front of him, 4 glowing pupils staring as if they want to eat him alive. Yi Huo's strength is enough to resist. However, the greatsword Yi Huo took from Yan Zhengxiang shatters in 2. The dragon-headed guy's slash strikes down hard, destroying the weapon in his hand. Yi Huo glances over for a split second, surprised to find his weapon is broken. The sword, it's broken. After destroying his opponent's weapon, the dragon-headed guy grips his own sword tightly and creates some distance from Yi Huo to prepare his next attack. Yi Huo quickly turns and is startled by this sudden move, so he quickly swings the broken greatsword. He may have lost his weapon, but he has others. Yi Huo isn't bothered at all. He lunges forward and bites the dragon-headed guy's sword with his mouth. Yi Huo does it on purpose, using his jaw, which has been enhanced by his Godzilla power, to go all in. The dragon-headed guy never expected a move like this and just stares at him, dumbfounded for a moment. With the sword in his mouth, our boy gleefully glances over at his opponent with a look of pure glee and provocation. Yi Huo says tauntingly, "Finally caught you." Then he clenches his black, spiky Godzilla hand into a fist. It makes a loud cracking sound. The dragon-headed guy probably realizes what Yi Huo is about to do. He immediately widens his eyes, as if sensing it but unable to react in time. And so, that loving fist from Yi Huo slams right into the chin of the dragon-headed guy. He takes the full force of Yi Huo's nuclear-powered knockout punch. Green energy radiates all over the dragon-headed guy's face, while he still holds his sword, swinging wildly and missing Yi Huo completely. At that point, Yi Huo knows victory is within his grasp. He braces himself and purses his lips, gathering all his strength. It's come to this! The dragon-headed guy's face is finally revealed. He falls backward toward the sky, his eyes gazing blankly into the distance. The dragon mask is also completely shattered. Yi Huo immediately grabs the dragon-headed guy's arm and pulls him in. He says, "We're not done yet, dear customer." Annoyed, Yi Huo clenches his fist even tighter, then powers up and lunges forward, shouting as he unleashes a powerful force. "Technician number 23 at your service." And just like that, a barrage of nuclear-powered punches from Yi Huo continuously pummels the dragon-headed guy's face. He passively endures that earth-shattering power. Right now, he looks like a piece of dough for Yi Huo to knead and pummel however he wants. At this moment, facing his opponent, Yi Huo is incredibly excited and smug. He grins, baring his fangs, and thinks, temples, throat, heart, spleen, kidneys, and groin are all vital human pressure points. On top of that, you've been pierced by copper nails, your meridians are blocked, and your martial techniques can't flow properly. These attacks, infused with killing intent, will penetrate these key pressure points and meridians, destroying you from the inside. The dragon-headed guy is now just a battered wreck, his real face completely exposed, his hair a disheveled mess, his face gaunt and pathetic, looking like he's barely hanging on. His hand can't even hold the sword steady anymore. His hand trembles uncontrollably before he decides to throw it. The sword in his hand was gone. But this sword was thrown with a purpose. The dragon-helmeted guy hadn't actually given up yet. He forcefully threw the sword in an arc to slash at Yi Huo. Yi Huo was restraining the guy's hand with one of his own. He noticed this and was startled. Yi Huo's reflexes were a perfect 10. He quickly summoned the fan he'd swiped from Lan Yusi into his palm. Yi Huo's expression turned terrifyingly dark. His actions were decisive. Yi Huo snapped open the fan to block the slash from the dragon-helmeted guy's sword. Thanks to this weapon, Yi Huo escaped a fatal blow. He spoke as if he had predicted it. "I knew you hadn't given up. The only chance you had to kill me was when I first arrived by taking advantage of the element of surprise." With that said, Yi Huo powerfully pushed with the open fan, sending the dragon-helmeted guy's sword flying far away. Yi Huo's figure stood tall and unshaken. He concluded, "That way you might have had a sliver of hope." With that, Yi Huo powered up, waved his hand forcefully, and roared, "Rise up!" In an instant, a powerful gust of wind from the fan gathered into a giant tornado. This thing emitted a formidable stream of energy. Everything swirled just like a superstorm making landfall, and the sky turned gray. The tornado created by Yi Huo grew stronger and stronger, reaching over 100 meters tall. Its gathered demonic energy pulling in the surrounding magnetic fields, causing it to grow ever larger and more violent. The dragon-helmeted guy was unknowingly pulled into the very center of the tornado, where he floated as currents of energy attacked and tore chunks from his body. Black blood gushed out, swirling around him like a meat grinder. How pitiful for the dragon-helmeted guy. Now he had to passively endure his skin and flesh being sliced away, completely unable to fight back. In Yi He's hands, the fan's killing aura was far stronger than when Lan Yusi wielded it. Yi He roared, not giving his opponent a moment to breathe. His entire body erupted with Godzilla-like energy, like a walking nuclear bomb. A brilliant light enveloped him as he shot into the air, his excited voice echoing, "It's not over yet." Faced with such terrifying power, the dragon-helmeted guy couldn't react in time. He could only stand there frozen, awaiting the death that lay in the palm of Yi Hei's hand. Atomic blast fist. In midair, Yi He clenched his fist, as ferocious as a wild beast, unleashing a devastating punch. First fist. An earth-shattering explosion rang out as the fist slammed right into the dragon-helmeted guy, creating a blockbuster-level explosion with dust and dirt flying everywhere. All that remained was a screen of smoke and dust, thick with radiating nuclear energy. It glowed brilliantly, mingling with the frenzied whirlwind. The dragon-helmeted guy was sent flying like a puppet with its strings cut, his limp body like a rag doll soaring through the air. And yet his hand still tightly gripped his sword just when you thought he was dead. Yi He had no intention of letting up. As the guy's body was in free fall, he charged forward again at a terrifying speed. Dust billowed behind him like a rocket trail. Yi He roared again. Second fist. When he was close enough, he unleashed another move on his enemy. Blue Mountain Fist Black Flash. Although his body was severely weakened, the guy still managed to react. He used all his remaining strength to swing the sword in his hand to block the blow, his whole body flipping in midair, his long hair spinning wildly. Man, our boy Yi He hits way too hard. Even after blocking just one punch, the dragon-helmeted guy was still sent flying from one building to the next. He just kept hurtling in a zigzag path, which just shows how terrifying the force of Yi He's punch was. After taking two devastating punches, the dragon-helmeted guy was slammed into a wall, his body shattered, fresh blood oozing from countless wounds. Yet his entire body from head to toe was stuck to the wall, and yet he still tightly gripped his shining sword, the pain causing him to let out an unconscious sound. Yi He flew closer, hovering in front of his pathetically dying enemy. Where he had crashed, the wall had shattered into a giant hole. Yi Huo spoke, his voice full of scorn. "Some dragon I thought you were supposed to be strong, but you're just an insect." After ripping off the dragon helmet, his true face was revealed. He had no nose or mouth, only eyes. Glowing with hatred, he still refused to submit, raising his shining sword and growling, "Kill! Kill!" But in the blink of an eye, the very sword he struggled to hold was pressed against his own neck. His four-pupiled eyes widened in utter shock to the extreme. Yi Huo had moved too fast, flying over and pressing the sword firmly against the dragon-helmeted guy's neck. In his battle armor, Yi Huo looked cooler than ever, his combat power completely overwhelming. He only needed one hand to toy with this dragon-helmeted guy. A second later, the head fell, tumbling in free fall, its long hair flowing with gravity. And just like that, Yi Huo had obtained the dragon pendant. He held it up in front of him and said with satisfaction, "The dragon pendant is now mine! Time to end this game!" A moment later, after dealing with the dragon-helmeted guy, Yi Huo returned to his friends. Yan Zhenghong was now completely subdued by his power, bowing his head, not daring to say a word. Yan Zhenghong bowed his head and knelt before Yi Huo, but Yi Huo just casually strolled past him with his hands in his pockets, without even a glance. Yi Huo walked over to Liu Qingzhu, who had been rescued in time by Chu Zhou. As soon as Liu Qingzhu saw Yi Huo, her eyes lit up. She was startled, then blushed and exclaimed, not forgetting to remind him that he shouldn't have faced the dragon mask alone. But Chu Zhou, standing nearby, just glanced at Liu Qingzhu and then said coldly, "Except for Yi Huo, the rest of us are just a nuisance." Hearing this, Liu Qingzhu nodded, not daring to look at anyone, her face filled with sadness as she thought to herself, "Chu Zhou is right. I got myself injured so badly I can't even use my martial arts, trying to help Yi. He would only distract him. If only I were stronger, I wouldn't have been such a burden." Seeing the beauty's gloomy face, Yi Huo immediately ran over acting like a goofball to tease her. "What you thinking about?" Liu Qingzhu was startled by Yi Huo's super casual attitude. Huh? She immediately turned away, blushing. Right after that, Yi Huo asked about the fight with the ox. He held out his hand in front of Liu Qingzhu and said, "Where's the ox pendant? You want me to just take it from you?" Liu Qingzhu turned her face away and reached into her pocket. "Oh, here it is." And so, He had finally collected all 12 pendants corresponding to the 12 zodiac animals. Looking at them, he thought for a moment, then said aloud, I tried arranging them in the order of the 12 zodiacs from rat to pig, but nothing happened at all. Chu Zhou, standing nearby with his arms crossed, called out, Nothing happened. Maybe the order is wrong. This was giving Yi Huo a real headache. He stroked his chin, staring at the 12 collected pendants, but couldn't figure anything out. Suddenly, Yan Zhenghong approached the pendants and spoke up. This special divine dragon wasn't designed for hunting, unlike the other masks, but a hunter specializing in tracking down pendant holders, so he normally doesn't need to collect dragon pendants to pass. With that said, Yan Zhengxiang picked up the dragon pendant. Immediately, the entire place seemed to tremble. Strangely, everyone looked on in alarm. Did it work? What did it trigger? Suddenly, a thick layer of clouds formed in the sky near Yi Huo and the other martial arts students. Its center glowing brilliantly as a golden bolt of lightning struck down. The tall buildings nearby lit up, a supernatural phenomenon none of them had ever witnessed. Yi Huo noticed it first, shouting in astonishment, Look, what is that in the sky? From the very center of the glowing object. In the sky, a massive eye was revealed. This eye bulged out, growing monstrously large, as the surrounding clouds thickened and it drew ever closer. It seemed the energy radiating from it had an effect. On Yi Huo, he noticed something was wrong with himself, his eyes widening in confusion about what the hell was going on. The eye started pulling Yi Huo closer and closer to it. He was involuntarily overpowered by this force, his body drawn toward the strange and terrifying object. Suddenly, Yi Huo found himself falling through an endless void, flailing with nothing to grab onto. Yi Huo screamed his lungs out in absolute terror. He wailed desperately into the void, unsure if anyone could even hear him. Then, his eyes snapped open, and Yi Huo stared ahead with a dazed look. At that moment, all the students in the train cars woke up at the same time. Everyone was frantic and had no idea what was going on. Is this the Huadai train? Am I back? I'm alive. I remember being killed by that dog-faced person. I was just in that strange city. How did I get back here? That's right. I remember so many people getting killed by that dragon. Was it all just a dream? How could so many people have the same one over where Yi Huo and Chu Chao were? Both remained silent. While everyone was still bewildered, the train's intercom suddenly crackled to life. Ding dong. Attention all. Students, please do not panic. You were just pulled into an illusion created by the God's Eye artifact. This is the entrance exam for Imperial University freshmen, so everyone please relax. Yi Huo had already figured it was just an ability test for Huadu University, so his expression remained mostly neutral. The speaker continued with a special announcement. In this trial, the team of Yi Huo, Chu Chao, and Liu Qingzhu from Ancheng collected all the zodiac pendants, earning the top spot. Yi Huo's performance was especially outstanding, and a special prize will be awarded after enrollment. This was broadcast for all the students to hear. Upon hearing this, students from other provinces grew curious and began to buzz with conversation. Who is Yi Huo? I died too early. I missed everything that happened after. Did Ouyangzi lose Where's Ancheng? How could a freshman from a big city lose to some hick from the provinces and collect all the pendants? No way, I couldn't even beat one mask. He must be the scion of some reclusive martial arts family. I've got to get to know him. Just then, a beam of blue light appeared right in front of Yi Huo, shining directly in his face. His eyes widened in anticipation as he stared at it, whispering, It's finally here. Turns out, fulfilling the special condition unlocks a prize pull. Immediately, a system panel appeared before Yi Huo, the text glowing. Congratulations, host, for overwhelming all the freshmen in the Imperial University trial, rewarding 1. Template draw. After reading this, Yi Huo broke out in a cold sweat, his heart thumping wildly. He quickly called his best buddy for support. Chu Chao, hand me a wet wipe. I have to clean my hands properly. My luck won't be trash this time. A card appeared, right in front of Yi Huo. This was the ultimate moment of truth. His entire gacha career depended on this pull. A powerful and dark demonic aura radiated out as the card slowly turned over. Appearing before Yi Huo's eyes was a vampire. He was tall and muscular, with horns on his head. A terrifying demonic aura surrounded him. The moment he appeared, he let out a long, booming laugh. System notification. Level 3 template. Rakudo the vampire. Bloodline abilities. Corpse transformation. Blood control. Immortal body. Compatibility. 1%. Evolutionary forms. Rakudo. Soruro. Giovanno. And so, the train to Huadu continued on its way. Maybe there would be no more challenges this time. Yi Huo had just gotten a valuable vampire, and he was sitting by himself laughing like a madman, excitedly muttering something under his breath. Yi Huo thought, a vampire. He cheered inwardly. I pulled an SR card, and it's even a gold one. Although the bloodlines compatibility isn't great, its upgraded form has the ability to stop time. That's totally broken. Just then, a young man walked over to strike up a conversation. You're Yi Huo, aren't you? The speaker was Ouyang-zhe, a young man, with a rather arrogant look. Hearing Yi Huo's commendation, he approached with a condescending air. So you defeated Chen Long? Nearby, Yan Zhengsheng was getting a little nervous about this condescending attitude, since he didn't know Yi Huo's strength and only dared to think. Z, calm down. If you start a fight with Yi Huo, there's no hospital on this train. As for Yi Huo, he was already irritated by that tone. He glanced up, not even bothering to look Ouyang-zhe in the face, and said in a low tone, a small correction. I didn't win. I slaughtered him. Hearing these words, Ouyang-zhe started to feel faint. He broke into an awkward sweat and whispered, slaughtered. At that moment, in front of all the martial arts students, Ouyang-zhe postured as if he were the strongest person there. He then publicly made an offer to recruit Yi Huo. Yi Huo, I'm planning to establish a new society at Huadai, separate from the student union, and I want you to join. I'll even make you the president. For years, students from Huadu have monopolized the Outstanding Freshman Award in the student union presidency. This ploy quickly captured the attention of the new martial arts students. Immediately after, this Ouyang-zhe fellow was also very quick to switch to a more cordial and open attitude, smiling as he extended a hand. Yi Huo, your power gives us a great chance to shatter this tradition, so join my society. This caused an uproar in the train car, and the peanut gallery started shouting to each other. The arrogant Ouyang-zhe is personally inviting Yi Huo and even offering him the presidency. This is the beginning of a new legend at Huadai, a historic moment without even thinking. Yi Huo bluntly rejected him. This supposedly historic offer? Sorry, I'm not interested in power struggles or forming societies. I prefer to be alone. An immediate buzz went through the crowd. Yi Huo refused. Oh my god, what a shocking rejection. Who the hell is this Yi Huo anyway? Who does he think he is to dare to refuse Ouyang-zhe? What a waste. Yet, Ouyang-zhe remained calm, handing Yi Huo a card. It's fine, this is my card. I'll always be open to cooperating with you. Yi Huo, however, didn't. Soon, night fell, and the train arrived at Huadu University Station. Right then, Chuzhou, who was next to Yi He, looked out the window and said, We're here. Hearing that, Yi He was startled and looked over, not expecting it to be so soon. We're here already. As soon as he saw the city before him, Yi He's eyes widened, and his jaw dropped like a bucket as he exclaimed in awe, Whoa! Before Yi, he was a dazzlingly bright metropolis, much more bustling everywhere compared to his hometown of Ancheng. Yi He couldn't help but blurt out unconsciously, Wow! So this is Huadu, a true megacity. The train doors opened, and the martial arts students quickly disembarked. After getting out, a female train attendant was assigned to guide the newly enrolled students. Huadu freshmen, please follow this way to the school. Please maintain your order, referencing your seat numbers from the Huada train. So Yi He, along with his new friends and Chuzhou, followed the crowd. Suddenly, as they were walking, the entire group had to stop. Everyone looked horrified at what they saw before them. In front of the group of new martial artists was a massive super aircraft. It looked as futuristic as the spaceships in sci-fi movies. An announcement came over the speaker. Please board the aircraft in an orderly fashion. Following the instruction, the new students lined up neatly to board the aircraft. Yi He, from the back, spotted the beautiful figure of Liu Qingju walking ahead of him. He ran up to her, poked her with his finger, and cheekily called out, Liu Qingju. Walking in front, Qingju jumped so hard her whole body trembled. That tiny poke from Yi He made Liu Qingju shriek like a banshee. She remembered her mother's strict warning before she left for school. Qingju, remember this. Even though you two are engaged, you're not married yet. Don't be too intimate in public. Don't let him take advantage of you and protect yourself. Got it. Liu Qingju immediately reacted fiercely. What do you think you're doing? We're in public. But Yi He replied very calmly. What public are you dreaming? I'm asking why we have to take a plane. Hearing Yi He's clueless questions, her anger subsided and was replaced by regret. She let out a long sigh and whispered, Why did Mom engage me to a country bumpkin like you? With that, Qingzhu pointed a finger to the sky and explained briefly, because Huada is in the sky? Yi Huo looked up and asked again. In the sky. Qingzhu stated matter-of-factly, a city in the clouds. What Liu Qingzhu was referring to was a city floating among the clouds, a technological metropolis beyond imagination. Perhaps it was because humanity had to evolve due to the adversity caused by otherworldly monsters. The aircraft carrying the martial arts students entered the university's safe zone, carrying the pride and hope of a new generation to protect the Blue Star. Sitting on the flight, Yi Huo looked out the window and noticed something. Wada, is this electromagnetic grid meant to prevent beasts from entering? Once inside, even the life detection range is reduced. This is Wada for you. A while later, the plane landed, and Yi Huo and Chuzhou disembarked. The attendant reminded the typical country bumpkins like Yi Huo to complete their procedures. Please hold on to your cards. The student card clearly stated the name, Yi Huo, gender male, and class 1. An announcement directed them to the school's train station to get to the dorms. Here, the train station had a convenient inverted architecture and was incredibly fast. The skyscrapers and extensive elevator systems, everything was different from the ground. Like a version of Chongqing, like a total dork, Yi Huo, without a second thought, stood in the middle of the crowd, pointing around and shouting, "We've made it to the highest city in the world! Everyone! If you're not embarrassed, other people will be embarrassed for you." People around them started whispering, "What's he saying? Where did this idiot come from? He seems to have a few screws loose." Very quickly, Yi Huo and Chuzhou took an elevator up the tall building. He excitedly turned and asked, "My room is on the 42nd floor, room A3, Chuzhou? Where's yours?" Chuzhou replied, "I'm on the 45th floor, room B7. Hearing that, Yi Huo said, "Higher than me. Well, I'll get off first." As soon as he entered the room the school had arranged for him, it was his first time experiencing something so high class. He hadn't even entered the room yet, but from outside, he was already shouting at the top of his lungs. A 100-meter single room, the treatment for Huada students is top-notch. Then he ran straight to the pre-installed PC setup, complete with a VIP ergonomic chair. Yi Huo was overjoyed, running and roaring with delight. The latest model computer. This full setup is so sick. Best of all, when he ran into the bathroom, it didn't disappoint him either. He couldn't believe his eyes at what he was seeing. There's even a jacuzzi tub. No one can say no to a jacuzzi tub. Then, he quickly jumped onto the soft bed, which had the highest quality memory foam mattress in all of Huadu. He comfortably threw himself down and shouted happily, "This is as luxurious as a 5-star hotel." He was about to take a nap when he suddenly remembered something. He squinted, telling himself he had to do the important stuff first, then immediately sat up and pulled out his phone. He planned to upgrade the Rakudo vampire template. On the train earlier, I figured out how to use my phone to scan the card's barcode to log into the Huada Connect app. It has an academy store that only uses academic points. Huada's digital currency. I'll convert my remaining 30 million Shia nation currency into academic points. A moment later, his phone suddenly notified him. Ding Huada Connect received 322.43 academic points. As soon as he read it, Yi Huo gasped, his face turning pale. 100,000 for 1 point. That's so expensive. But the items in the store were genuinely high quality, many of which weren't available on the open market. You can buy them openly here. That's a privilege for Huada students. After that, Yi Huo playfully interacted with his phone non-stop. He bought all the blood-type magic cores. This should be enough to upgrade the template. Previously, the supergiant template I invested in cost less than 10 million, and its compatibility was already over 90%. Later, the system notified him. Student Yi Huo, thank you for your purchase. We wish you smooth cultivation. Remember to leave a 5-star review. The moment he confirmed, an automated drone delivered the pre-packaged items. Yi Huo got really excited. So fast drone delivery. After opening it, a pile of essence stones was revealed inside the box. Yi Huo looked at the pile, licked his lips, and said, "All right, I'll swallow them all." Immediately, a transformation occurred. Yi Huo's hand began to change, becoming more rugged. His fingernails also grew long and sharp like a monster's. He managed to say, "Ugh, I ate too much. I'm a bit tired." System notification, Rakudo vampire template. Compatibility 100%. Suggestion, Rakudo Saruro has been unlocked. Infinite monster template. Host Yi Huo. Composite physique up to 29. Running into the toilet. Yi Huo looked at himself in the mirror. His face was pale with black veins crisscrossing his eyes. Feeling the changes in his body, he noted how pronounced the effects were. He pulled back the corners of his mouth, revealing his teeth, and said, "The fangs are much sharper." Looking closer, Yi Huo noticed blood grooves on the edges of his teeth. Biting into an enemy's flesh would be like sucking up bubble tea. Looking back at his 5-fingered hand, Yi Huo almost didn't recognize it anymore and said, "My nails are sharp now too." Then, for some reason, he unconsciously stared at his hand with its sharp nails and mumbled, "Right now, I have a bold idea." Suddenly, Yi Huo! He slammed his own hand into his throat, and the blood inside him shot out like a volcanic eruption from behind his back. Yi Huo leaned on the toilet in the bathroom, his whole body trembling violently as he let out pained gasps. A lot of black blood flowed from his back. Crimson blood gushed from Yi Huo's throat and mouth like a waterfall. He was really reckless to test his new ability like this. A strange thing happened at the stab wound on Yi Huo's neck. The wound began to heal itself, and the blood gradually retracted back inside. He looked much healthier now, and the wound finally closed completely, leaving only a very small mark. Seeing the recovery progress, Yi Huo smirked in satisfaction and said, "A little faster than before?" He looked at his hand and nodded, his mouth still messy as he said, "So this is the visible self-healing of a vampire. But the physical changes are secondary. The most important thing is my new power." Then, Yi Huo entered the private training room in his assigned apartment. He stepped inside, looked around, and said, "This really is a martial arts-focused world. Even university dorms have training rooms." Next, he cleared his mind of all external distractions. Yi Huo focused his mind and spirit. He quickly reached a state of heightened concentration, his entire body erupting with a surge of power. He shut his eyes tightly, his muscles tensed. At that moment, Yi Huo deliberately snapped his eyes open, and he cast his glowing gaze forward and exhaled sharply to brace himself. Appearing right in front of Yi Huo was the vampire he had just acquired yesterday. It appeared with an incredibly cocky and badass attitude, along with its legendary black wings. Yi Huo looked up at the figure, his eyes filled with seriousness as he commanded, "Come here and give me a punch." The vampire immediately unleashed its power in a frenzy. It arched its back and nodded. A wave of energy instantly enveloped the entire room like a whirlwind. Then, its large wings folded to cover its body, and a sinister aura wrapped around it like a cocoon. A second later, a humanoid figure appeared, and right behind the vampire was a silhouette that was overwhelmingly powerful, with a rose on its head and sharp thorns covering its body. Its eyes glowed red, and it stood with its arms crossed, looking at Yi Huo before clenching its fist and charging forward. The entity just summoned by the vampire tightened its fist of steel and thorns and lunged. Yi Huo quickly raised his hands to shield his face. He tried to keep his eyes open to see the figure in front of him. A powerful blow from the rose-headed entity slammed into Yi Huo's chest. He was trying to endure it to train his resistance to its power. The punch was so strong it seemed to pass right through Yi Huo, making him stagger for a moment. But when he looked at his hands, all the bones in them were shattered. It seemed that entity was also extremely powerful. Our boy Yi Huo, after taking that steel punch, slid across the floor and slammed into the sturdy rubber-reinforced wall. But what's a little something like this? Yi Huo clumsily pushed himself to his feet, his shattered arms already recovering rapidly. He looked up, a smirk playing on his lips, and said, "Very good, very powerful. Next, let's test the time stop skill." As soon as he finished speaking, the Rakuto vampire model immediately complied. With his body as the center, a gray space radiated outwards. Everything within its control instantly froze. The countdown began, and the domain grew larger and larger, expanding for 1 second, then 2 seconds, 3, 4, 5 seconds. It began to shake violently, and signs of cracking appeared on its surface, like an egg about to hatch. Yi Huo refused to let it. He suppressed the domain to prevent it from shattering. Yi Huo gave a stern and annoyed look and thought, "No, time must remain stopped." The pressure of the domain on Yi Huo was immense, and he gritted his teeth, trying to push his own limits. At 5.1 seconds, the pain Yi Huo had to endure was like having 1,000 ribs broken at once. At 5.3 seconds, the pain had spread throughout his entire body, and blood could seep out from anywhere. The blood vessels in his eyes burst like waterfalls, his eyes wide open as if they were about to explode. The space behind him blurred and then gradually came into focus, taking on an unstable, semi-solid state. The rose-headed guy was also quite tough, but in an instant, the entire space seemed to vibrate violently, and it ended at the 5.9-second mark. All the surrounding layers collapsed, the space shattered like broken glass, and time officially resumed its normal flow. At this point, Yi Huo bent over, wiping a trail of blood from the corner of his mouth with one hand while chuckling to himself. As expected, 5 seconds is your limit, but not my limit. The next morning, Yi Huo met up with Chu Chao, and the two were wandering the streets. However, after absorbing the power of the Rakudo vampire, he felt uncomfortable in the morning sun, and he unconsciously raised his hand to shield his eyes and said, "The sun is a bit bright today, isn't it?" Chu Chao didn't seem to notice. "Is it?" Yi Huo hesitated. "A little?" he thought to himself. After fusing with the Rakudo vampire model, I've naturally started to hate sunlight, although I won't die instantly, like a real vampire in the light. Chu Chao didn't pay much attention to it and turned to ask, "Have you seen this year's academic reforms for Hoado University?" While shielding himself from the sun, Yi Huo asked back, "Haven't seen it. What's up?" Yi Huo vaguely thought to himself. "I was wrestling with Rakudo all night. I didn't pay attention to anything else." Chu Chao quickly explained everything to Yi Huo. This year, Hoado University has changed the traditional classroom model and adopted a mentor group system, basically. For each academic year, students will study under a main professor, and during that time, they can also seek tutelage from associate professors. At this, Yi Huo turned and asked, "So we have to go find a master?" Chu Chao held up his phone and showed it to Yi Huo, saying bluntly, "Not we. I need to go find a master, but you don't." Yi Huo was still a bit dazed and hadn't processed it yet. "What do you mean?" Chu Chao showed the phone more clearly to Yi Huo. "Look at the announcement in the freshman group chat from last night. It's written there. In consideration of the fact that freshman Yi Huo has collected all 12 zodiac pendants, the school has specially awarded Yi Huo the right to directly choose any mentor. The mentor is not allowed to refuse." After reading it, his expression twisted. They even intentionally posted it in the group. Isn't that a bit too dramatic? The scene changes to the Area A stadium, where many students have gathered in long lines, with sounds of chatter all around. It's crowded. It seems they're going into the examination room in groups of 3, and then the mentors will light up to choose someone. Yi Huo was outside by the door. He waved and called out, "Chu Chao, you go in first. I'm going to walk around a bit, since I can choose any mentor I want. It doesn't matter when I go in." Yi Huo wandered outside, muttering to himself as he walked, "Choose a mentor, so boring." Suddenly, as he was walking peacefully, a scent that was sweet like candy, metallic, and coppery wafted past him. Yi Huo's nose. He sniffed and immediately recognized the distinct smell of blood, so he quickly ran, following the faint scent he had just caught. While running, he muttered to himself, "If it were the normal smell of blood, it wouldn't be strange, but this particular smell of blood contained a hidden killing intent and sin, as ferocious as an undercurrent at the bottom of the sea. It even stirred the killing intent within my own body. I must find its source." Following the scent led Yi Huo for a short distance, and he was startled and amazed by what he saw in front of him. Yi Huo saw a girl in modern clothes squatting on the side of the road, eating a roasted sweet potato. Strangely, the permeating scent that Yi Huo had followed was emanating from this little girl. Watching the girl open her mouth wide to take a huge bite of the sweet potato, he was at a loss for words. To be honest, Yi Huo still couldn't quite believe it. He looked around to see if anyone else was there, but there was no one. Looking at the white-haired girl in front of him, Yi Huo's mouth twisted. This adorable kid is the source of that vicious aura. I must be mistaken. Suddenly, the little girl's eyes glanced sideways and noticed him, holding half a sweet potato. This kid cluelessly turned to ask Yi Huo a question with a surprised look and an overly familiar tone. "Kid, you've practiced the flesh and blood diagram." He didn't expect this tiny girl could sense it. He approached her and asked, "How do you know?" She stroked her chin, looking him up and down. Yi Huo couldn't help but mumble to himself. Her appearance is clearly that of a child, so why is she putting on such an unbelievably mature act? And on top of that, she dares to call me kid. Yet, in response to his doubt, the girl calmly gnawed on her sweet potato and dropped a bombshell. "Because I'm the one who helped little tiger perfect this martial art?" That name struck him like a bolt of lightning, and Yi Huo immediately remembered. His eyes narrowed suspiciously as a guess flashed through his mind. "Little tiger, you don't mean—" Across from him, the kid put her hands on her hips defiantly, looking extremely interested as she continued. "Lu Chenghu, more than 90 years ago. He was my disciple." Yi Huo scoffed, not believing his ears. "Are you kidding me? It's true that a martial artist's lifespan can exceed a normal person's. A 90-year-old grandmaster can still maintain their peak condition, but this little snot-nosed brat in front of me is just ridiculous!" Yi Huo narrowed his eyes to observe, a speculation flashing in his mind. For martial artists who practice peculiar techniques, it's not impossible to alter their bone structure to a child's size, but the completely innocent, or to be blunt, dazed and clueless look of this silver-haired kid couldn't possibly be faked unless it was an Oscar-level performance. The girl dropped her playful expression, her face becoming unusually serious, her tone filled with an indescribable assertiveness. "What's wrong? You don't believe me?" "Hearing this?" Yi Huo pouted contemptuously, smirking as he replied in a taunting voice. "Believe you, I'd rather believe I'm a Nigerian prince. Just wire me $50, then I'll believe you." In that instant, the scenery around Yi Huo suddenly changed. The red color of blood enveloped everything. He saw himself being dragged to a guillotine, its cold, sharp blade pressed against the back of his neck. Yi Huo's eyes widened. Not understanding what was happening, he was clearly just standing in the middle of the street. A loud crash echoed as the chilling blade plunged down. Yi Huo distinctly felt the sensation of his head being severed from his neck. His head rolled like a ball, stopping right at the silver-haired girl's feet. Even with just his head left, he still tried to stammer out a few whimpering sounds. A moment later, Yi Huo gasped, jolting back to reality. He stared wide-eyed, cold sweat breaking out from the terrifying experience. Was that an illusion, a killing intent, so pure it could make me hallucinate being beheaded? So shocking, so stunning. Yi Huo's jaw dropped as he roared out 3 words, "Radagast!" While he was still dazed and confused, the girl suddenly shoved a lollipop straight into his mouth. Yi Huo instinctively closed his mouth, his eyes still wide with astonishment. The girl said cheerfully, "My favorite strawberry-flavored soft candy. This is for you." Then she started acting cute, wiggling around like a genuine lolly, before continuing. "Sorry, kid, I think I went a little too far. You absolutely must not report me to the school. Okay, I only get to go out for fresh air for 1 or 2 hours a week now. It's so pitiful." Still with the lollipop in his mouth, Yi Huo stammered, "Who are you?" The girl struck a graceful pose in front of him and answered immediately. "My name is Gong Ke, and I'm a very powerful grandmaster, just between you and me. The principal of Hua University, that Shi Jingwen guy. I used to beat him until he cried his eyes out when we were kids." After speaking, she didn't forget to give him a playful wink as a bonus. This introduction struck Yi Huo like a lightning bolt. His whole body went limp. His limbs trembled, and he directly dropped to his knees on the ground. His mind was screaming, "Gong Ke is the one who perfected the Xuanhuang martial art. Then she can definitely help me break through my bottleneck. She's a grandmaster specializing in slaughter. A perfect match for me. It's a risk-free investment." No sooner said than done. He immediately knelt, clasped his hands, put on the most serious face he could muster, and tried to become her disciple. A drifter for half my life, yet to meet a true master. I, Yi Huo, wish to take teacher Gong Ke as my master. I hope you will accept. This ridiculous behavior was no different from when his father took a master. Gong Ke was completely dumbfounded watching him do a 180 faster than flipping a pancake. She struggled to utter a few words. Huh? Scene change back to Area A. Hua Capital University. The most high-level dull and powerful teachers of Hua Capital were sitting in the proctor's seats. Excited chatter echoed all around. I can't believe the deans of Hua University's 5 biggest academies are the freshman advisors this time. If any of the deans chose you as their disciple, you'd be set for life. What are you thinking? Those are the 5 deans. How could they possibly notice us freshmen? Then what are they here for, to waste time? Of course not. Haven't you heard that freshman named Yi Huo completed the 12 Zodiacs challenge? These deans must be here for that Yi Huo. The freshmen had no idea that the 12 Zodiacs competition had been broadcast live, and the audience was none other than the entire faculty of Hua University. From the moment the announcement was made on the train, the teachers began evaluating each student's crisis responsibility. The AI used big data to capture facial expressions and score each person's response capability. Those who thought it was just a challenge and made no preparations, or recklessly rushed into the 12 Zodiac city space would receive low scores afterward in the fight against the 12 masked Zodiacs. Their combat intelligence, practical fighting skills, and organizational abilities were all important scoring criteria. Even if the freshmen were unsuccessful in hunting the masked man, anyone who excelled at any of the above could get a high score, and Yi Huo, like Sung Jin-woo after his system awakening and solo leveling, was the only freshman to receive the highest evaluation from start to finish. But that alone wasn't enough to alarm the 5 deans. What truly astonished them was that he had slain the divine dragon boss, a target completely outside the challenge's objectives and a guaranteed death sentence upon encounter. Below, a teacher with a bushy beard and hair looked at the new martial arts students lining up, then turned to the female teacher next to him and spoke. Yi Huo himself probably had no idea what kind of divine being the dragon he had slain was. It was a model trained by Xia Country's Nuwa supercomputer based on data left by the nation-level martial artist Fu Hongsheng when he enrolled at Hua University that year, although not even the supercomputer could replicate the power of those divine dual pupils in the Dream Sea illusion. Fu Hongsheng was the strongest martial artist in the history of Xia Country, and perhaps the world, and the record he set at Hua University had not been broken for 100 years. For Yi Huo to be able to slay a model trained by such a godlike figure, even if it couldn't replicate the original's full power, was enough to prove his world-shaking talent. As long as nothing happened on his path of growth, he could at least become a grandmaster of a generation, or even challenge the realm of a great grandmaster. What we need to do now is to control our emotions and continue to wait for Yi Huo to come and accept us as his master. As soon as he finished speaking, someone rushed in from outside and announced loudly, "This is bad! Deans!" This man reported urgently. "Yi Huo! He has taken the former professor of Dai University, currently a special grade staff member, Gong Ka, as his master." Hearing this, the several teachers who had arrived early and were waiting impatiently for Yi Huo to choose them shot up in shock, exclaiming, "What?" Back to Yi Huo and Gong Ka's location. He was now hugging her tightly. And no matter how much Gong Ka struggled, he refused to let go. "You want to take me as your master?" "That's right, I've already decided on you." "Master," Yi Huo thought to himself, this loli seems to be over 100 years old. Otherwise, if I bowed down to a loli in broad daylight, I'd definitely get 3 years in prison or more. Gong Ka pushed Yi Huo away while saying loudly, "But it seems I've been expelled from the university." Yi Huo was still very determined, his eyes both persistent and sparkling. He said defiantly, "Master, you said you can only go out for fresh air for 1 or 2 hours a week. If you take me as your disciple, I have a way to help you regain your freedom within 2 years. This offer was unexpectedly effective. When Gong Ka heard this, her eyes shone even brighter than Yi Huo's. "Really? Okay, then I agree." He smirked slyly, his seduction a success. Just as things were going smoothly, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Wait a minute. The sound seemed to shake the very heavens. Hearing that Yi Huo had chosen Gong Ka as his master, the teachers who had arrived early but weren't chosen by him immediately teleported to their location. As this group of people approached, Gong Ka spoke up. "Tisk, a bunch of busybodies have arrived." A teacher, as stiff as a cast iron rod from head to toe with an indistinct face, spoke up to stop them. "Senior Gong Ka, didn't you say you wouldn't interact with students during your time out for fresh air?" The teacher from before also chimed in. "Besides, with your current mental state, you're not suitable to teach students." "That's right, Senior Gong Ka. You should hurry home." Gong Ka calmly placed her hands on her hips before the obstructive group, then turned to Yi Huo and asked, "Go home." Fine, well, what's your name?" Yi Huo bowed his head respectfully and obediently. "Master, my name is Yi Huo." She took a leisurely step with her tiny legs, then said firmly, "Good. Yi Huo, come home with me." Yi Huo, walking behind, also stuck his nose up smugly and arrogantly in front of them. The scene changes to Hua University's Research Institute, a tall and vast place with extremely strange architecture. Yi Huo followed Gong Ka all the way here, looking around as he walked behind her. Meanwhile, the old lady Gong Ka was skipping along happily. Just like that, he followed Gong Ka all the way to the main hall and into an elevator. Once inside, Yi Huo tilted his head and asked, "Master, you live in such a remote place." Gong Ka replied calmly. "That's right, mainly because a few decades ago I had a bit of an episode and often hurt others, so Hua University stationed me underneath this research institute. Luckily, I've been able to control myself these past few years." I finally have a chance to get some fresh air, Yi Huo asked blankly. In other words, I'm the first student you've accepted in decades. Hearing this, Gongka was not pleased. She narrowed her eyes and asked back, You really have a strange way of thinking. Shouldn't you be scared? Seeing the old girl's attitude, Yi Huo broke out in a cold sweat, afraid his master would chop him up ding-dong. A moment later, the elevator reached basement level 666. The elevator opened, and in front of Yi Huo was a long corridor. The high walls on both sides made the narrow passage feel a bit suffocating. He blurted out, Why is the passage in such a big research institute so narrow? Gongka also explained, Because this is a place only I can walk through. Noticing a series of numbers up ahead, Yi Huo continued to wonder. That door even has numbers. Is it a countdown? Before she could even answer Yi Huo, Gongka had already shot off like an arrow. She went full speed, shouting as she ran. Damn it, we're not gonna make it. Hurry and charge in under the immense pressure. Yi Huo couldn't adapt. He leaned against the elevator behind him and stubbornly asked again, What's that countdown for? Master being in a rush and dealing with this troublesome guy. Gongka had to run as fast as she could while trying to turn back and explain to him, Every time I go out, the digital clock starts a countdown. If I don't return within the specified time, an alarm will go off at the Hua University principal's office. At that point, I'll have to face being hunted down by Hua University. The young man couldn't help but exclaim, That's so harsh. Dang, the clock struck exactly 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 0 seconds. Luckily, Gongka and Yi Huo made it in time, through that narrow passage. Although Yi Huo was running behind, with his abilities, those few seconds of the countdown were nothing. The moment he took his first step inside, the door slammed shut instantly. On top of that, the outside of the door automatically reinforced itself with a protective grid, preventing anyone from getting out and anyone from getting in. Once inside, Gongka breathed a light sigh of relief. That was a close call. Yi Huo turned and sensed himself, then thought, There seems to be a special magnetic field here. My martial energy is very difficult to gather outside my body. In other words, the power of releasing martial skills here will be greatly reduced. But hearing Yi Huo's inner thoughts, Gongka naturally replied, Of course, because this is my prison cell. She even gave a detailed introduction to her room. To keep me from getting out, those brats from the Shijing Institute made me a large 3-story house, fully equipped for entertainment and martial arts training, but at the same time, also set up a high-power electromagnetic field to suppress the martial energy of martial artists. With that, Gongka leaned back on the sofa. Despite her pure white hair, she looked like a teenage girl, putting a hand behind her head and letting out a sigh. Then she said, To prevent me from breaking out of boredom. Yi Huo saw this, pursed his lips, and could only think to himself, They call it a cell, but this is basically a luxury apartment. All daily needs are met. It feels like they're worshipping Master Gong Kei here. The scene changes to Huadu University. The elderly man sitting with a phone in his hand is the principal of Huadu University, Sheng Wen. On the phone, a person's voice sounded very urgent. Principal, this is bad. Yi Huo has taken Gong Ke as his master. But he replied calmly and without much concern, Don't worry about him. Then, the principal's expression turned serious, and his tone deepened as he spoke with clear detail. Remember Huadu's current reform goal. We don't need to cultivate a group of pillars. We need to cultivate one person, a peak-level powerhouse who can carry the Xia nation and all of humanity on the basis of providing enough resources for a genius. Let the genius develop freely. Let Yi Huo learn from Gong Ke for now. The new students at Huadu are about to finish their summer training. When that time comes, let this whetstone Yi Huo sharpen those fledgling blades. The person on the other end of the line reluctantly replied, I understand. Principal. The principal then turned to look at Gong Ke's information file displayed on his computer, as the person on the phone reported, Principal, freshman Yi Huo has entered the sealed room with Gong Ke. Everything is fine for now. The person continued. But according to big data calculations, the special grade strategist Gong Ke still has about a 5% chance of losing control. Gong Ke's information file clearly stated temperament angry, dangerous, calamitous, class special grade strategist, probability of losing control 5 to 14%, cohabitation safety rate 95%, target Yi Huo, probability of injury 38%, rescue probability 10.3%, safe rescue window 1 to 3 minutes. The person added that student Yi Huo has an 89.7% chance of not surviving until the Imperial University rescue team arrives. Post-rescue, there is a 95.3% chance he cannot be saved. Hearing this, The principal stood up. He slowly walked towards the large door, looked outside, and said, "So-called special grade strategists are either powerful martial artist prisoners on a stayed death sentence, or martial artists who cannot control their own power for various reasons." He gazed into the distance like an experienced man who understood everything, saying, "The nation usually restricts their freedom. When the Xia nation faces a severe crisis, they will be sent to the front lines as a national defense strategy. And in facing this terrifying existence, I believe student Yi Huo is prepared. Without the readiness to be killed, how can one go far on the path of killing? The Xia nation doesn't have much time left. Those fools from the Northern Icington Federation and the cult that worships the Mystic Realm civilization in the Divine Descent Heavenly Kingdom are all making their moves, carrying the many worries and responsibilities of a man who has walked the path before." The principal looked into the distance with a heavy heart, whispering, "The younger generation. You must grow up quickly." The scene shifts back to Yi Huo and Gong Ke at the prison cell on the third basement level of the training ground, where the two have arrived. Immediately after returning to their home, Gong Ke said as she walked, "Come on, it's been decades since I've taught anyone. Let's have a match first to see what you're made of," Yi Huo asked. "Master, will you suppress your martial arts cultivation to the martial apprentice stage to fight me?" Gong Ke stretched and nodded, then glanced at Yi Huo and replied, "Ah, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. I have to suppress my cultivation." Heh heh. The two of them then began to warm up. Yi Huo rotated his arms and said, "Master Gong Ke, I'm ready." Old lady Gong Ke was still warming up her whole body, constantly making noises. Hup, 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 hup. It seemed Gong Ke was very happy to have someone to train with today. Yi Huo quickly got into a defensive stance, one hand forward and one back. He stared at the master he'd had for all of 30 minutes and thought to himself, "I really don't want to recall that beheading scene from earlier." While he was still lost in thought, he never expected Gong Ke to lunge forward like a silver bullet. She was small, but her power was anything but. Gong Ke's speed was like a demon's. In just a few short seconds, her small hand with its sharp nails had already reached his throat. Yi Huo didn't even have time to react. He froze. Realizing the thing under his chin was aimed at a vital spot, I thought this was just a friendly spar in Yi Huo's wide eyes. He could see Gong Ke's crazed face flying closer and closer, her gaze becoming terrifyingly dangerous. Yi, he thought. I've simulated at least 5 different evasion routes, but Gong Ke's hand chops can predict them all. I can only meet her head on. Having decided, Yi Huo immediately unleashed his Godzilla energy. It was too late to dodge. To avoid taking damage from Gong Ke, he played his trump card. His whole body burst into flames, and Gong Ke was knocked back by the force. First, he pushed the danger away from him. Yi Huo immediately took a defensive stance to prevent her from getting near his weak points again. Seeing this attitude, Gong Ke became even more excited. She broke into a wide grin, showing off her perfectly white teeth despite her age, and shouted, "Trying to use your bloodline awakening to boost your defense speed against my attacks and counter me at the same time, kid. Too bad I'm still faster than you." With that, Gong Ke flew up in an arc. She was quickly above Yi Huo's head. Not only that, but she also had the ability to control her body's shape. Gong Ke's arms twisted like ropes, wrapping around his body and biceps. Yi Huo. He stared blankly as he was restrained. Very quickly, Gong Ke had successfully locked down both of Yi Huo's arms, making it impossible for him to reach out, then used her small foot to stomp on the back of his neck. Gong Ke put her full force into it. The continuous cracking sound of bones echoed. Once again, that near-death feeling of agony washed over him. There was something wrong with Yi Huo's neck bones. He threw his head back and screamed in despair. This time was even worse than the last. That feeling was real in every cell. His agonizing scream echoed throughout the room. After a short battle, Yi Huo managed to struggle back to his feet. At the same time, Gong Ke also jumped back. By now, his face was bruised and battered. Yi Huo, from head to toe, was covered in blood. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. He looked up at his master, laughed, and said, "You really don't hold back at all. Master, my bloodline awakening was beaten right out of me." But paying no mind to Dich Hua's words, Kung Ka got even more excited seeing his blood-soaked appearance. She licked her lips. "Ha ha, it's been a while since I've tasted blood. There's that classic move again." Dich Hua ran a finger under his eye, scratching the skin. He gave a dangerous smile and said, "Master, when it comes to pure martial arts, I'm no match for you at all. Next, I'm going to unleash some rule-breaking techniques, so please enlighten me. After he spoke, the badass image of a giant head appeared right behind Yi Huo. Its two eyes glowed brightly. Its wide mouth began to spew a long trail of smoke, and his figure erupted with power. Yi Huo's eyes glowed as he stared forward. A flash of determination could be seen in his pupils, Yi Huo thought. Luckily, I grinded and maxed out the supergiant form last night. Seeing the power he unleashed, Kung Ka muttered her assessment. Hey, a technique this powerful. Is he really just a student? I think I've taken a terrifying monster as my disciple. Seeing the little brat in front of her unleash yet another new move. And on top of that, not even hesitating to show it off. The 100-year-old lady gleefully performed a few moves and smirked. If that's the case, then I, as the master, will have to go all out too. With that, Kung Ka chopped down with one hand, and a terrifying wave of energy shot out like a blade of aura. It was incredibly fast and powerful, hurtling toward Yi Huo. A simple flick of her hand revealed such an overwhelmingly powerful ability. The attack flew toward that giant face, splitting the visage Yi Huo had created right in two, with just a simple move like that. Right after, an explosion of nuclear energy erupted, and a thick, dark cloud of dust and smoke obscured the view. From within the explosion, Yi Huo's transformed figure leaped out. As soon as he emerged, he got into a stance, swung his fist, and shouted, "Primal nucleation form, mecha bone incarnation!" He had now carefully covered his entire body with his Godzilla armor. Seeing this, Kung Ka remained very calm. As Yi Huo's punch was about to land, Kung Ka's pupils only widened in surprise for a brief moment before she gracefully and nimbly turned away. Meanwhile, Yi Huo charged forward in his transformed body, not only physically larger, but also having the upper hand. With his spiky appearance, the closer he got, the tighter he clenched his fist to deliver a devastating blow. Kung Ka's reaction was just to pucker her lips and draw in a sharp breath. In less than half a second, Kung Ka once again thrust her slender arm straight towards Yi Huo. Her eyes lit up like a killing machine. Around that tiny, fair arm, the aura emanating from it, though faint, was nothing to joke about. Yi Huo's transformation was so huge, so powerful. But when he made contact with Kung Ka, he couldn't resist at all. The outer armor seemed to crack and shatter. So painful, he thought to himself. The flesh and bone armor was created. Based on Godzilla's hide, its defense is at least several dozen times stronger than the supergiant form. Inside the armor he was so confident in, Yi Huo was gritting his teeth to endure the pain from her attack. From Kung Ka! He couldn't understand how she could tear through it so easily. One of Yi Huo's eyes shot open wide. He couldn't bear it, and what he saw in front of him was even more shocking. She was just standing a few yards away. But in the split second, he was lost in thought. Kung Ka had jumped right up to his face. She looked as gleeful and mischievous as a child. Yi Huo, you little brat! Are you hiding inside this armored guy's mouth? In that moment, he started to feel afraid. What terrifying perception. I definitely stopped all of my main body's life signs. This 100-year-old little girl flashed an excited smile, striking a playful pose in front of Yi Huo. Playful in a murderous kind of way, Kung Ka said. Get the hell out here for your master! She immediately sent a long slash across Yi Huo's body, transforming again. He instantly created countless sharp bones on his face for defense, preventing Kung Ka from touching him. At the same time, he shouted to activate his next form, Schism Form Meteor Giant. If she jumped in, she'd be toast. As crazy as she was, Master Kung Ka was still rational. She immediately jumped back to keep her distance from Yi Huo. A small hand scraped across the floor, and that simple motion was enough to create sparks. On the head of Yi Huo's supergiant form, a massive wave of energy erupted, completely enveloping his head and hiding it from sight. It was pure nuclear energy, the Godzilla kind he always uses, aiming to unleash it on Kung Ka. Yi Huo shouted challengingly, Master, since your slash is so powerful, I wonder if you can cut this in half, inside the armor. Kung Ka taking a step back made him even more excited. Yi Huo chuckled and continued, Master, of course you won't be easily melted by my nuclear breath, but how will you defend against it? In the space? A sturdy chain covered in rust and bloodstains suddenly appeared. Looking again, Yi Huo's entire body was somehow already bound tightly by this chain. Just a moment ago, he clearly had the upper hand, but now he was suppressed. 7 chains tightened around him from all directions, squeezing harder and harder. Once again, Yi Huo looked up and spotted that guillotine. The thing that gave him a near-death experience? It creaked rhythmically. His face contorted as he looked up and said, "This is as expected. I still couldn't escape the executioner's block." As soon as he finished, the sharp blade above his head was released, plummeting down at a terrifying speed, the person lying right underneath. Offering his head to the guillotine was Yi Huo, who was scared stiff. He looked around, not knowing what to do, his forehead covered in sweat, and he roared with all his might. "Jagawarudo!" Hearing his call, Jagawarudo appeared, rushing out, with an extremely dark and dangerous expression. This time, Yi Huo even summoned the rose-headed guy. To counter the illusion Kung Ka created, Jagawarudo immediately stopped time, preventing the blade from chopping down on Yi Huo. At this moment, he kept telling himself, "Master was cornered, so she pulled me into her secret realm of killing intent. This isn't a real space, but a mental illusion created from her bloodlust. To escape this illusion, I need to use my own spiritual power to fight back." The moment time stopped, Jagawarudo unleashed hundreds of thousands of punches on that blade. Under Jagawarudo's continuous and powerful pressure, the barrage of punches caused the illusion he was seeing to show signs of cracking. A good sign. Jagawarudo continued his barrage of punches. Soon enough, the illusion shattered completely, breaking into pieces as if Yi Huo had just smashed a pane of glass with individual shards falling through the air. As he escaped, he slowly opened his eyes. A cool, gentle breeze blew past his eyelids. When he woke up, he realized his outer armor shell was completely destroyed. Standing right next to him was Gong Ki, enjoying a lollipop. She savored it and said, "Oh, so you're awake. That turtle shell of yours is pretty tough." Yi Huo still hadn't gotten used to how fast and dangerous this woman was. Startled, as if his soul hadn't yet returned to his body, he managed to utter 2 words, "Master." All around him were the shattered pieces of his armor. He wearily propped himself up, his mind racing. It seemed his incredibly violent master had dragged him out of the giant's mouth, and the protective hardened crystal he had condensed to shield himself had also been brutally shattered. But this was definitely not something a mere martial apprentice could accomplish. Then, seeing that Yi Huo was fine, Gongku turned to walk away, growing suspicious. Yi Huo narrowed his eyes, smirked, and asked her directly, "Master, you cheated, didn't you?" With the lollipop still in her mouth, Gongke looked up with her small face and shot back, "Cheated, I beat you fair and square. How did I cheat?" He wanted to be sure, so he asked again. "Really?" Gongki nonchalantly replied while munching on her candy. I just used a little extra strength, you know." She tried to justify it by saying that as a master, she had a heavy hand and found it hard to control her power. This explanation truly left Yi Huo speechless. Although he still felt wronged, the young man could only press his lips together tightly, not saying another word. Seemingly realizing how lame her excuse was, Gongki's face showed a hint of embarrassment, but then she cleared her throat, looking straight at Yi Huo's unforgiving expression. And then, the unexpected happened. Gongka suddenly rushed forward, placed her small hands on Yi Huo's shoulders, her eyes glistening with tears, and whined. "Come on, your master promises not to play dirty next time, so don't be mad. Okay, please don't go. I haven't played with anyone in decades." This scene was no different from a little sister cutely apologizing to her big brother, causing Yi Huo to puff up his chest and smugly enjoy the moment. He quickly comforted her. "Hey, don't cry." Gongka stopped crying, looked up, and asked, "You're not leaving?" Yi Huo replied, "I worked so hard to become your student. Why would I leave?" After hearing this, she stood up and stubbornly said, "Oh, I wasn't crying just now." He thought to himself, so cool. Gongka continued, "All right, I have a basic understanding of your strength now. Even though you're a lot weaker than I was back then, compared to other people, you can be considered very talented. We can start your training now. What do you want to learn?" Yi Huo made his request directly. The advanced martial solution cultivation method, and also, how did you slash through lightning and pierce my personified arm? She began to teach. A slash attack. That's very hard to teach. You just have to slash a lot of things until you get the feel for it. At that moment, Gongki's eyes glowed red. Lines. Whether it's a human body, a demonic beast, or any other object, they all have an ideal cutting point, along with a line that can be easily slashed through. You can call it the line of death. Yi Huo thought to himself, the line of death. So my master isn't like Shenlong, she's also an expert in killing techniques. If Shenlong's slashes pursue extreme power, dominance, and sharpness, then my master is more like the Butcher Ding, pursuing technical precision, she advised. Learning this is a real pain. I suggest you first. Focus on breaking through to the martial artist realm. If your cultivation level doesn't increase, you won't be qualified to learn many of my martial techniques. Do you know the difference between a martial artist and a martial apprentice? It's not a physical advancement, but a spiritual one. A martial artist, compared to a martial apprentice, has one more crucial ability: internal vision. After obtaining internal vision, a martial artist can shift from macro-level cultivation to micro-level cultivation. Through internal vision, they can see the meridians, acupoints, and organs inside their own body, and use martial chi to reinforce and expand their physical limits. In other words, the spirit strengthens first, then the body. Yi Huo was amazed, thinking, I can't believe Master Gong Qi's teaching level is so high. As expected of a professor from Imperial University, even if she acts a bit silly now, her fundamental knowledge hasn't degraded at all. But speaking of spiritual strength, after merging with the Vampire Queen and awakening the power of the Juggernaut, I feel like my spirit stat has increased a lot. This will probably be a huge help for me at the martial artist stage. Yi Huo probed further. So what about the cultivation method? To advance to the martial artist realm, is it different? Gong Qi replied. Heavenly, earthly, mystic, and gradeless. Breakthrough methods in martial skills are divided into 4 grades: heavenly, earthly, mystic, and gradeless. For martial apprentice students at regular universities or schools, when advancing to the martial artist realm, the school can only provide gradeless breakthrough methods. This grade of method has the advantage of allowing for a fast breakthrough, with almost no prerequisites. You just need to have accumulated enough blood chi and martial chi. Over 80% of martial artists use these common gradeless methods to break through. However, for students of our Hua University, breakthrough methods start at the mystic grade, he asked. Then what about the heavenly and earthly grades? She continued. Heavenly grade methods and skills are almost all unique ancient texts recovered from secret realms. Across the entire world, it's uncertain if there are even 10 copies in existence, even though our Imperial University has one in its collection. With your current power and authority, you definitely can't access it, but you can learn an earthly grade breakthrough method, the Killing Heart Bodhi Heart Sutra, which is the earthly grade method I possess. In fact, Xiaohu's demonic prison body was inspired by and created from this very technique. Hearing this, Yi Huo shouted excitedly, I want to learn. She immediately agreed. Okay, let's start now. Carefully feel the realm of killing intent that I'm creating for you. He had a bad feeling. You've got to be kidding me again. A pool of blood glowed crimson beneath Yi Huo's feet. Gong Qi licked her lips and said, Blood is my favorite. When class ended, the students began to leave, and someone up ahead recognized him. The guy called out, Hey, Yi Huo. How was your first day? I heard you already took a master. A dangerous aura radiated from Yi Huo, and his blade served as his greeting. A terrified Chuzhou immediately went on the defensive. Yi Huo snapped out of it. Oh, it's you. Sorry. Chuzhou, I got a little carried away. The guy was stunned. Yi Huo, you... Yi Huo cut him off. What on earth even happened today? Just over 10 seconds earlier, in the illusion, hordes of monsters had been relentlessly chasing him. Gong Qi didn't allow him to use any martial skills or special abilities, forcing him to face the zombies with only the blade in his hand. There were so many of them, and Yi Huo was helpless, armed with nothing but this dull blade. Is that all? She reminded him that using a blade was to get him used to the feeling of it cutting through flesh and shattering bone, thereby training his muscle memory to instinctively identify the perfect slash path, and to strike the target's fatal weak points as quickly as possible. Yi Huo now understood the principle, so that's how it worked. Alright, I'm starting then. And so he single-handedly rampaged through the zombie horde. Even she was surprised. This kid, Yi Huo, cultivating my thunder kill technique in a virtual world, is incredibly dangerous. A mere martial apprentice isn't qualified to train in it. If Yi Huo's mental strength wasn't far beyond a normal person's, he would have been corrupted by the killing intent and suffered a chi deviation. Yi Huo is truly worthy of being Xu Jingwen's, and even all of Hua University's rising star. I'm really looking forward to your future. In Yi Huo's dorm room, he was relaxing in the bathtub, already dead tired on the very first day. The #1 university in the Xia Nation really lives up to its reputation. Suddenly, his phone rang, and Yi Huo exclaimed, "Well, an honored guest?" In Liu Qingju's dorm room, he answered the call. "Student Qingju, what's up?" She replied, "My mother has sent the thing you needed. I have it with me now. She also told me to thank you for helping me get first place in the freshman trial group," Yi He replied. "Oh, really? Then I'll come over to your dorm to get it in a bit." Qingju was a little embarrassed. "No need. You don't have to come. I can just send it to you with a drone." He changed the subject. "All right, did you find a teacher today who is your mentor?" Qingju revealed it was Elder Bai. She said that I was very talented, so she took me in as her student. He was happy. "Really? That's great," she asked back. "What about you? Student Yi He, which dean did you choose?" He thought to himself, "It's better not to tell Qingju about rejecting the 5 deans, or else someone will be losing sleep tonight." He said evasively, "I've already chosen one." Qingju couldn't hear clearly on the other end. "Hello, Yi He. What did you say?" Half a year went by, and the first year of university was about to end. For the freshmen of Hua University, this semester was full of countless interesting events. For example, at the beginning of the term, Ouyang-zhe united the elites from various provinces and founded the Blood Dragon Society, quickly gaining a powerful voice among the freshman class. Then, as expected, after the freshmen from Huadu finished their summer training camp and returned to Hua University, they clashed with the Blood Dragon Society. As the conflict gradually escalated, the members of the Blood Dragon Society and the local Huadu students began to face off in the arena, and the result, of course, was more losses than wins. The Blood Dragon Society began to decline from then on. Currently, the most famous freshman is a guy named Xiang Jianhui. But perhaps saying he's only the most famous freshman at Hua University isn't enough. He should be considered extremely famous nationwide, because he was the top scorer on the university entrance exam in Huadu. But what about Yi He, who was all the rage at the start of the term? No one remembered him anymore. After all, he had disappeared from the public eye for over 3 months. Underground at the Hua University Research Institute, someone was urging impatiently, "A little faster, even faster now." It turned out to be Gong Ke, stepping on her student's back. "Every step I take infuses your body with the spiritual martial energy I've refined. Mixed within this energy is my enlightenment on the Slaughter Bodhi Internal Classic, which will help you solidify your newly broken through martial artist realm. And at the same time, you get to feel my jade-like feet. You're really getting a bargain." Yi He, who was struggling with push-ups, cursed in his mind, "A bargain, you sealed my martial energy. Doing push-ups like this is like carrying a whole mountain on my back. The teacher's martial energy is running all over my body and it's unbearably itchy," Gong Ke teased. "You little small fry, can't take it already. It hasn't even been 1,000 reps yet." He gritted his teeth to prove her wrong. "Who are you calling a small fry? Watch me speed up." So Gong Ke pressed down on Yi Hei's back with even more force. "That's it. Come on. Faster. Faster. Use your strength. More strength." His determined shouts echoed through the room. She jumped back just in time, as an explosion erupted beneath her feet, enveloping him in a crimson mist. Yi He's muscles bulged all over his body. This feeling, blood splattering, tearing away old, aged muscle, molting into new muscle fibers infused with martial energy. Gong Ke stared without blinking. "Oh my, your shirt is gone, you perv." He scolded her in embarrassment. "If you're going to cover your eyes, at least close your fingers, don't peek." Getting back on track, Yi He knew it was time to come out of seclusion. She asked, "You want to leave already?" He replied, "That's right. I've been stuck here with you for 3 months. I should go out and get some sun," Gong Ke asked nonchalantly. "So, are you coming back?" Yi He confirmed. "Of course, you're terrible at games, so practice properly before I come back next time." Stepping onto the surface, he took in the atmosphere. 3 months without seeing the sun, it really brings back memories. Although, I'm not that fond of sunlight anymore. It's been so long since I've been outside. It feels like a whole different world. But this time, I didn't come out of seclusion just for a walk. There's something important I need to do. At Hua University, a very important part of a student's semester grade is the extracurricular mission. The mission content mostly involves hunting down illegal wanted martial artists or investigating secret realms and helping to fight against beast tides. There are also missions to suppress illegal organizations or even foreign powers. First, I'll go to the activity center to accept a mission and meet up with my buddy Zigu while I'm at it. University Student Activity Center. Just then, Yi Huo ran into an acquaintance and greeted him. Long time no see. It was Chu Zhou, who politely greeted back. You've finally come out of seclusion. You kept me waiting, Yi Huo asked. How's it going? Chu Zhou, how much has your strength improved? He revealed. I broke through to the martial artist level 2 months ago. Chu Zhou sensed that this was the first time he'd seen Yi Huo in 3 months, and it seemed Yi Huo's aura and physique hadn't changed much at all. But that was the most terrifying change of all. How much has his strength improved? Can I even keep up? 3 days ago, I was invited to watch a private match between Xiang Jianhui, the representative of the Huadu freshmen, and Ouyang Zi, the vice president of the Blood Dragon Society. The result was no surprise. Ouyang Zi only lasted 10 minutes against Xiang Jianhui before he was defeated. Looking at this result, I could feel that Xiang Jianhui hadn't even used his full strength. Can Yi Huo fight against Xiang Jianhui? No, maybe even the current Xiang Jianhui is no match for Yi Huo. Qingju showed up just then, saying, Sorry, she said apologetically. I'm late. He asked, Qingju, what else? She was confused. What else? She recalled what Lingling had once said. Qingju, you have to remember, you and Yi Huo are a couple now, so you have to act like one at school. Things a couple should do. For example, she asked shyly. The things a couple should do. Do we have to do them right now? Dichua was surprised to see his friend closing her eyes and puckering her lips. What are you doing? We haven't seen each other in 3 months and you're not even going to say hello. Thin Truk was fuming. I hate you the most. The group entered the main hall. He glanced at the notice board in front of them. The information on the large screen was all about recent hot missions and the students who had completed them with distinction. So Chow added, Thantruk and I have already completed 3 missions, so we've met our quota. That's right. I came here this time just to form a team with you. The 3 current missions are perfect for us. The 3 missions are a psychopathic serial killer. In Huantun, mission location. Huantun mission description. In May, a case emerged in Huantun. A female office worker was completely stripped, and her bones were made into clothes hangers. A major crime. As horrifying as this was investigated by the Huantun Criminal Investigation Team, but several months have passed with no progress. The number of victims has exceeded 40 people, some of whom were power users. The request is to capture or eliminate the illegal martial artists. Difficulty Level 2. Mission to investigate the Beast Tide in Lianthan. The mission location is the sunken secret realm city of Lianthan. Mission description for Lianthan. The monstrous beasts have begun a large-scale retreat. This is the opposite of the situation from 2 months ago when they were trying to expand outward from Lianthan. The request is to cooperate with the Great Shia Dragon Guard to investigate the cause. Difficulty Level 2. Mission 3 Anomaly in Lamthui County. Mission location Lamthui County. Mission description 2 weeks ago. A tribal tourist group in Lamthui County reported that the locals here were behaving abnormally. They enjoy eating raw meat and gather at night to hunt. The local government denied the tourist group's report. 1 day later, the group retracted their report. However, a Level 2 squad from the company still decided to investigate. The entire squad is now missing. The request is to find the cause of the anomaly in Lamthui County. Due to the mission's high difficulty, it's essential to know when to retreat. Thin Truk analyzed the 3 missions: the psychopathic serial killer in Hoang Thun, the investigation of the Beast Tide phenomenon in Lin Thun, and the anomaly in Lamthui County. Initially, they were all Level 2 missions, but the mission in Lamthui County has been upgraded to Level 3. Off-campus missions for Hoa Dai University students are divided into 5 levels. The higher the level, the greater the difficulty. First-year university students usually only take on Level 1 missions. The only Level 2 mission that So Chow and I ever participated in was a 10-person group mission. If a small group of 3 first-year students tried to join, it would be very difficult to get a Level 2 mission. Di Chua held up a card and showed it off. It's okay. I have a privilege card. Kung Ka had trusted him back then, saying, Little Hoa, you can handle things on your own now. Among the first and second years, there are hardly any who can compete with you. What you need now is to find some high-difficulty missions to practice. With this card, you can freely accept any, university-level mission in the school. However, don't just randomly accept Level 4 or 5 missions. Those missions have too many variables. Even Xuanwu-level martial artists are at risk of failing. Thantruk wondered. Where did you get that privilege card? So Chow asked for his opinion. Dichhua, what do you think of these 3 missions? He sighed in relief internally. Luckily, So Chow had changed the subject. He then replied, benefits and risks. The first mission is purely a manhunt. Personally, I think the efficiency of completing this mission would be very low. After all, this is a cunning rat that the criminal police team has been hunting for months without success. The difficulty of this mission lies in the investigation, not in killing the target. The mission. The second one is to assist in an investigation. I feel it would be very difficult for us to gain any experience or make progress from it. With the great Xia Dragon Guard there, we'd definitely just be assigned very simple tasks, whether it's combat or reconnaissance. The main force won't be us. As for the third mission, the three of us would control the entire process. Although there's no one to back us up, leading to many variables, the higher the risk, the greater the reward. If we're always afraid of danger and just grow up in a glass cage, can we even call ourselves martial artists? I lean towards taking the third mission. This opinion was supported by the other two. I agree with Yi Huo. I agree. He finalized the deal. Alright, we'll set out today. At the waiting room, Fuibik didn't agree to let the three of them take this mission. Isn't this just causing trouble? Didn't you see that a level 2 squad already failed in Linshui County? You three are just first-year university students, and you dare to take a level 3 mission. That's too arrogant. Yi Huo showed her the privilege card. Ma'am, I have a privilege card. Fuibik didn't believe it. Learned how to lie. I'll call the department head right now to expose you. Only when she made the call did she realize he was telling the truth. Yes. Oh. Director? Yes. After that, Fuibik's attitude became much warmer. May your martial fortunes prosper. I really like your arrogant demeanor. First, Yi Huo directed them. You two go get ready. I'm going to pick something up. He went to the forge of the Academy of Mechanics and Magical Artifacts. The gate successfully verified his identity. Stepping inside, he got straight to the point. Dean, I've come to collect the weapon, the first place prize from the survival pendant battle. The Dean assessed. Let him highly bug. Yi Huo, you didn't choose the earth-shattering martial skill but a weapon instead. You truly have a good eye. If it weren't for Senior Kung Ka being one step ahead, I wouldn't say more. Come see what I've created for you. Although it has no attributes. It's a top-tier divine weapon crafted from a special-grade stardust alloy, renowned for its durability, with a martial energy conductivity of up to 95%. This horse-chopping saber is about 1.2 meters long, with a wide, flat blade. The blade's color is slightly dark, but it shimmers with sparkling specks like a starry sky. That's the characteristic of stardust. The spine of the blade is also covered in dense, serrated patterns, which increases its weight and destructive power, making every swing unleash astonishing force. The hilt is wrapped in a special non-slip black leather, with metal fibers running through the inside of the leather. This is also stardust, which helps a martial artist easily channel martial energy into the weapon. Every swing is accompanied by the whistle of the wind and a brilliant light that would make one shudder. Yi Huo assessed it. Not bad. The weight is perfect. It doesn't feel flimsy. And it fits my hand well. After all, it was custom made based on my body measurements from 3 months ago. I didn't expect that after 3 months. It would still, be suitable for the power I gained after breaking through to the martial artist level. I have to say, he's worthy of being the Imperial University's bladesmith. Truly top-notch. The Dean replied, That's a given. I'm sure that even if Senior Kung Ka came here, when it comes to forging, he'd have to call me Dad. Oh, Dean, Yi Huo better not tell Senior Kung Ka about this part. The three of them set off for Linshui County. So Chow reminded them. Due to the confidential nature of the mission this time, we'll be interning here as normal college students. Yi Huo decided to first use his life field to sense things out. Over the past half semester, he had raised the Demoluo sample to 71%. His life field could cover the entire county. I'm afraid our arrival will awaken the old rats hiding in the shadows. It'll be a real pain if we let those rats escape, because finding the rats is always harder than killing them. He urged, Let's go. The three of us should check out the house Dida arranged for us first. Just then, a vehicle passed by and the old driver asked the young man, Where are you boys headed? Need a tricycle taxi, Yi Huo officially declared. Mission start. With the deal sealed, the old driver started a conversation with them. Young man, you all look so dapper. What school are you from? Are you here on vacation? Yi Huo introduced himself. I'm a local from Linshui County. I brought 2 classmates here to hang out this time. We're currently studying at a university in Yuncheng. The old man was surprised. A local from Linshui County. Who's your family? Why don't I recall you? He replied. My grandfather's name was Yi Huo. He passed away a few years ago, and I moved away after that. The old man immediately remembered. Oh, so you're from old Yi's family. Yi Huo breathed a silent sigh of relief. Lucky that he learned a bit of the local dialect on the plane, and the identity information Hua Da provided actually existed. The old man smiled brightly and praised, Good, young lad. It's good that you still remember Linshui County. You haven't forgotten your roots. You're sure to be blessed. The car stopped at the mission base provided by Hua Da, Yi Huo's house. The old man instructed, Little Yi. In 2 days is the grandest festival in Linshui County, held once every 3 years. You must come and join in then. If little Yi is shy around strangers and doesn't come out, this old uncle will personally come and get you, Yi Huo replied politely. Got it. Thank you, sir. Stepping inside, Chuzhou sighed. This house hasn't been lived in for over 10 years. It's abandoned. With so many weeds and mosquitoes, looks like we'll have to clean up. This was no challenge for him. Cleaning is my specialty. He stomped 1 foot on the ground, and a wave of power swept away all the weeds and dirt. They were in awe. This wasn't cleaning. It was a massacre. So convenient and fast. They each took on a task. Put away the luggage. I'll go around the house and install mini cameras for surveillance. I'll check the condition of the house. Qingzhu suddenly discovered something. Yi Huo, come look at this. He walked over and asked curiously, Did you find something? She replied, There's a shrine here. I don't know what it's for. Yi Huo could tell at a glance that this thing was placed here later. Qingzhu was surprised. What do you mean? Placed here later? He analyzed. The shrine is made of wood. If it had always been in this house, it would have rotted away long ago. The Yisa shrine in front of us is covered in dust, but after wiping it off, it's still very new. Chuzhou went on the defensive, summoning his sword and saying, That means someone else put this in the house. This idol looks a little creepy. I'll just slash it first and we'll figure it out later. Qingzhu was more cautious. Wait, Chuzhou, don't be so impulsive. What if this is an important clue? We should investigate it carefully first. Yi Huo agreed. I'm with you. But at least before you slash it, let's see what's under the mask of this mud statue. Qingzhu immediately lifted the red cloth. Yi Huo sensed danger and pulled her back. Something's wrong. It's a filthy thing as expected. Chuzhou, cut it down. His sharp sword slashed straight towards the statue. The expressions on all 3 of their faces turned to shock. They were stunned. What the heck is this? Black liquid flowing out of the idol. Yi Huo had caught the culprit. Where do you think you're going? Jialuluo Duo quickly materialized, squeezing the black liquid tightly. The liquid transformed into a bizarre creature with bright white teeth. He ordered, Chuzhou, seal it! Qingzhu's voice trembled with fear. What is this thing? A hand patted her shoulder. Qingzhu's face went pale. Yi Huo asked with concern, Are you okay? He realized Qingzhu had been infected by the creature's spiritual energy and had to transfer some pure martial energy to her. She replied, I'm fine. Qingzhu felt it. The fear from a moment ago suddenly vanished, and her body felt warm inside. He immediately guessed. It seems the anomaly in Linshui County is related to this strange mud statue. Our investigation has reached a critical stage. You two watch this thing here, prevent it from mutating. I'm going to take care of something. I left a radiation marker on the tricycle driver. Timing-wise, it's time to reel in the net. Sir, no need for you to come looking for me. I came here especially for you. In Linshui County. At Jinshan Temple. The back door of the temple creaked open. A monk inside invited him in. Patron, the abbot is waiting for you inside. The old tricycle driver replied, All right. He followed the young man into the temple. The gate before them was covered in talismans. The monk announced, Abbot, I've brought patron Liu Gen Sheng, who has met the standard for blessing. He also said he has something to report. He called towards the door. Abbot, patron Liu Gensheng, who has reached the blessing standard, has been brought here. He also mentioned he has a matter to report. A voice came from inside. This patron, what are your intentions? Why the sudden visit? The guardian monster sensed someone else was there. It activated its defense mode and transformed into a monster. Gensheng knelt and prayed. A god has descended. A god has descended. Yi Huo appeared at the perfect moment. landing a swift kick right to this guy's head. A shield promptly blocked the splattering blood, and Yi Huo exclaimed, "So gross! Good thing Jialuluo Duo blocked that stuff. Otherwise, it'd be a pain to wash out of my clothes." The old man recognized the familiar figure as the kid from old Yi's family. The statue beside them moved. It became aggressive and attacked Yi Huo. He leisurely teased, "A Buddha statue can move." Just as the statue's weapon came down, Jialuluo Duo blocked it, preventing it from harming Yi Huo. Both statues showed clear signs of anger. They continuously rained down punches, all aimed at him. Yi Huo casually twisted the ring on his hand. The spatial ring was in an invisible state to avoid detection by the enemy. He drew out a greatsword. The Starfall Slasher appeared. The sharp blade left its sheath, and with one slash, Yi Huo shattered these statues. The heavy statue hands fell to the ground, but they weren't defeated yet and shot firepower from their eyes, surprising him. They can even shoot lasers from their eyes. Are you guys really Buddha statues? Too bad this laser is way too slow. Let me see if you're stuffed with dry grass or something else. Yi Huo's blade slashed across the abdomens of the two statues. Zhen Sheng stared blankly at the scene, only able to utter a single word. Buddha. His entire body was then cut by the greatsword. Just like that, they all turned into a pile of scrap metal. He sheathed his sword and said, "Just as I thought, they're not living creatures." From the very beginning, I couldn't sense any life force from these two bodhisattva statues within my life field. But in a backward county like Linshui, how could there be such advanced scientific creations is the answer behind that door, Juggernaut. I'm a college student after all, so I should at least have the courtesy to knock. Juggernaut politely smashed his fist into that door, a broken voice ringing out as a blast of firepower slammed right into the sturdy gate. "Anybody home?" The thick outer layer of stone shattered, and Yi Huo casually strolled inside. He wasn't surprised at all. It really was another cavern. To think there's such a large underground palace here, and they even built a huge statue like this. The guest is already inside. Are the little rats still hiding and refusing to come out? A sigh echoed. The abbot calmly asked, "This humble temple and you, benefactor, have no grudge against each other, so why have you come to trespass?" Yi Huo drew his blade and said, "A robot like you must be addicted to playing human, huh?" He decisively slashed the guy in two, but the abbot appeared right behind him like a lingering ghost. "Benefactor, your murderous karma is truly heavy," Yi Huo yelled. "Cut the crap!" Suddenly, the tile beneath his feet shifted, cracking and causing Yi Huo to fall straight down. He landed safely, on the ground. Glancing at the infrastructure down here, Yi Huo deduced, "This place looks like a sewer system. 1, 2, there are 18 gates. Are they floodgates?" From within the gates, countless pairs of eerie green eyes flashed. He knew exactly what they were. It was them again, the skink monsters, and there were a ton of them this time. Each one emitted the waves of a level 1 to 2 martial artist. Moreover, the life wave frequencies of these humanoid monsters were all similar, as if they were mass-produced, meaning they're mechanized biological beings. "Artificial ones, you want to crush me with a brute force army. The last guy who tried that, the grass on his grave is already 3 feet high." Yi Huo made his move, unleashing the Xuan Huang blade technique. Asura's 3 slashes. The first slash is path of 1,000 miles of slaughter. That single slash wiped out a swarm of skinks, and the rest revealed themselves. He sneered. "What kind of temple raises a bunch of hideous monsters like this underground?" The ferocious monsters roared, but Yi Huo quickly wiped them all out. The monsters, their corpses piling up like a mountain. That abbot spoke like a soulless machine. "Benefactor, your murderous karma is too heavy." "Benefactor, your murderous karma is too heavy." Yi Huo clutched his head and said, "This biological, moronic machine, its head has been ripped off, yet it's still repeating pre-recorded lines. Who's the puppet master behind all this, still not coming out?" An interested voice rang out. "It seems we've run into a rather formidable enemy this time, but that's all there is to it." The large golden statue began to attack, emitting thick smoke from its mouth as its head slowly moved. The mechanical voice declared, "Benefactor, you are beyond salvation." Yi Huo sarcastically complimented. "Not bad. It can even transform." The statue brought down a palm strike. Enter the cycle of reincarnation. It poured all its power into this attack, and he was ready to meet it head-on. The impact kicked up a thick cloud of dust. A warning alarm blared continuously. "Warning detected. Energy burst exceeding parameters, right hand overheating, error, energy levels continue to rise." The statue was stunned. What the hell? Just then, His martial spirit rose up. It threw a punch while chanting, Namo Amitabha Buddha. The punchline to that chant was a fist smashing straight into the statue. The martial spirit's giant hand reached out, crushing the statue like a toy. He excitedly exclaimed, "It's not over yet. Taste my hard, black knee." The statue was severely damaged, triggering a critical warning. Multiple points of damage detected on the head. It began to tilt, struggling to stay upright. The statue still had a trick up its sleeve, as streams of power shot out from the core on its body. Prayer bead, floating treasure, erupted from the fierce power center, and the statue ordered, "Fire everything!" The barrage rained down on Yi Huo's monster. It wondered, what kind of beast is this thing, forcing me to use this many weapons to destroy it? Suddenly, the statue was shocked by what happened next. The martial spirit stood proudly, unharmed. To be blunt, all these toys of yours are just ranged weapons and they're useless against a martial artist. The statue fumed. You persistent ghost, watch me send you to the afterlife. But it had barely finished boasting when sharp spikes shot up from below, impaling its body. It was the incarnate meteor. The martial spirit declared, "You fake monk should just disappear." Then it unleashed a massive nuclear witch's breath that rained down. Yi Huo appeared and said, "Sorry for destroying your mecha model. My bad. To think they dug such a big cave in the mountain. Looks like inside it's either lizard people or a giant mobile Buddha. The mastermind behind this is most likely some mad scientist who loves to conduct weird research. Recklessly. As expected. There's another way down here." Half an hour earlier, in the research lab, footage of the battle was being replayed. Bo Wen spoke up. "Doctor, that kid has already dealt with the mecha bodhisattvas at the gate. But rest assured, the door is made of our latest materials and structure. There's absolutely no way he can get in." Seeing Yi Huo enter, he started to lose faith, but still tried to sound confident. "It's okay, Doctor. We still have our grand army of clones. With over 10,000 clones, we can wear down even a grandmaster to death. Plus, it'll help us clear out our clone inventory." But then he saw the scene of our boy standing on a mountain of corpses, holding the head of the mecha abbot. Bo Wen was speechless. He was backed into a corner but still clung to one last hope. "Doctor, we still have our trump card. Have faith in our design. This great mecha Buddha was specifically built to deal with large-scale Lord-class demonic beasts. Dealing with a mere martial artist should be a piece of cake, right? However, their ace in the hole was also destroyed, leaving them both stunned for a moment. He was blindly optimistic. "It's okay, Doctor. We still have, Dr. Feng furiously cut him off. "Damn it, just shut up," the old man thought angrily. "What a jinx, the enemy has already pushed right up to our doorstep, and you're still saying it's okay. The guards upstairs might be able to buy me a few minutes." Dr. Feng gave an order. "Evacuate quickly and activate the base's self-destruct sequence. We absolutely cannot let any information from here leak out." He was Dr. Feng, formerly a researcher, level 3 researcher at the Prometheus Institute, before being secretly recruited by the Thunder Ray Bird organization 10 years ago. Thunder Ray Bird established roots in Linshui, an ordinary little county. In the shadows, they replaced all the monks of Golden Mountain Temple. Thunder Ray Bird exploited the faith of the people of Linshui and Golden Mountain Temple and began to brainwash and control the entire county. Under the guise of giving blessings, they lured the people of Linshui into accepting body modifications, turning them into free test subjects to supply their biological research. Items from the Thunderclap Bird, a large amount of materials and clinical data, the old man said regretfully. "What a shame. We have to abandon this base now." Suddenly, a surge of energy burst down from the ceiling. Yi Huo appeared right before their eyes, smirking coldly. "Director, where do you think you're going?" Bo Wen ordered the guards to cover the doctor's retreat. Yi Huo teleported, stopping right in front of Dr. Feng. The old man tried to negotiate, while his hand sneakily reached into his pocket. "What do you want? We can discuss this slowly." Dr. Feng had calculated carefully. With just a press of his watch, Laser B had implanted small bombs in the bodies of every key researcher or person in charge, and our families and friends are also under Laser B's surveillance. This was to ensure that all personnel fully complied with company regulations and would not leak company secrets. However, his plan failed when Yi Huo grabbed his wrist tightly. He squeezed the old man's mouth shut, lifting his entire frail body into the air. Dr. Feng held his breath until his face turned red, and was finally dropped by Yi Huo. He demanded, "Next, I need to know everything you've done in Linshui County." The old man froze. not knowing how to answer. In the underground lab, Yi Huo repeated his demand. Tell me, did you know about the 3 young martial artists before? What the hell are you guys up to here? The old man absolutely refused to talk. I can't tell you about the experiments here. I have a signal bug inside me. If I say any keywords related to company secrets, the bomb in my body will detonate immediately, knowing I'd die sooner or later. Anyway, I'd rather choose a quick death. Dr. Feng bit down on the poison capsule hidden in his mouth. Yi Huo checked. There was poison hidden in his oral cavity. Are all the Thunderclap Bird members this reckless? The old man's heart had stopped, so the self-destruct sequence here automatically activated. But what a pity. In front of me, even death is a luxury for you. The vampire behind him appeared and immediately plunged its claws into Dr. Feng's neck. The vampire can infect humans or corpses, turning them into ghouls. But unfortunately, after turning into ghouls, except for a few individuals with special talents, most are no different from living corpses, with no ability to self-heal, becoming mentally deficient as their bodies rot. But he possessed the beauty elemental power, combining it with the vampire's power. Dr. Feng's eye fell out, his face had changed. Dr. Feng knelt to the ground and called out, "My lord!" Yi Huo's goal was achieved. He could create a perfect subordinate, one that retained all its memories and talents from when it was alive, wasn't afraid of sunlight, and could even possess the ability for powerful self-regeneration, and would be absolutely subservient to him in both mind and body. You can't die now, so the self-destruct program should also stop. From now on, I'll call you the Mad Doctor. Everything from your past no longer concerns you. The only thing you have to do from now on is serve me. The Mad Doctor replied reverently, "It is my honor to serve you, Master." He continued, "Since you have accepted the elemental power, between us, a mental link has been formed, so that surveillance stuff is useless now. I'd rather see when this city was first infiltrated. The link between them was established, and Yi Huo could now access the other's memories. Back then, the old man had called out, 'Xiao Liu, it's not even lunchtime and you're already sneaking out to eat. Have you finished cross-referencing the data I gave you?' The guy, who was in the middle of eating an arm, replied, 'Yes. Sorry, Professor Feng. I'm just really hungry.' So hungry. The Mad Doctor was enjoying a bloody meal of raw meat. 'Is it raw meat again for today's meal? My teeth aren't good. It's tough to eat this stuff.' He revealed, 'Professor Feng, this was all brought by the people in the county as offerings to the Buddha Master. I heard they're newcomers from out of town. 3 young men. Their meat is delicious. When the townspeople came to worship the Buddha, they kept dozing off. This time, they actually fell fast asleep right in the prayer hall. Some people even dozed off while kneeling. Isn't that great? The doctor took these people directly to the lab for storage. It saved both time and effort, but the old man was curious why they, who suddenly came to pray for blessings, would just naturally fall asleep like that. The other guy was surprised. 'Doctor, what's wrong? Isn't sleeping a basic human need?' The Mad Doctor felt something was wrong. He muttered, 'Heavenly Kingdom, God's descent. God descends upon the heavenly kingdom. What is this? Why is it carved on my hand?' It looked like a numerical puzzle. The answer was a file code string, which was the company's internal file format. Seeing the computer screen display the document code as D25612, the Mad Doctor was shocked. This is wrong. It's not right. My memories and perception have been altered. Who dares to treat me like an experiment, like a guinea pig?" It wasn't until he saw the document on the computer that the Mad Doctor had an epiphany. He himself had left that numerical puzzle before he was compromised. He believed that even if his perception was altered, he would still be curious enough to solve a mathematical puzzle on his own body and would definitely believe the result. The main purpose was to tell himself about the cannibalism, the hypersomnia, and those bizarre clay statues, that there was a mastermind pulling the strings behind it all. God's descent upon the heavenly kingdom. Yi Huo understood the whole story. So the so-called eating raw meat was actually cannibalism, and this so-called God's descent upon the heavenly kingdom, just from the name, sounded like some kind of evil cult. The old man continued, "This place was originally chosen by the Thunderclap Bird as a secret experimental base, but it was secretly infiltrated and taken over by this evil cult, just like how the townspeople here had their perceptions altered and were manipulated by them." He probed. "So the 3 martial artists from Hua Duo were also eaten by you. It seems Chuzhou, and I are also on your radar. considered prime ingredients in your eyes. The old man continued. This is the 8th year I've been in charge of Linshui County. The Jinshan Temple base is fully constructed, the biochemical human modification technology has basically matured, and it's ready for mass production. It will usher in a new era. In the future, martial artists will be replaced by biochemical humans and mechanical creations that are more efficient and powerful. The path of Prometheus is the right one. After discovering the anomaly, based on comparative investigation, the time of the anomaly's outbreak in Linshui County was last February. By last March, this anomaly was first discovered, and staff were organized to conduct investigative experiments, but every day my perception was changed in a subconscious way until I was completely assimilated. Although in the process, thanks to my scientific researcher's intellect, I discovered logical loopholes many times and successfully restored my consciousness. But in the end, couldn't escape the fate of being assimilated. Because our Golden Mountain Temple research base has been too deeply assimilated, it's very difficult to escape or resist that will. The anomaly in Linshui County is divided into 4 stages: cannibalism, chronic drowsiness, worshipping clay statues, and mass sleepwalking. Cannibalism is the physical mutation after the mind is first affected by that will. Drowsiness is due to a deeper level of mental mutation, and worshipping the clay statues means that the body and mind have been heavily corrupted, almost beyond cure. Mass sleepwalking means one has become food for that will. I thought that we who conduct illegal human experiments were cruel enough, but I never expected we were nothing compared to the evil cult. They actually want to offer an entire city as food for that will. Later, I finally found out what they were using to corrupt the minds of the people of Linshui County and devour their life energy. It's probably the demon fetus taken from the ruins of the secret realm. According to calculations, the day the fetus would mature, Yi Huo had his answer. It would awaken in 2 nights. He recalled what Uncle Kan had told him. Little Yi, in 2 more days it's the biggest festival in Linshui County. It only happens once every 3 years. You have to be there. This was the key point that allowed Yi Huo to see the flaw. That old man driving the tricycle really gave me a very important piece of information.